On a huge plaza, countless young men and women stood below the playground, their eyes all fixed on the center of the playground, an awakening array composed of 8 crystal pillars emitting strange light. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Chen Han was no exception. His gaze was fixed on the magic array, his heart brimming with tension and excitement, for this awakening would directly determine his future. He was transported to a world where everyone was a lord due to an accident, which was also an era of warring factions. Countless dimensions, countless planes, and countless races collided in the endless void, and war and plunder were endless. The victors gain everything, while the losers lose everything, even their lives. It is precisely this environment that makes the world full of infinite possibilities. Becoming a lord guarantees a bright future. One might even become a god, achieving immortality and controlling countless worlds. In this other world, everyone can undergo an awakening ceremony when they turn 18, travel to the endless void to obtain their own initial territory, awaken their lord talent, summon troops to form an army, and become a lord. If you awaken a powerful talent, you can gain a significant advantage over other lords from the start. However, becoming a true lord is no easy feat. After the awakening ceremony, all new lords will be teleported to the endless void to undergo a week-long trial. During this week, a random wave of void creatures will appear each day to attack the new lord's territory. New lords must fight with all their might to defend against attacks while leveling up and expanding their territory. If they choose to give up or die during the trial, they will permanently lose their lordship and never be able to own territory again, remaining an ordinary person forever. Only by successfully passing the trials can one permanently retain their territory, freely travel to and from planets, and embark on the path of building their territory and vying for supremacy with other lords. And today is the day Chen Han awakens. The next second, the teacher presiding over the magic circle announced, "Next, Chen Han!" Hearing his name, Chen Han took a deep breath to calm himself down, while secretly hoping to awaken a powerful talent. He strode towards the center of the playground, to the core of the magic array surrounded by 8 crystal pillars. The crystal pillars emitted a mysterious, cold light, transforming into wisps of mist, resembling a fairyland. Standing within the magic circle, Chen Han's body was gradually swallowed by the thick fog. The teacher continued, "Are you ready? After your awakening is complete, you will be directly teleported to the endless void to undergo trials." Chen Han responded decisively, "I'm ready. No problem. Okay, let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the thick fog floating around Chen Han slowly formed a deep blue vortex, enveloping him in the center. The next second, Chen Han felt a powerful force slowly merging into his body, followed by a blackout and a strong sense of weightlessness. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Han finally regained consciousness. He looked around and found himself no longer in the original Awakening Plaza. In its place was a lifeless wasteland, filled with white mist, with almost no green plants in sight. The only visible structures were a dilapidated thatched hut and a circular barrier with a radius of about 10 meters. This was the starting point for all new lords, regardless of their origins. Just then, a clear system notification sounded in his mind. A territory of 314 square meters has been randomly assigned to you. Your territory name is Territory No-10,086. Current resources: Genesis crystals, 100. Construction points, 100. You have awakened the Lord's Talent Nightly Revelry. Talent Effect 1 has a 100% chance to randomly summon powerful female heroes from various races, such as succubi, angels, elves, and Pegasus Knights. Talent Effect 2, not yet available due to insufficient Lord level. Increasing your Lord level will unlock more talent effects. The Lord Information Panel is now available and can be accessed at any time. Upon hearing the notification tone, Chen Han was overjoyed. He had never expected to awaken such a powerful and evolving Lord's talent. As far as he knew, the talents of other Lords were fixed and had no room for growth, which undoubtedly gave him a significant head start over the other Lords. The next second, a plan quickly took shape in Chen Han's mind. He would use his talent to summon a powerful female hero at the start, successfully pass the 7-day trial, and become a true Lord. They then rapidly developed and expanded their territory, while simultaneously summoning goddesses from all heavens to form an invincible goddess legion. He will lead the goddess legion to defeat all the lords, bring their territories under his control, and step by step become the strongest lord, ruling over all the heavens and myriad worlds. After calming down, Chen Han cleared his mind of all distractions. The most important thing now was to summon heroes and build the necessary defensive structures. Otherwise, if the void creatures attacked, he, an ordinary person, would be powerless to resist. Chen Han's gaze fell on the Genesis crystal section. Genesis crystals are the universal currency in the endless void, with functions including lottery, trading, building consumption, and production costs. Each new lord starts with 100 Genesis crystals, which can be obtained by killing void creatures or seizing other players' territories. Of course, in addition to heroes, the prize pool also includes weapons, equipment, items, skill books, defensive structures, etc. The probability of drawing a hero is extremely low, reportedly less than 1%, and most likely only the lowest level common hero. However, every new lord has a special opportunity. Their first draw guarantees a hero. The strength of this initial hero's talent will directly affect the trials that follow over the next 7 days. Without further hesitation, Chen Han decisively used 100 creation crystals to participate in the lottery. With a booming sound, the 100 creation crystals vanished without a trace. Immediately afterward, a meteor shimmering with multicolored light streaked down from the sky and fell directly into Chen Han's territory. The dazzling light instantly filled the entire barrier space, making it blinding. As the light faded, a beautiful figure appeared before Chen Han. Her long pink hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, swaying gently in the breeze. She was petite and delicate, standing at 1.5 meters tall, exuding captivating charm. Her face was exquisite, her eyebrows and eyes like paintings, her gaze revealing a subtle allure. She wore a pink and white feather-trimmed dress with a large bow tied at the back, swaying lightly in the breeze. A small pink tail extended from behind, with a heart pattern printed at the end. Overall, she resembled a succubus from mythology, yet possessed a touch of innocent sweetness. Name, Miaokiki race, succubus identity, hero level, tier 1, stage 30300, talent, S-rank skills, bewitching charm LV1, succubus wings LV3, arcane missiles LV2. Territory number 10086, bewitching hearts, LV1 passive, male units deal 10% less damage to the user, and the loyalty of ordinary male units within the territory increases by 20%. Succubus wings LV3 passive, grants flight ability. Damage dealt while in flight is increased by 15%. Arcane missiles LV2, active, deals non-elemental magic damage to enemies. Before Chen Han could even finish reading Miao Keek's skill information, she had already walked up to him. She lightly licked her lips, a wicked smile appearing on her face, her gaze burning as she stared at Chen Han. "Are you my master? You look so weak." Miao Kiki pouted and complained. Although Miao Kiki was extremely beautiful, even stunningly beautiful, far surpassing any girl Chen Han had ever seen, Chen Han, having lived 2 lifetimes, did not lose his composure because of her. "Sorry, I'm a new lord, please take care of me in the future." Faced with Miao Keek's complaints, Chen Han helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth. "Speaking of which, since you are the hero I summoned, you should be aware of the current situation, right?" Miao Kiki sighed and nodded gently. "I know. I'm your initial hero, and you're still in the 7-day trial period. The void creatures will be attacking soon, right? But with me here, you can rest assured on the first day of the trial." The next second, Miao Kiki unfurled her black wings, her body slowly rising to eye level with Chen Han. She glanced at Chen Han with a hint of amusement. Then, she smiled with satisfaction and nodded, saying, "Not bad looking. I'm very satisfied. Although the territory is desolate now, it will grow stronger." Chen Han smiled slightly and asked, "Can I take this as a compliment?" Miao Kiki blinked, a playful smile playing on her lips. "One thing at a time, being handsome can't put food on the table. But for us succubi, handsome men certainly can." Having said that, she landed lightly, her beautiful eyes continuing to scrutinize Chen Han. "Then I'll take it as a compliment." Chen Han breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to summon such a powerful and beautiful heroine was already the best possible outcome. Moreover, she seems relatively easy to communicate with. After all, the summoned heroes aren't machines or game data, but real human beings. Gaining 100% loyalty is virtually impossible. These heroes willingly dwell in immature territories, completely unaware of the future, simply because they are inextricably linked to this land and cannot leave. If the territory is destroyed, the Lord may escape, but the hero faces only death. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some heroes might be mentally unstable and attempt to die alongside their Lord. Currently, aside from the slightly strange look in Miao Kiki's eyes when she looks at Chen Han, there are no other problems. By the way, my name is Miao Kiki. What's your name, master? Miao Kiki changed the subject and asked. Chen Han. After a brief exchange and getting to know each other, Chen Han began to build up his territory. Similar to the creation crystal, all new lords automatically receive 100 building points upon awakening. Each day at midnight, they receive a corresponding number of building points based on their lord level. Tier 1, Stage 1 grants 100 points, Tier 1, Stage 2 grants 200 points, Tier 1, Stage 3 grants 300 points, and so on. Defensive or basic buildings can be constructed using building points, without requiring any building materials. While there is no upper limit, according to the Lord's Code, it is not recommended to hoard too many building points. Void creatures could invade at any time, so early on, you should prioritize using building points wisely. Building, Barracks level, Tier 1, Stage 1 cost, 100 building points, upgrade cost, 50 building points. I still need Genesis crystals to summon soldiers. Let's think about other things first. Building, Flame Tower level, Tier 1, Stage 1 durability, 500 to 500 cost, 40 building points upgrade cost, 15 building points function, automatically attacks enemy units within range, dealing fire magic damage. The higher the building level, the stronger the attack range and damage. Great! This should help relieve some of the combat pressure on Coco when the void creatures attack. Chen Han carefully browsed the information panel, studying the various buildings and facilities. After careful consideration, he decided to build defensive towers first to ensure initial safety. At this moment, Miao Kiki came over, curiously standing on tiptoe. She saw the interface and frowned slightly, muttering, "Why build this? I can manage on my own." Chen Han smiled helplessly, reached out and patted her head, explaining, "The goddess altar hasn't been built yet. If you get injured, you won't be able to recover." Miao Kiki pouted and retorted, "I told you I'm fine on my own. I won't get hurt. But you, hurry up and upgrade the thatched hut. I just went in and it's covered in dust. I would never want to live there." Chen Han turned to look at the only building in the territory, a thatched hut. Building, Lord's Residence. Level, Tier 1, Stage 1. Durability, 1000 to 1000. Upgrade cost, 20 building points. Function, Lord's Residence, providing rest. Upgrading improves appearance and internal structure. Chapter 3 Void Creatures Attack. Chen Han looked at Miao Kiki with a helpless expression and said, "We don't have many building points right now. As long as the house is habitable, there's no need to pursue something too nice." Miao Kiki, however, was not buying it. She grabbed his hand and pleaded, "Master brother, I want a prettier house, okay?" Her tone was soft and coaxing. Chen Han hesitated for a moment, but she continued to pester him. Please upgrade this thatched hut." Her sweet, childlike voice was hard to refuse. He sighed and had just agreed to upgrade it once when, before he could finish speaking, Miao Kiki pounced on him, hugging him and pleading, "No! Don't you have 100 building points? Upgrade it 5 times directly." Chen Han patiently explained that building more defensive towers would be safer. But Miao Kiki insisted. "No problem." Her tone was resolute, leaving him completely helpless. He also knew that the relationship between the Lord and the hero had to be maintained, and that the consequences of a hero's death would be severe. After thinking it over, he chose to compromise. Given that the first day's trial wasn't too difficult, Chen Han decided to take a gamble. He pressed the upgrade button 5 times, consuming all his building points. The next second, white light enveloped the thatched hut, and its size rapidly expanded, eventually transforming it into a simple yet complete wooden building, standing abruptly on the wasteland. Miao Kiki ran inside excitedly, like she'd received a new toy. Chen Han muttered something and followed her in. As soon as she entered the room, she pounced on the bed. "So comfortable! Much better than before!" She rolled around on the bed, overjoyed. Chen Han smiled and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Miao Kiki nodded. "Yes. Thank you, Master Dash." Before she could finish speaking, a system notification suddenly sounded. "The barrier has been attacked by void creatures. Please handle it as soon as possible." Chen Han's expression changed, and he immediately told her to go out and meet the enemy. The two went outside and saw 5 small, green-skinned goblins frantically pounding on the barrier, wielding wooden clubs and with ferocious expressions. These monsters were the lowest level void creatures of Tier 1, Stage 1, and their combat strength was weak. The barrier's durability was decreasing slowly, so it was clearly a limited threat. Chen Han judged that if there was only one, he could even handle it himself. After all, he had practiced martial arts since childhood, and his physical fitness and fighting ability were quite good. Miao Kiki squinted at him. So, you're pretty brave, huh? Chen Han replied directly. Just kidding, I'm super brave, okay. She glanced at him, smiled, and said, Alright, I'll save one for you to practice with later. Chen Han nodded without hesitation. No problem. Chapter 4 Settlement Rewards. Outside the barrier, the movement space is only about 50 meters. Beyond that, it is shrouded in thick fog. This white fog is known as the Fog of War, and void creatures are born within it. The Lord's Code clearly states that this is a forbidden zone. Whether Lord or hero, once you step into the mist, you will be forever lost. However, to slay the void creatures, you must leave the barrier, so never stray into the mist during combat. However, Muko is a flying magic type hero. Those goblins scurrying about on the ground couldn't touch her at all. She flapped her black wings, soaring dozens of meters into the air. With a flick of her slender finger, a ball of light the size of a basketball appeared at her fingertip. Arcane missiles. The ball of light shot out like lightning, striking a goblin directly. With a deafening roar, the goblins were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving not even a trace. The remaining 4 goblins, terrified, dropped their weapons and frantically rushed into the mist, trying to escape. However, Mukoko wouldn't let them go. Letting them go meant a significant reduction in the completion rewards and Genesis crystals. 3 arcane missiles shot out swiftly, accurately striking the fleeing goblin. Only 1 goblin remained, stubbornly running away, its steps faltering, but its survival instinct kept it moving forward. Here you goblin, master! Miao Kiki bent down and grabbed the last goblin, throwing it back in front of the barrier. Chen Han excitedly stepped forward and said casually, This is my first time fighting a void creature. Coco, don't laugh at me if I don't perform well. Meow Coco snorted. That depends on the situation. Being too clumsy won't do. The goblin stared at Chen Han and pounced on him frantically, not even bothering to pick up its weapon. Chen Han crouched down, picked up the spiked club from the ground, and swung it with all his might. Crack. The spiked club struck the goblin on the head, killing it instantly. Phew, it was that easy. I feel like I could take on 5 at once. Chen Han put down his weapon, marveling that the goblin's fighting strength was only at the level of an average middle school student. Miao Kiki flew to his side, flapped her wings, and exclaimed in surprise, Master is not bad. I thought it would be a stalemate for a few rounds, but you defeated him in 1 move. Chen Han smiled and said, I am super brave. Miao Kiki playfully flew to him, touched his abs, and whispered, Amazing, Master Brother. System notification sounds. Battle over. Congratulations, Lord, on your victory in the first day of the trial, annihilating all void creatures. Rewards, 120 creation crystals, 150 Lord experience points, 300 hero experience points. Lord has leveled up to Tier 1, Stage 2, and territory has expanded. Talent effect, small chance to learn a new skill. As the rewards were distributed, the surrounding mist quickly dissipated, and a barrier enveloped Chen Han. But his mind was entirely focused on his new talent. Hard work? A low-probability skill learning opportunity? The chance of drawing a skill book was almost as slim as drawing a hero, but it would definitely boost his combat power. What's wrong, Master? Miao Kiki tilted her head and asked, her sweet scent wafting towards him. Chen Han swallowed hard and stammered. Nothing. Now that we have the creation crystal, let's draw another prize. Chapter 5, Second Lottery. Not only will void creatures attack during the 7-day trial, but invasions may also occur at any stage after becoming a lord. As long as you clear them out, you will receive a settlement reward. Moreover, the flesh of some void creatures is highly nutritious, and if cooked by a high-level canteen, it can even temporarily boost combat power. For lords eager to grow stronger quickly, this is undoubtedly an opportunity. They would love for void creatures to come more often to exchange for more resources and growth. But for those who simply want a peaceful life of farming, this is a problem. They prefer tranquility and don't want to be disturbed. Therefore, different lords have drastically different attitudes towards the void invasion. Some see it as an opportunity, while others see it as a threat. As for where these monsters come from and why there are rewards for killing them, only the Void Overlord probably knows the answer. Among the many speculations, the most widely circulated theory is that a kingdom of void creatures exists deep within the Fog of War, ruled by the Void Overlord. They constantly invade various territories in order to limit the expansion of the lords and prevent threats to themselves. But this is ultimately just speculation, and no one can confirm it. At this moment, Chen Han looked at the 120 creation crystals in his hand and directly opened the lottery interface. According to the rules, using divine crystals for the lottery in the early stages yields the highest returns. A Tier 1 Lord can only have one hero. If a hero is drawn, it will be converted into a summoning card, which can be used again at Tier 2. However, the probability of this is extremely low. Most people are aiming for defensive facilities and equipment. Chen Han had heard of someone who won the supreme level weapon, the Armstrong's Cyclone Jet Armstrong Cannon, on their second draw and subsequently swept across the battlefield. Thinking back to how he had drawn an S-level talent like Miao Kiki on his first try, Chen Han was also very confident about his luck this time. No matter what, it's definitely not bad. Without further hesitation, he directly used 100 divine crystals to start the lottery. A beam of light descended from the sky, but this time it wasn't the colorful light from before. Instead, it was a stream of purple light. The colors represent rarity: white, common; green, rare; purple, epic; gold, legendary; rainbow, supreme. Epic level, not bad, Chen Han thought to himself. The light faded, revealing a one-handed sword engraved with a white dragon pattern before him. Weapon: Longquan Sword. Rarity: epic effect, swordsmanship LV1, attack speed plus 25%, strength plus 25%. Not bad! Finally, a decent weapon, and it even comes with swordsmanship. Chen Han nodded in satisfaction. Although it wasn't top-tier equipment, it was sufficient for his current needs. He gripped the Longquan sword, and instantly a surge of power flowed into his body, flooding his mind with a wealth of swordsmanship memories, as if he had been practicing for over 2 years. Chen Han swung the sword with fluid, natural movements, displaying the demeanor of a master. You're really handsome, master! Miao Kiki praised with a smile. Chen Han was a little embarrassed. By the way, there's an experience pool after the settlement, which is perfect for leveling you up. The experience won't be added directly to the hero, but will go into the experience pool and be distributed by the Lord. Some choose to focus on developing a single core member, while others develop them evenly. Both have their reasons. Chen Han didn't hesitate and added all 300 experience points to Miao Kiki. The next moment, her aura surged, her level directly rising to the 4th stage of the first tier, and she became even more charming and alluring. Is this what a succubus is? It even gains charm with each level up. Chen Han couldn't help but complain. Miao Kiki stretched. I'm a little hungry, is there anything to eat? Yes, but it's just beginner rations, make do for now, Chen Han said. We'll build a canteen and eat better food once things stabilize. It doesn't matter, as long as there's food. Chapter 6: The Succubus's Reward. At this moment, inside the Lord's mansion, the dim light of a kerosene lamp flickered, illuminating the small room. Miao Kiki sat at the table, looking at a few packets of pickled vegetables and steamed buns, and sighed helplessly. She knew in her heart that the territory was still under construction and the food would definitely be simple, but the scene before her was still hard for her to accept. Chen Han stood aside, awkwardly smiling as he explained. Sorry, that's all we have. I hope you don't mind. Miao Kiki smiled slightly and replied easily. It's okay, as long as I can eat my fill. After saying that, she tore open the pickled vegetable packet, poured the pickled vegetables and juice onto the broken piece of bread, and made a simple pickled vegetables sandwich. She took a small bite, her brows furrowing slightly. Each awakened one possesses a storage space capable of preserving items from spoilage, but this meal was clearly inedible. Chen Han imitated her, taking a bite as well, and said with a wry smile, It's edible, but the taste is really... He knew that his current strength was insufficient, and he still needed Miao Kiki's combat power. He had to ensure she was well fed so she could be effective. So he quickly handed her some water. Sorry, I'll build a canteen for you once the 200 building points arrive at midnight. Miao Kiki took the water and smiled softly. Okay, thank you, master. The two quickly finished their barely edible meal, exchanging smiles. After eating, Chen Han checked the system time, 10 a.m. sharp. The Lord's Code stipulated that if a new Lord successfully repelled a void creature within the 7-day trial period, they would not be invaded again for 12 hours. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he could rest for a moment. Just then, Miao Kiki appeared beside Chen Han like a ghost, resting her chin on her hands, a smile on her lips, and whispered in a cute, childlike voice. Master, shouldn't you pay me for annihilating the void creatures? Chen Han's lips twitched. Payment? You wouldn't be thinking of... Miao Kiki chuckled and interrupted. You know that too, right? Luckily you upgraded your lord's manor, the environment is much better now. Chen Han was taken aback, realizing she just wanted a better manor environment. In the early stages, the manor wasn't very useful for survival, but she still insisted on upgrading it. Miao Kiki stared at him playfully. Master, don't try to deny it. Chen Han quickly protested. I didn't. She raised the corner of her mouth and smiled wickedly. Do you think I'd believe you? Chen Han sighed helplessly. I didn't. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. Miao Kiki winked and teased. The succubus law says that men who lie go to jail. Chen Han was speechless. You succubi don't have any men, you know. Miao Kiki reached out and lightly touched his lips and laughed. Speaking of which, your lips are chapped, I can be your lip balm. The next morning, sunlight streamed onto Chen Han's face. He slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. After a moment, he realized he was in the Lord's manor. He stretched, his whole body aching. The faint fragrance in the air refreshed him. He looked at Miao Kiki. Her cheeks were rosy, and she looked shy and radiant. He gently stroked her pink hair and smiled faintly. Miao Kiki seemed to sense the movement, opened her beautiful eyes, and asked teasingly, What's wrong, master brother? Chen Han smiled and said, Sorry to wake you, Kiki, you're just too cute. Miao Kiki snorted. You're so good with words, but I like men who tell the truth. Chapter 7 Territory Remodeling. Another hour passed before Chen Han and Miao Kiki finally got up. After washing up, Chen Han couldn't wait to run outside to check. It was already past 10 a.m., nearly 12 hours after the first wave of void creature attacks, and the protection period had ended. The most important thing now is to use the 200 building points given by the system to start building infrastructure. Chen Han opened the building menu. The canteen, well, farmland and goddess altar were lined up in a row, each building with a different function. The canteen could cook delicious food, the well provided pure water, the farmland grew crops, and the goddess altar could heal lords or hero units. He secretly calculated that these basic buildings were more urgently needed than defensive structures like fire towers. Several beams of light suddenly descended from the sky, instantly bringing the wilderness to life. The dining hall was built behind the mansion, with farmland in front, and a well and a goddess altar on the left and right, respectively, resembling an exquisite little courtyard. Chen Han opened the farmland panel and found that he could plant rice, wheat, carrots, and potatoes, but normally these crops would be difficult to harvest in the short term. However, he knew that creation crystals could solve almost all problems. As long as enough crystals were consumed, he could accelerate crop maturity, and even instantly kill enemies when void creatures attacked. Chen Han looked at Miao Kiki and casually asked, Kiki, what do you want to eat? Miao Kiki thought for a moment and said, Humans have French fries, right? Then let's plant potatoes. Chen Han nodded and chose to plant potatoes in the farmland. Each small plot only requires 5 Genesis crystals to complete planting. When the operation is performed, tiny beams of light fall like shooting stars, burying the seeds in the soil. Then, Chen Han did not hesitate to choose to accelerate the maturation, consuming 10 Genesis crystals. Instantly, sunlight shone above the farmland as potato sprouts burst forth from the soil, growing at an astonishing rate. In less than a minute, a vibrant green patch appeared on the barren plain, bursting with life. Miao Kiki's eyes widened in amazement. How amazing! Are they ripe already? Chen Han said with a smile. Let's go dig potatoes. The chef who was given to us when the cafeteria was built can turn them into all sorts of dishes, so you'll have plenty to eat from now on. Miao Kiki jumped up excitedly. Dig potatoes! Dig potatoes! Completely immersed in the novel experience, she discovered that potatoes are buried in the ground, not growing on trees. In less than 10 minutes, she had dug up all the potatoes in the entire field, covered in mud, but still overjoyed. Master, this is so much fun! I want to dig more potatoes! Chen Han gently brushed the mud off his body and stored all the potatoes in his personal space. This is enough for us to eat for half a month. Let's go to the cafeteria and see what the chefs are making. Miao Kiki's eyes sparkled. Yay! I want to eat French fries. Finally, she didn't have to endure the days of eating pickled vegetables and a steamed bun anymore, and her heart was filled with anticipation and excitement. Chapter 8 Elf Chef. Chen Han had always been curious about Miao Kiki's identity. Potatoes grow in the ground. This is common knowledge that almost all races understand. Yet Miao Kiki knew about French fries but seemed to have overlooked the raw materials, which aroused some doubt in Chen Han's mind. If she were truly of noble birth, how could she have fallen to become his hero? Every hero unit he drew was someone who had lost their territory and was forced to sign a contract with the Void Overlord. Their fates were beyond their control. Like impoverished people in ancient times, they were forced to sell themselves for survival. Meow Keek's initial level was only Tier 1, Stage 3, which meant she might have given up resistance on the second or third day of the trial and been overwhelmed by the void creatures. With her strength, she could handle these monsters even without summoning heroes. Chen Han shook his head. Forget it, I won't think too much about it. She didn't want to talk about it last night, and it would be impolite to press her further. The two entered the cafeteria, and Chen Han was stunned. The chef provided by the cafeteria was an absolutely stunning woman, long blonde hair cascading down her shoulders, fair skin that shimmered, delicate features, and eyes as bright as stars. Her white coarse cloth dress fluttered in the wind, making her look more like a beauty pageant contestant than a chef. Her ears were long and slender. Chen Han knew she was an elf without even checking her information. She sat on a wooden chair, gazing tenderly at Chen Han and Meow Kiki. Name, Emily. Race, elf. Status, guard. Rank, Tier 1, Stage 30300. Talent, S rank. Skills, cooking LV4, detoxification LV3. Upon seeing Chen Han, Emily smiled, stood up, and bowed. My lord, do you need my help? Meow Kiki excitedly exclaimed. I want to eat fries. Can the chef make them? Emily nodded. Yes, we can, but the equipment is basic, so the taste may be slightly different. Please forgive us. Meow Kiki carried several large potatoes to the kitchen. It's okay, as long as we have something to eat. Chen Han took out potatoes from his spatial bag. Just do as Kiki said, make 2 servings of fries, and try making mashed potatoes while we're at it. Emily smiled and nodded. No problem, I can do it. Chen Han casually asked. Emily, are you aware of the current situation? Yes, I am working as the Lord's personal chef in his territory. Is there a problem? It's fine, as long as you don't mind. Chen Han was secretly shocked. This was another S-rank talent. This meant extremely high growth potential. It was lucky to have one S-rank talent out of 10,000 people. Now, his territory, his initial hero, and the canteen chef all had S-rank talents, and they were all beautiful. His luck was simply too incredible. Just as the two were waiting for their fries, a loud boom echoed outside the barrier. Meow Kiki asked in confusion. Has the void creature invasion begun? Chen Han laughed. Probably. The fries will taste even better after we've fought them. The screen displayed, type, black-bristled wild boar level, Tier 1, Stage 3 description, sharp tusks, huge size, thick skin and meat, a common void creature. Chen Han was secretly pleased. Good luck, I learned about this in high school, the meat of this kind of void creature is edible. These black-bristled boars are quite valuable, solving the initial meat shortage problem. In the endless void, meat is difficult to cultivate, requiring livestock farms and skills, and growth cannot be accelerated. Now a dozen or so boars are a godsend. I'm thrilled. Chapter 9. Things are finally starting to look up. Just as Chen Han was figuring out how to deal with the pork, a humanoid creature suddenly emerged from the fog of war. It roared, swung its staff, and a fireball slammed into the barrier, instantly reducing its durability by over 1,000 points. Keep in mind, it took over a dozen black-bristled boars 2.5 minutes to damage it by a little over 500 points. Just how strong is this thing? Type, Wild Boar Mage Level, Tier 1, Stage 7 Description, an evolved form of the black-maned wild boar, highly intelligent and capable of magic. An evolved creature? It appeared on only the second day? Chen Han was stunned. Normally, evolved creatures are all boss level, usually only appearing on the last day of the trial to deliver the final blow to the new lord. How come he encountered one on the very second day? It's simply illogical. Meow Kiki, however, laughed easily. Just a standing wild boar, watch me. She flapped her wings and flew towards the boar mage, lightly tapping her finger. Arcane missiles. Seeing this, the boar mage also raised his withered wooden staff, chanting an incantation, and a blazing fireball hurtled towards him. Boom! The arcane missiles collided with the fireball in midair, the shockwave sweeping outwards. Several black-bristled boars were sent flying, crashing into rocks. One even had its skull pierced and died instantly. The two powerful warriors were evenly matched in their first exchange, and the battle instantly became tense. The boar mage roared, preparing to unleash a stronger spell, only to find that Makoko had vanished. Here you are, little wild boar! Came her teasing voice from behind. It turned around and saw that Meow Kiki had already circled behind it, and a huge magic ball came flying like a cannonball. Bang! The magic ball hit the wild boar mage with a deafening roar, and it flew backward with a scream, kicking up dust. When the dust settled, the wild boar mage's upper body was completely annihilated, leaving only its mangled body lying on the ground. With a smile, Meow Kiki boasted of her strength to Chen Han, claiming it would be a fatal blow. Chen Han nodded appreciatively and gave a thumbs up, not wanting to be outdone. He drew his Longquan sword and dashed out of the barrier, only to be met by 2 black-bristled wild boars. His sword flashed, piercing the neck of the first boar, and with a swift stroke, its head fell to the ground, its 2-meter-tall body crashing to the ground. Another boar roared and charged, seemingly oblivious to the danger. Chen Han dodged to the side, his longsword piercing its body, and it quickly ceased its struggle. Meow Kiki picked up the boar mage's withered wooden staff and began clearing out the remaining black-bristled boars. She chose to kill them by hammering rather than using arcane bombardment, to preserve the intact pieces of meat. Within a minute the last one fell. "It's over! Pork, pork, I love pork!" Meow Kiki hummed excitedly. Chen Han looked at her melee kill record and admired her. "Amazing, I didn't expect you to be so strong in melee combat as a mage." System notification sounds. Battle over. Day 2 trial successful. All void creatures annihilated. Evolved high-level creatures detected. Rewards doubled. 2 ice towers, 2 flame towers, 800 Genesis crystals, 1000 Lord experience, 3000 hero experience. Level increased to Tier 1, Stage 5. Territory expanded. Looking at the information panel, Chen Han's lips curled up slightly. Finally, there's some progress! He had advanced to the 5th stage of the first rank on the 2nd day of the trial, and he would probably be able to directly reach the 2nd rank by the end of the 7 days. His gains far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 10 Deploying Defense Towers, Chen Han said in a low voice. "Let's deploy the defense towers first." He took out the 4 defense tower cards he had just acquired from his spatial bag, and his gaze swept over the territory that had expanded to 3,000 square meters, with a radius of slightly over 30 meters. He planned to deploy the defense towers in the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north to relieve the pressure on Meow Kiki. This way, they could respond promptly no matter which direction the enemy attacked from. However, a thought flashed through his mind for a moment. Would it be better to deploy only on one side, with Meow Kiki guarding the other, making the strategy more focused? After weighing the options, Chen Han decided on a balanced deployment. The defensive structures could be moved once a day for free, so even if the current layout wasn't perfect, it could still be adjusted in the future. This ensures that there are defenders on all 4 sides, preventing any gaps in the defense. After the cards are placed, the images of the Flame Tower and Ice Tower gradually become clearer, slowly transforming into 3D projections, and then into real buildings. The Flame Tower appears to be just a ball of fire burning on top of a stone pillar, while the Ice Tower has a large block of ice embedded on top of a pillar. The overall design is simple, but the effect is yet to be seen. Chen Han muttered to himself. "I wonder how powerful these defensive towers are. Hopefully they'll be effective." Just then, Meow Kiki walked up to Chen Han, her pink tail wagging happily. "These are defensive towers? They don't look very impressive." She walked around 2 of the towers and couldn't help but complain. Chen Han's face darkened. "Why are you dressed like this?" Meow Kiki tilted her head and asked. "There's no one here, what are you afraid of?" "What, you did that kind of thing to me last night, and now you're shy seeing me dressed like this?" Chen Han quickly defended himself. "That's not it." But in his heart, he still understood that this trial territory was like a closed single-player world, and loneliness was everywhere. "Put on my clothes first. I don't want anyone to see your body," Chen Han said softly. Meow Kiki sighed, her face showing displeasure. "Fine, what a troublesome man." But deep down, she felt warmth. Chen Han didn't discriminate against her because she was a succubus. Instead, he treated her like an ordinary woman. Succubi are often seen as unclean or obscene by other races because they are all women and their reproduction depends on absorbing male power. But Chen Han showed no disgust and even cared whether others would see her skin, which warmed Meow Kiki's heart. "Indeed, I made the right choice. Chen Han is the master I should serve." She took the shirt, her cheeks slightly flushed, shy yet determined. The light in her eyes was like a blooming flower, warm and captivating. Then, a delicious aroma wafted from the cafeteria. Emily came out carrying a tray. "My lord, the fries and mashed potatoes are ready, please enjoy." Chen Han and Meow Kiki's eyes lit up at the smell, and they couldn't wait to dig in. The fries were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, dipped in smooth mashed potatoes. Absolutely delicious, even better than what they had at the Splatoon restaurant. Meow Kiki ate excitedly, and a plate of fries disappeared in no time. She shouted, "Bring them all up! I won't have any fighting power if I don't eat my fill, and I can't protect my master brother if I don't have any fighting power." Chen Han couldn't help but laugh as he watched her wolf down her food. Although they were summoned beings, they were real and had life of their own, not just NPCs who would obey orders. Chapter 11: The Ice Tower and the Flame Tower. Chen Han sat at a table in the cafeteria, gazing out the window at the desolate world, his expression gradually growing solemn. If the territory were breached by void creatures or other lords, both Miao Kiki and Emily would die. More people would join him in the future, sharing life and death. Therefore, Chen Han understood that only by continuing to win, even at a heavy price, could he not retreat. In this cruel world, he trusted only everything within his territory. Everyone else was his enemy. He murmured, "An eternal and indestructible myth, then I'll see for myself what it truly is." A day passed quickly, and Chen Han generously gave all 3,000 experience points to Miao Kiki, directly elevating her to Tier 1, Stage 9, and granting her the new skill, Shadow of the Night. While the skills in this world aren't detailed, it's certain that their power will drastically increase with level. For example, arcane missiles might even evolve into a large-scale, devastating attack. In contrast, Night Demon is explicitly marked as dealing area of effect damage, making it a true AoE skill with considerable power. Miao Kiki asked curiously, "Chen Han, what's going on? Why did I learn a new skill as soon as I woke up?" Chen Han casually replied, "You've leveled up 5 times in a row, learning a skill is normal, right?" Actually, he wasn't telling the truth. A lord's talent can affect a hero, and once exposed, it could shake everyone's trust. No one could easily accept the truth of being forced into loyalty. Miao Kiki seemed to sense something but didn't press further, only whispering, "Maybe." Just as she was about to go find Emily to get breakfast, a notification sounded in Chen Han's mind. "The barrier has been attacked by void creatures. Please handle it as soon as possible, Lord." Chen Han frowned and said, "You're really punctual, arriving so early." Miao Kiki said excitedly, "Perfect timing to try out my new skill." The monsters that attacked this time resembled magnified tarantulas dozens of times, numbering 50 or 60 in total. Each possessed the strength of a Tier 1, Stage 7 monster, and they densely surrounded the barrier, attacking relentlessly. The giant spider monsters had hard shells and would self-destruct when near death. The defensive towers within the barrier immediately retaliated. Ice towers continuously fired ice arrows at extremely high speeds, rapidly freezing the ground upon impact and significantly reducing the spider monster's movement speed. But the problem was also obvious. The damage wasn't enough. As time went on, the monsters even stopped dodging the ice arrows and continued their relentless assault on the barrier. Meanwhile, the flame tower continuously launched fireballs with astonishing power, each strike creating a large crater. A spider monster was hit head-on and severely injured on the spot. However, the fireballs were too slow and had an extremely low hit rate, with most attacks missing their mark and only creating craters on the ground, posing little threat to the enemy. Chen Han looked at this scene with a somewhat grim expression. Could it be that these two towers are meant to be used in combination? The textbooks only taught how to match defensive towers with monsters, but they never mentioned that the difference between these two types of towers was so absurd. Chapter 12: Upgrading the Flame Tower. Chen Han rubbed his temples, inwardly complaining, "Luckily, I can rearrange the defensive towers today." He decided to divide the 4 defensive towers into 2 groups and move them all to the left side of the area. Sure enough, the Ice Tower and the Flame Tower worked together, and their combat power was significantly enhanced. The Ice Tower relentlessly fired ice arrows, successfully restricting the giant spider monster's movements. The Flame Tower bombarded it with fireballs, causing massive damage. In less than 3 minutes, the spider monsters began to suffer casualties, fallen creatures littering the ground. Miao Kiki excitedly shouted, "These defensive towers are amazing! I'm going to hunt spider monsters in the east." Chen Han nodded. "Okay, then I'll leave it to you." With that, she spread her wings and swiftly rushed out of the barrier. Noticing someone's presence, the spider monster, which had been attacking the right side barrier, changed its target, unleashing a dense barrage of silk threads at Miao Kiki in the air. Miao Kiki's lips curled into a slight smile, and a dark aura rapidly spread, the shadow of the night. In an instant, the surroundings plunged into darkness, and countless black blades, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, lunged at the spider monster. Sizzle, clang, 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 roar! The sharp blades clashed with the spider monsters, producing ear-piercing sounds. 8 long legs thrashed wildly, but could not withstand the fatal attack. In just a few seconds, the night dissipated, leaving the ground littered with the shattered corpses of the spider monsters, green blood splattering everywhere, emitting a pungent stench. With a single move, Meow Kiki had annihilated 30 giant spider monsters. The scene was utterly terrifying. On the other side, Chen Han watched as the 4 defensive towers launched fireballs and ice arrows, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. These are so different from the defensive towers I imagined, he muttered to himself. With the support of the ice towers, the fire towers, though having a high hit rate, still required more than 10 consecutive attacks to kill a single giant spider monster, and the damage was scattered, resulting in slow casualties. Checking the barrier information panel, he saw that its durability was only 2/3 remaining. Relying solely on defensive towers to protect the territory was simply wishful thinking. He turned his gaze to the flame tower. I received 500 building points this morning. Let's try upgrading it. Without hesitation, Chen Han consumed 60 building points to upgrade the flame tower to Tier 1, Stage 5. The moment the upgrade was complete, a bright light appeared in the dim sky, rapidly growing larger and more dazzling. With a deafening roar, a red light erupted like lightning, and a wave of intense heat swept across the surroundings. The giant spider monster was devoured and reduced to ashes, while others in the distance were blasted away by the shockwave. The flame tower continued to fire fireballs, the scorching flames leaving wounds on the spider monster's body, continuing to burn it. Chen Han glanced at the other flame tower and thought to himself, "Fine, I'll upgrade it when I have the building points." He consumed another 60 building points, unleashing another fire meteor that struck the core of the enemy horde. With both towers attacking, the monster-killing speed increased significantly, and the spider monster army on the left was completely wiped out. Not bad, I thought I'd have to handle this. Chen Han turned around and saw Meow Kiki leisurely eating mashed potatoes. She smiled smugly. Hee, the new skill I learned last night is quite useful. It consumes a lot of magic power, and can only be used once in a short time, but the effect is definitely worth it. Chen Han's gaze swept to the eastern side of the barrier, where the ground was full of wreckage. He was secretly shocked. Is this the strength of a supreme-level hero? It's terrifying. Chapter 13. Another boss appears. Amazing! I really envy you. We humans can't even cast magic in the early stages. I wonder when we can sweep everything away like you. Chen Han sighed helplessly. Humans are almost at the bottom among all the races in the heavens. They are physically weak, have short lifespans, and are one of the few races that cannot use magic before awakening. Although humans excel at developing advanced technology, Chen Han yearns even more to become powerful enough to rule without relying on tools. A hint of regret flashed across Meow Kiki's face. There's nothing to envy. My race isn't exactly great either. By the way, how are the rewards this time? With so many giant spider monsters, there should be quite a few creation crystals, right? Chen Han was stunned. Right, what about the settlement reward? The monsters had clearly been wiped out, so why hadn't it arrived yet? Roar! A deafening roar came from outside the barrier, accompanied by a violent tremor of the earth, as if the whole world was shaking. Chen Han's eyes widened, and he saw a huge figure about 5 meters tall slowly appearing deep within the fog of war. 8 scarlet eyes flickered in the mist, exuding a mysterious and terrifying aura. Each step it took resounded, sending chills down one's spine. Finally, the monster fully revealed itself, several times larger than the giant spider monster, resembling a moving hill. Type: Demonized Spider Monster Level, Tier 1, Stage 10. Description: An evolved form of the giant spider monster, skilled in dark magic, with intelligence almost approaching that of a human. Another evolved void creature? Void Overlord, are you kidding me? Chen Han was incredibly frustrated. He thought the boss would only appear on the last day of the trial, but he encountered it on the second day, and then again on the third. Meow Kiki frowned slightly, also sensing something amiss. The boss's repeated appearances meant that things were very unusual. She glanced at Chen Han, gasped, but quickly dismissed the thought. It couldn't be him. Master, I'll go meet it. Okay, be careful. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Meow Kiki spread her wings and headed straight for the demonized spider monster. The monster keenly sensed that she was the most dangerous being, and temporarily refrained from attacking the barrier, instead focusing its 8 eyes on Meow Kiki high in the sky, its gaze flashing with ferocity. The next second, a black beam of light shot out from its eye, hurtling towards Meow Coco like lightning. But Meow Coco was faster. With a light flap of its wings, it instantly dodged the beam of light like a phantom, while simultaneously conjuring a colorless magic ball the size of a basketball, an arcane missile, at its fingertip. With a deafening roar, the magic ball hurtled out like a cannonball, striking the mutated spider monster head-on. The massive creature tried to dodge quickly, but couldn't completely avoid it, and was forced back 2.5 steps amidst the deafening crash. Roar! 8 scarlet eyes flashed with anger, clearly enraged by the arcane missile. Miao Kiki frowned slightly, sensing an abnormal fluctuation in the surrounding magical energy. An invisible force was sweeping towards her. Mental magic? Mental magic belongs to the high-level element. Life. Almost silent and deadly, killing without a trace. Once struck, one might not even know the cause of their death. Miao Kiki thought to herself, interrupting the spell casting would avert the crisis. She quickly closed the distance, flying above the mutated spider monster, and delivered a precise spinning kick to its eye, instantly interrupting the mental magic casting. Roar! The mutated spider monster let out a series of miserable screams, staggering back several steps. Miao Kiki seized the opportunity, launching arcane missiles in quick succession, accurately bombarding all 8 of its legs, completely destroying them and rendering it immobile. Chapter 14 New Talent. Boom! With a deafening roar, the massive body of the mutated spider monster crashed to the ground, sending dust billowing up like a mini-earthquake. The smoke and dust blotted out the sun, making the whole scene resemble a large-scale demolition site. Miao Kiki, however, remained vigilant, her eyes fixed on every subtle movement within the smoke and dust. Sure enough, 3 black beams shot out instantly, one aimed directly at her brow, while the other 2 blocked her movement. Without warning, certain death was assured. But this was merely a death throes. Miao Kiki dodged to the side, easily avoiding the attack, a cold smile playing on her lips. Humph, used up all your trump cards, huh? Now it's my turn! Arcane missiles in her hand rained down on the demonized spider monster's back, the explosions deafening. A piercing roar echoed through the air, but it couldn't stop Miao Kiki's offensive. Chen Han wasn't idle either. The mutated spider monster was immobilized, and Miao Kiki's suppressive fire was intense. He seized the opportunity to deliver the finishing blows while simultaneously honing his swordsmanship. After 5 minutes of fierce fighting, the mutated spider monster's roar gradually dissipated, and a system notification sounded. Battle over. Congratulations, Lord, for annihilating the void creatures. Rewards doubled. Defense towers, catapults, bathhouses, residences, 1,400 creation crystals. Chen Han was stunned. At the same time, the system notified him that his Lord level had increased to Tier 1, Stage 8, and his talent had unlocked a new effect nightly Revelry. All female units in his territory that are devoted to him gain plus 100% combat power. Miao Kiki's devotion doubled his combat power. The incredible effect almost made his jaw drop. Miao Kiki felt a powerful surge of energy flow into her body, a comfortable and pleasant sensation, like soaking in a hot spring after working continuously for 24 hours. She stammered, "My power has almost doubled. Could it be the effect of Master's talent?" She instantly realized that this increase in power was entirely due to Chen Han's talent. She was shocked and excited, secretly marveling. A transcendent lord could usually only increase the power of his subordinates by a quarter, which was already monstrous. But Chen Han could double it for her, without any preconditions. Even the strongest lord of the succubus race could only increase it by 40%, and this talent was truly heaven-defying. Miao Kiki's mind was in turmoil, as if her scientific worldview had been completely overturned. She simply cleared her mind, flew to Chen Han, her tail held high, and playfully asked, "Master, am I very powerful?" Chen Han smiled and reached out to pat her head. "Powerful! If it weren't for you, I might have died in the void creature invasion long ago." Miao Kiki felt proud and a bright smile bloomed on her face, but she still asked with a mischievous grin, "So, what's the reward?" Chen Han shrugged helplessly. "I know, I just can't do anything with you." In the cafeteria, Emily sighed. "Miss Coco is amazing, I also want to fight, but all I can do is cook." Miao Coco chewed on a pork sandwich and replied with a smile. "Emily, your cooking is also great. If it weren't for your delicious food, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to keep going." Emily smiled at Chen Han. "My lord, I tried the spider monster's meat. It's poisonous and coarse, so I don't recommend eating it." Chen Han sighed helplessly. He had wanted to try a new ingredient, but it was clear that the spider monster was not suitable as food. He glanced at Miao Kiki and was secretly amazed by her appetite, a lowly-sized girl, yet a true glutton. Chapter 15 A miracle with a single draw. Chen Han frowned, suddenly realizing something. "Emily, you just said you tried. Did you eat those spider meat yourself?" Emily nodded and smiled. "Yes. As a chef, to judge whether something tastes good or not, whether it's edible or not, I have to try it myself. Besides, I have an antidote. I only ate a small bite, so I won't be poisoned." Chen Han's face darkened. He thought to himself that this girl was really going all out. He had only asked casually, but she actually ate it. He pressed. Are you sure it's okay? Absolutely fine. Emily suddenly added. My lord, if possible, I'd like to process those spider remains to level up my cooking skills. Chen Han nodded slightly. Use them as you like. I'll go to the farm and get some fresh ingredients for you later. Emily gracefully curtsied. Thank you, your majesty. Guards and commoners level up differently than lords or heroes. They grow slowly through daily experience. Cooks level up by cooking more dishes, blacksmiths by forging more, farmers by planting more crops, and soldiers by fighting more. This is gradual growth, requiring patience. After finishing his meal, Chen Han let out a satisfied burp, his eyes landing on the 2,200 creation crystals on the information screen, a restless urge stirring within him. In his past life, he was a complete spendthrift, never hesitating to participate in lotteries. Now that he finally had the chance, he decided to do a 20 pull, saving 200 for daily use. Draw activate! As soon as he finished speaking, 1,000 creation crystals vanished instantly, and 10 streaks of light appeared in the sky, falling like shooting stars. However, the result was 9 whites and 1 green. Congratulations on winning. Iron Sword X1 congratulations on winning. Cloth Armor X1 congratulations on winning. Blue and White Maid Outfit X1 Chen Han almost vomited blood. Within 10 draws, he only had 1 green item as a guarantee. He was unwilling to give up, so he did another 10 draw congratulations on winning. Wooden Staff X1 congratulations on winning. Lolita Dress X1 congratulations on winning. Pure White Stockings X1. 9 white and 1 green again. Chen Han was on the verge of tears. 20 draws and not even a purple glow. This is outrageous. Seeing this, Miaoka teased. Master isn't in a good mood. Do you need me to give you a massage? Chen Han covered his face. Coco, don't add fuel to the fire, my heart is broken. Meow Coco stared at the Lolita dress and stockings, and grinned mischievously. Your luck is actually not bad. If I wear these too, it can increase attack speed and critical hit rate. Chen Han was speechless. I'd prefer to give you more. She put the item into her pocket, stood on tiptoe and patted Chen Han's shoulder. It's okay if you didn't get anything good, I can handle the void creature invasion by myself. Chen Han sighed. Ugh, so painful. No, I have to do one more draw. A single draw can bring a miracle. Meow Kiki teased. Are you sure you don't want to do another 1,000,000,000 draws? Chen Han decisively. Don't worry, this is the last draw. To avoid impulsive spending, he first spent 15 creation crystals to buy the remaining 3 types of seeds in his farmland, then had no reason to continue drawing lots. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely clicked the draw button. In an instant, the world seemed to be stirred, the earth trembled, and a rainbow-colored meteor streaked across the sky towards his territory. 7-colored light! Something good has arrived! Meow Kiki exclaimed. Master, you can't really be the chosen one, can you? Chen Han proudly replied. 1 shot, 1 kill! As expected of me. Half a minute later, the colorful light dissipated, and a supreme-level rare character card appeared, an angel pattern, finally appearing before his eyes. Chapter 16 Angel Race. Chen Han checked the newly acquired hero information. The interface clearly showed Mia, Angel Race, Tier 1, Stage 10, S-Rank Talent, Comprehensive Skills, Complete in Offense, Defense, and Support, but not yet summoned. Seeing this panel, Meow Kiki was stunned and couldn't help but whisper. It's actually an Angel Race. This luck is too outrageous. The Angel Race ranks among the top of all races, one of the 7 strongest races. This race is naturally powerful, proficient in magic and melee combat, and possesses various high-level abilities, even dabbling in resurrection spells. Their overall strength is terrifying. Even more astonishingly, the Angel Race occupies vast territories in the endless void, with countless powerful individuals. It is indeed difficult to understand why such beings would become summonable heroes. Chen Han listened with a smug look on his face. How about that? Now you believe in my luck, right? Meow Kiki sighed helplessly. It really is good. Once you reach Tier 2 and summon her, I won't have to fight alone anymore. Chen Han smiled and patted her head. I hope she'll be a hero as cute as you. Meow Kiki raised an eyebrow. So you think I'm good looking? Of course. After a brief exchange of banter, Chen Han turned his attention back to business and began checking on Meow Kiki's status. She had already reached the maximum level of Tier 1, Stage 10, but because she hadn't broken through to the Lord rank, she couldn't advance to Tier 2. What a pity I haven't reached Tier 2 yet and you're stuck too, Meow Kiki said nonchalantly with a smile. It's not a big problem, But remember to give me my reward when you're done. Chen Han's face darkened. Got it. The spider monster attack reduced the barrier's durability by a third, and it will take at least a day to recover. And the trial has only been going on for 3 days. There are still 4 more dangerous days to come. Chen Han couldn't help but complain. This difficulty is outrageous. The first day was addition and subtraction, the second day it's multiplication and division, and the third day it's calculus? But higher risks come higher rewards. Stronger enemies mean more rewards and faster development. However, this surge in strength is indeed a bit overwhelming. He currently has 380 building points and his territory has expanded to 6,000 square meters. It's time to strengthen his defenses. Chen Han went outside and embedded the catapult and archer towers between the ice tower and the flame tower. He then consumed 360 building points to upgrade all 6 defensive towers to Tier 1, Stage 5, compensating for the lack of firepower. The upgraded defensive system was significantly more balanced. The ice tower provided slowing and control, the flame tower offered burst damage, and the catapult and archer towers supplemented sustained output, resulting in a substantial increase in overall combat power. With the defenses complete, Chen Han began considering infrastructure. A bathhouse would be built next to the Lord's residence for daily use. As for civilian dwellings, that would have to wait until resources arrived. After all, there wasn't a single civilian in the territory yet. Chapter 17 Undead Army Invasion. In this territory, there are 6 types of identities: Lord, Hero, Guard, Commoner, Slave, and Tourist. As the Lord, Chen Han has the power to reshape his territory and expel his subjects. If he dies or fails the 7-day trial, the entire territory will be destroyed. Heroes, like Makoko, were once qualified to be lords, but after their territories were destroyed, they signed a contract with the Void Overlord and lived by relying on others. Guards like Emily can also participate in battles through training, and there are even rumors that they were once lost lords or heroes, but the truth of this remains unknown. Civilians are native inhabitants of the Void and can be recruited by consuming creation crystals through various buildings. Slaves were the subjects of defeated lords, and once defeated, their fate was entirely in the hands of the victors. As for tourists, they are outsiders. Once they enter the territory, their power will be suppressed, and they will have to obey the Lord's orders. These roles each have their own responsibilities, and none can be omitted. Chen Han muttered to himself. I'll think about it tomorrow. I'll send the crops to Emily first. Hopefully, she can have something good to eat tonight. Time quickly passed to the evening of the second day. Unexpectedly, no void creatures attacked all day, which made Chen Han even more uneasy, as he felt that an even greater crisis was brewing. To make matters worse, there was heavy fog today, with extremely low visibility. You could barely see anything more than 10 meters away. Once they leave the barrier and step into the fog of war, the consequences will be unimaginable. Now that the territory has expanded to 6,000 square meters, the difficulty of defense has increased dramatically. Chen Han said in a low voice, I hope we get some normal void creatures. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an explosion suddenly came from outside the barrier, followed by the simultaneous activation of the defensive towers and the sounding of alarms. Miao Keek's expression was grave. Master, the void creatures have arrived. There are many of them, at least 1,000. Chen Han was shocked. Thousands? That's outrageous. She nodded and added. However, its individual strength is not strong. It's much weaker than yesterday's spider monster. Chen Han quickly made a judgment. I will coordinate the defense towers. You fight near the barrier and don't step into the fog of war. Miao Kiki chuckled. Don't worry, I still want to see you become a transcendent lord. With that, she flapped her wings and flew to the east. Soon after, dark figures gradually appeared in the mist. Zombies, skeletons, mummies, ghosts, and various other undead races appeared one after another. Their levels were generally low, but their numbers were dense and almost endless. This time, the enemy is no longer a single monster, but an entire undead army. They surged in like a tidal wave, a dark, swarming mass, exuding a putrid stench, as if the end of the world had arrived, sending chills down one's spine. Chen Han couldn't help but complain. The day before yesterday I was wondering if there would be a zombie apocalypse, and it actually happened. The undead were everywhere, roaring as they charged at the barrier, tearing and crashing into it in a terrifying scene. All 8 defensive towers were operating at full capacity, unleashing their full firepower. The ice tower is no longer just for slowing down monsters, it can now directly kill them. The flame tower rains down fireballs, each explosion taking away 2 or 3 monsters. The catapults continuously launch boulders, causing area damage, but the slow-moving archer towers fire rapidly, their arrows accurately piercing the heads of zombies and mummies. Under intense firepower, the undead army began to fall in droves, but their numbers continued to grow. Chapter 18 Offensive and Defensive Battle. Chapter 18 Offense and Defense. However, despite the astonishing lethality of each defensive tower against these low-level undead. However, they still did not inflict significant casualties on the undead army. The main reason is that the undead army is simply too large. The barrier's durability is decreasing at an alarming rate, as if it's being mercilessly kneaded by an invisible hand. It is estimated that in another half hour, this army of undead will completely break through the barrier and begin to wreak havoc. Looks like we can't retain the construction sites after all. Oh well, it's a bit of a loss to do this. Chen Han sighed inwardly. It looks like I'll have to use the 800 building points I received today on this. Chen Han pondered for 2.5 seconds, then stopped hesitating. Without hesitation, he spent 480 building points to upgrade all 8 defensive towers to the maximum level of Tier 1, Stage 10. As the upgrade was completed, the flames at the top of the flame tower suddenly erupted, emitting a deafening roar. It is clear that the entire flame tower has become larger and more magnificent. The stone pillars that once supported the flames have now been transformed into modern crystal pillars, shimmering with a crystal-clear light in the thick fog. The fireball that was originally launched was about the size of a basketball, but now it has grown to 2.5 times its size. Each fireball carried intense heat and powerful impact. When they struck the ground, they instantly triggered a violent explosion, creating a raging inferno. The flames spread rapidly, engulfing the space within a 5-meter radius and burning everything to ashes. At least 5 undead monsters were engulfed by the sudden burst of flames. Their bodies gradually dissipated in the fire, turning into flying ashes. The same applies to the other defensive towers, whose attack power has been greatly increased. It was clear that the originally orderly lines of the undead army began to break down, and some monsters even began to retreat. Watching the intense battle unfold before him, Chen Han thought to himself, "Impressive! Their efficiency in killing enemies is top-notch. But it's a pity." Despite the 8 defensive towers performing exceptionally well. But the undead army was simply too large. These defensive towers can at most delay the breaching of the defensive barrier, but they cannot inflict a devastating blow on this undead army. Suddenly, he noticed the items in his spatial bag. He won a bunch of blank items in yesterday's raffle, but now he suddenly realizes that one of them might come in handy. Weapon: Desert Eagle Pistol. Type: Weapon. Rarity: Rare. Equipment requirements: Tier 1, Stage 1. Equipment Effect 1. Consumes 1 Genesis Crystal to reload 100 bullets. Equipment Effect 2. Accuracy plus 10%. This thing should work on the undead, right? There are still 7 bullets in the magazine. Let's give it a try. Chen Han had never practiced shooting before, and this pistol did not come with any shooting skills. To make matters worse, it was foggy weather. The pistol's accuracy was probably very poor. However, facing such a massive wave of undead, even if you fire randomly, you should be able to hit the target, right? So he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the 7 bullets in the magazine were emptied. The 2 mummies and 2 zombies fell to the ground. Even if they don't die immediately, they will be trampled into mincemeat by the undead army that comes chasing after them. Aside from being unable to attack skeletons, which are covered in holes, or ghosts, which are undead creatures without a physical form, this pistol is just as efficient as a defensive tower at killing other void creatures. Not bad, this stuff. I originally thought it was just a piece of junk, but I didn't expect it to have such a good effect. Chen Han breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that rare-grade weapons were not as useless as he had imagined. So, no further explanation is needed. There are 85 Genesis crystals left. Let's use them all to buy bullets and unleash a barrage of firepower. The next second. Bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted continuously across the fog-filled wilderness. Apart from monsters like skeletons, ghosts, wild spirits, and wandering spirits that are difficult to hit by bullets, the rest of the undead army fell to the ground one after another. With the support of the defensive towers, a wide open area, almost like an invisible wall, quickly appeared on the left side of the territory. The remains of those undead formed a natural defensive barrier amidst wave after wave of attacks. As expected, the greatest fear comes from insufficient firepower. If only I could draw a supreme-level firearm in the future, I might be able to kill enemies faster than Coco. Looking at the scene before me, I couldn't help but sigh. What are you thinking? You think you can be faster than me with that speed? Suddenly, a cunning voice came from behind. Why do I say again? I have a feeling that a similar scene happened yesterday. Chen Han turned around and saw Miao Kiki looking at him with a mischievous smile, her eyes sparkling with playfulness. Coco? You've taken care of the undead army on the right? Miao Kiki stretched lazily and laughed. What else? Do you think I'm that free? Upon hearing this, Chen Han fell silent. Coco's strength is a bit too much, isn't it? Although these undead armies are individually weak, their sheer numbers are terrifying. But it was solved so easily. Will I only be able to rely on girls for protection and live the life of a kept man in the future? Chen Han couldn't help but mutter to himself. But for some reason, it felt kind of good. Looking at the hazy scene outside the barrier, the master asked with a grin. Master, do you need my help? I feel that if this area isn't handled properly, the right side will definitely be occupied by the undead army again very soon. Although the distance between the left and right sides is only about 100 meters. These mindless undead monsters will move towards the right side without hesitation once they find it undefended. Chen Han nodded, deciding to be a kept man for once. Then I'll have to trouble you. Hee hee. Leave it to me. Miao Kiki spread her black wings, leaped lightly, and instantly flew into the sky above the territory. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a strong dark aura surged from her body. In the blink of an eye, the entire left side battlefield was shrouded in a substantial layer of darkness. Even the surrounding fog was swallowed up by this darkness. Suddenly, the sounds of flesh being torn apart echoed from the endless darkness, accompanied by the shrill screams of the dead. Is this the new move I taught Coco using the second brother? It's incredibly powerful. Chen Han put down the desert eagle in his hand and muttered to himself. This was the first time he had ever seen the skill effects of the night demon in person, and it was truly incredibly powerful. After a moment, the darkness gradually dissipated. What appeared before my eyes was the remains of the dead lying everywhere, as if I were in hell. With just this one move, hundreds of undead void creatures were annihilated. Chapter 19. Finally, there are civilians. Chapter 19. Finally, there are civilians. After releasing the dark shadow, Miao Kiki's body seemed to lose its support, and she fell from the sky. Her face was as pale as paper, and her eyes were somewhat unfocused, making her look as if she had exhausted all her strength. Hey! You little pervert, don't scare me! Upon seeing this, Chen Han's heart tightened, and he suddenly rushed out. He rushed towards Miao Kiki at lightning speed and caught her tightly in a princess carry just as she was about to land. Fortunately, Chen Han had practiced martial arts before and was agile. Fortunately, the shadowy figure of the night dispelled the fog, and visibility was no longer obstructed. Fortunately, Neo Coco's weight is light enough. If it weren't for the fortunate factor, Miao Kiki's life would probably have been in danger if she had fallen from dozens of meters in the air. However, what Miao Kiki said next almost made Chen Han vomit blood. A sly smile appeared on Miao Kiki's face as she whispered, Hee hee! I knew Master would come to catch me. Huh? Are you kidding me? Chen Han stared wide-eyed at Miao Kiki in astonishment. Miao Kiki winked mischievously and laughed. Sorry, it was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. My lord, you've given me double the power. How could I possibly lose to these weaklings? So, I'll accept your first princess carry, my lord. After saying that, she didn't forget to wink at Chen Han. Chen Han was speechless when he saw this. After putting Miao Kiki down, he vigorously rubbed her little head. You can't joke around with your life anymore. Sorry, haha. Miao Kiki changed the subject, looking at the small remaining force outside the barrier. A slight smile played on her lips as she said casually, That's all that's left. I shouldn't need to do anything more, right? Chen Han nodded knowingly, then slowly withdrew his hand from rubbing Miao Kiki's head, and then drew his signature desert eagle from his waist again. Don't worry. If I can't even handle these small fry, there's no point in me continuing as lord. Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki smiled brightly and waved her hand gently. Then it depends on your performance. I'll be cheering you on from the sidelines. Watching Chen Han bravely fight the enemy outside the barrier, Miao Kiki's cheeks couldn't help but flush slightly. In fact, she wasn't pretending. She has truly exhausted all her magic. Right to Chen Han's unbeknownst to him, Miao Kiki had been fighting the boss of this undead army, the Vampire King, for hundreds of rounds. No one could have imagined that Chen Han, a novice lord, would encounter a powerful boss that had broken through to the second tier during the short 7-day trial period. And the number was a whopping 3. If it weren't for Chen Han's lord talent doubling her combat power, she definitely wouldn't have won. The difficulty of these 7 days of trials is so high that even if the current sovereigns were to reincarnate and come here, they would definitely not be able to pass. Just who is master? Why would the Void Sovereign target him so much? Never mind, I won't think about it too much. Tonight I'll let master relax. I've only used 8 of the 108 martial arts techniques that my sister taught me so far. Miao Kiki murmured softly, her cheeks becoming even more flushed. On the other side, outside the barrier, with the Long Quan sword in his right hand and the Desert Eagle in his left, Chen Han constantly weaved through the undead army. The blade flashed like a phantom, the Desert Eagle fired relentlessly, killing one undead with every step. Finally, half an hour later, Chen Han finally received the settlement notification in his mind. Battle over. Congratulations, Lord, on your victory in the 4th day of the trial, annihilating all the void creatures. The game has detected an evolved, high-ranking vampire king. Rewards are doubled. Start calculating completion rewards. Reward 1, Special Facility 2 Dawn Altars. Bonus 2, Special Facility 2 Crystallization Veins. Reward 3, 2 Supreme Level Items Talent Enhancement Cards. Reward 4, 100 Civilians Humans. Reward 5, 3,000 Genesis Crystals. Reward 6, 7,000 Lord Experience Points, 20,000 Hero Experience Points. Congratulations, Lord. Your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 1, and your territory has expanded significantly. Before Chen Han could even take a closer look at what the reward he had received was. Boom! Suddenly, on the west side of the territory, an enormous door burst open with a loud bang. Immediately afterwards, a group of raggedly dressed people filed out of it. As they ran, they muttered things like, "Finally saved, I thought we were going to die," and, "I wonder which lord saved us," as if they had survived a catastrophe. A full 100 people appeared in Chen Han's territory in a grand procession. What's going on? The settlement rewards can be given to ordinary players? Chen Han looked on with suspicion, having never heard of such a thing before. At this moment, Miao Kiki slowly walked to Chen Han's side and analyzed. Judging from what they said, it seems that they were imprisoned by the undead army. They were only able to regain their freedom because we wiped out the undead army. Chen Han's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that so? Doesn't that mean these civilians were actually subjects of the previous lord, who were kidnapped because they were wiped out by this army of undead, and we just happened to rescue them? Miao Kiki nodded. That's very likely, but we still know too little about the Endless Void, so I'm not sure. Why don't we ask them? I feel like we can get a lot of useful clues. Soon. As Chen Han led Miao Kiki back into the territory, everyone's eyes fell on the two of them. Is that the lord of this territory? It must be him. Didn't you see he was covered in zombie blood? He must be the one who saved us. Then is the beautiful woman next to him a hero? Greetings, Lord. Thank you for saving my life, Lord. Greetings, Lord. Thank you for saving my life, Lord. Greetings, Lord. Thank you for saving my life, Lord. With Chen Han's identity confirmed, 100 civilians lay prostrate on the ground in perfect unison, their words of respect rising and falling. Chen Han glanced at the 100 people. The male-to-female ratio was about 6-4. There were old and young people, and their levels were basically around the 5th stage of the 1st rank. Of course, none of these are the most crucial factors. Among these 100 people, there are all kinds of life skills, enough to build a small society. Moreover, they all seem to know each other, as if they came from a small village. It is probably just as previously speculated, these 100 commoners are all subjects of the previous lord. Chapter 20 Breakthrough to the Second Tier. Chapter 20 Breaking through to the second tier is just speculation. We still need to get their confirmation in person. Rise, all of you! Who among you is of the highest rank? Chen Han said in an unquestionable tone. His voice echoed in the space, making it clear to everyone. Upon hearing this, an elderly man with white hair stood up from the crowd. His steps were steady, but his eyes revealed a sense of awe and tension. The old man approached Chen Han shakily, bowed, and said, I am Li Ergu, the leader of these people. What are your orders, Lord? Name, Li Ergu. Race, human. Identity, commoner. Rank, Tier 1, 9th Dan, 400 to 900. Talent, D level. Skills, Farming L4, Animal Husbandry L3, Teaching L1, Human Resources Management L1, Cooking L2, Accounting L1. Territory number 10086. Looking at Liurgu's information interface, Chen Han nodded. Judging from appearances, this person must be the so-called village chief. He continued, "Are you aware of the current situation?" Liurgu nodded and replied, "We are now your subjects, Lord. You can tell us anything you need. Please don't abandon us, Lord." His words were full of earnestness and expectation, as if he had placed all his hopes on the Lord. As soon as Liurgu said this, the 99 civilians behind him echoed his sentiments. "Please, my Lord, do not abandon us. Please, my Lord, do not abandon us. Please, my Lord, do not abandon us." They shouted in unison, expressing their loyalty and dependence. The scene looked like a pilgrimage, making one marvel at the power of authority. "I see." Chen Han glanced at the remains of the dead scattered inside and outside the barrier. "You stay here for now. I have something to ask you. The rest of you go and clean up these remains. Is that all right?" "Thank you for taking me in, my lord. I'll make the arrangements right away." Liurgu showed great respect, bowed deeply, and then quickly gathered 6 young men and women who looked like village cadres, and they talked in hushed tones about something. Immediately afterwards, in less than half a minute, the remaining 99 people naturally split into 6 groups and followed the 6 young men and women to clean up the battlefield in an orderly manner. Their movements were skillful and coordinated, as if they had received professional training. Chen Han was completely stunned. Could it be that they've taken in a professional team? After arranging everything, Liurgu put on a fawning smile, quickly walked up to Chen Han, and said obsequiously, "Lord, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask, and I will answer them to the best of my knowledge." 1 hour later. "Phew, it's finally over." Chen Han wiped away his sweat and let out a long sigh of relief. Liurgu recounted the origins and past of these commoners to Chen Han in great detail. These people were originally commoners under a new lord, and this lord seemed to place great importance on talent development. Under his guidance, these civilians learned various skills, including combat, construction, production, and daily life, making them all-round talents. However, fate is unpredictable. The Lord encountered this undead army on the last day of the trial period. Despite his best efforts to resist, he was unable to withstand the enemy's attack. In less than 10 minutes, his territory was breached by the undead army, and all the hero units and soldiers perished on the battlefield. Faced with such a desperate situation, the Lord had no choice but to abandon his territory and leave the endless void. These civilians were taken prisoner by the undead army and brought here, where they were eventually rescued by Chen Han. That's the general situation. Another point worth noting is that, according to Liurgu, the 7-day trial that their former lord underwent was definitely not as difficult as it is now. On the first day of the trial, just like Chen Han's, only 5 goblins appeared. The next day, there were 10 goblin wolf riders. The third day consisted of 20 black-bristled wild boars, without any boar mages. The fourth day featured 30 werewolf monsters, and again, there were no boss units. On the 5th day, 40 goblin mages appeared, and the lord finally won after a fierce battle. On the 6th day, 50 heavily armored goblin soldiers appeared, moving slowly. The lord and the hero fought for most of the day before barely managing to win. In other words, the difficulty of Chen Han's trial, especially the 2nd day, was almost as difficult as the 6th day for other lords. If it weren't for Makoko, we would definitely be finished. "Thank you for your hard work, master." Miao Kiki handed over a towel, her little face flushed as she spoke. Chen Han took the towel, a wry smile on his face. "What sins have I committed to deserve this? Why is my lord trial so difficult?" Miao Kiki smiled slightly and encouraged him. "Isn't it good that it's more difficult? The rewards are much more plentiful. Master should have broken through to the 2nd rank by now, right? Breaking through to the 2nd rank in a 7-day trial, at least as far as I know, is something I've never heard of before." Chen Han sighed and opened his information panel. Name, Chen Han. Race, human. Territory number 10086, can be changed after completing the trial. Level, Tier 2, Stage 1, 350 to 10,000. Popularity, 103. Heroes, 1 to 2. Construction points, 340. Genesis crystals, 3024. Territory area, 50,000 square meters. Lord talent, nightly revelry. Territory rating, extremely poor. Items in hand: 1 pineapple phone, 1 Longquan sword, 1 desert eagle pistol, 1 cloth armor, 1 cloth shoes, 1 L bottled water, 11 pickled vegetables. Current time, June 19th, 200-114514, Void Calendar, 1817. Indeed, the gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2 is enormous, with vastly different levels of experience required for upgrades and vastly different territories. Judging from the difficulty of the 7-day trial experienced by Li Ergu's predecessor, it would be a pipe dream to advance to the 2nd tier in just 7 days. This is practically winning at the starting line. Could it be that suffering such difficult attacks in succession is some kind of special reward? Fine, now that I've successfully advanced to the 2nd tier, let's go summon that angel. Chen Han muttered to himself. Just then, Meow Kiki suddenly covered her nose and said coquettishly, "Master brother, you smell so bad! Go take a bath! People will be disgusted if you go to see others looking so dirty." Hearing this, Chen Han twitched his lips helplessly. Being told you smell bad by a girl, that feeling is really embarrassing. But you can't blame him for that, since those undead void creatures themselves have an unpleasant odor. Even if they didn't participate in the battle, they would probably still get tainted by this stench. Chapter 21 Strengthening the Lord's Talent. Chapter 21 Strengthening the Lord's Talent. Night fell, and the moonlight was low. Inside the bathhouse next to the Lord's Manor, Chen Han sat on the stone steps, checking the settlement rewards for this time. Item: Talent Enhancement Card. Rarity: Supreme. Usage requirements: Tier 1, Stage 1, Lord Status. Effect 1. Randomly enhances one of the Lord's talent effects. This effect can be stacked. The effect of enhancing talents? Chen Han said softly, his brows furrowing slightly. This talent enhancement card doesn't seem to allow you to preview the effects after upgrading, unlike in the online games of my previous life. It still randomly enhances the effect of a certain talent. In other words, we have no idea which talent effect it applies to or how much of an improvement it provides. Talent Effect 1. You have a 100% chance to summon a female hero unit. This talent effect, it seems like it can't be enhanced at all. If the talent enhancement card is randomly assigned to this talent, wouldn't it be a complete waste? This is a bit of a headache. Talent Effect 2. Your hard work will have a small chance of teaching you new skills. Talent Effect 3. All female units within your territory that are devoted to you gain plus 100% combat power. If the talent enhancement card were used to enhance the effects of these two talents, the result would be somewhat predictable. It estimates the probability of learning new skills and the percentage increase in enhancement value. A 2/3 chance? Oh well, I have 2 cards anyway, I'll just use one to test the waters. Please confirm whether you want to use a talent enhancement card. Yes. Talent enhancement card successfully used. Talent Effect 2. Your hard work will have a small chance of teaching you new skills and improving your combat abilities. Chen Han was slightly taken aback when he saw this scene. Good grief, it turns out it's not about increasing the probability, but about adding a new effect? That's pretty awesome. So, we don't need to keep that talent enhancement card anymore. Please confirm whether you want to use a talent enhancement card. Yes. Talent enhancement card successfully used. Talent Effect 3. All female units within your territory that are devoted to you gain plus 150% combat power. Just as the system voice finished speaking, suddenly, the calm aura emanating from Meow Kiki changed dramatically, like a surging sea. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into a fairy who had descended from the heavens to the mortal world. However, due to a momentary oversight, he failed to completely conceal his immense and powerful strength. As a result, even a slight leakage of this power caused the originally calm surface of the bath to be rippled with wave after wave. At the same time, the power within her body was rising at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had already increased by a whole level. Faced with such a sudden change, Meow Kiki asked, her face full of confusion. Master, what exactly did you do? Why do I have this strange feeling that I've become stronger? Upon hearing this, Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. He casually brushed it off, saying, You did a good deed. How about it, do you feel your own power? Not giving up after not receiving a definite answer, Meow Kiki became even more curious and pressed on. I do feel a lot stronger. But what exactly did you do? Tell me quickly. Well, that's a secret for now. Upon hearing this, Meow Kiki was immediately displeased. With a pout, she said coquettishly, "Humph. If you won't tell me, fine. Anyway, I have ways to make you obediently confess everything." After saying that, she deliberately gave Chen Han a very provocative look. Seeing this, Chen Han couldn't help but twitch his lips, secretly lamenting, "This beautiful lady, please have mercy." Then, Chen Han turned his attention to the 2 special buildings included in the settlement rewards, preparing to study them carefully. Architecture, Dawn Altar, Special, Unique. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10. Durability, 10,000 to 10,000. Upgrade cost, 300 building points. Effect, the Lord can pray once a day, with a chance to obtain items and apply different buffs to all units within the territory. Upgrading the building level increases the probability of obtaining rare items and powerful buffs. Building, Crystallized or Vein, Special. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10. Durability, 30,000 to 30,000. Upgrade cost, 500 building points. Function, can produce Genesis crystals. Upgrading the level increases the production of Genesis crystals. So-called special facilities. These are buildings that lords cannot construct through conventional methods. Their additional effects far exceed those of any ordinary building, giving them an extraordinary function. There are roughly 4 ways to obtain it. First, the settlement rewards for the void creature invasion are one of them. However, the probability of obtaining this method is extremely low. It is rumored that even after thousands of reward settlements, one might not be able to obtain a special building. Secondly, the randomized ranking rewards and territory wars that unlock after completing the 7-day trial are another path to victory. This method of acquisition is extremely difficult. The challenge of competing for a top spot among thousands of lords is unimaginable. Third, the occasional secret realm rewards that appear in the endless void after completing the 7-day trial are also a form of reward. The secret realm mentioned here is actually like a dungeon in an online game. Lords can lead their hero units to explore it, and may have the opportunity to obtain special facility cards. However, success still depends on luck, the distance between the spawn point of the secret realm and the location of the territory, and the strength of the void creatures within the secret realm. The last one refers to the trade between the various lords after the 7-day trial. As the saying goes, money can move mountains and make the devil turn the millstone. This principle applies to the world as well. Unexpectedly, this invasion of void creatures alone resulted in the acquisition of 4 special facilities. Moreover, judging from their functions, they all seem to belong to the category of being quite powerful. Is this what they call getting rich overnight? Master's luck is truly amazing. Not only did he draw a succubus as beautiful and powerful as me, but he also received 4 special buildings in the final rewards. Even the commoners who received the rewards are a professional team. I'm starting to wonder if you're the protagonist of some novel. Meow Kiki, who was rubbing Chen Han's back, stuck her head out and stared at the special facility card in Chen Han's hand, muttering to herself. Chen Han shook his head with a wry smile. I also hope to become the protagonist. But unfortunately, even though I have now broken through to the 2nd level, in this world I am still like an insignificant ant, completely unable to enter the Hall of High Culture. Meow Kiki smiled slightly. What's wrong with that? Every ruler has accumulated their achievements little by little, right? In my opinion, Master, your starting point is much higher than all the known rulers. Your future achievements will definitely not be inferior to those veteran rulers. Chen Han raised his hand and patted Meow Kiki's little head. I hope so. Alright, let's go welcome our new friend. Meow Kiki nodded. Okay. But don't forget my reward. Chapter 22 Arrangements for Commoners. Chapter 22 Arrangements for Commoners. Chen Han and Meow Kiki went outside. The professional team had already cleaned up all the remains left behind by the undead. However, the nauseating stench still lingered in the air, and it probably wouldn't dissipate for at least half a day. My lord, we have completed the cleanup of all the undead remains. We have found some valuable remains among them, which we present to you for your perusal. After Li Ergu finished speaking, he waved his hand to signal his men to carry an object tightly wrapped in a rough burlap sack to Chen Han, and gently place it in front of him. Upon seeing this, Chen Han frowned slightly, thinking to himself, could it be that Li Ergu is implying that these foul-smelling chunks of undead flesh are actually edible? Just as Chen Han was filled with doubt. As if sensing his thoughts, Li Ergu quickly explained, Lord, you may not know this, but the corpses of some undead legions contain extremely rich magical power. If we make good use of it, We can use it as raw material to refine pills and create a magical pill that can quickly restore magical power. Upon hearing this, Chen Han almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Regardless of whether these people were proficient in alchemy, even if such a pill were successfully refined and delivered to a certain mage, do you think he would eat it when he learned that it was made from the rotten flesh of the dead? However, judging from the expressions of the Urga and the other commoners, they seemed quite excited about using this rotten flesh to refine pills, showing no signs of rejection whatsoever. Does this mean the problem lies with me? After such a thought suddenly popped into his mind, Chen Han couldn't help but turn his gaze to Miao Kiki, who was not far away beside him. At this moment, an indescribable look of disgust appeared on Miao Kiki's already beautiful face. It's reached a point where it needs no further description. It's even good enough to be used as a classic meme. Seeing this, Chen Han secretly rejoiced. Thank goodness, it seems like I'm not the one with the problem. After letting out a slight sigh of relief, he continued. Alright, in that case, but we'll have to wait a while before discussing this matter, since I don't have much free time right now to help you build any alchemy rooms. Upon hearing this, the surrounding civilians immediately began to applaud and cheer, their faces beaming with joy and gratitude. However, for some reason, the scene before him gave Chen Han a strange feeling, as if he were inside a pyramid scheme. After that, Chen Han used all the building points to drastically transform the territory. The most pressing issue that needs to be addressed is, of course, the housing problem for these 100 people. The 2 houses given as a reward for the previous settlement were absolutely insufficient to meet the daily accommodation needs of a full 100 people. Fortunately, the cost of building residential houses is not high. 20 building points are enough to build 1 house, which can meet the housing needs of about 10 people. Including the 2 ready-made houses that were given as extra rewards during the previous system settlement. If we want to properly arrange for everyone to move in, we only need to invest an additional 160 building points to successfully achieve our goal. The second issue to be addressed is food. Suddenly, 100 more mouths appeared, and the original food reserves were far from enough. After spending 50 building points to upgrade the farmland to Tier 2, Stage 1, many new ingredients were unlocked. Architecture, farmland. Level, Tier 2, Stage 1. Maturity time, 90%. Production bonus, 10%. Crops that can be grown include rice, wheat, carrots, potatoes, corn, carrots, onions, sweet potatoes, rapeseed. We have 3,000 Genesis crystals on hand. At least in the early stages of development, we will need to rely on these to ensure our food supply. Chen Han was also very generous, using creation crystals to purchase and accelerate the growth of all the food seeds. It took a full 900 grains to gather enough food for about a month. Next is the issue of water sources. After spending 50 building points to upgrade the original well to Tier 2, Stage 1, Chen Han spent another 70 building points to rebuild the Tier 2, Stage 1 well. In this way, by taking 2 measures simultaneously, we can basically ensure an adequate supply of water for everyone's daily life. With 20 building points remaining, we'll build another bathhouse, combining it with the one we gave away earlier, and have separate facilities for the common men and women. Finally, there's the issue of job arrangements for these ordinary citizens. Crystallized veins don't just sit there and produce Genesis crystals endlessly. Someone has to mine them. Therefore, in addition to carefully selecting several commoners with high culinary skills to assist Emily in taking charge of food, standing guard, and maintaining environmental hygiene, all other personnel were uniformly assigned to the crystal vein, shouldering the important task of mining the creation crystal. In this way, things within the territory were basically stabilized for the time being. As for future developments, we can only wait until the new batch of construction sites is distributed tomorrow before making further plans. Next up is the arrival of the second hero unit, the Angel Mia. Now, the Lord's manor was quiet, with only the faint candlelight flickering gently. Chen Han carefully placed the Angel Race character card in his hand gently on the table. Miao Kiki, standing to the side, widened her eyes, her face full of excitement, her gaze fixed on the card that was shimmering with multicolored light. Clearly, she also hopes to have a partner who can fight alongside her in all aspects. Chen Han took a deep breath, recalling the terrifying scene when the undead army attacked, with wails filling the sky and countless limbs and pieces of flesh scattered on the ground, like a scene from hell. This is only the 4th day of the trial. You can imagine how difficult the 5th, 6th, and 7th days will be. He turned and smiled at Miao Kiki, then nodded knowingly to each other. Then, without hesitation, Chen Han stretched out his finger and lightly tapped the conspicuous summon button on the card. In an instant, a dazzling light suddenly shone, illuminating the entire room. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a deafening roar, an enormous gate to the sky suddenly opened in the center of the room. A dazzling array of light burst forth from between the cracks in the door, gushing out like a torrent. At the same time, a mysterious yet refreshing aura suddenly burst forth, instantly spreading to every corner. Immediately afterwards, a vibrant green scene came into view, as if one were in a garden in full bloom, which seemed out of place with the desolate landscape of the territory. Within this garden, a snow-white figure strolled leisurely. When she noticed the door was open, the beautiful figure slowly turned around. In that instant, the atmosphere froze. Chapter 23 Angel Mia. Chapter 23 Angel Mia. This beautiful figure was like a fairy descending to earth. She was about 1.7 meters tall, with a graceful and curvaceous figure. Her face was as beautiful as a flower, and her expression was gentle and charming, like a spring breeze, captivating and enchanting. With just a slight glance, she possessed a beauty that could topple kingdoms, perfectly embodying the saying, "A single glance back and 100 charms bloom," eclipsing all the beauties of the 6 palaces. Even if all the most beautiful words in the world were used, it would be impossible to describe even a fraction of her beauty. She stood to the side, her long, silvery white hair cascading down like a waterfall, gently styled into an elegant bun. She wore a dazzling crown and a blue and white feather dress, which perfectly showcased her graceful figure. Behind her unfolded a pair of snow-white wings, as if proclaiming her purity and innocence to the world. Her cherry-like mouth was slightly parted, as if about to express her surprise. Her deep blue eyes blinked, revealing a hint of confusion. Her slender limbs were covered with a layer of crystal-clear, snow-white skin, making her look frail and delicate, as if a gentle breeze could blow her to the ground. However, for some reason, this frail body exuded an incomparably calm and composed aura, making people feel exceptionally at ease. In Chen Han's memories of his 2 lifetimes, the only woman whose beauty could rival his was the succubus Miao Kiki. When that beautiful figure fully understood the situation, the corners of her lips involuntarily turned up, forming an exquisite smile. She walked lightly towards Chen Han, gently lifted her skirt, and performed a perfect curtsy with unparalleled elegance. "You must be the lord who summoned me here? My name is Mia, and I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Mia's voice was clear and melodious, like heavenly music, captivating all who heard it. Chen Han was stunned for 2.5 seconds upon seeing such a beautiful view. It wasn't until I heard Mia's voice that I finally came to my senses. "I am Chen Han, the lord of this territory. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Mia." "Chen Han." Mia smiled slightly, thought for a moment, and then parted her cherry-like lips slightly. "I really like this name. My lord, you can just call me Mia. After all, I am now a hero under your command, and there is no need to bind each other with those formalities." Chen Han nodded slightly. "Okay, I understand." Yes. Thank you for your understanding, Lord." Mia's tone was full of gratitude, but also revealed a sense of determination and confidence. She was fully aware of her current situation. Just yesterday, from the moment Chen Han successfully extracted her using the Genesis crystal, she already understood that she had become part of this world, a part of territory number 10086, and that their fates would be intertwined. This territory was the entire meaning of her life. Chen Han became the master she would have to serve for the rest of her life. She had already made a silent vow in her heart for this, and had made full mental preparations for it. However, when that day finally arrived, and she finally saw her long-awaited master with her own eyes, an indescribable sense of tension inevitably arose deep within her heart. Just then, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out. "My name is Miao Kiki, and I am a member of the succubus race. From now on, we will be good partners fighting side by side. I hope we can take care of each other in the future." Upon hearing this, Mia, who was lost in complex thoughts, paused slightly and instinctively replied, So I'm not the first one. That's a bit of a shame." As she spoke, a faint hint of disappointment crept onto her face, but it vanished in an instant. After all, being a woman myself, it's in my nature to not want other women to get ahead of me. However, Mia was different. She has always had complete confidence in her appearance, figure, and powerful abilities, firmly believing that she is no less than any other woman. Although the woman in front of her was indeed stunningly beautiful, she exuded a chilling aura of power. But this did not affect Mia in the slightest, nor did it cause her any jealousy or sadness. Quite the opposite. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. How could Mia not understand such a simple and easy-to-understand principle? At this moment, Miao Kiki was gazing at Chen Han, her eyes filled with deep respect and fervent love. You should know that succubi are no ordinary race. They only ever pursue physical pleasure, and never care about anything emotionally. Even if she has already fathered children with men of other races, her nature remains unchanged. To win the heart of a succubus, the status and position of a lord or hero are far from enough. In addition, Mu Kiki herself is extremely extraordinary, with a beautiful appearance, and is definitely one of the best among the succubi. To attract the attention of such a succubus, Chen Han must be an extremely outstanding individual. This place is not safe to stay for long, and there are some inconveniences in speaking here. Mia, please come inside with me first. Chen Han watched as this garden world gradually collapsed and disintegrated, estimating that it wouldn't be long before it was completely gone. No one knows what the consequences will be if we stay in this world that is about to disappear. Mia responded. Immediately afterwards, she followed Chen Han out of the garden world and into the Lord's mansion. In an instant, a vast and powerful force, like a surging tide, surged towards Mia and quickly gathered on her body. As if she had been given hundreds of powerful buffs, her power began to rise at an astonishing rate. This is an enhancement of a Lord's talent? How is this possible? Mia's face was filled with undisguised horror. She must know quite a bit about the Lord's talent. However, the enhancement effect of this Lord's talent was far beyond her imagination. Their combat power has at least doubled. Miao Kiki noticed Mia's utterly astonished expression, and with a slight smile, she explained softly. How about it? Isn't Master's Lord talent incredibly powerful? Even I was quite shocked back then. Wow, amazing! I've never heard of such a powerful Lord talent before. Hee hee. That's not all. Wait a minute, I'll have a good chat with you about Master's talent. Okay. Mia couldn't hide her excitement, and her voice trembled slightly with excitement as she spoke. With such extraordinary talent, how could he not dominate the world and reign supreme among all races in the future? As expected, my gamble paid off. I never imagined I'd actually encounter such a powerful lord. Chapter 24 Past. Chapter 24 Past Events. Ding. Hero unit Mia has fallen for you. Combat power plus 150%. When this sudden system message appeared before his eyes, Chen Han was stunned, as if struck by lightning. What's going on? He and Mia have only just met, right? Why did this notification suddenly appear? Could it be that my charm is so great that women can fall in love with me at first sight? But that shouldn't be the case. If that were the case, I shouldn't have been single for all 3 years of high school. Are human women's standards higher than angel girls? That's really bizarre. Filled with doubt, Chen Han couldn't help but cast his gaze at Mia, who was chatting happily with Miao Kiki, his eyes revealing increasingly deep suspicion. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to suppress his curiosity for the time being and asked him when they were alone together in the future. Mia had already successfully passed the 7-day trial and officially become a qualified lord. Their race is the Archangels, a branch of the angelic race that is at a middle level. As for her identity, she comes from a prestigious family of the Angels of Power, with a distinguished background and noble temperament. The reason he chose to abandon his territory, sign a pact with the Void Overlord, and become a hero was... It all goes back 3 years. Mia's stunning beauty is extraordinary, and she is highly praised even among the angels, who are known for their beauty. While natural beauty is certainly delightful, the situation might be quite different in an angelic society permeated with feudalistic monarchical ideology. As the eldest daughter of a wealthy and powerful family, Mia, after successfully completing the 7-day trial, naturally had to hold a grand and luxurious banquet as is customary, inviting princes and nobles from all directions to attend this debut ceremony. At this grand event that everyone was eagerly anticipating, Mia's stunning beauty was on full display, instantly captivating the attention of all the angelic men present. Among them is the Seraphim's 7th prince, who ranks first among the angels. He was ugly, had terrible talent, and his territory was in a terrible state. Even more outrageous, this man shamelessly demanded that his women relinquish their original territory and instead settle in his barren land as tourists. Without a doubt, following such a person means there is absolutely no hope for the future. Furthermore, there are rumors circulating that this man is a playboy with only a 3-minute attention span. Once he has had his fill of women, he will abandon them without any mercy, completely irresponsible, making him a complete scumbag. Despite his unfortunate circumstances, he possessed a unique identity, a seraphim, and also a member of the royal family. This makes it impossible for even someone of Mia's illustrious background to easily disobey the decrees issued by the seraphim royal family. Mia was proud and knew she could never give herself to a man with no future. But now, in order to maintain their current status, the family has secretly arranged for her to be betrothed to the 7th prince of the seraphim, and has explicitly forbidden her from any intention to resist. Now that things had come to this, Mia understood that she had no other choice. Rather than being forced to suffer the torment and ravages of that unscrupulous man, it is better to make a pact with the Void Lord, become a hero, and shine brightly in other people's territories. If I were to encounter another mediocre and incompetent lord like the 7th prince, the worst that could happen is death. That would be far better than being wasted and living a life of mediocrity. And finally, after 3 years of waiting in the endless void, she was finally chosen. And he's a lord with such a powerful talent. Although it is still very weak now, it will definitely be a force to be reckoned with in history in the future. My lord, this is my past experience. I am truly grateful to you for summoning me here. I, Mia, hereby swear that I am willing to go through fire and water for you, even unto death. Mia stood respectfully by the table, her eyes filled with sincere gratitude, and said softly. Chen Han nodded. This was the first time he had heard a hero recount his past. However, Mia stood in stark contrast to Miao Kiki, who was sitting to the side. When Mia recounted her tragic past, Miao Kiki was already sobbing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face like a burst dam. She had used up an entire basket of tissues, but she still couldn't stop the overwhelming sadness in her heart. What? Sister Mia, you're so pitiful. You've been through such terrible things. Seeing Miao Kiki crying, Mia smiled slightly and tried to comfort her. Haha, don't be too sad. These are all things from 3 years ago. Similar things happen often among our angels. It's not uncommon. There's no need to be so sad. Despite her light-hearted tone, Mia couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in her heart. Miao Kiki forcefully wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, straightened her chest, and said indignantly, No matter what, Sister Mia! Now that you're here, we're family from now on. Let those unpleasant memories drift away with the wind. As for that 7th prince, let him eat shit. After saying these words, Miao Kiki seemed to feel that it was not enough to vent her anger, and cursed a few more times. Looking at Miao Kiki's adorable yet determined appearance, Mia felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She smiled and nodded, indicating her agreement with Miao Kiki's point of view, and asked, Okay, Kiki, I wonder if it's appropriate for me to address you like this. Of course, no problem. By the way, Sister Mia, I have a lot to tell you. Let's go outside and talk. As she spoke, Miao Kiki took Mia's hand and eagerly headed towards the door. Mia frowned slightly, her face full of suspicion. Why can't we say this in front of the Lord? Is there some unspeakable secret involved? Miao Kiki glanced at Chen Han, a sly glint in her eyes. She parted her lips slightly and chuckled. This is a private matter for us girls. What's a grown man like him doing getting involved? Let's go! After saying that, he took Mia's hand and turned to leave. Mia glanced back at Chen Han with some reluctance, and only after he nodded slightly in agreement did she feel relieved enough to leave with Miao Kiki. Watching the two figures walk away into the distance, Chen Han breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, the scenes of concubines in the imperial harem vying for favor and engaging in treacherous schemes, often depicted in movies and TV dramas, have not been staged here. Not only that, Mia is also incredibly beautiful and charming. Her luck is truly amazing. But then again, Chen Han pondered to himself, his brows furrowing slightly, and muttered to himself, What could Coco possibly be hiding from me? Could it be that she's criticizing my shortcomings behind my back? Or is she trying to slander me for being incompetent? Thinking of this, Chen Han fell into deep thought, occasionally muttering to himself. In fact, he had initially considered secretly going to eavesdrop. But based on his experiences from his past and present lives, he knew that if he did such a thing, he would probably only be disliked by the two of them if he were discovered. The Lord's Code of Conduct states that a harmonious relationship between the Lord and the hero is of great importance. Eavesdropping. I think I'd better not do it. I'm so tired today. I'll take a nap before that little pervert asks me for payment. After stretching out, Chen Han fell asleep. Chapter 25 Mia's Decision. Chapter 25 Mia's Decision at night. Chen Han was still playing chess with Zhuang Zhou in his dream. Suddenly, a delicate, sweet fragrance quietly entered Chen Han's nostrils and instantly filled his mind. The aroma seemed familiar, yet also carried a hint of unfamiliarity. It possesses both the rich fragrance of luxurious and expensive perfumes from past lives and a touch of fresh and natural charm, bringing joy to the heart. It feels just like lying in a flower field right now, incredibly comfortable and pleasant. Just as Chen Han was immersed in this wonderful atmosphere, a slight and mysterious sound entered his ears, and he felt something crawl into his bed. The voice was like that of a timid and cowardly mouse, conveying a sense of desperately wanting to be discovered by others. Chen Han's sleepiness vanished instantly. He opened his eyes abruptly, becoming acutely aware of the changes happening around him. So, the payment still needs to be made. Chen Han sighed helplessly, muttering to himself. Sigh, I just can't do anything with you. Chen Han is not a paragon of virtue. Faced with such a situation, it's impossible to pretend to be deaf and dumb. But just then, a soft, slightly coquettish voice suddenly rang out. It tickles. This soft moan was like a sharp sword, piercing the silent atmosphere and waking Chen Han from his dream. Chen Han suddenly realized that this was not Miao Kiki, but Mia. Mia? How could it be you? It's me, my lord. I'm sorry to disappoint you. After realizing she had been exposed, Mia stopped hiding it and said shyly. Upon hearing these words, Chen Han froze on the spot, his mind a complete mess. What the hell is this? Let me ask you, why am I disappointed? Seeing Chen Han's puzzled expression, Mia blushed even more, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. Coco said you're a lolicon, but I'm not a loli. These words struck Chen Han like a bolt from the blue. I almost coughed up blood. When did he become a lolicon? Chen Han quickly explained. Mia, I think you might have a slight misunderstanding about me. Don't listen to Coco's nonsense. Upon hearing this, Mia sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. Really? That's good. The words had barely left his mouth. Mia slowly raised her head, reached out her right hand and gently stroked her long, snow-white hair, every movement filled with endless provocation. Her slightly flushed cheeks, illuminated by the dim moonlight, made her appear even more delicate, charming, and alluring. At this moment in this scene, one can't help but sigh at the truth of the ancients' words. To admire a beautiful woman under the moon is truly one of life's greatest pleasures. Chen Han involuntarily swallowed. Mia, well, I'd like to ask you something first. Are you serious? However, Mia did not directly answer his question. Instead, she threw out another unexpected and difficult question. My lord, I want to ask you a question. Between me and Coco, who would you choose? Upon hearing this, Chen Han fell into deep thought. This question seems a bit like a death trap. No, not just a little bit, it's a fucking death trap. It's like your girlfriend suddenly asking you one day, if she and your mother fell into the river at the same time, who would you save first? No matter how you answer, one of you will always get angry. Especially with your girlfriend, even if you answer that you'd save her first, she might still keep asking why you would save her first. He's caught in the middle, hated by everyone. Having lived 2 lives, Chen Han feigned ignorance and replied, Obtonic angle. Upon hearing this, Mia immediately pouted. Clearly, Mia was not satisfied with this answer. What she wanted was a precise answer. She pouted and said in a sweet voice, What is this? Hurry up and choose. Chen Han sighed and said helplessly, Sigh, isn't there a third option? You are all heroes of my territory, and I will not favor any of you. So if I had to choose, I would choose see I want them all. Snort dash. Mia playfully punched Chen Han's chest with her little fist. You really are a scumbag. Don't you humans believe in one person for life? How come you're the opposite? Chen Han twitched his lips. How did I become a scumbag? If we follow your logic, aren't you a scumbag woman too? An angelic scumbag woman? Hearing this, Mia slowly leaned down and mustered her courage to whisper in Chen Han's ear. That's true. Angelic scumbag, that sounds pretty good. So, Lord, would you be willing to accept this angelic scumbag as your hero? Under the moonlight, I gazed at Mia's delicate face. Chen Han took a deep breath and said calmly, Although I don't understand what you're thinking, I'm still a grown man. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Mia's lips curled into a slight smile. Is that so? The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows into the Lord's mansion, creating dappled halos of light. Sitting to the side, Miao Kiki rested her chin on her hands, a sly smile playing on her lips, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Chen Han and Mia with interest. Chen Han, looking exhausted and with dark circles under his eyes, stood in stark contrast to Mia, who was beaming and beaming. Clearly, she was fully aware of what had happened last night. "My master, looks like you didn't sleep well." Meow Kiki couldn't help but chuckle softly, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. These words were like a sharp sword, piercing straight into Chen Han's heart, instantly turning his already gloomy face as black as ink. At this moment, Chen Han felt numb all over, as if all his strength had been drained. "Coco, I feel like you went a little bit too far. This joke isn't funny." "Humph. Master, you really don't know how lucky you are." "I feel dizzy. I want to take another nap after today's attack is over." Chen Han put one hand to his forehead and said with a hint of helplessness. However, in stark contrast to the exhausted Chen Han, Mia on the other side appeared unusually calm and composed. She enjoyed her breakfast gracefully, as if nothing had happened the night before. It's worth mentioning that today Mia is wearing a blue and white maid outfit that Chen Han won in a lottery the day before yesterday. The well-fitting design perfectly outlines her graceful figure. The wide bow ribbon around her waist, in particular, added a touch of playfulness and cuteness to her look. Beneath the snow-white skirt, her legs were slightly together, as if hiding her shyness. Is it fair to say that he truly deserves to be called a hero from a prominent family? No matter what happens, he always remains calm and composed. Chapter 26 Elite Goblin Army. Chapter 26 Goblin Elite Army. Meow Kiki suddenly changed the subject. Turning her gaze to Mia beside her, she asked with a smile. "Did you sleep well last night, Sister Mia?" Mia parted her cherry-like lips slightly and, with an extremely elegant posture, slowly swallowed the food she was chewing. Elegance is timeless. Is she really worthy of being a pampered young lady? Then, she replied in a soft and pleasant voice. "Yes, very good." Hearing Mia say that, Meow Kiki smiled brightly again. "Hee, that's good." Upon hearing this, Chen Han, who had been silently observing the interaction between the two, couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He really couldn't understand what Meow Kiki had said to Mia last night. Even if the hero has a very high initial affinity with the Lord, it's unlikely he would act this way. Moreover, someone like Mia, who resolutely chose to become a hero precisely because she refused to submit to power. But seeing the scene before him now, Chen Han couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. What is Mia really thinking? At this moment, Mia secretly glanced at Chen Han, and her cheeks instantly flushed with a beautiful blush like the sunset, making her look like a newlywed girl, extremely beautiful and charming. Looking at such an angelic face, Chen Han was filled with emotion. "Ugh, never mind, let's eat, I'm starving." Just as Chen Han decided to put everything down, and was about to pick up the potato pancake on the table and put it in his mouth, the gates of the Lord's mansion, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened without warning. A villager named Zhang San rushed in, looking flustered and terrified. He hurriedly knelt before Chen Han and reported, "Lord! Something terrible has happened! Void creatures are attacking!" Upon hearing this, the hint of mockery that had been faintly visible on Meow Kiki's face vanished instantly, replaced by an extremely serious and solemn expression. "I didn't expect it to happen so soon, just after the 12-hour protection period had ended. That's incredibly punctual. Moreover, judging from Zhang San's expression, the void creatures that attacked this time were definitely not simple. Let's go! Now's not the time for idle chatter." Chen Han looked at Meow Kiki and Mia and said calmly, "Yes. Master, let's see how we perform today." Meow Kiki looked excited, feeling completely confident about the upcoming battle. "My lord, this is my first battle, and I will not let you down." Mia looked confident, seemingly not believing she would lose to these void creatures. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Han led the two stunning beauties out of the Lord's mansion and into the outdoors. At this very moment, the creatures in the void still surged forth in overwhelming numbers, just as they always have. However, unlike before, this time only one type of monster appeared: goblins. Looking into the distance, all that could be seen was a dark green expanse, with an astonishing number of goblins, conservatively estimated to be at least 3,000. Surprisingly, despite the astonishing number of these goblins, however, their bodies were unusually neat, as if they had undergone rigorous special training. Each goblin held a variety of weapons tightly in its hand. Some wielded incredibly sharp longswords, their blades gleaming coldly. Some wielded iron hammers that weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, displaying an imposing momentum. Others drew their bows and arrows, poised to fire. Even more men carried enormous battle axes and spears, their faces gleaming with ferocity. If these goblin races were replaced with humans, they would be nothing short of a well-equipped and disciplined ancient army, exuding a chilling aura of power. Chen Han glanced at the system interface above the goblins' heads and frowned slightly. Type: Elite Goblin. Level: Tier 1, Rank 8. Description: The Elite Goblin Army, possessing strong physiques and high intelligence, is extremely powerful and can exert tremendous combat strength in legion battles. An elite goblin army? Thank goodness they're not the evolved form. However, this massive elite goblin army was completely different from the previous undead army. It did not immediately launch an attack on the barrier. On the contrary, they moved in an orderly manner, each movement appearing well-trained, as if they had practiced countless times. They gradually converged into a tight encirclement, completely surrounding the entire circular territory. Every elite goblin had a fierce look on their face, their eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty desire, and their whole bodies exuded a strong killing intent, like a group of ferocious beasts. However, they remained standing quietly in place, showing no intention of attacking. For the first 4 days, they charged forward recklessly, but this time they have no intention of attacking. What tricks are these void creatures up to? Such a bizarre situation had never been mentioned in high school textbooks, which left him very confused. Just then, Meow Kiki chuckled and said in a relaxed tone, "What's there to be afraid of? Let's just charge out." Mia chimed in, "That's right. We can't just keep waiting passively like this. In my opinion, it would be much better to take the initiative." After hearing this, Chen Han nodded slightly. However, as he looked at the group of elite goblins standing ready for battle, he felt increasingly uneasy. These guys don't seem to be simply surrounding us. Rather, they seem to be silently waiting for a certain boss to arrive. If that's the case, then it's best to deal with these elite goblins first, and weaken their overall combat power. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Oh, by the way, there's still some experience left in the hero experience pool. Let me help you level up first. Thank you, Master. Thank you, my lord. There are still 20,100 experience points in the hero experience pool. Mia upgraded from Tier 1, Stage 10 to Tier 2, Stage 1, consuming 5,000 experience points. Meow Kiki upgraded from Tier 2 Stage 1 to Tier 2 Stage 2, consuming 10,000 experience points. After everything was ready, the two women looked at each other and nodded. He then rushed out of the barrier and embarked on an unparalleled journey. Chapter 27 Goblin Giant. Chapter 27 When the Goblin Giant sensed that an enemy had appeared within the barrier, the elite goblin army instantly went on high alert and took swift action. They orderly split into two groups, surging like a tidal wave towards the direction where Mio Coco and Mia were flying. At the same time, these goblin elites took out the bows and arrows they carried on their backs, clearly intending to shoot the two girls down from midair using long-range fire. During the attack, they would intentionally or unintentionally avoid the attack range of the defensive towers. Their intelligence was simply incomparable to that of the void creatures that attacked before. However, despite the fact that this elite group of goblins displayed a certain level of intelligence, but in the face of overwhelming power, all efforts seemed pale and powerless. The eastern side of the territory. Meow Kiki gracefully ascended into the air, then suddenly spread her black wings. In an instant, an extremely dense aura of darkness erupted like a volcanic eruption. A shadowy figure in the night. As this terrifying aura spread, the entire space seemed to be swallowed up into endless darkness. The more elite goblins gathered, the more excited Makoko became. This way, we can save a lot of magic power. In an instant, darkness completely enveloped the land below. This darkness, as if from an abyss, began to tear at the bodies of every elite goblin. Painful howls resounded like thunder through the goblin army. In an instant, a crimson light, as if descending from the sky, poured down upon this desolate land, becoming a unique embellishment on this wilderness. Even though these elite goblins are at the first rank, 8th level, they are still deadly to a newly appointed lord. Each one could even be the final boss of the 7th-day trial. However, when faced with Meow Kiki's second tier, 2nd stage level and the 150% combat power enhancement granted by Chen Han, they could only become vulnerable ants. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Mia stood in midair like a fairy descending to earth. She was graceful and beautiful, and faced the barrage of arrows from the elite goblins without flinching or making any attempt to dodge. Just as the arrows were about to touch Mia's body, they seemed to have hit an indestructible steel wall, and could not move forward even a fraction of an inch. A powerful gravitational field had already quietly formed, like an indestructible shield, blocking all incoming arrows. Lord's power is truly formidable. I only used 10% of my power, yet I was able to easily defend against attacks from hundreds of Tier 1, Stage 8 void creatures. Mia looked at Chen Han inside the barrier, a faint smile appearing on her lips, and decided not to hold back any longer. Then, she gracefully raised her small, fair hands. The previously faint, invisible gravitational field suddenly expanded like an ignited powder keg, rapidly spreading across the vast wilderness. Those goblin elites who were caught in the gravitational field instantly felt an irresistible pressure, like a towering mountain falling from the sky and crashing heavily onto them. They struggled desperately, but their bodies were as if nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch, and could only let out extremely miserable howls. As Mia continued to increase her power output, the terrifying gravity field became increasingly ferocious and violent. Finally, the elite goblins could no longer withstand the terrible pressure. Their screams stopped abruptly, replaced by the chilling sounds of bones breaking and flesh tearing apart. In the blink of an eye, those elite goblin warriors were reduced to pools of crimson flesh. Blood flowed freely like a burst dam, staining the desolate wilderness a shocking crimson. The elite goblin troops were like fragile stalks of wheat in a raging storm. Even the slightest breeze was enough to make them collapse helplessly to the ground. Chen Han couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion as he watched the two beautiful figures standing side by side. Are these elite goblins just bad, or are the two of them just too strong? Filled with doubt and admiration, Chen Han picked up the Long Quan sword and the Desert Eagle and began to roam between the barrier and the territory. Normally, in the Endless Void, the hierarchy is defined very strictly, and the difference between each class is enormous. Even a small step like advancing from the 10th stage of the first rank to the first stage of the second rank brings an obvious and enormous increase in strength. So, naturally, for Chen Han, who had already broken through to the second stage, these first stage, 8th stage goblin elites were naturally no match for him. In just a few rounds, several elite goblins had already died under Chen Han's Long Quan sword and Desert Eagle. Although Chen Han's killing efficiency was slightly inferior to that of Miao Kiki and Mia. But in any case, the enemy can still be eliminated. Chen Han was quite satisfied with the results. After all, as a lord, especially a human lord, he originally relied on all the resources and power of his territory, rather than personally fighting and shedding blood. Luckily, there are two girls who are practically cheating, otherwise I don't know how I would have been able to defend against such an enemy. About an hour later, all the elite goblins outside the barrier were killed. However, Chen Han never received any news about the settlement of rewards. Without a doubt, his initial speculation was entirely correct. The reason these elite goblin troops have remained inactive for so long is that they are waiting for the boss to arrive. Just then, Mia walked slowly over with light steps, a hint of worry showing on her pretty face. Is this boss really that powerful? All his underlings have been wiped out, yet he still hides and refuses to show his face. Miao Kiki chimed in. Master's territory is really strange. Not only is the trial stage so difficult and dangerous, but even the boss here is behaving abnormally. This is the first time I've ever heard of a void creature that can control its bloodlust. Chen Han shrugged helplessly. I'm also having a headache. But it seems like we can only wait for now. Time flies by like a white horse galloping past the crack in the wall, and before we knew it, night had quietly fallen. Time quickly passed to 6 p.m., but the boss showed no sign of showing up. During this time, Chen Han chatted happily with the two goddesses, seemingly forgetting all the pressure from the outside world. Just as Chen Han and his two companions were about to return to the cafeteria to find some food to fill their stomachs, something unexpected happened. In a place that was originally shrouded in a thick fog of war, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared without warning. These eyes contained 3 pupils of different sizes that were constantly moving, and just one glance was enough to send chills down your spine. It was a gigantic green monster, 10 meters tall. Its face was aged, yet it exuded a domineering aura, gripping a giant iron hammer tightly in its hand. The muscles all over its body surged and rippled like waves, brimming with explosive power. With each step this colossal creature took, the earth trembled violently. Type, Goblin Giant. Level, Tier 2 Stage 5. Description, the evolved form of a goblin, possessing unparalleled power and extremely strong combat abilities. Chapter 28, The 5th Day of Trial Ends. Chapter 28, The 5th Day of Trial Ends. Here it comes! This is the legendary boss of the 5th day of the trial. Chen Han acted swiftly, moving all the defensive towers to the eastern area where the goblin giant might appear. At the same time, Mia and Mew also appeared the instant the goblin giant appeared. They had already rushed outside the barrier, staring intently at the goblin giant's every move. It's a 2nd tier, 5th stage void creature. Sister Mia, you should be alright, right? Don't worry, little succubus. It's just a 2nd tier, 5th stage cultivator, no problem at all. But if you feel you need a little extra help, I can cast a blessing spell on you. Hee, if this will help me win faster, then please help me cast the spell, Mia. Of course, even without your help, I can still defeat this big guy on my own. You never want to suffer even the slightest loss, no matter what. Mia shook her head gently and smiled helplessly. However, there was no tension between the two. Instead, they were filled with tacit understanding and trust. Without needing many words, they already understood each other's feelings. Tactics are completely unnecessary. Overwhelming strength is all that matters. Roar dash. The goblin giant opened its gaping maw and let out a deafening roar. Then, it brandished its enormous iron hammer and charged menacingly towards Meow Kiki and Mia. Bang! It was accompanied by a deafening roar. The hammer, seemingly capable of destroying everything, slammed down on Mia. This giant hammer was so big that it was several times larger than the combined size of the two girls. However, something astonishing happened when the giant hammer struck Mia. She was stuck in the mud and could not move forward even a fraction of an inch. A pure white shield of light enveloped Mia, protecting her from any harm whatsoever. Witnessing this, the goblin giant's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Perhaps before this, it never imagined that its attack would be so easily blocked. Just then, the goblin giant suddenly noticed something unusual about the atmosphere of the surrounding space. The once calm and stable air was now as restless as a turbulent lake, becoming unusually chaotic and unpredictable. In an instant, a heavy force, like Mount Tai crushing an egg, came crashing down on it, tightly binding its body and making it difficult to move, as if it were carrying a 1,000-pound burden. What have you done? The goblin giant finally came to its senses and let out a deep, rough roar. Meow Kiki and Mia looked at each other, their eyes filled with surprise. Huh! This guy can actually talk? That's incredible! It looks like this monster might have a void crystal inside its body. Coco, you have to be careful, don't accidentally break it. Yes, I know! The so-called void crystal is a product of the high concentration of magical power in the endless void. When void creatures consume them, they gain unimaginable intelligence, even developing thinking abilities comparable to normal humans, and to some extent, they can communicate with heroes or lords. Of course, it doesn't mean that you can't speak without swallowing the void crystal. The higher the class of a creature, the higher its level of intelligence. It can even transform into human form and infiltrate its territory, which is extremely terrifying. However, compared to a 2nd tier, 5th stage void creature, the only way to gain the ability to communicate is by consuming void crystals. Void crystals, like Genesis crystals, are a type of currency, and are very popular among lords of rank 10 and above. One crystal is worth about 10,000 Genesis crystals, and possibly even more. The reason is simple: void crystals are naturally formed in the endless void. They can be exchanged for creation crystals through system functions, but creation crystals cannot be exchanged for void crystals. At this moment, the goblin giant realized that he could not find any weakness in Mia. And so, its sharp, hawk-like eyes instantly shifted their target, locking onto Meow Kiki on the other side. However, the goblin giant suddenly realized that he had completely lost control of his right hand. No, to be more precise, it was as if the entire body was completely imprisoned by an invisible force, utterly unable to obey its commands. The gravitational field released by Mia had now completely enveloped the goblin giant's body. Even the most basic breathing became extremely difficult, let alone swinging that incredibly heavy hammer. Impossible! How could a mere rookie lord possess such a powerful hero? Faced with what was happening before his eyes, the goblin giant's face was filled with disbelief, and he couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Hee! Thank you for the compliment! Meow Kiki's lips curled up slightly, forming a smile full of wickedness and allure, and she lightly licked her lips. Then, she slowly raised her right arm, her movements so gentle as if she were afraid of waking something. But as she moved her arm, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation began to gradually gather and take shape. In the blink of an eye, a white sphere of light, even larger than herself, gradually condensed. Arcane missiles. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Seeing the deadly arcane missile hurtling towards him, the goblin giant screamed in terror, struggling desperately to break free from the heavy restraints Mia had placed on him. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. In this gravitational field, no matter how hard it tried, it was all in vain. And so, it could only watch helplessly as the arcane missile shot straight toward its forehead, and it was completely powerless to fight back. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ball of light, containing boundless power, slammed into the head of the unsuspecting goblin giant, instantly erupting in a dazzling burst of light. In an instant, the entire space seemed to tremble, and violent shockwaves swept outwards in all directions like raging waves. After the light faded, the goblin giant's massive body collapsed helplessly to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The second-tier, fifth-stage goblin giant was instantly killed. At that moment, Chen Han finally received a notification from the system in his mind. Battle over! Congratulations, Lord, on your victory in the 5th day of the trial, annihilating all the void creatures. The reward is doubled if the evolved, high-level creature, the goblin giant, is detected. Start calculating completion rewards. Reward 1. Special Facility 2 Crystallization Veins. Reward 2. 2 pieces of epic equipment Rainbow Feather Robe. Reward 3. 2 legendary items Hiter Troop Summoning Cards. Reward 4. 4,000 Genesis Crystals. Reward 5. 10,000 Lord Experience Points, 30,000 Hero Experience Points. Congratulations, Lord. Your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 2, and your territory has expanded. Chapter 29 Rainbow Feather Robe. Chapter 29 Rainbow Feather Robe. Another crystal or vein as a reward? That's pretty awesome. Chen Han was secretly overjoyed. It's important to understand that crystal veins are not like the Dawn Altar, where only one can be built per territory. As long as you have it, you can make an unlimited number. Furthermore, the output of Genesis crystals can be continuously increased. The production of Tier 1, Stage 10 is about 50 per day per site, which is quite good. Once the level increases in the future, I'm afraid I'll be able to draw dozens of times a day. Thinking of this, Chen Han couldn't help but feel a little elated and extremely happy. However, just as he was immersed in excitement, he suddenly turned his attention to another reward. Equipment, Rainbow Feather Robe. Rarity Epic. Equipment requirements, Tier 2 Stage 1, Female. Equipment Effect 1, adds a fragrance effect. Equipment Effect 2, adds automatic cleaning effect. Equipment Effect 3, Charisma plus 20%. Equipment Effect 4, can freely change size according to the wearer's body shape. Judging from its appearance, this so-called Rainbow Feather Robe is clearly an attack speed and critical strike item. And looking at its effects, it seems increasingly strange and awkward. Chen Han's face immediately darkened. Why would a purely attack speed and critical strike item be named something like Rainbow Feather Robe? This is truly baffling. Just as Chen Han was holding the perplexing Rainbow Feather Robe and feeling helpless, Meow Kiki and Mia have successfully dismantled the goblin giant's body and extracted the invaluable void crystal from it. Then, both of them, their faces beaming with joy, ran excitedly toward Chen Han. Master! Master! Look what we've found! Void crystals! This is going to be a fortune! Before the two women could finish speaking, they were frozen in place, their gazes fixed on the two rainbow-colored feather robes in Chen Han's hands, their eyes widening instantly like copper bells. The atmosphere instantly became deathly silent. Upon seeing this, Chen Han inwardly cried out in alarm and frantically tried to put the two rainbow-colored feather robes into his spatial bag. Then, he put on an unnatural smile, trying to hide his embarrassment. He casually made up a story. They're just two ordinary rags. Nothing to be surprised about. Let's not talk about that. What treasure did you find? Why are you so excited? Master! I saw it clearly! That was clearly. Meow Kiki pouted her little mouth, her voice a mix of coquettishness and complaint. As a member of the succubus race, she possesses an extraordinary keen insight into such things and would never be mistaken. Whether it's the exquisite patterns, the captivating colors, or the delicate texture, it's definitely a high-end product. No, that's not it. You must be seeing things. Chen Han vehemently denied it, but inwardly he was groaning with misery. At this moment, Mia, blushing and with a darting gaze, mumbled in a voice barely above a whisper. My lord, you certainly have a wide range of interests. After saying that, she lowered her head shyly, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly with both hands. Clearly, she also believed that Miao Kiki had not misjudged her. Or rather, she knew exactly what Chen Han had just held. Hearing this, Chen Han felt a black line appear on his forehead, and his mouth twitched a few times. He sighed helplessly. Alright, can we discuss this later? You guys just said you discovered something? You seemed so excited. Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki immediately cut to the chase. She quickly reached into her pocket, pulled out a crystal that shimmered with brilliant light, and placed it in her palm. He waved it wildly in front of Chen Han, his face full of smugness. Look what this is! A void crystal! How about it, master? Isn't it a super surprise? Upon seeing this, Chen Han was instantly stunned, his eyes fixed on the void crystal. Is it a real void crystal? A void crystal worth more than 10,000 creation crystals? Mia, who was standing nearby, closed one eye and chimed in with a smug look on her face. Of course. My lord, we've struck it rich this time. Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki was even more excited, and said playfully, Master, we've done a great job. Faced with Miao Kiki's teasing, Chen Han sighed and said, Yes. With such a void crystal, we can say that we won't have to worry about supplies for the foreseeable future. Miao Kiki exclaimed excitedly. I want a reward. Chen Han said with a hint of helplessness. Don't worry, you'll definitely get your share. Miao Kiki pouted and complained. A real man can't just say no so easily. Mia interjected. Speaking of which, our angel race possesses unique health-preserving secrets that can strengthen the body. Miao Kiki quickly nodded in agreement and continued. It's not very useful for you to tell Master Brother these things. You should talk to Sister Emily to make it work. After saying that, the two looked at each other and smiled, as if they had already understood each other perfectly. I know! Mia gripped Chen Han's wrist tightly, her face a mixture of anticipation and shyness, stammering. My lord, I... However, Miao Kiki, who was standing to the side, had already guessed Mia's thoughts. Without hesitation, he interrupted her, shouting firmly. No! Absolutely not! Don't even think about doing anything reckless! Mia seemed a little guilty upon hearing this. What does it matter? Miao Kiki still said confidently. No means no! Listening to the conversation between the two women, Chen Han was both amused and exasperated. There's something subtly off about it. Chapter 30 Divine Beast Egg. Chapter 30 Divine Beast Egg. After a simple dinner, Chen Han then continued the work of transforming the territory. Upgrade the Lord's Mansion 5 times 100 building points. Architecture, Lord's Residence. Level, Tier 2 Stage 1. Durability, 10,000 to 10,000. Upgrade cost, 100 building points. Function, the Lord's Residence, providing rest. Upgrading it improves its appearance and internal structure. Additional effect 1, mana regeneration speed inside the dwelling plus 10%. Although the overall appearance has not changed much, the interior layout has been significantly improved compared to before. The originally simple self-built wooden house in the countryside now appears more spacious and grand, giving people a brand new feeling. The apartment has been expanded from a one-bedroom apartment to a two-bedroom apartment, with each room significantly larger. Moreover, the bed has become much larger, exuding a warm and gentle atmosphere. As for why I'm specifically mentioning the changes to the bed, those who know, know. Upgrade the cafeteria 10 times 350 building points. Architecture, cafeteria. Level, Tier 2 Stage 1. Durability, 8000 to 8000. Upgrade cost, 150 building points. Function, it can consume ingredients to make food, and upgrading the building level will provide a better dining environment and better cooking equipment. Chen Han discovered yesterday that the dilapidated and cramped canteen was simply not able to meet the dining needs of 100 people. Even the kitchen space was extremely cramped, barely enough for Emily to work on by herself. Other civilians who wanted to help could only stand helplessly outside the shopkeeper's shop, at most offering to help with things like chopping vegetables. This situation clearly cannot continue indefinitely, so this upgrade is absolutely necessary. Therefore, Chen Han specially upgraded his gear today. It's finally become much more spacious and tidy. A Tier 2 to 1 farm or livestock farm requires only 70 building points. Faced with such a low cost, Chen Han did not hesitate to build 10 in one go and distribute them to civilians. After all, crystallization veins do not require a large amount of manpower, and leaving these people idle is undoubtedly a huge waste of valuable human resources. Let those commoners simply rely on their own efforts to support themselves by farming and animal husbandry. After all, one of the most fundamental reasons why a society becomes unstable is the existence of a large number of idle and aimless people. If we don't give ordinary people something to do, it will inevitably lead to all sorts of problems sooner or later. Next up is the special building, the Dawn Altar. Thinking back to last night, because teacher Mia had to review the assignments, Chen Han had to stay up all night to submit them, which meant he missed the chance to pray. What a huge loss. We absolutely cannot forget today. The Altar of Dawn was meticulously constructed from massive stones, and its surface is now covered with mottled marks from the passage of time. Directly in front of the altar stands a solemn and dignified statue of a goddess with her hands clasped together. The statue is several meters tall, solemn and dignified, with eyes that convey both compassion and majesty. Is this the Altar of Dawn? It's so different from what I imagined. Chen Han murmured softly. Speaking of which, how should I pray? Do I need to recite any blessings? Filled with suspicion, Chen Han stepped into the mysterious altar. In an instant, a brand new lottery scene slowly unfolded before Chen Han's eyes like a scroll, as if he were participating in a daily free lottery event in a mobile game in his previous life. Wow! I thought I'd have to pray for something, but it turns out it's just an extra free lottery draw. Chen Han looked helpless and couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, despite the constant complaints, people still think, why not take advantage of this free daily lottery? As the saying goes, a fool wouldn't take advantage of a good deal. Let me see what good stuff I can get. Without further hesitation, Chen Han clicked on the lottery option. In an instant, the sky above the altar suddenly changed, with howling winds, creating a solemn and majestic atmosphere, as if immortals had descended to the mortal world. At the same time, a faint, ethereal, colorful light, like a brilliant star in the night sky, suddenly appeared before the solemn and sacred statue of the goddess. Colorful light? Could it be that we're about to obtain another supreme-level item? Before long, Chen Han's guess was confirmed. The dazzling light, though not as brilliant and mesmerizing as when Neo Coco and Mia first appeared. But the dazzling light seemed to possess its own unique consciousness, slowly gathering together, and gradually forming a giant white egg that was even larger than Chen Han himself. This colossal structure stood firmly and steadily at the heart of the altar, like an unshakable mountain. As the colorful light gradually faded, the giant egg's information interface finally came into view. Item: Mythical Beast Egg. Rarity: Supreme. Usage requirements: Tier 1, Stage 1, Lord status. Effect 1. Can hatch a divine beast that fights alongside the Lord. Current incubation level: 0%. Incubation has not yet started. Note: once hatched, mythical beasts will be treated as hero units. Lords, please ensure you have enough heroes available before hatching. This time, Chen Han was truly shocked. There is a saying in the endless void. A lord who is accompanied by a guardian beast may not necessarily become an extraordinary lord in the future. However, every extraordinary lord will surely have a guardian beast protecting him by his side. The divine beast egg is an unparalleled treasure that cannot even be obtained through the Genesis Crystal Lottery. It is said that only by exploring mysterious realms of level 10 or higher can one possibly encounter this treasure with an extremely slim chance. Furthermore, the rare mythical beasts that can usually be obtained are only of epic rarity, and encountering a legendary mythical beast egg is extremely difficult. According to the general statistics in the Lord's Code of Conduct, the number of lords who have broken through to the 10th rank or above is extremely small. They probably only account for 1,000th of all lords, making them extremely rare. The number of lords who possess divine beasts is less than 1 in a million. Not to mention the case of possessing a supreme-level rare divine beast, which was simply unheard of for Chen Han. Could it be that I really am the chosen one? It's unbelievable that such good fortune would actually befall me. Chen Han tried his best to suppress the surging excitement in his heart, and without daring to delay, he quickly put the divine beast egg into his spatial bag. If other lords found out about this, it would be no joke. Chapter 31: The Possibility of Betrayal. Chapter 31: The Possibility of Betrayal. Master, you're finally back! It was accompanied by a clear, melodious, and somewhat affected shout. As soon as Chen Han stepped into the room, he was stunned by the scene before him. The two girls, Miao Kiki and Mia, were trying on the rainbow feather dress, the reward they received in the afternoon settlement. They were playfully teasing each other from time to time, and it was a beautiful sight to behold. Chen Han composed himself and coughed twice, feigning composure, saying, "Ahem. You've already tried them on so quickly?" Mia twirled gracefully and replied softly, "Of course. Our Lord has given us such a precious gift, so naturally we should appreciate its charm as soon as possible. Besides, I really love this dress." Miao Kiki, standing nearby, quickly nodded in agreement, saying with a beaming smile, "Yes, I love it too. Thank you, Master." Seeing this, Chen Han quickly found a chair and sat down, trying to calm his surging emotions. "I'm glad you like it. I have to say, girls from other races are so easy to talk to." The next second, Miao Kiki sat down next to Chen Han quite naturally. She tilted her head slightly, parted her lips, and asked softly, "By the way, Master, were you just building the Dawn altar? Did you pray for anything good?" Upon hearing this, a hint of undisguised smugness immediately appeared on Chen Han's face. He was just about to brag about this to the two girls. "Coco, what good stuff do you think I'll get with my luck?" Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki blinked her big, bright eyes, pondered for a moment, and then playfully replied, "Could it be a health-enhancing elixir?" Chen Han couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this, and gently ruffled Miao Kiki's pink hair. "No, little Kiki. You guessed wrong." Unable to contain her curiosity, Mia asked, "So, what did you draw?" Chen Han said smugly, "Hee hee. A divine beast egg. And it's even of supreme rarity. A mythical beast egg." Upon hearing Chen Han's words, the two girls instantly lost their composure. Clearly, they were well aware of the rarity of divine beast eggs, especially supreme-level divine beast eggs. "Master, you're not kidding, are you?" "Yes, my lord. Don't scare us. No one in my family has ever possessed a divine beast." Seeing the two women's astonished expressions, Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. He didn't say anything to explain, but instead summoned the divine beast egg directly. The next second, a divine beast egg, radiating dazzling light, appeared out of thin air before everyone's eyes. When Miao Kiki and Mia saw the information interface of the divine beast egg, they were frozen in place as if under a spell. The dreamlike, unbelievable feeling surged through them like a tide, making them almost forget to breathe. The two girls subconsciously raised their delicate hands and pinched each other's cheeks, feeling the soft touch on each other's faces, and only then did they realize that this was not a dream. Immediately afterwards, an overwhelming joy surged through my heart like a flood bursting its banks. Chen Han's extraordinary lord-level talent is already astonishing enough, but no one expected that he would also possess a supreme-level divine beast egg. Keep in mind that at this moment, he is merely a second-tier, second-stage lord. If things continue like this, it would be an outrage against heaven if they couldn't ascend to the throne of the extraordinary lord in the future. "Master, your luck, could you really be the protagonist of some novel? This is just too outrageous." Miao Kiki's face was full of excitement, and her voice trembled slightly with excitement. If Chen Han can truly achieve the position of a transcendent lord in the future, then as a transcendent hero under his command, she herself will surely become famous and awe-inspiring throughout the entire succubus race. After all, looking back at the long history of the succubus race spanning hundreds of millions of years, no succubus has ever been able to ascend to the throne of an extraordinary hero. Even among the succubus race, there are only 3 extraordinary lords. Then, I can stand tall and proudly show off to my sisters that I am a hero under the command of the extraordinary lord, and also the extraordinary lord's woman. Just thinking about that scene is thrilling. Chen Han smiled slightly. "Hee, if I were the protagonist of a novel, wouldn't you be the female protagonist? The female lead? Hee. Yes. Our lovely Coco is the female lead. By the way, what kind of mythical beast egg is this?" Mia interrupted their flirting and asked with a curious look. Chen Han shook his head. "I don't know. To be honest, I don't even know what kinds of supreme-level divine beasts exist." These words immediately plunged Miao Kiki and Mia into deep thought. Thinking about it carefully, it does seem to be true. Even among the angels, powerful beings like Michael the Seraph and Raphael only possessed legendary-level divine beasts. As for supreme-level divine beasts, it seems that no one has ever truly possessed one throughout history. Perhaps, even if a lord were to be fortunate enough to obtain it during the long course of history, he probably wouldn't dare to make a fuss about it. The saying goes, "A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime." Everyone understands this principle. Before a mythical beast egg hatches, it is an unclaimed item, and only at this time can its rarity be checked. Once hatched, it will become a special hero unit, a divine beast, and will be completely bound to the territory. If word gets out that a lord possesses an unhatched supreme-level divine beast egg, and other powerful lords find out, it will surely trigger a bloodbath, with unimaginable consequences. My lord, please put it away. Besides, I don't think anyone saw it, right? Mia asked with a serious expression. The others, she referred to, were, without a doubt, the civilians within the territory. It is important to understand that ordinary people and heroes are completely different. The latter are already closely connected with their territory, and are bound to it by life and death. Once the territory falls and is destroyed, all hero units under its command will be annihilated. However, for ordinary people, the destruction of their territory is basically just becoming slaves to others. If they behave well in the future, they will always have the opportunity to regain their freedom and restore their status as ordinary people. To put it another way, if a commoner possesses crucial confidential information, and a more powerful and resourceful lord is willing to entice them with enormous wealth and promises of better treatment, then, under such circumstances, choosing to betray is not entirely impossible. After all, similar events have been commonplace throughout the long course of history. Preventing civilians from rebelling is also one of the essential lessons for lords. Chapter 32 Building Barracks. Chapter 32 Building Barracks for these situations. Chen Han understood perfectly well what Mia was worried about. It's hard to say. Although I had deliberately sent those civilians away before the lottery, I couldn't be 100% sure that the colorful light that appeared when the mythical beast egg appeared wouldn't be noticed by others. Hearing this, Mia finally felt a little relieved. That's good. Generally speaking, the colorful light emitted when a supreme-level treasure appears in the world does not usually easily arouse strong covetous desires from other lords. After all, most of the time, the appearance of such colored light usually only means the birth of a hero unit with outstanding talent, or some extremely special weapons and equipment. They all share a common characteristic. They are bound to their respective territories and cannot be separated from them. The cost of launching an invasion outside of Lord's War is extremely high. Putting aside everything else, the enormous cost of at least 100,000 creation crystals alone is enough to deter most lords. Moreover, this is just the starting price. If we take into account the level difference between the two lords, then the actual number of Genesis crystals required will probably be much higher. For this reason, almost no lord would be willing to launch an attack on a low-level lord just because of a supreme treasure whose details are completely unknown. After all, if you use all 100,000 Genesis crystals for the lottery, you might even get a supreme-level item if you're lucky. If that's the case, why bother risking your life? If it turns out to be a treasure bound to a territory, then it would be a complete and utter loss. Therefore, without knowing what kind of supreme treasure the other party possesses, virtually no lord would choose to forcibly plunder it. The night was deep, like a huge black velvet cloth covering the whole world. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, casting its cool light and illuminating this endless void. The cold night wind whistled through the air like a ghost. The dilapidated lord's mansion stood alone in this desolate land, enduring the ravages of the fierce winds, creaking and groaning, yet ultimately it withstood everything. However, even though the lord's mansion is dilapidated, it still stubbornly guards the last remaining warmth inside. Time flew by, and before we knew it, it was the next morning. Sunlight streamed into the room through the dappled windows, casting a hazy glow. Chen Han struggled to get out of bed. After a quick wash, Chen Han staggered toward the dawn altar. Yesterday I managed to draw a supreme-level divine beast egg. Will I be able to draw a supreme-level weapon today? Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The lottery did not go as he hoped. He only won an epic-level weapon. Weapon Barren. The last line appears to be a fragment, and doesn't translate directly. Rarity Epic. Equipment Requirements, Tier 2 Stage 1. Equipment Effect 1, automatically learns the skill Gunnery L1. Equipment Effect 2, weapon attack power is affected by the Lord's level. Equipment Effect 3, consumes 1 Genesis crystal to reload 2 bullets. Equipment Effect 4, consumes 100 Genesis crystals to load 1 magic-breaking bullet, which can break through the opponent's magic shield and greatly increase its power. Barren? It's alright. At least it's a usable gadget. As Chen Han muttered to himself, he reached out and gently picked up the Barren rifle, stroking it carefully. I have to admit, this thing is indeed quite powerful. With such powerful destructive force, even when we first encountered those evolved void creatures, several of them would have been taken down instantly. Thinking of this, Chen Han couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Yesterday, he still had 50 construction points left unused, and with the 1200 construction points he received as a bonus for successfully advancing to the second stage, he could completely rebuild his territory. Construction barracks 100 construction points. Upgrade the barracks 10 times 500 building points. Building barracks. Level, Tier 2 Stage 1. Durability, 6000 to 6000. Upgrade cost, 150 building points. Function, consumes creation crystals to summon soldiers. The higher the building level, the more types of soldiers can be summoned, and the higher their initial level will be. Now, the combat strength of Miao Kiki and Mia is not to be underestimated. They can be said to be in no way inferior to a typical Tier 3 hero. Unfortunately, no matter how capable they are still just two people. As the Lord's level successfully climbed to the second tier, second stage, the area of the territory under his jurisdiction also expanded rapidly, and now it has reached an astonishing 60,000 square meters, which is roughly equivalent to the size of 8 or 9 standard football fields combined. Although compared to the vast territories possessed by truly top-tier extraordinary lords, this territory might not even be comparable to their small backyard. But for Chen Han at this stage, he's actually a bit overwhelmed. Recalling the scene of the 5th day of the trial. What would have happened if the elite goblin army hadn't been lured away by Mia and Mayakoko, and the goblin giant hadn't waited half a day before launching its own attack, but instead all the enemies had rushed forward together? Even with their formidable strength, Mia and Nyokoko would find it difficult to eliminate such a vast number of enemies in a short period of time. It would be almost impossible for Chen Han to defend his territory by relying solely on himself and the defensive towers. Therefore, the most pressing issue is to increase the number of combat personnel. While there is a limit to the number of hero units, there is no such limit for guard and civilian units. As long as you have enough food resources, raising as many as you want is not a problem. With this in mind, Chen Han began to check the existing troop information and look for suitable troop types to enhance the territory's defenses. Let me see what types of troops they have. Light Knight, 15 Genesis Crystals. Description: Cavalry unit, skilled in using lances and mounted combat, possessing high attack power and capable of easily disrupting enemy formations. Heavy Armor Knight, 15 Genesis Crystals. Description: An infantry unit, fully armored, possessing exceptional strength and defense, but extremely slow and vulnerable to magical attacks. Archer, 10 Genesis Crystals. Description: An infantry unit, skilled in ranged archery, with low attack power and accuracy heavily influenced by weather conditions. Assassin, 20 Genesis Crystals. Description: An infantry unit, skilled in using short swords to attack enemies. They are agile and possess strong ability to control single targets. Magician, 20 Genesis Crystals. Description: An infantry unit that can use various basic attribute spells to deal magic damage to enemies. Chapter 33 The Three Pegasus Knights. Chapter 33 The Three Pegasus Knights. Sisters. Chen Han kept browsing through the detailed information of each type of soldier. But he never felt that there was any type of soldier he particularly liked. The most likely reason is that Miao Kiki and Mia are simply too strong. In comparison, these ordinary military units seem somewhat monotonous and lack any truly eye-catching features. Chen Han opened his spatial bag and took out one of yesterday's settlement rewards. Item: High-tier Troops Summoning Card. Rarity: Legendary. Usage requirements: Tier 1, Level 1, Lord status, and a barracks already built. Effect 1, randomly grants a high-tier unit to the barracks summoning list. High-tier units? I don't think high school taught anything like that. Never mind, let's use them first. Please confirm whether you want to use a high-tier unit summoning card. Yes. Successfully summoned a high-tier unit. Obtain the high-tier unit Pegasus Knight. Pegasus Knight, 1000 Genesis Crystals. Flying units! Holy crap, as expected of me, another miracle from a single pull. Flying units have always been a coveted class of soldiers. However, under normal circumstances, only after upgrading the barracks to level 7 or higher can you summon the low-level flying unit, the Eagle Knight. Moreover, it is said that this type of soldier has rather mediocre attributes, and is unlikely to achieve much. Many high-ranking lords simply use the Flying Eagle Knights as transport units or aerial scouts. Unexpectedly, we obtained a high-level flying unit at this time. As expected, I'm handsome. Even the Void Overlord takes special care of me. Chen Han smiled crookedly and then used the second high-level troop summoning card. Successfully summoned a high-tier unit. Obtained the high-tier unit Ninja. Ninja, 900 Genesis crystals. Description: an infantry unit capable of using ninjutsu and various concealed weapons to attack enemies. They excel at stealth, are skilled in assassination, and are agile, making them ideal for decapitation strikes and intelligence gathering. Ninjas? Coco and Mia are enough for decapitation operations, so they don't seem to be of much use. But they can still be useful for intelligence gathering in the future. Let's talk about it after the trial period. Chen Han looked at the creation crystals he still had in his hand, which numbered just over 6,000. While summoning a high-tier unit is indeed very expensive, there is currently no better alternative. You still have to spend the money you need to. Do you want to summon the high-tier unit Pegasus Knight 3? The system notification sounded, and Chen Han confirmed without hesitation. 30 Genesis crystals were used up just like that, and he felt a little reluctant and heartbroken. However, when he recalled that he had only gotten 9 white and 1 green in his previous 2 10 pulls, his sense of disappointment lessened considerably. Summoning confirmed. As the system finished speaking, 6 beams of brilliant golden light suddenly shone on the command platform in the barracks. In the light, the shadows of 3 humanoid figures and 3 Pegasus figures gradually appeared. 3 girls emerged from the light. Their beautiful faces and graceful figures complemented their white armor, exuding an aura of holiness. Meanwhile, the 3 Pegasus horses standing to the side were robust and imposing, quietly awaiting their master's command. At the same time, Chen Han received another notification from the system in his mind. Ding! Detected that the guard unit Shana has fallen for you. Combat power plus 150%. Ding! Detected that the guard unit Xiati is devoted to you. Combat power plus 150%. Ding! Detected that the guard unit Xia Yan has fallen for you. Combat power plus 150%. Chen Han was stunned. The 3 people the system mentioned, could they be the 3 Pegasus Knights in front of us? Good heavens, the Lord's Talent's combat power bonus was triggered once again right after we met. Is it possible that this so-called infatuation can be triggered simply by having a little bit of affection for him? But why is it that we never seem to hear Emily's hints? This is really bizarre. Upon seeing Chen Han, the silver-haired woman standing in the center immediately knelt on one knee and said very respectfully, "Pegasus Knight Shana greets your lordship." Her voice was clear and firm, revealing a sense of respect and loyalty to Chen Han. Upon seeing this, the other 2 women, one with indigo hair and the other with red hair, quickly knelt down as well and echoed each other's sentiments. Pegasus Knight Shadi greets your lordship. Pegasus Knight Xia Yen greets your lordship. Chen Han looked at the 3 Pegasus Knights in front of him, frowned slightly, and asked curiously, Xia Na Xia Ti Xia Yen? Are you 3 sisters? The silver-haired Shana nodded and replied, Yes. I'm the eldest, Xia Ti is the second eldest, and Xia Yen is the third eldest. Chen Han nodded slightly. I understand, get up, everyone. Thank you so much, my lord. The 3 sisters stood up one after another, their movements perfectly synchronized, showing how well trained they were. They quickly walked to their respective Pegasus horses, stood sideways, and quietly awaited Chen Han's instructions. The movements were fluid and natural, as if they had been practiced and refined countless times. Every detail showcases their exquisite skills, giving them a very capable and efficient impression. Chen Han checked the information panels of the 3 of them. Name, Shana. Race, human. Identity, guard. Level, Tier 2, Stage 1, 0 to 10,000. Talent, A level. Skills, Gale Wings L2, Windblade L2, Gun Technique L3. Territory, Territory number 10086. Wings of the Gale L2, Passive skill, allows the user to ride a Pegasus in battle, increasing aerial speed by 10%. Windblade L2, active skill, deals wind attribute magic damage to enemies. Spear Technique L3, passive skill, grants proficiency in using a spear to attack enemies. Weapon, Wind Cutter Spear. Rarity, Epic. Equipment requirements, Tier 1, Level 10. Equipment Effect 1, attacks will inflict additional wind attribute magic damage. Equipment Effect 2, increases attack speed by 20%. Equipment Effect 3, increases piercing power by 20%. Equipment Effect 4, weapon weight minus 90%. The 3 sisters had identical information, and even their appearances were like they were made from the same mold. Apart from their hair color and names, their identities, talents, and skill levels are completely identical. Even more surprisingly, each of them comes with an epic weapon. Witnessing the scene before him, Chen Han became even more determined to pursue an elite career path. The quality of an army is more important than its quantity. As long as you have a sufficient number of high-tier units, there is no need to waste resources training a large number of low-tier units. The Genesis crystals required to summon Pegasus Knights are dozens or even hundreds of times more expensive than those required for lower-tier units. But Chen Han firmly believed that dozens or even hundreds of low-ranking soldiers might not be able to defeat a single Pegasus Knight. What's more, these are three sisters, so their teamwork should be perfect. Chapter 34 The Trial of the Sixth Day. Chapter 34 The Sixth Day of Trial. You know the situation now, right? As usual, Chen Han first inquired about the information the three sisters currently possessed. I know! We are your soldiers, Lord, and we are willing to charge into battle for you and slay the enemy. The eldest sister, Shauna, straightened her back and spoke with a righteous and indignant expression. Since we were all summoned by you, Lord, it is only natural that our lives belong to you. If you encounter any difficulties, just give us three sisters a command. Second sister Xiati gave a military salute and said with a proud expression, Lord, you're so handsome. You're exactly my type. The third sister, Xia Yin, lowered her head and said with a flushed face. She swayed her body slightly, occasionally revealing her graceful figure and exuding a captivating charm. Chen Han couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. These three Pegasus Knights were truly unique. I understand. I will arrange separate rooms for you around the Lord's Manor, and I will contact you immediately if there are any issues. Upon hearing this decision, the three Pegasus Knights responded in unison. Yes. Build residential houses 20 building points. Upgrade residential buildings 10 times 50 building points. Architecture, residential buildings. Level, Tier 2 Stage 1. Durability, 2000 to 2000. Upgrade cost, 40 building points. Function, residences for commoners in the territory. Upgrading the building level improves the appearance and internal structure, and helps increase the loyalty of the residents. With powerful troops, upgrading defensive towers is naturally essential. Upgrade 2 flame towers, 2 ice towers, 2 arrow towers, and 2 catapult towers once each 120 building points. Build 2 hurricane towers 40 building points. Upgrade both hurricane towers 10 times each 300 building points. Architecture, hurricane tower. Level, Tier 2 Stage 1. Durability, 50-100 to 50-100. Upgrade cost, 100 building points. Function, automatically attacks enemy units within range, dealing wind attribute magic damage. Upgrading the building increases the attack range and damage. Additional effect 1. When launching an attack, an additional Eye of the Storm is fired, binding all enemies within it. Cooldown, 30 minutes. After a building is upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 1, the number of building points required for each upgrade increases significantly. Chen Han also abandoned any further plans to upgrade. Whether it's a hero's level or a building's level, there are usually no real changes until you break through a tier. The difference between Tier 2 Stage 1 and Tier 2 Stage 2 is not significant, and more building points can be obtained through various means in the future, so there is no need to overinvest at this moment. After all that renovation, only 120 building points remained. That's just enough to upgrade the bathroom 10 times. After all, with Mio Coco and me around, there's always the possibility of some unspeakable things happening in the bathroom. Therefore, keeping the bathroom clean is still very important. After completing all the preparations, we awaited the arrival of the 6th day of the trial. 2:30 p.m. The afternoon sun shone through the windows into the rooms of the Lord's mansion, making them exceptionally bright. Chen Han and his group were discussing future development plans in the living room, looking quite relaxed. However, this tranquility was shattered by a sudden report. Report! My lord, the void creatures are attacking! Villager Zhang San rushed in anxiously, reporting the emergency to Lord Chen Han. Chen Han nodded calmly. I understand, you may leave now. He waved for Zhang San to leave, then turned and exchanged a glance with the two beauties beside him. No words were needed, their eye contact conveyed everything. They're here! The 6th day of the trial! I'm so close to becoming a true lord! Let's go, we'll have to rely on the two of you today! Immediately afterwards, Chen Han led everyone to leave the mansion and go outside. At the same time, the three Pegasus sisters also received the news and rushed over. The scene outside the barrier was astonishing. A dark mass of void creatures surged in like a tide, densely filling the entire field of vision. The scene was exactly the same as the trial on the fourth day, but upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the void creatures this time were more ferocious, brutal, and intelligent. The void creatures are a mixed bag, with all sorts of strange and terrifying monsters intertwined, bearing their fangs and claws, making them extremely frightening. A rough estimate suggests there are at least 100 different types of void creatures. Among these monsters, there were even about 10 evolved bosses, each exuding a powerful aura. What's even more terrifying is that the lowest level of these void creatures is at least Tier 2, Stage 1. Type Nightwolf. Level, Tier 2, Stage 5. Description: an evolved form of the Black Wolf, possessing top-tier strength and speed. Its combat power increases several times over in the dark. Type Cerberus. Level, Tier 2, Stage 5. Description: an evolved form of the Rabid Dog, with 3 heads possessing independent intelligence, capable of casting 3 different spells simultaneously. Type: Heavenly Demon Rabbit. Level, Tier 2, Stage 5. Description: an evolved form of the Rabbit Hunter, skilled in dark magic, extremely cunning and agile. Species: Swamp Frog. Level, Tier 2, Stage 5. Description: an evolved form of the Poison Frog, skilled in earth magic, and adept at setting traps to let swamps swallow its enemies. The void creatures poured out of the fog of war like an endless tide, as if trying to completely engulf Chen Han's territory, emitting a nauseating stench. Chen Han turned to look at the beauties around him and said softly, "Let's stick to the previous assignments, is that alright?" "No problem, Master, you can rest assured." Miao Kiki responded cheerfully, her eyes sparkling with the desire for battle. "Now that I have accepted your kindness, my lord, I will certainly live up to your expectations." Mia spread her pure white wings, supported herself, and said firmly, "Leave it to us 3 sisters." The 3 Pegasus sisters were not to be outdone, displaying a powerful aura. The territory has expanded considerably, and simply dividing it into left and right sides is simply not enough to manage it all. So Chen Han changed the layout, dividing the entire circular territory into 4 equal parts. He led 10 defensive towers to guard the south, the 3 Pegasus sisters guarded the north, Mio Coco guarded the east, and Mia guarded the west. This can largely prevent monsters from slipping through. This time, the void creatures made no deployments or tactics. They simply swarmed into the territory. Their sheer number is despair-inducing. Perhaps for these void creatures. In this situation, having no tactics is precisely the best tactic. Chapter 35 Battlefield on All Sides. Chapter 35 The Battlefield on All Sides. Boom dash. Whoosh 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 dash. Sizzle dash. The next second, the 10 defensive towers, like sleeping behemoths, suddenly awoke and began operating at full speed. Flames, ice, arrows, boulders, storms, all sorts of attacks rained down on the incoming void creatures. The entire southern battlefield instantly transformed into a terrifying killing field, like a giant meat grinder, mercilessly reaping the lives of void creatures. The battlefield reeked of blood, and the void creatures emitted painful screams and wails that rose and fell incessantly. The limbs and fragments of void creatures flew everywhere in the air, forming a sky full of flying debris. These severed limbs and fragments flew through the air before finally scattering across the wilderness. The void creatures' offensive wave was severely hampered by this fierce barrage of defensive towers. The mountains of debris formed a solid natural barrier, effectively slowing down the advance of subsequent void creature reinforcements. Witnessing the intense battle scene before him, Chen Han couldn't help but exclaim, "The second tier, first stage defensive tower is indeed incredibly powerful." He quickly took out a barret from his storage ring, aimed at the void creatures that had broken through the defenses, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! With a deafening roar, Barrett's bullets whistled through the air and struck one of the black wolves hard. The powerful impact tore its body to pieces on the spot, splattering blood everywhere. Not only that, the bullet also pierced through the black wolf's body with unstoppable force, continuing to fly backward and accurately hitting a steel-haired boar behind it, directly piercing its hard body. Bang bang bang. Chen Han gripped the barret tightly, his fingers rapidly pulling the trigger, firing repeatedly. Fortunately, Chen Han had practiced martial arts since childhood and had reached the second level, second stage. Otherwise, the recoil from the rapid fire would have been enough to give him a hard time. It must be said that Barrett's reputation for saving lives is truly well-deserved. But soon, Chen Han's brows furrowed slightly. He discovered that one of the bosses, Cerberus, was charging toward the south where he was stationed. So I guess I'll have to face the boss alone after all. Oh well, it's something I had to do sooner or later. Chen Han took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and then set up the Barrett, aimed at the middle head of the three-headed dog, and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a loud bang, the bullet flew out at an astonishing speed, but it seemed to have encountered an invisible barrier. This time, the invincible Barrett was actually bounced off the barrier without causing the slightest harm to Cerberus. There's a protective barrier? Holy crap, you three-headed dog, you have no sportsmanship! However, Chen Han's attack seemed to have angered the three-headed dog. Its three dog heads let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, as if venting its anger at Chen Han. Then, they began to gather their magical power. Flames, ice, and lightning simultaneously erupted from the three dog heads, forming a powerful energy stream that slammed directly into the barrier. Barrier durability minus 996. Barrier durability minus 998. Barrier durability minus 1024. This single attack caused the barrier's durability to decrease by more than 3,000 points instantly. If Chen Han hadn't upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 2, increasing the barrier's durability to 30,000 points and adding a special effect of minus 10% damage taken, it probably would have shattered on the spot. Wow, it's that powerful? Fine. Then don't blame me for spending money. A slogan from a certain Tencent game. As long as you spend money, there's no problem that can't be solved. Do you want to spend 100 Genesis crystals to purchase demon-slaying bullets? Yes. The next second, a flash of silver light appeared, and a bullet gleaming with a cold light quickly appeared in the Barrett's barrel. Aim and fire. Bang dash. Without hesitation, Chen Han pulled the trigger, and a tongue of fire shot out from the muzzle, accompanied by a loud gunshot that resounded throughout the entire space. At the same time, a dazzling silver-white streak of light shot out with the sound of the gunshot, like a bolt of lightning ripping across the sky, flying straight toward the ferocious head in the middle of the three-headed dog. Click dash. The invisible barrier that had always been impenetrable was finally shattered by the anti-magic bullet. However, the anti-magic bullet did not stop there. It continued to pass through the broken barrier at an astonishing speed, heading straight for the head in the middle. Oh, a dash. The dog that was hit by the anti-magic bullet let out a shrill scream, and then fell silent. The once ferocious and terrifying dog head was now exposed, with its flesh torn open, revealing stark white bones. Bright red blood gushed from the wound, forming a horrifying pool of blood. A moment later, the dog's head seemed to lose its life support, drooping limply and lifelessly. The other two dog heads witnessed this horrific scene, their eyes wide with shock and bewilderment, seemingly still reeling from the sudden turn of events. Chen Han naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Without hesitation, he bought 2 more anti-magic bullets and quickly aimed at 2 more dog heads. Bang bang dash. With 2 crisp gunshots, 2 silver-white beams shot out like lightning, accurately piercing through the remaining 2 heads of the three-headed dog. This time, without the barrier to block or buffer, the anti-magic bullet shattered the dog's head upon impact, sending fragments flying everywhere. Having lost its 3 heads, the three-headed dog was completely incapable of resisting and was quickly wiped out by the powerful attacks of the defensive towers. Barrett is definitely the best. It can unleash tremendous power no matter where it is. Despite his feelings of deep emotion, Chen Han did not stop what he was doing. Instead, he skillfully set up the Barrett, aimed at the other void creatures, and decisively pulled the trigger. Eastern Battlefield. Miao Kiki continuously unleashed the Shadow of the Night skill, each activation reaping the lives of numerous void creatures. After being released multiple times, the vast majority of void creatures are now nearly wiped out. Even the 3 evolved bosses were not spared, dying tragically under the blades of the Night Demon. All that's left now are a disorganized rabble whose formation has completely collapsed. However, the magic power consumed by the Shadow of the Night is really too high. Next, Miao Kiki could only pick up the blank staff that Chen Han had once drawn and begin to carry out the finishing task. Western Battlefield. All the void creatures were suppressed by an extremely powerful gravity, unable to get up, and could only lie prostrate on the ground, unable to move at all. Moreover, as gravity continued to increase, many void creatures were crushed into mincemeat, and their blood stained the entire wilderness. Although the 3 evolved bosses were barely able to avoid being crushed into mincemeat like the minions under this gravity, it did not mean that they could move freely. Faced with such a target, Mia naturally used her light bullet magic to finish him off. They effortlessly blasted these bosses into dust. The northern battlefield. The 3 Pegasus sisters circled and weaved through the air at incredible speeds, like 3 streaks of lightning flashing across the sky. Ordinary people simply cannot keep up with their speed. They can only see void creatures being easily killed to prove that they are still on this battlefield. Sister, we think we've found a treasure. This Lord's talent enhancement is too strong. I feel invincible. Xia Yan said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Shut up. Don't say things like that again. Regardless of whether the Lord's talent is strong or weak, he is still a master we must serve. Shauna responded with a serious expression, her voice carrying a hint of authority. As the eldest of 3 sisters, she needs to remain calm and rational at all times and not easily reveal her inner thoughts. However, in reality, her heart was also in turmoil, astonished by the Lord's enhanced talent. Eldest sister, 3rd sister, stop talking nonsense. Killing the enemy is the priority. I'll go hold off those 2 heavenly demon rabbits. You 2 finish off the boss you're dealing with as soon as possible. Xiati quickly reminded her. New. Chapter 36 Emily's Determination. Chapter 36 Emily's Determination. 2.5 hours passed quickly. All the void creatures were finally and completely wiped out. On the 6th day of the trial, at least tens of thousands of ferocious beasts attacked, continuously emerging from the fog of war, a truly terrifying sight. The barrier's durability is nearing its limit, it's almost completely collapsing. The corpses of tens of thousands of void creatures piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers, turning the area outside the territory into a terrifying scene. Chen Han sat exhausted on the ground, panting heavily, and it took him a long time to recover. Void Overlord, you have no martial ethics! How can you subject a rookie lord to such a trial? After briefly complaining about the Void Overlord, Chen Han began to check the settlement rewards for the 6th day of the trial. Battle over. Congratulations, Lord, on your victory in the 6th day of the trial, annihilating all the void creatures. The game has detected evolved high-level creatures such as Cerberus, Swamp Sparrow, Night Wolf, and Sky Rabbit. Rewards will be doubled. Start calculating completion rewards. Reward 1, 2 defensive structures laser towers. Reward 2, 2 legendary items guard upgrade cards. Reward 3, 8,000 Genesis crystals. Reward 4, 20,000 Lord experience points, 80,000 Hero experience points. Congratulations, Lord. You have reached Tier 2, Stage 3. Your Lordship talent has unlocked a new effect, Territory Expansion. Lord Talent, Nightly Revelry. Talent Effect 4. If someone is satisfied with your heroic demeanor, you will receive an opportunity to upgrade a building. Back inside the Lord's Manor. Whether it was Miao Kiki, Mia, or Chen Han and the 3 Tianma sisters, everyone was panting heavily from exhaustion. The trials that day were fiercer than ever before. The fact that 6 people could resist tens of thousands of void creatures of similar level to themselves is probably an unprecedented feat in history. Fortunately, the talent has an enhancement effect, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thank you for your hard work, my lord, and all my sisters. This is a drink I've prepared, please enjoy it. Emily opened the door quite naturally, and walked in carrying a plate of orange juice. Ah! It's orange juice! Miao Kiki picked up a cup and poured it into her mouth with great enthusiasm. After finishing 1 cup, he quickly ordered a second one. Lady Coco, please drink slowly. There's more in the kitchen. Don't be in such a hurry. It's okay, that's how you enjoy juice. Emily, I'll have one too. Please, Lady Mia. If you need more, there's more in the cafeteria. Can we have a drink too? No problem. I've seen how brave you 3 sisters are. If it weren't for your help, we ordinary people with no fighting ability would definitely be dead by now. Emily spoke softly, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes. Clearly, she also longed to participate in the battle, but reality left her feeling helpless. She has no combat ability. The only skill that can be considered somewhat related to combat is her detoxification technique. Seeing the forlorn look on Emily's face, Chen Han couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Although Chen Han doesn't consider himself a narcissistic person. However, Judging from Emily's attitude and behavior towards him, if Mia and the Pegasus sisters could trigger the enhancement effect of their talents upon their first meeting, then logically, Emily should also be able to trigger the enhancement effect. Was all of this an act? Or is it that only women with combat abilities can enjoy this effect? Chen Han pondered to himself. In contrast, he prefers the latter possibility. After all, of the 100 civilians under his command, about 40 were women, and more than half of them were young. To these commoners, the Lord was a figure of great power and influence. Logically speaking, since Chen Han rescued them and took them in, at least 1 or 2 female civilians should have been able to trigger this effect. With this thought in mind, Chen Han looked at the settlement reward he had just received, the Guard Upgrade card. Item, Guard Upgrade card. Rarity, Legendary. Usage requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1, Guardian. Effect 1, grants the guard the combat ability of a certain troop type, with a certain probability of obtaining a higher tier troop. Note, using the same guard repeatedly will refresh the troop's abilities. These abilities cannot be stacked repeatedly. This thing is probably like a job change card in a game, right? I wonder if Emily can use it. Chen Han sighed, stood up, and patted Emily on the shoulder. Come with me for a moment. Okay. Although Emily didn't understand why Chen Han wanted to call her alone, she obediently followed him. After all, as a guard, her duty was to obey the Lord's orders. She had no other choice. The two arrived at the back of the mansion. Chen Han cut to the chase and asked directly, Emily, do you want to fight? Don't you want to be a chef anymore? Upon hearing this, Emily was stunned and quickly waved her hands, explaining, No. No! That's not how it is. I feel very honored to be your chef, Lord, but... Just what? Emily took a deep breath and said truthfully, It's just that seeing everyone working so hard for the development of the territory while I can only stand by and watch, this feeling of powerlessness makes me feel terrible. After saying that, Emily hurriedly added a second later, I'm so sorry, Lord. I'm just a cook, yet I was thinking about such things. I'm truly sorry. Her voice was filled with guilt and unease. Upon hearing this, Chen Han nodded slightly, finally understanding Emily's true thoughts. Isn't he the same way? Watching the unparalleled battle between Miao Kiki and Mia, his heart was also filled with unease, and he could hardly contain his excitement. However, due to the racial relations among humans, he could only rely on external forces to fight until he fully matured. He fully understood Emily's deep-seated desire for battle. Emily, you now have a choice. Chen Han took out a guard upgrade card from his spatial bag and solemnly said, Using this card should grant you combat abilities, but not necessarily the power you imagine. Even so, you must... Before Chen Han could finish speaking, Emily interrupted without hesitation. I'm willing. As long as I can fight. Of course, I won't neglect my duties as a chef either. Seeing Emily's resolute expression, Chen Han didn't waste any more words. They used the guard upgrade card directly on her. Is it possible to use a guard upgrade card on Emily to gain the abilities of a certain unit type? Sure. Successfully used the guard upgrade card. Congratulations to Emily for gaining the ability of a high-tier unit. Unit, Magic Swordsman. Description, an infantry unit skilled in sword and magic combat. They can enchant their swords with magic, adding various elemental magical damage to their attacks. Their attack power and speed are exceptional. Ding! Detected that the guard unit Emily has fallen for you. Combat power plus 150%. Chapter 37, The Seventh Day of Trial. Chapter 37, Trial Day 7. Name, Emily. Raise Self. Identity, Guard. Level, Tier 1, Stage 6, 200 to 600. Talent, S rank. Skills, Cooking L4, Detoxification L3, Elemental Enchantment L1, Swordsmanship L1. Territory, Territory number 10086. Elemental Enchantment L1, Active Skill. Applies water, fire, earth, wind, light, or dark enchantments to your weapon, dealing additional magic damage of the corresponding element. Swordsmanship L1, Passive Skill, allows you to skillfully use a long sword to attack enemies. What good luck! I was able to advance to a high-tier unit with just one upgrade card. Chen Han looked at Emily's completely revamped attribute panel with a look of great joy on his face. He nodded slightly, quite satisfied. In fact, he had already made plans in his mind before this. If Emily fails to acquire the abilities of a high-tier unit, then we will prepare to use another upgrade card to change the unit's abilities. Now it seems that's enough. Saving an upgrade card is fantastic. It also indirectly proves a fact. His Lord's talent enhancement skill does indeed only work on female units with combat capabilities. On the other side, Emily closed her eyes tightly, completely immersed in the wonderful feeling of power flowing and surging through her body like a tide. This powerful force was exactly what she had longed for. As for exactly when the desire to become stronger began to sprout deep within her heart, and took root there, even she herself couldn't say for sure. But none of that matters anymore. Because at this moment, she finally achieved her wish. Overwhelmed with excitement, she quickly knelt on one knee and said to Chen Han with utmost sincerity and respect, "Lord, thank you so much for the power you have bestowed upon me." Chen Han smiled and nodded slightly. "It's alright, get up. Feel out of your newfound power." Before he finished speaking, he reached into his spatial bag, took out the Longquan sword, and handed it to Emily. Since Barrett, the lifesaver, stole the show during yesterday afternoon's trial, Chen Han has completely fallen for him. After all, compared to traditional skills like wielding swords and knives, the powerful firepower of gunfire is much more practical. Moreover, isn't this unique American-style II even more appealing? "Thank you for the reward, my lord!" Emily happily accepted the sword and immediately began to try out the power she had just acquired. She moved with the grace of a swallow, wielding her long sword with a powerful and swift motion. At the same time, the surrounding magic began to surge wildly, like a disturbed swarm of bees. Such a scene unfolds before our eyes like a magnificent and breathtaking painting. Witnessing this scene, Chen Han was filled with emotion. No wonder so many scholars and poets throughout history have been fond of admiring the graceful sword dance of beautiful women. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I truly appreciate its wonder. "It's getting late, you should get some rest. Don't ruin your health." Chen Han waved his hand and said, "Thank you for your concern, my lord. I will remember it forever." Emily bowed and responded earnestly. Tomorrow will mark the end of the trial. But Chen Han still tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, like a high school student about to face the college entrance examination. No, there is no college entrance exam in this world, nor is there a wonderful university life. Here, high school is the final stop on the road to education. From this day forward, everyone will live together in harmony with their own territory. Whether one achieves lasting fame, remains unknown, or even fades into obscurity, all depends on the quality of the territory one controls. Will you choose to be cowards for life, or will you choose to become an eternal, immortal myth? Chen Han smiled faintly, finally understanding the meaning of this bold statement that was often on his lips. "I've been accumulating hero experience points for 2 days now, and I've already accumulated 115,000 experience points." Chen Han opened the system interfaces from Yao Kiki and Mia. "No need for further explanation, let's upgrade. I wonder what kind of surprise they'll be like when they wake up tomorrow morning and realize the change in their power." Meow Geek's upgrade from Tier 2, Stage 2 to Tier 2, Stage 4 consumes 50,000 Hero Pool experience points. Upgrading Mia from Tier 2, Stage 1 to Tier 2, Stage 4 consumes 60,000 Hero Pool experience points. Day 7. As the first rays of dawn broke through the sky, before the first rays of sunlight had fully touched the earth. Overwhelmed with excitement, I tossed and turned all night, unable to fall asleep. In short, Chen Han got out of bed early, before 8 o'clock in the morning, which was unprecedented for him. After a quick wash, he went to the cafeteria. As soon as I stepped into the cafeteria, a clear and pleasant voice reached my ears. "Good morning, my lord." Emily greeted him warmly with a bright, sunny smile. "What would you like to eat, lord?" Chen Han glanced at the dazzling array of menus before him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Upgrading the cafeteria was indeed effective. The number of dishes has doubled. "Just give me a meat bun and a cup of soy milk." Upon hearing this, Emily looked surprised and asked suspiciously, "Today is the last day of the trial, my lord. Are you really only planning to eat this little bit?" However, when faced with Emily's question, Chen Han appeared calm and composed, as if he had expected it. He shook his head. "That's enough. Sometimes eating too much can actually affect your performance and prevent you from showing your true potential. In fact, whether it is this life or a past life, Chen Han has always had this unique habit, or rather quirk. Whenever faced with a major event, especially one that makes him feel nervous or anxious, his appetite often becomes unusually poor, and the amount of food he consumes decreases accordingly. Recalling the morning he took the college entrance exam in his previous life, he rushed to the exam hall without even eating breakfast. And as expected, he was admitted to Yenqing University. Unfortunately, just before he was happily preparing to go to Yenqing University to register, tragedy struck. A sudden car accident ended his life, and the perpetrator was a rich second generation who was driving under the influence of alcohol. However, fate seemed to have other plans. Miraculously, he was given a second chance at life and arrived in this completely unfamiliar world. Whatever the reason, this is all I need to eat this morning. Chapter 38 Martial God Hall. Chapter 38 Martial God Hall. A few minutes later, Emily walked gracefully towards them, carrying a tempting breakfast in her hands. Her pretty face radiated a sweet and charming smile, like spring flowers in bloom, as she softly said, "My lord, please enjoy your meal. If it's not enough, I can make more." "Okay, thanks." Before Chen Han could finish speaking, Emily gently interrupted him. "My lord, there's no need for thanks. I am your guard, and it is my duty to serve you, so please don't treat yourself like an ordinary person." Upon hearing this, Chen Han couldn't help but sigh inwardly, a sense of helplessness welling up in his heart. Indeed, the facts are as he stated. Looking back, it all seems like a dream, illusory and hazy. Just 7 days ago, he was nothing more than an ordinary high school graduate. However, in the blink of an eye, he is about to become a lord, sharing this endless void with countless races from all the heavens and myriad worlds. Such a dramatic and earth-shattering change in identity is truly awe-inspiring and deeply moving. "I see." Chen Han nodded slightly in response. At the same time, his gaze fell on Emily's information interface, and he discovered that her level and sword skills had both increased by a full level. Chen Han knew perfectly well that this elf girl must have practiced her swordsmanship all night last night, otherwise how could she have made such amazing progress? However, one has to admit that S-class talent truly lives up to its reputation. Geniuses are not scary. What's scary is that geniuses work harder than everyone else. In just one night, you can raise yourself and all your skills by one level. That efficiency is terrifying. It seems Emily is indeed someone I should focus on developing. When I have time, I should ask her if she has any ideas about learning new skills or becoming stronger. After breakfast, Chen Han went to the Dawn altar to begin today's lottery draw. As expected, my luck was bad today, and I only won a low-level item, which was not worth my attention. Chen Han did not dwell on this too much. After all, being able to draw that supreme-level divine beast egg, which was a rare treasure, was simply incredibly lucky. It was an unprecedented stroke of good fortune. If you are still not satisfied now, and do not properly balance your fortune, you may really shorten your lifespan. Then began today's territory transformation journey. In fact, this was already done yesterday after I received the settlement reward. Chen Han then received several notification sounds from the system. Mio Coco was impressed by your heroic demeanor, and was granted a building upgrade opportunity. Mia was awestruck by your impressive display and was granted a building upgrade opportunity. Clearly, this is a new talent effect triggered. Surprisingly, you can accumulate attempts before acquiring this talent effect. However, what is most heartbreaking is, despite arriving several days earlier than Mia, Mukoko only received one opportunity to upgrade her building. This is just too outrageous. It seems that gaining her approval is going to be quite difficult. Alright, let's put these troublesome matters aside for now and see what's so amazing about this so-called upgraded building. It's worth noting that the number of upgrades granted by the Lord's talent is not a conventional way of increasing levels by consuming building points. Instead, it is directly upgraded to a higher grade advanced building. At this moment, Chen Han's gaze slowly turned to the barracks beside him. Barracks Hall of Martial Gods. Function: consumes void crystals to summon high-tier units. The higher the building level, the more high-tier units can be summoned, and the higher their initial level will be. A barracks that summons soldiers using void crystals? That's impressive! Keep in mind that the value of a single void crystal is at least equivalent to 10,000 creation crystals. Therefore, recruiting a soldier in the Hall of Martial Gods would require at least 10,000 creation crystals as the starting point. Back then, the Pegasus sisters, summoned with just 3,000 creation crystals, already possessed formidable power. So now, if we were to use troops summoned at a cost 10 times greater than that of the Pegasus Knights, what terrifying power would they possess? Damn, could it be comparable to a supreme-level hero unit? After careful consideration, Chen Han decided to give it a try and upgrade. After all, today is the last day of the trial. If we can take this opportunity to increase our combat strength in case of emergency, that would be the best. Are you sure you want to spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade the barracks into the Temple of Martial Gods? Note, this operation is irreversible, please choose carefully. Sure! Upgrade successful. Architecture, Temple of the God of War unique. Level, Tier 2 Stage 1. Durability, 15000-15000. Upgrade cost, 300 building points. Function, consumes void crystals to summon high-tier units. The higher the building level, the more high-tier units can be summoned, and the higher their initial level will be. Additional effect 1. No one except residents within the territory can see the original appearance of the building. Additional effect 2. All troop types combat strength plus 20%, Tier 2 effect. In that instant, countless golden rays of light rained down from the sky, sprinkling onto the barracks. And the barracks, which had originally appeared somewhat old and dilapidated, began to undergo a miraculous transformation at this moment. It gradually evolved into a magnificent building that resembled a sacred altar. At the very center of this altar stands a human-shaped crystal statue holding a long sword, exuding an unparalleled aura of majesty, as if it were looking down upon all things in the world. The magnificent scene unfolds before your eyes like a splendid painting, with every detail exuding an air of nobility. However, Chen Han's gaze was not drawn to the magnificent building. He went straight to the list of recruitable troop types. Compared to the 37 low-tier troop types in the previous barracks, the troop list of the Martial God Hall is exceptionally concise. Aside from the 2 additional high-tier classes added by using advanced troop summoning cards, there are only 3. Archmage, 4 void crystals. Description: an infantry unit, a supreme being who controls all magical elements, capable of unleashing devastating attacks on enemies using magic of all attributes. Gunner, 4 void crystals. Description: an infantry unit that carries extra-dimensional space containing weapons from various eras, skilled in using high-tech weaponry to inflict devastating blows on the enemy. Martial God, 5 void crystals. Description: an infantry unit, composed of masters who pursue the ultimate in martial arts. Their fists can shake mountains and rivers, making them extremely powerful in single-target combat. They are well-suited for single-target boss battles. Chapter 39 Chen Han's Happy Life. Chapter 39 Chen Han's Happy Life. It's so expensive. Chen Han looked at the prices of the various military branches in front of him, and black lines appeared on his forehead. I thought I could spend the void crystal I had. Surprisingly, even the cheapest unit requires 2 void crystals to recruit. At that moment, Chen Han deeply understood what it meant for poverty to limit imagination. Although it is temporarily impossible to recruit these high-level units that consume void crystals, high-tier units such as Pegasus Knights and Ninjas can still be recruited using Genesis crystals. It doesn't matter if we can't recruit low-tier units. Chen Han had no such intention. Quality is better than quantity. Immediately afterwards, Chen Han scanned the buildings within the territory. Except for a few special facilities, all buildings are eligible for upgrades. At that moment, a thought suddenly came to mind. Isn't Coco always complaining about wanting a better resting environment? In that case, why not upgrade her manor first? That way, her experience will improve, and she should be able to get more building upgrade attempts, right? After much deliberation, Chen Han decided to upgrade the Lord's manor first. Will I spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade my Lord's residence into the Primordial Temple? Sure! Upgrade successful. Architecture, Primordial Temple unique. Level, Tier 2 Stage 1. Durability, 50,000 to 50,000. Upgrade cost, 500 building points. Function, the Lord's residence, providing rest. Upgrading it improves its appearance and internal structure. Additional effect 1, mana regeneration speed inside the dwelling plus 10%. Additional effect 2, gain 200 building points per hour, Tier 2 effect. Additional effect 3, no one except the residents of the territory can see the original appearance of the building. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Chen Han's eyes widened, and 3 beautiful sounds of traditional Chinese poetry involuntarily burst forth from his mouth. At this moment, the dilapidated little wooden house had long since disappeared. The scene before me was a magnificent and imposing giant pavilion, its entire body shimmering with dazzling golden light, as if it were made of countless precious gems, exquisitely beautiful. Of course, none of these are the most crucial points. This primordial temple can actually produce building points continuously. Is this really that incredible? It's important to understand that in this endless void, following strict rules, the ways to acquire building points are extremely limited. Only at dawn each day, based on the Lord's own level, will the system distribute a fixed number of building points. The purpose of this is obvious: to curb the rapid expansion of a particular territory, and avoid having too great an impact on the overall structure of the endless void. But now that the Hongmeng Temple exists, the situation has changed dramatically. In just one day, he was able to gain a whopping 4,800 building points, which is almost 4 times the number of building points Chen Han usually earns. This is absolutely insane. Finally, I don't have to be so stingy with my building points anymore. Coco, I'm really looking forward to seeing your expression when you wake up and see the changes to the Lord's manor. Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, forming a slightly mocking smile, before he turned his gaze to the cafeteria next door. After all, sleep, food, and battle are all indispensable for a territory. Are you sure you want to spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade the cafeteria into Lingshange? Sure. Upgrade successful. Architecture, Lingshange unique. Level, Tier 2 Stage 1. Durability, 30,000 to 30,000. Upgrade cost, 500 building points. Function, can consume ingredients to make all kinds of delicacies in the world. Additional effect 1, no one except residents within the territory can see the original appearance of the building. Additional effect 2, dining in the Spirit Dining Pavilion can temporarily boost attributes. Lingshange's architectural style is unique, cleverly blending Chinese and Western elements to form a distinctive aesthetic style. The door is inlaid with exquisite wood carvings depicting various delicacies, making one's mouth water at first glance. 2 enormous crystal chandeliers hung high on either side of the main entrance, shining with dazzling brilliance and exuding an unparalleled noble aura. When one's gaze passes over this magnificent gate, what comes into view is a bewildered and astonished Emily and the commoners. Lord! Lord? What is this? When Emily saw Chen Han outside, she rushed out of the kitchen without even taking off her apron and stammered out a question. Seeing this, Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, revealing a calm smile. How is it? Do you like it? The new cafeteria? Emily was even more confused. I love it. Of course I love it. But why has the cafeteria become like this? This is such a high-class place, really suitable for someone like me to work here. Chen Han patted Emily on the shoulder and laughed. A beautiful chef like you deserves a high-end kitchen. That old, rundown place really didn't suit your status. A beautiful female chef? Is the Lord talking about me? Of course. Emily is very beautiful. She's undoubtedly a great beauty. Upon hearing this, Emily's elfin ears seemed to be ignited, instantly turning bright red. She didn't even have the courage to look at Chen Han. Her eyes flickered, as if she were running away from something. The deeper meaning behind such a straightforward praise from the Lord is self-evident. No wonder Chen Han bestowed upon her immense power, and even upgraded her kitchen. Thinking of this, Emily murmured softly, My lord, I will definitely fulfill my mission to the best of my ability. Chen Han nodded slightly. Yes, my happy life depends on you. A cafeteria like this must have very complete cooking equipment. Chen Han had never experienced food in the game that could boost attributes with just one meal. I'm really looking forward to seeing what these foods taste like. As Emily watched Chen Han's figure gradually disappear into the distance, her cheeks grew increasingly hot, as radiant and dazzling as the sunset. Her hands unconsciously fiddled with her chest, as if trying to hide her inner shyness. A happy life? But I've never experienced it. Emily glanced at the now magnificent Lord's mansion and muttered, Lady Coco seems to know a lot about this. It seems I'll have to ask her for advice sometime. Chapter 40 Preparations Before the Trial. Chapter 40 Preparations Before the Trial. Is there one last chance to level up? Chen Han gazed at the various buildings within his territory, gently resting his chin on one hand, and murmured to himself. Before these buildings are fully upgraded, their specific information is hidden and cannot be previewed. Therefore, apart from the universal effect, that no one except the residents of the territory can see the original appearance of the building, no one knows which building might produce additional effects after being upgraded. Today is the last day of the trial, and there's no time to ask Mia and Okoko for more building upgrade attempts. After careful consideration, Chen Han decided to upgrade the goddess altar first. Although they have not suffered any harm in the past 6 days. But who dares to say that they will still be safe and sound during the 7th day of the trial? Moreover, wouldn't it be even better if the goddess altar could revive hero units after being upgraded? However, you should upgrade using building points first, and then upgrade using talent functions, as this will be more cost-effective. Goddess Altar, Divine Level 10 200 Building Points. Architecture, Goddess Altar. Level, Tier 2 Stage 1. Are you sure you want to spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade the Goddess Altar to the Miracle Altar? Sure! Upgrade successful. Architecture, Miracle Altar. Level, Tier 2 Stage 1. Durability, 50,000 to 50,000. Upgrade cost, 300 building points. Function, consumes Genesis crystals to heal Lord or hero units, increasing its level enhances the healing effect. Additional effect 1, no one except residents within the territory can see the original appearance of the building. Additional effect 2, healing can be performed without being on the altar, but the required Genesis crystals are doubled. Looking at the information about the Miracle Altar, Chen Han nodded, quite satisfied. Despite not gaining the ability to resurrect heroes, the Miracle Altar's remote healing effect is truly delightful. This is perhaps the difference between reality and games. Life is only once. In this world, there probably aren't any buildings or items that can easily revive others, making everything seem more realistic and cruel. Take your time, there's plenty of time. I still have building points, let's build a few more defensive towers. I think there were laser towers in yesterday's rewards. Chen Han muttered to himself, glancing at his spatial bag. 2 laser towers were built. Upgrade both laser towers 10 times each 300 building points. Architecture, Laser Tower. Level, Tier 2 Stage 1. Durability, 5000 to 5000. Upgrade cost, 100 building points. Function, automatically attacks enemy units within range, dealing light attribute magic damage. Upgrading the building level increases the attack range and damage. Additional effect 1. When launching an attack, summons an additional laser rain to attack enemies. Cooldown time, 1 hour. A total of 233 Genesis crystals were harvested from the 4 crystal veins. Build 2 flame towers with a building point of -80. Build 2 hurricane towers with a building point of -80. Construct 2 laser towers at -80 building points. Upgrade both flame towers 10 times each 300 building points. Upgrade both hurricane towers 10 times each 300 building points. Upgrade both laser towers 10 times each 300 building points. Where am I? Miao Kiki stared wide-eyed at the dreamlike scenery around her, her face filled with astonishment, and for a moment she was in a daze. She couldn't help but reach out and pinch Mia's pink cheek hard. When she felt the smooth touch on her fingertips and saw the slight pain on Mia's face, Miao Kiki finally realized that she was not in a dream. However, if it wasn't a dream, then everything happening before my eyes was truly bizarre. I just took a nap, so why does the whole room feel so unfamiliar? Meanwhile, Mia gently rubbed the spot where Miao Kiki had pinched her, quickly calming down and starting to analyze the current situation. Clearly, this must be some kind of modification or upgrade that Chen Han made to the Lord's mansion. But isn't this change a bit too astonishing? She comes from a prestigious family of angels. But the scene before her was far more magnificent than any of the luxurious mansions Mia had ever lived in. Just as the two were still immersed in shock and confusion, a faint noise suddenly came from outside the room. Immediately afterwards, Chen Han pushed open the door with a smile, stepped into the room, and went straight to the chair next to the bed and sat down. He teased softly, "Oh, you two beauties, you've finally woken up!" Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki and Mia exchanged a glance and asked in unison, "What exactly happened?" There was a really nice item in yesterday's rewards, so I used it to upgrade our Lord's mansion." Chen Han scooped Miao Kiki up from the bed, gently stroking her pink hair, and said with a doting expression, "You should like the environment of this mansion, right?" Upon hearing this, a shy blush rose on Miao Kiki's face, as delicate and beautiful as a blooming peach blossom. She nodded slightly and replied softly, "Yes. I really like it, thank you, Master. I love both Master and this house." Her words were full of charm and seduction. "I'm glad you like it." Chen Han's gaze shifted to Mia, who was standing to the side, elegantly smoothing her long hair. "Mia, I've upgraded the cafeteria too. I asked Emily yesterday, and they can now cook Buddha jumps over the wall. Before the void creatures attack, you can go and try it. Upon hearing this, Mia, who had been as calm as still water, suddenly widened her beautiful eyes, her face filled with astonishment. You know, she had only casually mentioned that her favorite food was Buddha jumps over the wall, a dish from human society, that night, and she had almost forgotten about it herself. Unexpectedly, Chen Han took it so seriously and remembered it firmly. Thank you for your kindness, Lord. I am deeply grateful. I will fight with all my might today. Ahem, today is the last day of the trial. Let's do our best together. By the way, Master, where's the bathroom? I want to touch up my makeup. There's a separate dressing room to the left after you go out. The restroom is at the end of the corridor, and the newly added bedroom is to the right. Downstairs are the living room and eating room. It feels a bit complicated to explain like this, so let me show you around before the void creatures attack. Good. Chapter 41 The Bizarre Attacker. Chapter 41 The Bizarre Attacker. The last days seemed to stretch on endlessly, every minute and second feeling so long and unbearable. Time passed slowly, and finally it was 5:30 p.m. Disappointingly, no trace of any void creatures appeared within the field of vision. This unusual calm, however, stirred a sense of unease within Chen Han, making him feel increasingly uneasy. Something unusual must be going on, just like the attack by the undead army during the 4th day of the trial. Fortunately, the weather in the endless void is unusually clear today. Although it was nearing dusk, the brilliant sunlight was as dazzling and warm as at noon. At least in terms of weather, it is not at a disadvantage. Just as Chen Han and his group were about to enjoy their dinner, suddenly, something strange happened. An extremely powerful pressure surged forth like a raging torrent, instantly filling Chen Han's entire body and mind. That feeling was like the shadow of death looming over my heart, lingering and sending chills down my spine. Without a doubt, the final day of the trial has begun. My lord, what is this? Emily, standing to the side, clearly sensed the terrifying pressure as well. Goosebumps involuntarily rose all over her body, and her face was filled with astonishment. Faced with this situation, Chen Han replied solemnly with a serious expression. Emily, although you have obtained the power of a unit, your level is still low and your strength is limited. Therefore, you do not need to participate in today's battle. He had a premonition that the boss of the 7th-day trial would definitely not be as easy to deal with as he had previously imagined. Emily hasn't even reached Tier 2 yet. Leaving the barrier to participate in the battle would probably be a waste of her time. I understand. Despite Emily's heart being filled with desire and anticipation for battle. But since the Lord had already given the order, she naturally couldn't disobey it. She nodded helplessly, indicating that she accepted the arrangement. My lord, please do your best. Don't worry. I don't want to give up this territory that I've worked so hard to acquire. After saying this, Chen Han resolutely led Miao Kiki, Mia, and the 3 Tianma sisters out of the Lingshan pavilion and headed outside. However, the scene before them was utterly baffling to everyone. I originally expected to encounter a massive horde of void creatures, a pack of ferocious beasts with hideous faces and sharp fangs, or a legion of undead exuding a nauseating stench. But reality was completely unexpected. The void creature that supposedly attacked on the last day of the trial turned out to be just a single figure. That's right, there really was only one person standing there. This person wore a bizarre ghost mask and a mysterious black cloak, looking like a messenger emerging from the abyss of darkness. Name? Race? Identity, hero. Grade? Talent? Skill? Territory, none. This attribute interface? It's for heroes? What's going on? Mia murmured in astonishment, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Normally, only heroes, guards, and commoners within the same territory are qualified to view each other's attributes. Among them, heroes have the permission to view the attribute interfaces of everyone except the Lord. The guards can view the attribute interfaces of everyone except the Lord and heroes. As for commoners, they could only view information about other commoners and slaves. If it were a tourist or a slave, then their status would be completely unknown. Once this situation occurs, the other party's attribute interface will be filled with a series of question marks, just like the black-clad man standing in front of you right now. After all, if other lords or heroes could freely spy on the attribute details of everyone in another's territory, then the Lord War probably couldn't continue, and everyone's combat power would be exposed without reservation. However, the reason why this man in black's information interface is so special is precisely because it does not belong to any specific territory. That's why it's impossible to find any information about him on the interface. However, this is precisely the core issue. According to common sense and logic, a new lord who is in the trial phase would absolutely not encounter any other units outside the barrier that do not belong to his own territory. What's more, it's a hero unit. Furthermore, why does this hero not have a territory of his own? It is important to know that once a hero is successfully summoned by a lord, he will naturally be bound to that lord's territory, forming an unbreakable bond. If his territory is unfortunately destroyed, then this hero will also vanish into nothingness. There is absolutely no possibility that a hero unit without any affiliation would suddenly appear in the world. But the living examples are right in front of us, and there's no way to fake it. Therefore, Mia's question is unlikely to receive a definitive answer from anyone. A hero unit without a territory is simply too absurd. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Han thoughtfully analyzed. Could it be that there exists some kind of void being capable of simulating and transforming into the appearance of a hero? After all, the endless void is so vast, it wouldn't be so rare for one or two monsters with this characteristic to appear in it, would it? Upon hearing this, Mia and Miao Kiki shook their heads in unison, disagreeing. That's impossible! Logically speaking, the information interface is the most advanced existence in this endless void world, and can be considered the core of the underlying logic. From any perspective, there is absolutely no possibility of any problem arising. However, reality seems to only be explained in this way to make a barely plausible sense. Just as Chen Han and his group were deep in thought, the mysterious man in black finally made a move. He slowly approached the spatial barrier where Chen Han was, as if strolling in his own courtyard, leisurely and content. Seeing this, Chen Han knew that this was no time for idle thoughts, and that he had to take immediate action. Without hesitation, he moved the defensive tower, quickly shifting it towards the barrier where the man in black was located. In an instant, flames, ice, arrows, boulders, storms, lasers, a barrage of powerful attacks rained down on the man in black. This overwhelming energy fluctuation, like a surging wave, shook the entire sky. However, surprisingly, even with such a fierce attack, it failed to cause the man in black even the slightest harm. He was surrounded by a black shadow barrier, blocking all potential harm. Chapter 42 Can't afford to play anymore? Chapter 42 Can't afford to play anymore? Upon seeing this scene, a resolute glint flashed in Chen Han's eyes. Without hesitation, he set up the barrier to save lives and quickly spent 100 creation crystals to purchase demon-slaying bullets. Bang! With a deafening roar, a streak of silvery white light flashed through the air like lightning, carrying unparalleled power, and hurtled straight toward the man in black. However, what is shocking is, the man in black simply turned slightly to the side, easily dodging the fatal blow. Immediately afterwards, the man in black slowly raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers. A mysterious light flickered at his fingertips, and magic power condensed instantly like surging waves, forming a huge and pitch-black blade of light. This blade of light, carrying an aura of world-destroying destruction, swept down towards the spatial barrier of the territory with overwhelming force. Boom! Then came another earth-shattering roar. The spatial barrier, which had remained intact for 6 days, crumbled instantly under this single attack, turning into countless tiny specks of dust that dissipated into the air. The power of this attack far exceeded what Chen Han and his group could have imagined. Holy crap! Void Overlord, are you kidding me? How am I, a newbie lord, supposed to fight this kind of boss? Chen Han's heart was churning like a stormy sea, and he cursed the Void Ruler several times in his heart. He originally thought that the Void Sovereign had made the 7-day trial so difficult in order to nurture him. After all, the reward he received was indeed very generous, and that cannot be faked. But who could have predicted that just as Chen Han was about to pass the trial, the Void Overlord would actually flip the table? This is just too much of a game. Chen Han's face was terribly gloomy. He clenched his teeth and began to think of various countermeasures. Miao Kiki, who usually wears a charming expression, looked somewhat flustered at this moment. She asked softly, "Master, what should we do now? Even if Mia, the Pegasus sisters, and I join forces, we probably won't be a match for this man in black." Chen Han took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. His gaze swept across the surroundings, carefully observing the situation before him. Suddenly, a detail flashed through his mind like lightning. The man in black remained unusually calm when faced with the tower's attacks, as if the attacks had no effect on him. However, what is puzzling is why he would deliberately dodge Chen Han's barret shot just now. Could it be that the anti-magic bullets can harm him? After all, the description of the anti-magic bullet in the system is that it can break through all magical barriers. Chen Han did not respond to Miao Kik's words. Instead, he quickly raised the barret again, aimed at the man in black, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. As expected, he did not use the anti-magic bullet this time, and the man in black did not try to dodge. The ordinary bullet hurtled away like a meteor, heading straight for the barrier on the man in black. However, the bullet seemed to be swallowed up by an invisible force the moment it came into contact with the barrier, instantly turning into nothingness and leaving only a faint flash. So that's how it is. Top-notch defense, and top-notch awareness of danger avoidance. But thankfully there's still a way to hurt him. Truly worthy of being called the lifesaver Barret. A glimmer of hope welled up in Chen Han's heart. Now that we've found a way to inflict damage, there might still be a chance of winning this battle. He took a deep breath, looked at the girls around him, and asked, Coco, Mia, Shana, Xiati, Xia Yen, do you believe me? I believe you. What's wrong, master? I will obey all of the Lord's arrangements. We 3 sisters are all your soldiers, Lord, and are willing to obey all your orders. Chen Han nodded. Then there's no problem. To make a long story short, you just need to do this. At this moment, the man in black stood silently in place, like a steady mountain. Beneath the mask, his deep eyes revealed extreme confidence in his own strength, as if the whole world was under his control. Even as the defensive towers relentlessly attacked him, he remained unmoved, showing no intention of damaging the buildings. He appeared to have a very gentlemanly demeanor. The next second, the 3 Pegasus sisters quickly mounted their Pegasus and flew into the sky. At the same time, the men in black were also drawn to them, and involuntarily followed their movements. Mia seized this fleeting opportunity, quickly casting a light shield and blessing spell on herself. Then, without hesitation, she charged straight at the man in black. The man in black frowned slightly upon seeing this, pondering the intentions of these people. However, to him, these were all trivial matters. Faced with absolute power, all schemes are futile. All he had to do was crush Chen Han's tiny territory with overwhelming force. The man in black slowly raised his right hand again. With his movement, a ball of light, condensed with dark magic, condensed in his hand, emanating a chilling aura of darkness. However, in that instant, Miao Kik's figure appeared silently behind the man in black like a ghost. She conjured an arcane missile in her hand, and with a powerful slap, the arcane missile shot out like lightning. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as the arcane missile detonated at extremely close range, releasing a powerful shockwave that swept outwards like a surging ocean wave. Even the black-clad man, protected by a barrier, swayed slightly in the face of this terrifying power, revealing a hint of astonishment. Trying to pull some petty tricks. The man in black clicked his tongue in a voice that sounded like a voice changer, and quickly turned around, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes. He immediately aimed the fully charged dark ball at Miao Kiki, preparing to launch a fatal attack. However, just as he made his move, he was surprised to find that Miao Kiki had already been taken away by the 3 Pegasus Knights in the sky at some unknown time. This speed? How could a second-tier guard possibly have such speed? Just as the man in black was still in shock, Mia had already rushed to his back like a whirlwind. She also held a dazzling light blast in her hand, which she detonated without hesitation, knocking the man in black back 2.5 meters. When the man in black turned around again, he found that Mia had also been taken away by the Pegasus Knight in less than half a second. His face turned extremely gloomy, and a strong anger surged in his heart. Humph! Let's see what other tricks you can pull! The man in black parted his lips slightly and said softly, his voice revealing a hint of disdain. Thunderous might! As she finished speaking. In an instant, the once warm and sunny endless void was suddenly obscured by an invisible hand, and the light vanished abruptly. Chapter 43 The Dragon Clan. Chapter 43 The Demon Dragon Clan. Dark clouds, as black as ink, rolled in and quickly filled the entire sky. The entire endless void was instantly shrouded in thick dark clouds, resembling a huge black castle, oppressive and heavy. Boom! The terrifying thunderclaps rose and fell, making people's eardrums ache. Countless chains of lightning, as thick as buckets, surged wildly in the sky like silver snakes, weaving together into a massive electric net. Each bolt of lightning carried a devastating power, as if it were about to tear the entire world apart. The flashes of lightning illuminated the dark void, as if it were the end of the world. However, even so, the Pegasus sisters, along with Mio, Coco and Mia, still showed no signs of being struck by the thunder. They soar freely in the sky, just because you can't fly. Every now and then, they would unleash a few wind blades, striking the surrounding mud and sandstone layers like sharp arrows. Although the dust it stirred up wasn't very powerful, it precisely covered the black barrier surrounding the men in black. It doesn't cause much damage, but it's extremely insulting. Humph, you really think you can survive by escaping to the sky, huh? The man in black snorted disdainfully, a hint of annoyance flashing in his eyes. His body suddenly trembled violently, and a pair of huge wings sprouted from his back. It was a pair of jet black wings, with exposed skeletons, thick and powerful, as if cast from steel. The wing membranes are a deep brownish black, like a ghost in the night, giving people a mysterious and terrifying feeling. The edges of its wings are as sharp as blades, capable of slicing through the air with a gentle flap. Each feather is as hard as iron, arranged densely to form a solid protective layer. These feathers shimmered with a metallic sheen, shining brightly with every flash of lightning. Upon seeing this, the three Pegasus sisters stared wide-eyed, as if they were looking at a copper bell, incredulous at the scene before them. They were all too familiar with those black wings. Those were the wings of the Demon Dragon clan, the most powerful, historically ancient, and geographically vast branch of the Dragon clan, which can be called the number one race throughout the ages. How is this possible? He's actually a hero of the Demon Dragon clan? Didn't the entire Dragon clan establish a pact with the Void Overlord and become its designated subjects? Why are there still heroes wandering outside alone? Could it be that the Void Overlord truly intends to kill Lord? What should we do? Should we continue with the Lord's plan? If it really is a hero of the Demon Dragon clan, and his level is higher than ours, we alone are no match for him. Enough with the nonsense, just do as the Lord says. Shauna shouted solemnly, her voice filled with determination and resolve. For her, the Lord was everything. Even though she wasn't a hero and could still survive after her territory was destroyed, her loyalty and faith made her choose to obey the Lord's orders without hesitation. Inspired by their eldest sister Xia Na, the second sister Xia Ti and the third sister Xia Yan felt as if a raging fire had been ignited in their hearts, and their fighting spirit surged like a tidal wave. As long as they can defeat the heroes of the Demon Dragon clan, their lives will become incredibly glorious, and they will have no regrets in this life. Shauna shouted at the top of her lungs. Maintain formation and continue the attack! Yes! On the other side, Mia and Neo Coco, who had been picked up by the Pegasus sisters, also spread their black and white wings and floated in the air. As they nimbly dodged the torrential thunder, their brows furrowed, they watched intently as everything unfolded before them. The heroes of the Demon Dragon clan have arrived, and the 7-day trial is incredibly difficult, while the unheard-of and powerful Lord's talent is truly astonishing. All of this proves that Chen Han's identity is extraordinary. Mia said with a solemn expression. Coco, I now firmly believe your previous guess. Lord, perhaps it really is. It's too early to say. In any case, my master will always be my master, and that will never change. Meow Kiki unleashed her shadow dance of the night, shattering deadly bolts of lightning, and instantly appeared beside Mia, encouraging her. Let's defeat this demon dragon hero first. I know! Mia flapped her wings quickly, and before the man in black could fully take off, she swooped down towards him like a burning meteor. She imitated Meow Kik's movements, concentrated her mind, and condensed a shining light bullet in her palm. With an indomitable spirit, she charged straight at her opponent. Overestimating yourself! The man in black raised a slight, disdainful smile. He gently raised his right hand, and a black magic ball the size of a basketball suddenly formed in his palm. The sphere of light and the sphere of black collided violently in midair, instantly unleashing a powerful chaotic shockwave. The shockwave was like a ferocious beast, baring its fangs and claws as it raged outwards. Mia was blasted away by the powerful force, her body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Not only that, but the shockwave also blasted a vacuum region with a radius of hundreds of meters out of the dark clouds in the sky. Fortunately, Mia had cast several layers of protective shields on herself beforehand, and Chen Han had also used the power of the miracle altar to heal her remotely, which barely managed to withstand most of the power of the shockwave. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Are second-tier heroes really that strong and physically capable? Also, why did I just sense a healing power coming from within the territory? The man in black frowned slightly as he looked at the scene before him and muttered to himself. However, at that moment, 3 more sharp wind blades descended from the sky, like 3 razor-sharp swords, slashing fiercely at the man in black's neck. The man in black initially didn't want to pay attention to these wind blades. After all, with his strength, an attack of this level simply couldn't break through his shadow barrier. However, in that very instant, the crisis sensing skill was activated instantly. Without hesitation, he dodged the wind blade in the middle while simultaneously enduring the other 2 wind blades. As he expected, things turned out exactly as he predicted. Behind the wind blade in the middle, Miao Kiki had already condensed an arcane missile several times larger than herself, and launched it in the direction he had been standing. If he had chosen to take the hit head-on, he might have been hit by that arcane missile. It should be noted that while the shadow barrier possesses formidable defensive capabilities, however, it cannot be maintained indefinitely. It requires a huge amount of magic power, and the stronger the attack, the greater the consumption. After that round of fighting, the man in black had consumed nearly 2/5 of his magic power. If this continues, he will surely be worn down to death by these people. Chapter 44 Repelling the Man in Black. Chapter 44 Repelling the Man in Black. He was a dignified 3rd-tier, 5th-stage demon dragon hero. An existence that completely overwhelms everyone, whether in terms of level or race. If we lose to those 5 second-tier minions, wouldn't we be laughed at? With this thought in mind, the man in black made a silent decision to hold nothing back any longer. There's nothing I can do about it, so don't blame me. The man in black raised his right hand again, his fingers transforming into a sharp blade, and slashed across the air. In an instant, a jet-black blade, even larger than the one that had shattered the barrier before, like an unshakable mountain, swept down towards Miao Kiki, who was still in the air and in a spellcasting daze. Dragon Blade. Its immense power seemed capable of tearing through the void, and even the surrounding space was forcibly locked, leaving no way to escape. At this critical moment, Mia appeared in front of Makoko like a ghost. Clang! A crisp impact sound rang out. Mia unleashed 13 layers of light shields in succession, forming an impregnable wall that forcefully blocked the terrifying dragon's blade. At the same time, Miao Kiki also used the shadow of the night to disperse the damage from the black blade. However, the energy contained in this attack was truly astonishing, and the powerful shockwaves swept out wildly with overwhelming force. Ice Tower Durability -2666. Flame Tower Durability -2974. Lord's Mansion Durability -2077. Dawn Altar Durability -1944. Crystallized Vein Durability 1888. All the buildings within Chen Han's territory were on the verge of collapse under the impact of this energy. Many buildings are experiencing a sharp drop in durability. Several first-stage farmlands and livestock farms, and even second-stage houses, were instantly reduced to ruins because they were too close to the center of the shockwave. Fortunately, Chen Han had already arranged for the civilians to hide in the Spirit Food Pavilion, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. The resulting shockwave, like a surging ocean wave, instantly blasted away all the dark clouds in the endless void. Instead, a vast expanse of yellow sand filled the sky, obscuring the sun. Half a minute later, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The 3 Pegasus sisters circled and fought the man in black in the air in a triangular formation, just like a scene of 3 heroes fighting Lu Bu. Meanwhile, Mia and Coco continuously cast spells from afar, providing them with a constant stream of support. Even the formidable man in black found himself at a slight disadvantage under the relentless onslaught of these 5 women. This is so annoying! The man in black clicked his tongue in amazement, and at the same time began to gather power for a thunderstorm. However, in the very next second, he suddenly felt a suffocating shadow creep into his heart. Crisis alert activated again. 3 silver-white streaks of light shot upwards like lightning, hurtling towards his back at an extremely tricky angle. The timing was absolutely precise, down to the last detail. Even though the man in black possessed the ability to sense danger, he reacted quickly. However, the attacks from the Pegasus sisters, along with Mio, Coco and Mia, prevented him from completely escaping. One of the silvery white streaks of light shot and like lightning, shattering the shadow barrier with overwhelming force and piercing through his shoulder. In an instant blood splattered everywhere, like specks of red plum blossoms blooming, staining the surrounding air red. The man in black's aura immediately weakened, and his previous relaxed and carefree demeanor vanished. How could this be? The man in black stared wide-eyed, disbelief written on his face beneath the mask. However, this is just the beginning. Meow Kiki, Mia, and the Pegasus sisters seized the fleeting opportunity without hesitation, pressing their advantage and pouncing on their prey like hungry tigers, giving the men in black no chance to breathe. Chen Han, as if divinely inspired, always managed to seize the opportunity at crucial moments, unleashing deadly anti-magic bullets that severely wounded the men in black like a whirlwind. Even though the men in black had harmed the girls, Chen Han immediately used the miracle altar's effects to heal them, which had no effect whatsoever. And so, time passed by minute. Finally, half an hour later, the man in black realized that his magic was almost depleted, and losing this battle was inevitable. He made a quick decision, and took out his protective magic weapon. 1,000-mile travel talisman! Activate! The words had barely left his mouth. In an instant, a talisman condensed and transformed into a thick white mist, tightly enveloping the man in black. All the magical attacks and Barrett's anti-magic bullets rained down on the white mist, but it was as if they were hitting soft cotton, having no effect whatsoever, and not even leaving a trace on the white mist. The next second, the white mist vanished as if it had never existed. The man in black also vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Did we succeed? Did we repel him? Meow Kiki gasped for breath, her voice trembling slightly as she murmured to herself. The enemy before us is a hero of the Demon Dragon clan. One of the branches of the strongest race, the dragons. Moreover, judging from the strength he displayed, his rank should be around the 4th rank. It's nothing short of a miracle that they were able to achieve victory against such a formidable opponent. He must have escaped. I couldn't sense his presence. Mia analyzed calmly, a hint of surprise appearing in her beautiful eyes. To fight against a dragon hero of around the 4th tier with only a 2nd tier level strength and successfully repel him is undoubtedly a feat worthy of being recorded in history. Even among the angels, no one has ever been heard of achieving such a feat. Amazing! Is this our lord? He was able to shatter that black barrier so easily and deliver a fatal blow to the dragon hero. Shauna's face was filled with reverence, her beautiful eyes sparkling with endless admiration and respect. I knew it! I trusted the Lord. He'd definitely be alright. Xiati let out a long sigh of relief, her tense nerves finally finding a moment of respite. A sense of relief, like someone who had escaped death, welled up within me. But why would a hero from the dragon race come to invade? As soon as Xia Yin said this, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. The girls looked at each other, all showing expressions of confusion and bewilderment. Indeed, let's set aside for now why these dragon heroes, who belonged to no territory, suddenly appeared here. Even after the battle ended, they still couldn't understand why the mysterious man in black had launched a surprise attack on Chen Han's territory without warning. Moreover, it doesn't seem like something that void creatures would do, posing as heroes. It's important to understand that, generally speaking, the ultimate goal of void creatures is to kill their lord. However, the man in black in front of them had clearly broken through the barrier, but he seemed to ignore Chen Han and everything in his territory. That's so bizarre. Alright, let's not dwell on this anymore, let's go back. Chapter 45 Hongmeng Temple. Chapter 45 The Primordial Temple. Chen Han remained on edge. Only after witnessing the man in black completely disappear beyond his territory did he finally exhale a long breath of relief. Although no information has been received regarding the settlement reward. But thankfully, this sudden attack ended in victory. However, looking at the devastated and riddled territory before him, Chen Han couldn't help but frown, inwardly lamenting his predicament. To restore it to its original state, it would probably require a huge amount of creation crystals. I just used up nearly 3,000 Genesis crystals to remotely treat the girl's injuries. This wave is practically emptying our savings. Moreover, what if that man in black wasn't the target of the 7th day's trial? It's likely that before long, the void creatures of the 7th day will surge in and launch a fierce attack. Now that the barrier has been removed, it's hard to imagine how we can possibly withstand their frenzied attacks. Just as Chen Han was filled with worry, a soft and melodious voice suddenly rang out. Master, you're amazing! Looking in the direction of the sound, Meow Kiki gracefully flew to him like a light and agile butterfly, her pretty and charming face full of captivating beauty, and she spared no praise for Chen Han. Chen Han smiled slightly, gently stroking Miao Keek's head, and said with a smile, "Without you creating openings, how could I have hit him so easily?" Mia, standing to the side, looked worried. She frowned slightly and asked softly, "My lord, judging from the current situation, it seems we haven't successfully passed this trial yet. What should we do next?" Upon hearing this, Chen Han sighed helplessly, indicating that he also felt extremely troubled. Perhaps the only solution is to summon more Pegasus Knights or ninjas to deal with the void creature's attack on the 7th day. However, at that moment, an unexpected situation occurred. Suddenly, a notification sound came to Chen Han's mind indicating the settlement of rewards. Battle over. Congratulations, Lord, on your victory in the 7th day of the trial, annihilating all the void creatures. The game has detected evolved high-level creatures such as Death Knights and Demon Knights. Rewards will be doubled. Start calculating completion rewards. Reward 1. Special Facility 2 Twilight Towers. Reward 2. 2 Legendary Items Hero Summoning Cards. Reward 2. 2 Legendary Weapons Star Chaser and Moon Chaser. Reward 4. 2 Gravity Towers, Defense Facilities. Reward 5. 14,000 Genesis Crystals. Reward 6. 50,000 Lord Experience Points, 150,000 Hero Experience Points. Congratulations, Lord. Your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 4, and your territory has expanded. Upon hearing this series of system notifications, Chen Han was slightly taken aback. What's going on? Could it be that the man in black really is the boss of the 7th day's trial? Why is there a delayed settlement? Before Chen Han could figure out the reason, several more system notifications came. Time itself seemed to stand still at that moment. Congratulations, Lord, on completing the 7-day trial and officially becoming a Lord. Overall rating, SSS. Lord Battle feature coming soon. Trading board functionality will be unlocked soon. The Secret Realm Exploration feature will be unlocked soon. The Lord's trial has ended, unlocking the territory naming function. Now please name your territory. Important note, territory names cannot be duplicated, and once a territory is named, it cannot be changed. Lords, please name your territories carefully. Chen Han frowned, lost in deep thought. Among all the myriad races in the heavens, the number of lords is enormous, at least in the trillions, and possibly even in the tens of trillions. In the endless void, language is unified, and there is absolutely no possibility of it being replaced by other languages. In China, with its massive population of 1.4 billion, it is not uncommon for people to share the same name. Moreover, what about among these hundreds of trillions of land names? Fortunately, the maximum length of a territory name is 15 characters, which should prevent people from being in a desperate situation when choosing a name. Nightly Revelry. The territory name is duplicated. Please rename it. Fairy Garden. The territory name is duplicated. Please rename it. My Harem Garden. The territory name is duplicated. Please rename it. Dala Bangba Banda Bedabudobirong. The territory name is duplicated. Please rename it. Anyone actually came up with a name like that? Seriously. Chen Han almost coughed up blood. No wonder my high school teacher repeatedly emphasized that I must think of at least 500 territory names in advance. If possible, it's best to include a combination of numbers and letters, as this makes it less likely to be repeated. Otherwise, when it comes to naming the territory after completing the trial, you'll probably be scratching your head in frustration. Chen Han closed his eyes and pondered quietly for a moment. He knew very well that any props, lyrics, skill names, etc. that existed in this world had already been registered by someone else. Even if you replace a few homophones, you'll probably still be unable to escape the fate of someone else getting there first. If you're just blindly typing on the keyboard and randomly choosing a name, you might as well just call it territory number 10086. At this moment, Chen Han's gaze slowly shifted to the magnificent Lord's mansion, and a thought suddenly welled up in his mind. Would other lords know the name Hongmeng Temple? With a "let's give it a try" attitude, he carefully typed those 4 words into the name field. Hongmeng Temple. The territory name is not duplicated. The territory name is confirmed as Hongmeng Temple? Seeing this, Chen Han frowned slightly, a sense of doubt rising in his heart. Why is there no lord registered for the 4 characters, Hongmeng Temple? That's unbelievable. It's important to know that in this world, lords take the naming of their territories very seriously. 4 character names should have been registered by other lords long ago. Could it be that this building has never been built by any lord in history? Do the other lords not even know the term, Hongmeng Temple? Soon. Chen Han smiled with relief, thinking to himself, perhaps, this lordly talent of revelry every night is truly unique to me throughout history. A name is just a label. Whether it's good or bad, it ultimately depends on future achievements. Even if a territory is given a wonderful name, it will inevitably be forgotten in the long river of history if it remains unknown in the future. Conversely, even if a territory's name is just a string of meaningless characters, as long as one can achieve the position of an extraordinary lord in the future, one will surely go down in history. As the name of his territory was recognized by the endless void, a majestic aura suddenly emanated from Chen Han. Time resumed its flow at that moment. My lord, have you completed the trial? The girl stared in astonishment as Chen Han's body gradually faded into the distance. Mia, in particular, who had been through it all, knew all too well what changes would come after completing the 7-day trial. Chen Han smiled slightly and affirmed, yes. I have now been officially recognized as a lord by the endless void. I should be teleported back to the Blue Star world afterward. During this time, I'll leave the defense of the territory to you. I'll be back after I've dealt with matters on the Blue Star world. See you later. After saying that, Chen Han's figure gradually disappeared into the wilderness. Only a group of girls, both excited and lonely, were left behind. For some unknown reason, the 7th day of the trial was completed inexplicably. But in any case, Chen Han eventually became a lord. The first step towards becoming a transcendent lord has finally been taken. Chapter 46 The Dragon Princess. Chapter 46 The Dragon Princess. Let's move slightly forward in time. The men in black who attacked Chen Han's territory used the 1,000-mile travel talisman. In an instant, they traversed space and arrived at a magnificent and imposing hall. The palace was filled with smoke and fragrance, as if one were in a fairyland. Numerous attendants, dressed in magnificent attire, stood in neat rows on both sides of the palace, solemn and dignified, like sculptures. The moment the man in black teleported to this place, all his followers immediately knelt on one knee in unison, displaying their utmost respect. We warmly welcome Her Highness the Princess back to the palace. We warmly welcome Her Highness the Princess back to the palace. We warmly welcome Her Highness the Princess back to the palace. The sounds of welcoming greetings echoed throughout the palace. The man in black waved his hand lightly, and the welcoming voices stopped abruptly. She then quickly removed her black pocket and ghost mask, and with the help of her maid, she soon changed into a princess dress. With one step, the man in black arrived on the throne and sat down steadily. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman, her stunning face like a meticulously crafted work of art, every detail perfectly proportioned. A noble air emanated from her, captivating all who beheld her. Her graceful figure swayed in the wind like a willow branch, exuding endless charm. She exuded an aura of near perfection, making anyone who looked at her involuntarily feel ashamed and dare not utter the slightest disrespect. Her pale purple hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, each strand shimmering like a brilliant star in the night sky. Her eyes were clear and bright, her skin as white as snow, smooth and delicate like mutton-fat jade, and her small mouth as pink as cherry blossoms, with a faint smile revealed by the slightly upturned corners of her lips, captivating all who beheld her. The jet-black dragon horns on her head and the pink floral adornments around her were undoubtedly symbols of her majesty, exuding an aura of nobility. Wearing a white princess dress, her graceful figure was perfectly showcased. The words used to describe beautiful women, such as, fish sink and geese fall from the sky, beauty that could topple kingdoms, and peerless elegance, seemed to pale in comparison to her. At this moment, the maid beside her asked with concern, Your Highness, I see you are injured. Would you like me to? Before he could finish speaking, the man in black interrupted. A little injury is nothing. As for you, just kill all those void creatures I captured earlier. Yes. I understand. As the maid slowly withdrew from his side, the man in black let out a long sigh of relief and leaned wearily against the throne that symbolized supreme power. Her eyes were somewhat unfocused, as if she was still immersed in the scene of the battle that had just taken place. She is Long Yen, the only princess of the Demon Dragon royal family. Her father is one of the 10 most famous generals under the Void Overlord, and one of the managers of the Endless Void. He is the Demon Dragon Overlord with the strength of a 33rd level lord. Her status was extremely noble, and her talent was unparalleled. From a young age, she was regarded as the future hope of the Demon Dragon clan. However, fate dealt her a heavy blow. The main reason why Long Yan appeared in Chen Han's territory was due to her inner confusion and bewilderment. The reason she became a hero unit is that she failed the 7-day trial to become a lord. However, due to her father's special status, she was able to act freely as a hero even in defeat, unbound by any rules. Her awakened lord talent, Dragon's Will, made her a terrifying presence on the battlefield. As long as she personally leads the expedition, she can directly increase the combat power of everyone in the territory by 50%, and even if she dies, she will turn into a living corpse and continue to fight for a period of time. Long Yan herself is the strongest prodigy of the Demon Dragon clan in nearly 1,000,000 years, and is almost invincible among her peers. Even with such favorable conditions, she still suffered a crushing defeat on the 6th day of the trial, a complete and utter defeat. The difficulty of the 7-day trial varies from person to person. The higher the difficulty of the trial, the greater the expectations that the Void Lord has for that person. The 7-day trial she experienced was of the same difficulty as Chen Han's, belonging to the highest level of abyss difficulty, a difficulty that no lord had ever cleared in trillions of years. But Chen Han successfully passed the 6 days trial, while she did not. If things continue like this, I'm afraid I won't be a match for Chen Han in the 7th day's trial. She was unwilling to accept it, and couldn't understand why she was inferior to a human being, inferior to a weak human being. Driven by intense resentment, she secretly entered Chen Han's territory, determined to personally test the true strength of this lord named Chen Han. As it turned out, Chen Han's abilities far exceeded her expectations. He was astonished to learn that as a new lord, he had managed to defeat her, who had already reached the 5th stage of the 3rd tier, by joining forces with 6 second-tier hero guards. She began to realize that this human lord named Chen Han was probably not the weakling she had imagined. In the future, it may unleash a colossal wave in the endless void. Just as Long Yan was lost in thought, lamenting her failure and feeling envious of Chen Han's ability to pass the 7-day trial. Suddenly, the majestic and deep voice of his father, the Demon Dragon Overlord, echoed in his mind. Long Yan, are you asking for a beating again? Upon hearing this, Long Yan jolted as if electrocuted, instantly sitting upright with a hint of fear in her eyes. Dad, I... However, before she could finish speaking, the Demon Dragon Sovereign interrupted her mercilessly, saying, What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Don't you know what you've done? Interfering with a new lord's 7-day trial is a capital offense. Do you think you can be spared just because I'm the administrator? Long Yan couldn't help but twitch her lips, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Dad! I was wrong! Please don't be angry! The Dragon Sovereign's aura remained undiminished, his voice filled with majesty. It seems I have truly spoiled you too much, to the point that you now dare to do such a rebellious thing. No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the palace. Immediately afterwards, 4 powerful demon dragons, all at level 20 or above, rushed in like a whirlwind. They stood neatly on either side of Long Yan, their expressions unusually solemn. Seeing this, Long Yan became even more uneasy. She quickly used all her charm and pleading skills to beg for forgiveness. Dad! I really know I was wrong. I promise I'll never do it again. Really, this is definitely the last time. However, the Dragon Lord's attitude was unusually firm. There won't be a next time. You get to the solitary confinement room right now. The Void Lord and I are discussing your fate. In the meantime, you'd better stay there obediently. Upon hearing this, the 4 powerful members of the Demon Dragon clan dared not be negligent in the slightest. While muttering, I'm sorry, under his breath, he quickly lifted Long Yan up and carried her out of the palace without any mercy. Dad! There's nothing in the solitary confinement cell, it's so boring. Dad! I know I was wrong. I will learn the princess's etiquette well and find a dragon to marry in the future. Please don't lock me up. No! I don't want to be locked up. Lina, Yu, Xiongyan, help me! Long Yan's voice echoed in the hall. However, the Demon Dragon Lord never responded to her. As Long Yan's voice gradually faded from the hall, all the attendants present breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that Princess Long Yan had gone to the newcomer's territory number 10086. Despite their warnings and the heavy guards they had set up to prevent her from escaping, she remained at large. However, Princess Long Yan possessed far too many treasures, and since they were merely attendants, they dared not forcibly detain her. They could only watch helplessly as Princess Long Yan headed to territory number 10086. Fortunately, the demon dragon lord was reasonable and knew that Princess Long Yen was a mischievous girl who couldn't be stopped, so he didn't blame them. All we can do now is silently pray that Princess Long Yen will be treated leniently. Chapter 47 Lord War. Chapter 47 The Lord battle scene returns to Chen Han's side. After a period of dizziness, he saw the familiar square again, the familiar 8 huge stone pillars, and that all too familiar, rough voice. "Hey kid, what are you daydreaming about? Come over here and register right now." The speaker was the same middle-aged man who had given a passionate speech in the square earlier. He was now shouting at Chen Han with a look of impatience on his face. Upon hearing this, Chen Han snapped out of his daze and quickly replied, Okay. In this world, whenever humans return from the endless void, they must go to the relevant department to complete the registration process. This not only allows for accurate counting of the number of lords within the country, and among the human race, but also enables preparations to be made in advance for any potential lord wars. During the process of filling out the registration information, Chen Han also gained some understanding of the specific details of this awakening ceremony. It is now 11 a.m. on June 22nd, and 6 days and 23 hours have passed since the start of the awakening ceremony. In other words, Chen Han has become one of the last few lords to successfully complete the 7-day trial. According to rough estimates, only about 30% of the young people successfully passed the 7-day trial and became lords. Nearly 20% of the new lords failed to return as scheduled, tragically perishing in the endless void and disappearing without a trace. The remaining 50% of the new lords were those who gave up the trials and were stripped of their lordship qualifications, destined to live a life of dependence on others. This ratio is almost unchanged compared to previous years, so there's not much to note. After all, humanity was so weak in the early stages. It was already quite an achievement if 30% of the young people became lords. Chen Han quickly filled in his basic information, without needing to list the specific details of his territory or its level. However, when the middle-aged man saw the information Chen Han handed over, his expression changed slightly, and he asked with curiosity, "Your territory is called the Primordial Temple?" Chen Han nodded and replied, "Yes, is there a problem?" The middle-aged man laughed heartily and said, "No problem. Of the hundreds of lords I've dealt with today, almost all of their territory names have more than 10 characters. I never expected you to be able to come up with such a unique 4-character name. You're really lucky." "So, the Primordial Temple." The middle-aged man nodded with great satisfaction, then gently patted Chen Han's shoulder. "Kid, you can't let such a good territory name go to waste. I really look forward to seeing your territory name engraved on the human race's stone tablet in the future." "I will try my best," Chen Han said with a determined look. Needless to say, he would naturally choose to take this path. With Miao Kiki, Mia, Emily, and the Pegasus sisters by his side, how could Chen Han possibly give it all up so easily? That's no joke. Just then, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly became very serious. He sighed and said earnestly, "I don't know what's going on in recent years, but the Lord Wars have been happening far too frequently. It seems like we just had one about 6 months ago." Anyone who isn't a fool can understand the implied meaning behind those words. Chen Han frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Does this mean another Lord War is about to start?" The so-called Lord War is one of the most important rules in the Myriad Realms, and a grand event that many powerful lords dream of. Through lord battles, they can quickly acquire a large amount of resources in a short period of time, thereby achieving a rapid increase in their own strength. When the bells of the Lord War resounded through the endless void, all lords below the 15th rank in the Myriad Realms, regardless of which dimension, plane, or territory they were in, were included. All lords who are not currently participating in the Lord War will be forcibly dragged into the endless void to engage in a brutal Lord War. All lords' territories are allocated to various continents in the endless void according to certain rules, and these continents cannot communicate with each other. As for the criteria for dividing the continent, it is based on the specific time point after becoming a lord. In this way, fairness and justice can be guaranteed to the greatest extent. For example, Chen Han's current level is that he has just become a lord less than a day ago. Then, the other lords in this area are basically in similar condition, and their strength is basically at the same level. On each continent, the number of lords ranges from approximately 5,000 to 10,000, randomly distributed across various corners of the continent. During Lord Wars, lords face a variety of choices. You can choose to become a warlord, and launch fierce attacks against other lords without paying any price. By plundering resources and expanding territory, they sustain their war effort through continuous warfare, constantly growing stronger. Although this method is full of bloodshed and danger, it is also the fastest way to become stronger. Alternatively, one could become a commercial lord and develop their territory through trading posts. By forming alliances with other lords, they jointly build defenses and strive to create a vast commercial empire. Of course, some weak lords also chose to remain inconspicuous and quietly stay on the sidelines. They do not participate in any disputes or alliances, nor do they engage in any commercial activities. They simply hand over their resources when others discover that they are attacking them, hoping only to survive until the very end. Once the number of lords on the continent is reduced to below 50%, the lord war on this continent will come to an end. The remaining surviving lords will be teleported back to their original world. However, according to legend, some lords have not returned from the lord wars and have disappeared over the course of time for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Of course, some young people who haven't yet embarked on the path to becoming lords might ask this question. Why didn't these lords choose to coexist peacefully, develop steadily on the continent, and avoid all the calamities of war? Isn't this better? In fact, this is extremely difficult. Ultimately, it's because resources on every continent are limited. Once the resources on the continent are depleted, lords and lord wars will be unable to level up. They can only be local tyrants within their own territory, living a self-sufficient farming life. In the previous world, this was undoubtedly the best choice. After all, immortality is an unrealistic fantasy, and being able to spend one's old age in peace would be the best outcome. But in this world, the situation is quite different. Every lord yearns for immortality, for eternal life, for the power to conquer all. Once the pace of upgrading stops, no matter how long a race's lifespan is, it will eventually perish in the long river of history and be forgotten. Desire is like an endless ocean, without end. You can live peacefully with other lords for a day or a year, but can you guarantee that desires will not arise or wars will not break out for 100 or even 1,000 years? Even if your will is truly unwavering, can you guarantee that the desires of other lords won't swell? Can you guarantee that the heroes and generals under your command do not harbor any desire for immortality? That's absolutely impossible. This is why the lord wars can continue indefinitely. Chapter 48 Procurement of Materials. Chapter 48 Procurement of Supplies, Survival of the Fittest. This ancient proverb has been perfectly illustrated in this world. Chen Han's parents in this life died in the Lord War when he was 12 and 16 years old, respectively, and were separated from him by death. Such tragedies are all too common in this world. This is the cruelty of this world. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes. Our human race's extraordinary Lord Emperor Pangu has hinted that the Lord War is very likely to begin in 3 days. You've only just completed your 7-day trial, without even a proper period of development, and now you have to participate in the Lord War. What a pity! Upon hearing this, Chen Han smiled calmly, not taking it to heart at all. Chen Han was actually more than happy to be able to start immediately. If he were to go and fight against those lords who have reached the 3rd rank, or even higher, and start a Lord War, perhaps he still harbors some apprehension. However, under the rules of the Lord War, all the lords who were teleported to the same continent as him were new lords who had only been lords for a few days. As the saying goes, after hardship comes happiness. Chen Han endured countless hardships during the 7-day trial period, which gave him a starting point far exceeding that of all other lords. Now I can finally reap the rewards of my hard work. I understand, thank you for letting me know. After leaving the square, Chen Han immediately listed his former residence on a real estate agency's website. At the same time, pick out some items that might be useful in the future and put them into the space bag. He also sold everything else that could be sold for money to middlemen without hesitation. In this era where everyone is a lord, housing prices on Earth are unusually low. Just like his 300 square meter detached villa located in the city center of a first-tier city, less than 500 meters from the subway station, such a prime location is only worth about 1 million Chinese yuan. Ultimately, the main reason is that many people, after reaching adulthood, either die during the 7-day trial or fail the trial and end up living under the territories of others. Even those who complete the trials and become lords generally stay in their own territories and rarely return to the Blue Star world. This has resulted in a vast majority of houses being vacant, making the sluggish housing prices quite understandable. Of course, some people also asked, if the 7-day trial is not completed, Isn't there still the Blue Star world to live in? Why must we live in someone else's territory? Ultimately, it all boils down to 4 words: yearning for immortality. While life is possible on Earth, one will not enjoy the power boost from the endless void. By becoming a lord or hero, your lifespan and power will increase as your level increases in the endless void. Take humans as an example. A person without bad habits can only live to be 100 years old at most. If you can become a hero and break through to the 10th rank, or at the very least become a tourist, and reach the 6th or 7th rank, you can still have a lifespan of 1,000 years. How could anyone not be tempted by that? In stark contrast to the sluggish housing prices, the prices of daily necessities such as food, fruit, and meat, as well as some high-tech equipment, are extremely high. After becoming a lord, all items in the Blue Star world can be brought back to one's territory for use through a spatial bag. The reverse is not possible. This is the only advantage that rich kids on Earth have. Especially those small, high-tech weapons, such as laser guns, laser beam guns, and laser swords, can unleash destructive power at the 3rd or even 4th tier under the rules of the Endless Void. Although these weapons have energy limitations, they can generally only be used a few dozen times before they can no longer be used. However, for those novice lords, these technological weapons are practically like having a cheat code. It is more than capable of handling all kinds of emergencies. Therefore, these weapons are generally priced in the millions of Chinese yuan. Most rich kids will have a few to ensure their safety and development in their territory in the early stages. As for why we didn't mention more terrifying large-scale weapons like nuclear bombs, electromagnetic railguns, and satellite cannons, the main reason is that a series of facilities need to be set up in order to use them. In the early stages of the territory, resources were scarce, and there was simply no way to build these facilities, nor was there enough spare territory to house them. By the time those conditions are met, the heroes under your command will have grown up, and most of them will possess destructive power comparable to a nuclear bomb, making these large weapons seem less necessary. It's understandable that grains, fruits, and meats are expensive. Creation crystals cannot be brought from the Endless Void to the Blue Star world. No matter how much Dragon Kingdom currency you have, you can't buy them. One of the main uses of Genesis crystals in the early stages of a territory is to purchase crop seeds and accelerate growth. Since Dragon Kingdom coins cannot be used to purchase Genesis crystals, and considering the convenience of the spatial bag, we can simply buy food in the Blue Star world and bring it into our territory for use. Therefore, the price increase of various grains and meats is only natural. Chen Han listed the house at a very low price. The market price is a little over 1 million, but he listed it for 900,000. Sure enough, within an hour, a middleman contacted me. The transaction process was very fast. The transfer was completed in less than an hour. Including the small items sold previously, the total value is approximately 1.2 million Chinese yuan. Looking at the numbers in his card, Chen Han involuntarily clenched his fist. Father, mother, I have fulfilled your wishes. I am now a qualified lord. But I will not stop here. My ultimate goal is to dominate all the heavens and myriad realms. Afterwards, Chen Han went directly to various supermarkets and shopping malls to shop. High-tech weapons and the like are completely unnecessary. Whether he can afford it or not is another matter. His heroes can easily unleash such destructive power with a single spell. What's the point of having it? Suddenly, Chen Han's gaze fell on a canned medicine on the supermarket shelf. Buy a few boxes, they should come in handy for dealing with cocoa. 2,000 kilograms of pork cost 300,000 Chinese yuan. 1,000 kilograms of beef cost 200,000 Chinese yuan. 500 kilograms of mutton cost 100,000 Chinese yuan. 10,000 kilograms of flour cost 50,000 Chinese yuan. 1,000 L of soybean oil cost 50,000 Chinese yuan. 1,000 L of peanut oil cost 40,000 Chinese yuan. In addition to these main ingredients, there are also many condiments, mid-range ingredients, power banks, and cosmetics, perfumes, pajamas, etc. that Emily needs. After all that fuss, the 1.2 million Dragon Kingdom coins were quickly spent. Looking at his space bag, which was crammed full of various supplies, and at the Blue Star world that had given him a second life, Chen Han was filled with emotion. After taking a deep breath, he no longer hesitated. He decisively opened the system interface and chose to teleport directly to his own territory. Now, all preparations are complete. There are only 3 days left before the start of the Lord War. We need to resolve all the worries within our territory first. Chapter 49: The Hidden Territory. Chapter 49: The Hidden Territory in the Endless Void. The thick fog of war that had enveloped the surroundings had now quietly dissipated. However, the scene before my eyes remained unchanged. It was still that desolate and lonely wilderness. Although the Lord War has not yet begun, the 7-day trial has already come to an end. But this absolutely does not mean we can let our guard down at this moment. The spatial barrier was completely shattered by the man in black, and it will take nearly 2.5 days to recover. During this time, if a large army of wandering wild void creatures or other lords of this area happen to pass by, it won't be a laughing matter. Therefore, the most urgent task is to quickly build an unbreakable defensive line. Fortunately, among the rewards after the 7th day of the trial, there happened to be such buildings that could meet the requirements. Building, Twilight Tower Special. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10. Durability, 10,000 to 10,000. Upgrade cost, 500 building points. Function, consumes Genesis crystals to create a twilight barrier. All units and buildings within the twilight barrier will become completely invisible. Upgrading the building level increases the protection range. Current coverage radius, 150 meters. Building defensive lines is nowhere near as useful as simply becoming invisible. The void creatures don't even know there's a territory here, so why would they launch an attack? At this moment, Chen Han looked at his information interface. Name, Chen Han. Race, human. Territory, Primordial Temple. Level, Tier 2, Stage 4, 20,350 to 40,000. Popularity, 107. Heroes 2 to 2. Construction points, 60 for 80. Genesis crystals, 14,960. Territory area, 100,000 square meters. Lore talent, nightly revelry. Territory assessment, self-sufficient. Items in hand, Pineapple Phone 1, Divine Beast Egg 1, Guard Upgrade Card 1, Hero Summoning Card 2, Barret Healer 1, Desert Eagle Pistol 1, Star Chaser 2, Pickled Vegetables 11. Current time, June 23rd, 201-14514, Void Calendar, 12:58 p.m. A territory of 100,000 square meters? If that's the case, the radius of the territory should be close to 180 meters. It seems I'll have to upgrade the Twilight Tower again. Chen Han muttered to himself as he pondered the matter. Although if both existing Twilight Towers were put into use, theoretically all buildings in the entire territory could be included. However, the problems with doing so are also obvious. With 2 Twilight Towers operating simultaneously, their consumption of Genesis crystals will increase exponentially. Keep in mind that just one Twilight Tower requires 600 creation crystals every day, which is definitely not a small amount over time. The building points are continuously supplied by the Hongmeng Temple, so there is no need to save these resources. Therefore, Chen Han did not hesitate to begin upgrading the Twilight Tower. Upgrading Twilight Tower once costs 500 building points. Current coverage radius, 160 meters. Upgrading the Twilight Tower once costs 1500 building points. Current coverage radius, 170 meters. Upgrading the Twilight Tower once costs 1500 building points. Current coverage radius, 180 meters. It wasn't until the Twilight Tower was upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 3 that it was finally able to cover the entire territory. Why does it feel like there aren't any particularly noticeable changes? Do we have to stand outside the territory to observe to see the effect? Chen Han frowned and muttered to himself. Just then, a plaintive voice suddenly came from behind him. Master, do you need my help? The source of the sound was none other than Miao Kiki. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Han froze, a look of embarrassment appearing on his face. I originally planned to do this without anyone noticing, but in the end, someone found out. But that's normal. It was just a small territory after all, and it was midday, so it would have been rather strange if no one else had noticed. Coco, good afternoon. Chen Han greeted him somewhat awkwardly. What's so good about lunchtime? Master, you stood me up. Miao Kiki pouted her cheeks in a huff. She looked as if she had suffered a great injustice, yet she also exuded an indescribable playfulness and cuteness. Seeing this, Chen Han quickly explained. I'm sorry, Coco. Traveling between 2 worlds inevitably causes time discrepancies, and there's nothing I can do about it. Miao Kiki, however, did not give up and continued to whine and plead. I don't care about these excuses. Master Brother has to give me some compensation. Chen Han sighed helplessly, then agreed. Alright, I'll spend the whole afternoon with you. Is that enough for you? Upon hearing this, Miao Keek's previously tense face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, as bright and beautiful as the warm spring sun. She pouted her cherry-like lips slightly and said in a sweet, coquettish voice, Master, you must keep your word. Chen Han smiled and gently stroked Miao Keek's head, replying softly, Don't worry. Kiki is so cute, I wish you could be with me every day. Thank you, Master. Miao Kiki smiled faintly. By the way, were you just looking for someone to help you? Leave it to me. After saying that, Miao Kiki gently spread her black wings and flew out of the territory. Needless to say, you can tell just by looking at Miao Keek's astonished expression how good the Twilight Tower's invisibility effect is. Master, this thing is amazing. Miao Kiki excitedly reported the situation. From the outside, all I can see is a wasteland, not a single person or building. I can't even sense the slightest presence. I even used my magic to sense it, but I still couldn't detect anything unusual. I almost thought the territory had disappeared. Miao Kiki excitedly recounted what she had seen and heard, just like a little girl. Although she does indeed look like a little girl based on her size. That's good. From now on, we'll rely on this to defend our territory. Seeing Miao Keek's excited expression, Chen Han breathed a sigh of relief. Mayoko is a succubus with an extraordinary sensitivity to the scent of living beings, especially the scent of men. She could even tell in an instant how many men were within a kilometer, and what their ages were. However, even with such keen perception, she was unable to detect any presence within the territory. The Twilight Tower's stealth effect is truly amazing. Master, is there anything else I can help you with? Miao Kiki blinked her bright, expressive eyes and looked at Chen Han expectantly. Let's leave it at that for now. Let's go eat. I brought back some human delicacies from our planet Earth, you can try them later. Thank you, Master. You're so cute. Chapter 50 Gift. Chapter 50 The Gift. My lord, is this really a gift for me? Inside the primordial temple, Mia stared wide-eyed at the golden staff on the table, her face filled with astonishment. Weapon, chasing the stars and reaching for the moon. Rarity, legendary. Equipment requirements, Tier 1, Level 1. Unit must be a hero or lord and possess magic attack skills. Equipment Effect 1. Automatically learns the skill Comet Technique L1. Equipment Effect 2. Increases mana regeneration speed by 25%. Equipment Effect 3. Increases magic attack power by 50%. Equipment Effect 4. Reduces spell casting time by 25%. Equipment Effect 5. Equipment weight minus 50%. Of course. After all, in our territory, besides you, only Coco can use this weapon. I've already given one to her, so you should accept it. Chen Han's tone was very calm, as if this was just an ordinary thing. But this is a legendary weapon. Are you really going to give it to me? Mia's voice trembled slightly, a mixture of excitement and hesitation. Her gaze was fixed on chasing stars and embracing the moon, and she swallowed hard. The rarity and value of legendary weapons need no further explanation. Although epic and legendary items differ by only one rarity, their value difference is at least 10 times or even 100 times. Some legendary weapons with better equipment effects can cost more than 1,000 times more than epic weapons. Legendary weapons like the Star Chaser and Moon Chaser, specifically crafted for magic-based heroes, also possess the area of effect, non-elemental magic skill Comet spell, making their value immeasurable. If you put it on the trading platform, it would be worth at least tens of thousands of Genesis crystals. The importance of these creation crystals for the early stages of territory development goes without saying. But Chen Han didn't intend to sell them. Instead, he wanted to give them to the two of them. Mia was deeply moved. Chen Han responded calmly. Didn't I already say? This is a gift from me to you. After all, without your help on the 7th day, my territory would definitely have been destroyed. Chen Han was naturally aware of the specific value of chasing stars and reaching for the moon, but he felt it was completely unnecessary. The Dawn Altar is the only building in the territory, yet the settlement reward includes 2 of them. So after activating the trading post, he casually put up 20 void crystals and quickly received a lot of counter-offering requests from lords. Of course, buying and selling items on the trading platform is completely anonymous, so there's no need to worry about data leaks. After all, a building that allows for a daily lottery is undoubtedly very attractive to veteran lords. And which lord who can afford 20 void crystals isn't a monster who has lived for thousands of years? Accumulating day after day, year after year, as long as your luck isn't too bad, the total value of the treasures you draw will definitely exceed 50 void crystals. If you're incredibly lucky, you might break even in just 1 year or even a single day. However, Chen Han ignored all these requests for price reductions. Not only that, he also raised the price to 50 void crystals and closed the bargaining channel. After all, as the saying goes, things are valued for their rarity. Sure enough, less than an hour after it was listed, he had already received hundreds of messages from lords offering to lower the price. Obviously, this kind of thing is priceless in the eyes of many lords, and there is no need to worry about sales at all. Unfortunately, there is a 3-day public notice period in the transaction, and 20% of the transaction amount is deducted as a handling fee. In other words, any item, once listed on the trading house. For the next 3 days, all lords could only look, not buy. If you want to buy it, you can only do so within 1 hour after the public notice period ends. Therefore, those 40 void crystals will probably only be in my pocket after the Lord War officially begins. Mia blushed and stammered. That was my duty. Chen Han smiled slightly. It is my duty as a lord to equip heroes with good weapons, so please accept them. Faced with Chen Han's 2.5-minute persuasion, Mia finally succumbed to his enthusiasm and sincerity, and slowly accepted the Star Chaser and Moon Embrace. At this moment, her heart was surging with excitement, as if countless little deer were running wild inside her. Because this was the first time in her life that she had ever acquired such a valuable legendary weapon. You should know that Mia is the young lady of a powerful and wealthy family in the Angels of Power. Even after she successfully ascended to the rank of Lord and held a grand debut ceremony, her 2 parents, who were both 15th tier lords, only rewarded her with a top-tier epic level piece of equipment each. Even her own parents were reluctant to give away legendary items so easily. How could Chen Han's actions not move her? Doesn't this signify Chen Han's unwavering loyalty to her? If giving such an expensive gift doesn't represent sincerity, then what does? Thinking of this, Mia couldn't help but beam with joy and quickly thanked Chen Han, saying, Master! Thank you so much! Hearing this, Chen Han paused for a moment, a look of confusion on his face. Huh! Why are you suddenly calling me Master too? Mia smiled mischievously, her beautiful eyes blinking a few times before she replied shyly. No, my master. Seeing this, Chen Han quickly smiled and nodded in agreement. Okay, sure. No problem at all. Mia became even happier after receiving a positive reply. She continued with a smile. That's wonderful. Master, please don't hesitate to ask if there's anything I can help you with. After saying that, she didn't forget to throw a charming look at Chen Han. Cough, cough. Chen Han cleared his throat and muttered. I have to spend time with Coco this afternoon. I'll talk to you when I have time. Upon hearing this, Mia nodded slightly without saying a word. A blush of shyness had spread across her cheeks, adding a touch of purity to her already stunning beauty. Of course, Chen Han wouldn't forget to explain the details of the upcoming Lord War to the girls. However, when they heard the news, the girls did not show any fear, panic, or worry. On the contrary, their eyes gleamed with fierce fighting spirit, as if they could already envision the battles to come. Joke! Such a rare opportunity to rapidly enhance one's strength is about to begin in just 3 days. It's so exciting that it's hard to sleep. Are you still scared? What are you thinking about? Chapter 51 Emily's Practice. Chapter 51 Emily's Practice. Time flies by like a white horse galloping past the crack in the wall, and in the blink of an eye, it is already the eve of the start of the territory war. Chen Han has been investing heavily in training Miao Kiki and Mia these past 2 days. However, as the saying goes, heaven helps those who help themselves, and his efforts were not in vain. Both of them have significantly improved their abilities and have each learned a new skill. Not only that, but they also received 5 opportunities to upgrade the building. As for where these upgrade opportunities should be used, Chen Han already had a plan in mind for this. Leave it for now, and upgrade it when the territorial war officially begins, depending on the actual situation. As for the current information interface regarding Mio, Coco, and Mia. Name, Mia. Race, Angel. Identity, Hero. Level, Tier 2, Stage 5, 0 to 50,000. Talent, S rank. Skills, Skywings L3, Light Bullet L4, Healing L5, Light Shield L3, Blessing L3, Gravity L3, Comet L1, Holy Light L1. Territory, Hongmeng Temple. Comet Spell L1, active skill, deals non-elemental magic damage to enemies within a very large area. Holy Light L1, active skill, deals massive light attribute magic damage to enemies. Name, Miao Kiki. Race, Succubus. Identity, Hero. Level, Tier 2, Rank 6, 0 to 60,000. Talent, S rank. Skills, Bewitching Charm L3, Succubus Wings L4, Arcane Missiles L4, Shadow of the Night L2, Comet Spell L1, Mana Drain L1. Territory, Hongmeng Temple. Comet Spell L1, active skill, deals non-elemental magic damage to enemies within a very large area. Mana Absorption L1, active skill, absorbs the opponent's mana and converts it for your own use. That night, all was quiet. Chen Han lay on the bed playing games, completely absorbed in them. Although there is no internet in the Endless Void, you can still play single-player games. Game developers seem to have taken this situation into consideration, and the development speed of single-player games has reached an unprecedented level. This is also one of Chen Han's ways to entertain himself in his spare time. Knock knock dash. Just as Chen Han was about to step into the final boss maze, a crisp and pleasant knocking sound suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a voice as sweet and adorable as heavenly music rang out. Master, it's me! Upon hearing that familiar and sweet voice, Chen Han couldn't help but put down his phone, a helpless yet doting smile spreading across his lips. Is this Coco? Come in! With a soft, slow sound, the door was gradually opened. The first thing that came into view was the figure of two beautiful women, one tall and one short, with graceful figures. Emily? Coco? This is quite a rare combination. Is there something you need? Chen Han said with a puzzled look on his face. However, Miao Kiki did not give a direct answer to his question. Instead, she pouted and muttered angrily. Master! I know you have a soft spot for beautiful women, but you should at least tell us about your relationship with Emily. These words struck Chen Han like a hammer blow, leaving him stunned. He does indeed like beautiful women, and Emily is a rare beauty indeed, there's no denying that. However, when did he ever have any dealings with Emily? Although I do have this intention in my heart, I haven't yet turned it into actual action. Just then, Emily, who was standing to the side, also blushed and shyly tugged at Coco's hand, whispering, Miss Coco, didn't you promise me you'd teach me tonight? Why did you suddenly bring me here? Miao Kiki rolled her eyes speechless, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and dissatisfaction. She stared at Emily, her tones slightly reproachful. Isn't this where I'm here to teach you? Emily looked astonished. Teaching here? Miao Kiki looked speechless. Yeah. What else can we do? Upon hearing this, Emily's face instantly turned crimson, like a ripe apple, the blush spreading all the way to her ears. She stammered. You mean? Miao Kiki continued her merciless criticism. Stop nagging! Just do as I say. Chen Han listened to Coco and Emily's conversation with a blank expression, completely baffled. Practice? What the hell is this? And why is it that Mukoko is the one teaching? Emily is a magic swordswoman, and Muko is a mage. Can they teach each other their skills? Could it be that Emily wants to learn magic from Muko? Coco, what are you doing? Chen Han asked with a puzzled look. Master, aren't you just asking a question you already know the answer to? Miao Kiki pouted and muttered to herself. Huh? What exactly happened? Chen Han was increasingly confused, completely unable to understand the meaning of this encrypted call. It was 10 a.m. on the third day. With dark circles under his eyes, Chen Han walked unsteadily to the dressing table and let out a heavy sigh. Only now did he understand what the encrypted call between the two beautiful women really meant. However, even though I didn't get enough sleep last night. But looking at the 5 extra building upgrade opportunities, Chen Han couldn't help but smile. Emily YYDS. You can get 5 building upgrade opportunities in one night. Who else can do that? Even if you give that little girl Miao Kiki a month, she might not be able to get 5 building upgrade opportunities, right? Moreover, S-rank talent can actually affect learning speed in all aspects. That was quite unexpected. After washing up, I had just entered the living room when I heard Emily's heavenly voice. She smiled gently and said softly, Good morning, my lord! Would you like something to eat? Emily got up early, around 7 a.m., and began to carefully prepare all sorts of breakfasts. Emily always kept her work and personal matters separate. One bowl of hot dry noodles will do. Oh, and a bowl of soy milk too. Chen Han pulled out a chair and sat down, speaking very calmly. Okay. I'll go prepare right away. Emily curtsied and then turned to leave the Hongmeng temple, heading towards the Lingshan pavilion. However, in that instant, Chen Han keenly sensed a slight change. In the past, Emily always seemed a little hesitant when they spoke alone. It has never been this smooth. It's a good result, at least communication won't be so difficult. Chen Han pondered to himself, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Next, it's time to prepare for the start of the Lord's War. Chapter 52 Lord War begins. The time for the start of Chapter 52, the Lord's War, quietly passed. Before we knew it, it was noon. Clang dash. A bell tolling that resounded throughout the endless void suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. Just as Emperor Peng said, the Lord War began on time. The next second, several system notifications sounded in Chen Han's mind. The 666,666th Lord War has officially begun. Welcome to the Cloud Continent. After the Lord battle ends, the Lords with outstanding performance will receive additional ranking rewards. May all Lords strive to survive to the end. Almost at the same moment the system voice finished speaking. Chen Han, the group of girls, and all the buildings in the territory vanished in an instant, disappearing into the wilderness. I don't know exactly how much time has passed. Chen Han slowly opened his eyes. When he fully regained consciousness, he was astonished to find that not only himself, but everything in his territory had appeared unchanged on a vast plain that was as beautiful as a fairyland. Lush green grass, bird song and fragrant flowers, fresh air. Looking around, the whole world is full of boundless vitality, making people intoxicated by it. This beautiful scenery is a world apart from the desolate wilderness we had seen before. Is this the Cloud Marsh continent? The scenery is truly beautiful. Chen Han couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, just as he was immersed in this wonderful environment, suddenly, a system notification sound echoed deep within his mind. Congratulations on successfully selling the special facility Dawn Altar on the trading post. The transaction price is 50 void crystals, and 10 void crystals will be deducted as a transaction fee. 40 void crystals have been transferred to your inventory. Please check. Upon hearing this news, Chen Han immediately perked up and quickly opened his spatial inventory to check. As expected, there were a total of 40 void crystals emitting a mysterious light inside. This is really convenient. How exactly is this trading house designed? Chen Han sighed inwardly. However, this is not the time to think about these issues. The newly added map function in the system clearly shows that Chen Han's current location is quite ideal, situated in the southeastern corner of the Inza continent. The area was surrounded by the fog of war on both sides, successfully avoiding the extreme predicament of being besieged on all sides and attacked from both sides. However, obtaining more detailed and accurate map information requires spending a high amount of Genesis crystals. As for Chen Han, who is a small tycoon, to some extent, he would not hesitate or be stingy with this expense at such a critical moment. Especially since maps are one of the most crucial sources of strategic information. Today's exchange rate between void crystals and Genesis crystals is 1:12315. How many crystals do you need to exchange, Lord? The exchange rate is actually this high. Not bad, not bad. Exchange for 10 Genesis crystals. Exchange successful. 123,150 Genesis crystals have been transferred to your inventory. Please check. Upgrading to the highest level map requires 50,000 creation crystals, but this is only applicable to the Lord War in the Cloud Continent. Lord, would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Upgrade successful. The map, which was originally just a rough draft, was instantly enveloped by a mysterious force the moment the system's voice fell, and was filled with a dense array of various marks in the blink of an eye. This map can be zoomed in or out at will, and it also accurately marks the scale and contour lines. The distribution of each resource point is clearly visible. Whether it is precious mineral resources, fertile orchards, or mysterious ruins hidden deep in the mountains and forests, they are all vividly displayed on this map. In addition, information about the locations of various secret realms is also presented in front of you. However, information about other lords' territories will only appear on the map after one's own side has successfully completed a reconnaissance mission. The Yunza continent is comparable in size to the European continent in the previous life, but its shape is more similar to that of the Australian continent. According to the system interface, a total of 10,000 lords have descended here. If calculated based on the average territory area from the first to the second tier, then the distance between each lord is quite far, not as Chen Han thought, with many lords crowded together. However, nothing in this world is absolute. Therefore, it would be more prudent to first explore how many lords exist in the surrounding area. Shana, Shadi, and Cheyenne, the three of you go and explore the nearby territories first, but don't venture too far into them. Just find out roughly how many territories there are and how far they are from here. Yes. The three Pegasus sisters left this place. Chen Han opened the newly added mainland chat group function on the system interface, which was already in an uproar. Director of Mental Hospital number 250. Holy crap, I just finished the 7-day trial a second ago, and I was teleported here the next second. Are you kidding me? I will always love Hatsune Miku. The lord upstairs is really pitiful. I was teleported here after completing the 7-day trial for 10 days, and I have already broken through to the second stage. Kun, a trainee for 2.5 years, second rank? No way? I'm only first rank, 5th dan. Goddess Jin Shyamlan, please take another look at me. Is that tier 2 big shot going to form an alliance? I'm currently at tier 1, level 10, and I'm about to break through to tier 2. I'll always love Hatsune Miku. Passed, no problem. Let's be friends. Basketball Prince CK111, I am Kai-kun from the human race. Are there any human players who want to team up? I am tier 1, rank 7. Lord of the Blood Altar 9527, humans? Ha! A human noob has actually come to the Cloud Marsh continent. You Basketball Prince, you're my first target. Ha! Basketball Prince CK111, bro, I didn't do anything to you, did I? Praying Moon Village, I suggest we set some rules. Tier 2 should fight Tier 2, and Tier 1 should fight Tier 1. Bullying others by relying on your power is too trashy. Cheungbi.54250SB, the person upstairs came up with such a great territory name, but it turns out they're an idiot. This is a Lord War, who cares about rules? Are you brain dead? Dragon's Hometown 1234567, I'm going to stay anonymous now. You bunch of noobs, just wait and see how I wipe you all out. Moonlight, scare them. Hey upstairs, don't let me find out where you are. The top Peichinhu player in the Chinese server, are there any fellow foxes here? Chapter 53 Enemy Attack. In Chapter 53, Enemy Attack, the chat room was filled with the strange sight of every lord using their territory's name as a nickname when sending messages. It was reminiscent of the chat scenes of silly netizens at the beginning of the century. However, Chen Han also extracted a lot of key information. The lords on the Yunza continent seem to span a rather long period of time. A newbie who has just become a lord is actually matched with a veteran who has been a lord for 10 days. If we also consider the lords who have not yet spoken out, then this time span is probably even more astonishing. Moreover, judging from the current situation, most lords are at the first tier level, and second tier lords can already be considered overlords in the Yunza continent. Just as Chen Han was observing with great interest the lively chatter of the various lords on the Yunza continent. Suddenly, a system announcement rang in the ears of all the lords. Congratulations to Territory Hui Hui's little follower 117 for being the first to conquer Territory Dala Bengba Ban's Betabirobirong. This is a special reward, a legendary item, a high-tier unit summoning card. The reward will be issued immediately, please check Lord. In an instant, the interface that had clearly displayed the locations of 10,000 lords was reduced to 9,999. Without a doubt, the lord of the territory named Darabombaban's Betabirobirong has probably been killed. At that moment, the entire chat group went wild. Director of Mental Hospital number 250, holy crap. A lord has been breached so quickly? Praying for the moon, Hui Hui's little follower? Could she be a lord under Princess Gong Xiaohui of the White Wolf clan? It is said that many people in the White Wolf clan named their territories after Hui Hui's little follower plus a number. Is it possible that this also happens in our Yunza continent? Lexter 1990. The extra rewards for conquering this territory are available to the top 100 players. Instead of chatting, you might as well go and look for some weak lords around here. Xiongbi.54250SB, what's there to be afraid of? They're just a bunch of sycophants, what's there to be afraid of? Even if Gong Xiaohui herself came, I wouldn't back down. White Wolf Wee Wee Oh? Really? Don't let me find out where you are. Chungbi.54250 SB. Humph. Come on. Are you afraid of me? You think I'm afraid of you just because you have a bunch of sycophants? The land of prayer for the moon. Is this Gong Xiaohui herself? No way. I will always love Hatsune Miku, Gong Xiaohui. Is that the peerless genius who encountered 5 second-tier boss-level void creatures on the 7th day of the trial and still managed to clear it? Your name is legendary in our Heavenly Fox clan. I never expected you to come to the Cloud Marsh continent. Basketball Prince CK111, hey pro, please carry me. I'll warm your bed. Director of Mental Hospital number 250, unbelievable, are there really this many experts in Yinza continent? Chen Han closed the chat room interface in front of him. He squinted slightly and leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. After careful observation and analysis, I have a deep enough understanding of the general situation of the other lords, and it seems that there is no longer much point in wasting time in the chat room. Each lord battle grants an extra reward for conquering territory, but only the top 100 players can receive it. Of course, the quality of the extra rewards is random. Only the first lord to successfully conquer another's territory is guaranteed to receive at least one legendary item. The top 10 lords will receive at least one guaranteed epic-level treasure, and the announcement will be made throughout the entire continent. Right now, it's best to first determine the next strategic direction. What do you three ladies think? Chen Han looked at Miao Kiki, Mia, and Emily in front of him and asked. Gathering wisdom from all sides is what a lord should do. Master, I suggest we eliminate the surrounding lords first, to prevent them from competing with us for resources. Miao Kiki's face was full of excitement as she raised her hand high and shouted loudly. Now she has gained new power, and is accompanied by the legendary weapon, Star Chaser. In this situation, wouldn't it be a waste not to pick a few easy targets? My lord, I also think Miss Coco is absolutely right. If we don't eliminate the enemies around us, they could very well become a threat in the future. We must nip them in the bud. Emily, who was standing nearby, quickly chimed in to agree. Back then, she was just an ordinary cook. In order not to become a burden to Chen Han, but to be able to lend him a helping hand at crucial moments. In recent days, she has been frantically catching up on a lot of knowledge about modern warfare. Especially in this territorial war, all other lords are enemies. Eliminating the nearest enemy lords first is undoubtedly the most important thing. I agree. But rushing in recklessly is far too dangerous. In my opinion, we should at least investigate the combat strength and races of the surrounding lords beforehand, so as not to capsize in a ditch. Mia calmly analyzed the current situation. Undoubtedly, Chen Han held the same view. His 7-day trial was extremely difficult, giving him a higher starting point than other lords. However, who can say for sure whether the opponent has some kind of trump card hidden in their hand? Only by being cautious in everything can you carve out your own path. As for tasks like intelligence gathering, it's best to leave them to professionals. And isn't the ninja class of soldiers born for this very moment? Okay, let's decide on this for now. I'll go to the martial god altar to summon. Before Chen Han could finish speaking, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open hastily. Xia Yan, the youngest of the 3 Pegasus sisters who was in charge of scouting the situation in the north, rushed in with a panicked expression and breathless, and reported the latest situation to everyone. My lord, something terrible has happened. An army of about 300 men is marching towards our territory, and they clearly have ill intentions. Upon hearing this, Chen Han paused for a moment, his heart filled with doubt. What the hell? Wasn't I using Twilight Tower? How could my territory be seen? Could it be? Countless thoughts flashed through Chen Han's mind in an instant, and an ominous premonition arose spontaneously. He quickly opened the information interface. As expected, the creation crystals did not continue to decrease as he had anticipated. He then realized that the Twilight Tower would be shut down by default after he was teleported to the Cloud Marsh continent, and would need to be turned on again. This is terrible! How could I make such a small mistake? However, her troubles were different from Chen Han's. Miao Kiki, Mia, and Emily, however, all had fierce fighting spirits on their faces. What's there to be afraid of? With the Master's power supporting me, I'll go and wipe them out right now. I finally obtained the power of a magic swordsman, and now I have a chance to show off my skills. Master, what do you think? Should we teach them a lesson? Miao Kiki came over and sat on Chen Han's lap, her face beaming with a confident smile, showing no fear whatsoever. Seeing this, Chen Han breathed a sigh of relief. But that's fine too. Since we have experience with things that come our way, we might as well take advantage of it. Since these people dared to launch attacks on other territories less than half an hour into the game, they must be very confident in their own strength. Since I'm new here, this is a good opportunity to test the strength of a lord who is so confident in his abilities. Then I'll leave it to you. Xia Yan, you continue to scout northwards to find out the number of lords. Yes. Chapter 54 3 against 300. Chapter 54 3 against 300 at this moment. Within the army marching towards Chen Han's territory, the leopard clan lord Kafit stared intently at the dilapidated-looking territory in the distance, his eyes gleaming with a fierce and greedy light. At this moment, he has already reached the first tier, 10th stage, but he is only 500 experience points away from the second tier. In Lord battles, there are only 4 ways to gain experience. The first method is the reward obtained from hunting wild void creatures. The second method is the reward obtained after clearing the secret realm. The third method involves sending civilians to gather the small amount of experience points obtained from natural resource points. As for the fourth method, after defeating other lords, you can obtain a huge amount of experience points based on the opponent's current level. Kafit has already occupied the resource points around the territory, but even if he gathers them with all his might, it will take about half a day to gain 500 experience points, which is too slow. The experience required to advance from Tier 1, Stage 1 to Tier 2, Stage 1 is 5,000 points. Therefore, killing a Tier 1, Stage 10 Lord will grant you a total of 5,000 experience points, and so on. Any Lord who can pass the 7-day trial will generally have their strength rise to at least Tier 1, Stage 5. Therefore, as long as he can successfully defeat any Lord on the continent, Kafit will be able to break through to the second tier in one fell swoop and naturally join the second tier alliance in the chat group. Kafit is full of confidence about this. Report. My lord, I've investigated. The territory in front of us is called the Hongmeng Temple. There are only about 100 inhabitants and 10 defensive towers, but I haven't seen any troops. The enemy's buildings are very concentrated and there are no protective barriers. They are probably not powerful individuals. A soldier dressed in a black robe, who looked like a scout, reported. Upon hearing this, a smug smile immediately appeared on Kafit's face. His mouth gaped wide, and he let out an extremely arrogant laugh. Ha! Good! Good! I never expected that my neighbor would be just an inexperienced rookie. Ha! How ridiculous! And I even went to all this trouble to bring so many soldiers. It should be understood that a territory that has not even recruited soldiers and whose protective barrier has been easily breached is undoubtedly the kind of trash lord at the very bottom of the hierarchy. Such a vulnerable place is no match for their army of 300 men. Even if only a small force is sent, it would probably not take more than 5 minutes to easily defeat and occupy it. Seeing this, the Mink clan hero Gallo, who was standing to the side, quickly smiled obsequiously and said, Lord, you are so lucky! Not only are there many orchards next to your territory that you can enjoy at will, but you have also managed to take over a new territory and successfully break through to the second tier in less than an hour after the start of the Lord's War. Upon hearing this, Kafit felt even more proud and confident. He waved his hand arrogantly and said, I am the 18th prince of the leopard clan, so it is only natural that I receive special favor from the Void Ruler. However, this time I have brought out almost 80% of the troops in my territory. We must resolve this battle as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen complications and have our base raided by other lords. Upon hearing this, Gallo's eyes flashed with a cunning light, then he revealed a wicked smile. Hee, my lord, you can rest assured. As long as I'm here, there will absolutely be no unexpected situations. After saying that, he patted his chest to show his extreme confidence in his abilities. Great! Let's get started. Kafit nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand, giving the order to attack. Pass down the order. The mage squads will attack the defensive towers from a distance, and the light cavalry will charge immediately after the towers are breached. Leave no survivors. Yes. However, just as the magician team was on high alert, ready to launch a fierce attack on the defensive tower, suddenly, 3 graceful figures slowly walked out from the territory of the Hongmeng Temple. They were all incredibly beautiful, with stunning looks and graceful figures, as if they were fairies who had stepped out of a fairyland painting. They exuded an otherworldly charm that captivated everyone. Even a fleeting glance was enough to get the hot-blooded men in the Kafit unit fired up. Holy crap! Holy crap! Is there really such a beautiful girl in the world? I've never seen such a hot girl in my entire life. Is the lord of this Hongmeng temple some kind of idiot? He's recruiting beautiful women just to serve him. He's even neglecting defense. You know what, there are quite a few lords like that. My lord, could you spare those 3 beauties? We'd like to have a taste too. However, in stark contrast to the excitement and exhilaration of these male soldiers, Kafit and Gallo, however, looked utterly astonished. As lords and hero units, they can naturally view the enemy's relevant information interface. Although most of the content is obscured by question marks, the key information about the other party's identity and territory is still clearly visible. Among these 3 stunningly beautiful women, 2 of them are clearly identified as heroes. The significance of having 2 hero-level beings at the same time is self-evident. Without a doubt, this primordial temple belongs to the territory of a certain second-tier lord. All troops retreat! Evacuate this area immediately! When Lord Kafit's anxious command came, the more than 200 soldiers present were all slightly taken aback. Why are they suddenly deciding to withdraw their troops? Want to leave? Do you think you can just come and go as you please at the Hongmeng Divine Palace? Our master hasn't even laid a hand on you, so where do you get the courage to attack our Hongmeng Divine Palace? In the very instant he spoke, suddenly, Miao Kiki and Mia spread their black and white wings and flew like 2 bolts of lightning, instantly reaching the rear of Kafit's army and cutting off their retreat. These enemies in front of us represent a lot of experience points and generous resource rewards. How could we let such a rare opportunity slip by? At the same time, Emily drew her Longquan sword and used elemental magic to enchant the blade with flames, standing steadily before the Hongmeng temple. Despite her appearance, she looked like a delicate, fragile elf girl who could be blown away by the wind. But the powerful aura emanating from him at this moment was just like that of Zhang Fei, who single-handedly defended Changban's slope back then, awe-inspiring to all sides. Chapter 55 First Kill in the Lord War. Chapter 55 First Kill in the Lord Battle. Faced with this situation, Kafit panicked and hurriedly explained. Wait! This is a misunderstanding, ladies! We are not here to attack your territory. We are here to request to become allies with the lord of this place. As you ladies know, a close neighbor is worse than a distant relative. Our territories are so close, and having more allies means having more strength. However, Mio Coco and Mia did not immediately agree or disagree with Kafit's earnest words. They simply and calmly raised the precious gift Chen Han had given them, the Star Chaser and Moon Embrace, as a silent response, demonstrating their firm stance. Comet technique! As the words fell, it was as if the whole world had been put on pause, and the atmosphere became deathly silent. But just a moment later, the situation changed drastically. The world seemed to be violently churning up like a raging storm. 2 bright spots, one large and one small, suddenly appeared in the originally calm sky, and they were expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is that possible? As a noble prince of the Leopard clan, Kafit was naturally familiar with the peerless divine weapon, the Star Chaser and Moon Grasp. You should know that his father, who possessed 11th-tier strength, spent a full 100,000 creation crystals to successfully purchase this legendary weapon. However, what shocked him beyond measure was, inside the Hongmeng temple, there are actually 2 heroes wielding such an extremely powerful weapon at the same time. What the hell is this? Just how rich must a lord be to equip a hero with such gear? Scatter! Don't stand together! Seeing that the situation was not good, Gallo hurriedly shouted for the completely stunned and at a loss Kafit. Unfortunately, it was all too late. 2 deafening explosions rang out in quick succession. Boom! Boom! Without warning, the 2 comets crashed straight into the center of Kafit's army. Immediately afterwards, a terrifyingly powerful shockwave, like a flower of death, suddenly exploded and bloomed at the point of impact. With just this one attack, 300 soldiers were wiped out. Gallo, a veteran of countless battles, displayed phenomenal reaction speed. Just as the comet was about to hit the ground, he grabbed Kafit beside him without hesitation and sped away from the center like lightning. However, despite their swift action, they were still unable to completely avoid the earth-shattering impact. The powerful shockwave severely injured Gallo, who coughed up a mouthful of scarlet blood. Don't even think about running! A delicate shout rang out, and Emily stepped out like a ghost. In just a few breaths, they caught up with Gallo and Kafit, who were desperately fleeing. She gripped the Longquan sword, which gleamed with raging flames, tightly in her hand. Even before the sword was fully drawn from its sheath, the intense heat swept over them like a surging wave, instantly terrifying the two who were trying to escape. "Beautiful lady, please." Terrified, Kafit stammered and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, Emily's Longquan sword mercilessly slashed down. In an instant, the sword flashed and blood splattered everywhere. Just moments ago, the two people were talking enthusiastically about a bright future, but in the blink of an eye, they became two charred, headless corpses with hideous faces. As Kafit breathed his last, a deathly silence fell over the surroundings. At the same time, the familiar system notification sounded in the ears of all the lords once again. "Congratulations on conquering the 10th territory of the Primordial Temple and rebuilding the glorious capital of the Leopard Clan. 114,514. This is a special reward, a supreme-level item talent enhancement card. The reward will be issued immediately. Please check, Lord." Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Another supreme-level item? Is the Primordial God Temple really that lucky? The probability of obtaining a supreme-level item has been increased this time, right? Guya Lulan City, which just became the 5th city to defeat another player's lord, also obtained the supreme-level item, the Dark Gem. It's so frustrating. I was just a minute too slow in destroying this territory. Otherwise, this talent enhancement card would be mine. Speaking of which, did you see the name of the territory that the Hongmeng Temple defeated? If I remember correctly, only members of the Leopard Clan's royal family would name their territory like that, right? The Hongmeng Temple actually destroyed the Leopard Clan's royal territory? Aren't they afraid of the Leopard Clan seeking revenge? Who cares if he's a member of the royal family or the Green Chamber? He was wiped out in less than an hour. He's probably just a piece of trash abandoned by the Leopard Clan royal family. And you want to avenge him? Brothers, I just took down a minor lord and got a rare Mauser sniper rifle. Anyone want it? Hey bro upstairs, I want the Mauser sniper rifle. How about the trade? Where are you? If you're far away, let's go through the trading post. Inside the chat room, a turbulent atmosphere arose, with discussions rife. The discussion about Chen Han obtaining a supreme-level item was quickly overshadowed by other news. Those who can defeat other lords so quickly are not people like us novices to judge. Of course, Chen Han was unaware of these things. His gaze and thoughts remained fixed on the three options that appeared before him. Congratulations on defeating Lord Kafit, the Lord of Territory 114514, the City of Reforged Glories for the Leopard Clan. Overall rating, SSS. Start calculating the rewards for the Lord battle. Reward 1, 5,000 Lord Experience Points, 30,000 Hero Experience Points from the Hero Experience Pool. Reward 2, 1514 Genesis Crystals. As the victor of this Lord War, you have the right to make the following choices regarding the 114514 territory, which will be used to rebuild the Panther Clan's glorious capital. Option 1, Destroy. You can destroy all buildings and resources within the opponent's territory and gain a certain amount of Genesis Crystals, Lord Experience Points, and Hero Experience Pool rewards. The civilians, guards, and slaves within the opponent's territory will become your slaves. Option 2, Conquest. You will gain all buildings and resources within the opponent's territory. The civilians, guards, and slaves within the opponent's territory will become your slaves, and you will receive no further rewards. Option 3, Merge. Your territory will expand by the size of the opponent's territory, but all resources, people, and buildings within that territory will be destroyed, and you will receive no further rewards. Option 4, Plunder. You will gain all resources within the territory, but the territory and its inhabitants will become ownerless and can be occupied by any lord at any time, with no further rewards. Chapter 56 Occupying Territory. Chapter 56 Occupying Territory. Each of the four options offers unique advantages. Teachers have emphasized this many times in high school classrooms. Among these options, occupation is arguably the most profitable, allowing you to directly take over the enemy's buildings, civilians, and all resources in your inventory. Especially in the early stages when resources were scarce, this choice was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Even if one's main territory is unfortunately conquered by other lords in the future, one will still have a way out, just like having a backup territory. However, its drawbacks are equally obvious. The territories acquired through conquest are limited to this lordship war. These new territories still need to be managed separately. If left unattended, everything on this territory will belong to the victor, and will be completely lost to Chen Han should another lord successfully conquer it in the future. Furthermore, If a Lord War breaks out in the future, the fall of subordinate territories will inevitably affect the final score calculation. As for the options of destruction and fusion, although they bring relatively little benefit, they are the only way to rapidly expand territory. Destroying an enemy grants you Lord experience directly, while merging with another enemy expands your territory more directly. If you want to achieve rapid expansion, you can only rely on these two options. The last option is to plunder. The meaning is self-evident from the literal meaning, to commit robbery. Not only can they plunder all resources, but they can also arbitrarily decide the fate of civilians and soldiers within their territory, and even choose to massacre them. After completing these operations, there is no longer any responsibility for this land, and it can be completely abandoned. One thing to be particularly careful about is that if you choose to plunder and send guards, civilians, slaves, or even heroes to kill the people in your territory, you will receive a certain amount of experience points as a reward. As for which choice to make, that depends entirely on the individual's needs and considerations. Just as Chen Han was deep in thought, a sweet, childlike voice suddenly came from behind him. "Master, what are you thinking about?" He suddenly came to his senses and realized that Mio Coco, Mia, and Emily had returned victorious. Chen Han smiled slightly and said, "Coco, Mia, Emily, thank you for your hard work. As you can see, I'm currently thinking about how to deal with the mess left by that lord." As he spoke, he showed the three girls the screen displaying the operation options without reservation. Both Miao Kiki and Mia had served as lords before, so they were well aware of the meaning behind these four options. Emily was astonished, as this was the first time she had seen the consequences of losing a lord's war. Failure means annihilation. This is no child's play. "That's a terrifying option," Emily muttered to herself. Chen Han shook his head helplessly. "There's nothing I can do, the endless void is just such a world. So, ladies, what do you think we should choose? Destroy? Looting? I think we should just occupy it." Obviously, asking is pointless. Three girls, three different opinions, it's really a headache. Just then, the three Pegasus sisters, who had gone out to scout out the enemy's situation, returned. "My lord, I have scouted the north. Within a 15-kilometer radius, there is only this lord who just attacked. There are no other territories within that area. There are quite a few territories in the northwest, about 7 in total. They've established their strongholds using a giant mountain 1,000 meters high as a barrier. My Pegasus can't fly over there, I'm sorry. There are only 3 territories to the west and southwest. I originally intended to continue deeper, but I never expected that there would be Pegasus Knights in a territory called the Land of Prayer for the Moon. In order not to alert them, I had no choice but to retreat. I am extremely sorry." When news about the surrounding situation came in the blink of an eye, the system's map interface was updated with the locations of the territories mentioned in the report. Considering the distribution of resource points, Chen Han frowned instantly. The Land of Prayer for the Moon, the City of Blooming Flowers in the Morning Breeze, and the newly destroyed City of the Rebuilt Glory of the Leopard Race, 114514, are surrounded by numerous naturally formed resource points. In particular, the geographical location of the Land of Prayer for the Moon is so superior that it is astonishing the entire territory actually overlaps with a massive mineral mountain. Moreover, it is surrounded by countless natural orchards and fertile rice paddies. In contrast, despite the excellent geographical location of Chen Han's territory, no trace of any resource points could be found. Looking around, all you see are lush, verdant wild grasses, nothing else. Although relying on farmland can achieve self-sufficiency, these crops are obviously unlikely to mature in the short term. For a considerable period to come, we will still have to rely on Genesis crystals to purchase crops and accelerate growth, which will definitely be a significant expense. And most importantly, when a lord sends people to collect resources from natural resource points, the lord's experience will increase based on the quality of the resource points and the quantity collected. Although it's not a huge amount, over time it can still be equivalent to several settlement experience rewards. Looks like we still have to take it over. At the very least, we have to loot the entire orchard. With this thought in mind, Chen Han no longer hesitated. I directly pressed the Occupy option. In an instant, a series of messages flooded Chen Han's mind. Territory conquest rebuilding the Leopard Clan's glorious capital 114514 success. A total of 507 slaves were acquired, including 194 commoners, 25 light knights, 17 mages, 21 archers, 11 spearmen, and 9 shield guards. Received 1194 apples, 1369 peaches, 166 cantaloupes, 1197 oranges. The harvest included 642 potatoes, 295 tomatoes, 1970 rapeseed plants, and 9,640 kilograms of rice. Obtained 1,100 kilograms of black rhinoceros meat, 12,990 kilograms of leopard meat, 999 kilograms of black feathered bird meat, and 10,207 kilograms of pork. Obtained 1 Tier 1, Level 10 Lord's Residence, 3 Tier 1, Level 10 Wells, 5 Tier 1, Level 10 Farmlands. It can be said that everything that once belonged to Kafit now belongs entirely to Chen Han. Seeing this scene before him, Chen Han couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh. No wonder so many lords are so eager for the Lord Wars to continue forever, and they have an endless desire and longing to become warlords. With such an astonishing rate of progress, who wouldn't feel fond of it? That said, this Kafit really is a prince. Looking at the massive amount of food, weighing over 100 tons, it must have all been brought back to his territory from the real world. What's puzzling is, as a prince of the leopard clan, how did you manage to store such a large quantity of leopard meat? This is truly chilling to think about. Chapter 57 Comprehensive Advancement. Chapter 57 Full Upgrade. Please confirm whether to use a talent enhancement card? Yes. Talent enhancement card successfully used. Talent Effect 1. You have a 100% chance to summon female hero units and troops. When Chen Han heard the system notification that the enhancement was successful, he was somewhat taken aback. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed inwardly, "Can this even be enhanced?" At this moment, images flashed through Chen Han's mind. If every unit I summon is female, wouldn't I really have to build a harem kingdom? But then again, it turns out that summoning the Pegasus sisters was all girls before was just pure luck. However, despite the emotions I felt, the real problem still loomed before me. We still need to get the preparatory work done as soon as possible. The previously occupied territory rebuilding the Leopard Clan's glorious capital 114514 has now been renamed Primordial Temple Subordinate Territory No. 1. To ensure the safety and development of this land, Chen Han has taken the lead in sending the 3 Tianma sisters to guard it, and put them in charge of planning the slaves' orchard harvesting work. But it was clear that the 3 of them alone were far from enough, and more troops needed to be recruited as soon as possible to provide support. Fortunately, over the past 3 days, Chen Han has successfully accumulated nearly 20,000 building points through the Hongmeng Temple, which he can now spend quite a bit of. Upgrade the Martial God Hall 9 times 2,700 building points. Upgrade the Primordial Temple 9 times 4,500 building points. Upgrade the Spirit Food Pavilion 9 times 4,500 building points. Upgrade the Altar of Wonders 9 times 2,700 building points. The importance of high-level buildings is self-evident, and upgrading them as early as possible is undoubtedly a wise move, so that you can enjoy the various benefits brought by high-level buildings sooner. Therefore, Chen Han generously upgraded them all to the 2nd tier, 10th stage. Although no additional effects were added, these buildings have become more magnificent and spectacular in appearance, giving people a high-end and classy feeling. The 5 upgrade opportunities Amy contributed yesterday, and the 3 upgrade opportunities I've gained from Mia over the past 3 days, are now coming in handy. Are you sure you want to spend 1 upgrade opportunity to upgrade the isolation barrier into the Primordial Guardian Array? Sure! Upgrade successful. Architecture, Primordial Guardian Array. Level, Tier 2 Stage 4. Durability, 5000 to 5000. Upgrade cost, increases with lowered level. Function, prevents enemy units from entering. If breached, it takes 24 hours to fully recover. Upgrading the building increases its maximum durability. Additional Effect 1. No one except residents within the territory can see the original appearance of the building. Additional Effect 2. Immune to attacks from all units below the building level. Additional Effect 3. Regardless of the level of attack received, durability will decrease by a maximum of 1 point every 3 seconds. Initially, when Chen Han noticed that the durability of the upgraded spatial barrier had suddenly dropped to 5,000 points, he couldn't help but feel puzzled, thinking that some terrible bug had occurred. Until I saw the additional effects of the Hongmeng Guardian Array. This is simply invincible. Even with only 5,000 durability, it can withstand being surrounded from all sides for 4 hours, which is truly amazing. Next up is the building that girls love the most. Upgrade the bathhouse 10 times 500 building points. Are you sure you want to spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade the bathhouse into the primordial dragon pool?
Sure.
Upgrade successful. Architecture, Homeng Dragon Pool. Level, Tier 2 Stage 10. Durability, 100,000 to 10,000. Upgrade cost, 300 building points. Function, provides bathing services. Upgrading the building can improve the interior decoration and water quality of the bathhouse. Additional effect 1. No one except residents within the territory can see the original appearance of the building. Additional effect 2. Units other than lords can gain a certain amount of experience points when bathing in it, with a daily limit of 500 points, second tier effect.
This is an AFK experience pool? That's pretty impressive. Looks like I can achieve another surge in overall strength.
Chen Han smiled slightly, surprised to find another high-level building with powerful additional effects. Although there is only a daily experience cap of 500 points, it is easy for first-tier civilians and guards to reach the second tier. And this isn't the only building. They can build as many as they want. Chen Han and the girls share one, while the hundreds of civilians share two. That makes perfect sense, right? Upgrade 2 bathhouses 10 times 1,000 building points. Upgrade 2 bathhouses to the primordial dragon pool 2 upgrade opportunities. Since Chen Han wouldn't be able to see any of the extra effects after the upgrade, he might as well just choose any building to upgrade. Upgrade the well 10 times 500 building points. Are you sure you want to spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade the well to the primordial spirit spring?
Sure.
Upgrade successful. Architecture, Hongmeng Lingquan. Level, Tier 2 Stage 10. Durability, 100,000 to 10,000. Upgrade cost, 200 building points. Function, produces pure water. The output varies depending on the weather. Upgrading the level increases the output. Additional effect 1. No one except residents within the territory can see the original appearance of the building. Additional effect 2. Drinking the spring water restores a certain amount of stamina and has a very small chance of gaining a small amount of experience points. Second tier effect, only applicable to units other than lords.
Another building that grants experience points. This talent is truly amazing. And it even restores stamina. Coco shouldn't have any complaints now, right?
Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, and he had already begun to secretly ponder how to completely win over Miao Kiki. Now that she has the powerful energy replenishing effect of the primordial spirit spring, does she still think she's not strong enough? Thinking of this, Chen Han immediately upgraded the other 2 wells to the second tier, level 10, without hesitation, and then successfully advanced them into primordial spirit springs. With all building points about to run out, there are only 3 upgrade attempts left. Chen Han turned and strode toward the Hall of Martial Gods, preparing to begin recruiting new troops. After all, if you upgrade the building to a higher level first, and then upgrade it to the second level 10, you will lose a lot of building points for nothing. Therefore, in order to save expenses as much as possible, it's more prudent to first upgrade all buildings to Tier 2, Stage 10 before considering further upgrades. Chapter 58 Archmage Lucco. Chapter 58. After the Archmage Lucco arranged for the 3 heroes of the day to bathe in the primordial dragon pool. The next step is to recruit those 3 high-tier troop types. With 30 void crystals left in my pocket, plus over 80,000 creation crystals, I'm going to have a good time. Friendly reminder, the level of troops that can be recruited in the Hall of Martial Gods is limited by the level of the Lord. Only after the Lord's level increases will the troop level gradually increase. The current level cap is set at Tier 2 Stage 4.
I thought I could directly summon a Tier 2, Stage 10 unit, but in the end, there's no shortcut.
Chen Han shook his head helplessly. But it doesn't matter, since these are all high-level units summoned through void crystals. Even if it's only at the second tier, for a stage, that should be more than enough strength. Summon a high-ranking mage? Summoning confirmed. As the system finished speaking, a dazzling emerald-colored gate suddenly appeared on the vast and magnificent training ground of the Martial God Hall. A dazzling beam of light, representing 8 mysterious and unpredictable magical elements, began to slowly emerge from the door and gradually converged on a faint humanoid phantom. A few seconds later, time seemed to freeze. The humanoid figure of light and shadow, like a fairy from a dreamlike realm, slowly stepped out from the portal. In an instant, the magic permeating the air began to tremble violently, like a surging wave. Upon closer inspection, one could see a graceful young woman with a long, emerald-green ponytail that cascaded smoothly over her shoulders.
She wore a similarly vibrant emerald-colored robe and held a crystal-clear emerald-colored star-shaped staff in her hand. This girl has a beautiful face, a perfect figure, and a gentle and graceful temperament, all of which showcase the unique charm and beauty of women. Overall, she looks a bit like a high school girl cosplaying as a magician. But judging from the surging magical energy around her, her strength is definitely extraordinary. Name: Luco. Race: Celestial Demon. Identity: Guard. Level: Tier 2 Stage 4 0 to 40,000. Talent: A level. Skills: Elemental Flow L4, Silence Immunity L10, Psychic Wave L1, Sky Rift L2, Time Cage L1, Fireball L3, Frostbolt L4, Storm L3, Earth Shatter L1, Holy Light L2, Shadow L2, Magic Ball L1. Territory: Hongmeng Temple. Elemental Flow L4 Passive Skill. If the spell cast resonates with the environmental elements, attack power is increased by 40%. Silence Immunity L10, Passive Skill, 100% immunity to silence effects. Mental Wave L1, Active Skill, deals magic damage to enemies with a hit attribute, and has a chance to inflict confusion on enemies. Sky Rift L2, Active Skill, deals their magic damage to enemies. Time Cage L1, Active Skill, imprisons the enemy in a time cage, rendering them unable to move and continuously dealing time attribute magic damage. Before Chen Han could finish carefully reviewing Luker's information interface, she quickly moved closer to Chen Han and greeted him warmly. "Hi, are you my lord?" Seeing this, Chen Han quickly stopped scrutinizing her and nodded slightly in response. "Yes. Luker, please take care of me from now on." Hearing this, Luker nodded playfully, a sly glint in her eyes, and continued. "Yes. If Lord Luker has any needs, just let me know. But let's skip some improper things, like anything like that, okay?" Faced with such direct words, Chen Han replied without hesitation. "Don't worry, I absolutely have no such thoughts." "Just kidding, we can barely take care of Miao Kiki and Mia. How could we possibly have the energy to add another girl?" "That's good. I believe that Lord is a virtuous and upright person." Luker smiled wickedly and said calmly. However, the next second, like a little girl with only a 3-minute attention span, her attention quickly shifted to the place where she had just appeared, the Hall of Martial Gods. In that instant, she froze, staring blankly at the scene before her. My brain was racing, but I still couldn't understand why an ordinary military camp would look like this. After a while, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Lord, may I ask what level you are at now?" Chen Han smiled slightly. "As you can see, I am currently at the 2nd tier, 4th stage." Upon hearing this answer, Luker's eyes widened in disbelief, and she exclaimed, "How could a tier 2, stage 4 possibly possess such a building?" Upon hearing this, Chen Han gave a crooked smile. As expected, this Hall of Martial Gods is quite imposing and majestic, even though the other lords cannot witness its splendor in person. "Basic stuff, don't be silly. If you're interested, you can go back and take a look at the other buildings." Upon hearing this, Luker turned her head away with great interest. "You won't be surprised if you don't look, because once you do, you'll be shocked. Primordial Temple, Spiritual Food Pavilion, Miracle Altar, Primordial Dragon Pool, Primordial Spiritual Spring, Primordial Heaven Ceiling Array. These buildings are all masterpieces. Even a 10th tier lord would probably find it difficult to create something so magnificent. Is this really necessary? Who exactly is this lord named Chen Han?" Just then, a crisp system notification sounded in Chen Han's mind. "Ding! Detected that the guard unit Luker is infatuated with you. Combat power plus 150%. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Han slapped his forehead and muttered to himself. "Huh! I almost forgot about that. It seems that the favorability that comes with recruiting troops doesn't directly trigger the bonus of this talent effect. Oh well, as long as it's triggered. No wonder people in my past life always said that you can't date girls if you don't have money or a house. It turns out that only by giving girls a little emotional shock can you gain their favor." He muttered to himself, as he secretly plotted his next recruitment plan. At the same time, Luker also clearly felt a significant increase in the power within her body, and her eyes were filled with immense shock and surprise. "Is this the effect of a lord's talent? Double the strength bonus? Is that outrageous? Looks like this lord is worth befriending." Ignoring Luker's shock, Chen Han continued recruiting soldiers. Because it's unknown which of the 3 recruitable troop types in the Hall of Martial Gods is the strongest and best suited to the current lineup. Chen Han also decided to summon all 3 types of troops first, and then see which type of troops to recruit next after using them for a while. After all, these are troops recruited using void crystals, which are very expensive. Of course, it needs to be carefully considered. Chapter 59 Gunner and Martial God. Chapter 59 Gunner and Martial God. As the system's voice fell, a portal of light opened once again in the training ground. However, this time was different. The color emitted by the light gate was as deep and vast as the sky, and even more unexpectedly, 2 figures slowly walked out of the light gate. Strange, I should have only summoned 1 person, right? How come there are 2? Chen Han muttered to himself, full of doubt. At this moment, the 2 figures stepped out of the light gate at a leisurely pace. The first thing that catches the eye is a woman with a head of deep blue hair that cascades down like a waterfall. Her face is beautiful and refined, her figure is graceful and charming, and she is as innocent and pure as the girl next door. She was wearing a snow-white long shirt and a simple black skirt, and held a modern-looking machine gun in each hand. The overall look gives the impression of a lively and playful high school girl cosplaying as a gunslinger. Unlike the previous Luca, this woman was not surrounded by that awe-inspiring and powerful magical aura. Even from Chen Han's perspective, she was weaker than him. Name, Wei Xiaoling. Race, human. Identity, guard. Level, Tier 2 Stage 4 0 to 40,000. Talent, A level. Skills, Dimensional Space L5, Precision L4, Gunnery L5. Territory, Hongmeng Temple. Dimensional Space L5, Passive Skill, possesses an alternate dimension that can store weapons from various eras. Precision L4, Passive Skill, increases accuracy by 40% when equipped with a weapon. Gunnery L5, Passive Skill, grants masterful proficiency in using various firearms to attack enemies. As for the woman following Wei Xiaoling, there was no information interface visible around her. It's not one of those information interfaces filled with question marks, but one where you can't see anything at all. Although this woman was of superior appearance, she always gave people a strange sense of disharmony. His face was expressionless, he just stared solemnly ahead. With short, dark blue hair, wearing a seemingly exquisite long dress, and gripping an enormous gun tightly in both hands, he looked quite like a futuristic technological warrior. Ding! Detected that guard unit Wei Xiaoling has fallen for you. Combat power plus 150%. Huh! It was triggered so easily this time? Chen Han was secretly surprised. Good afternoon, my lord. After confirming that the lord had understood his own attributes, Wei Xiaoling, along with the woman behind her who looked like a future warrior, moved to Chen Han's side and bowed deeply with utmost respect. Yes, good afternoon. Chen Han turned his gaze to the future warrior beside him and asked, Who is this? Upon hearing this, Wei Xiaoling's face was filled with pride. She straightened her chest, and her large breasts trembled slightly. A smug smile played on her lips as she explained, This is my personal bodyguard, Xiaoling No. 1. Don't let her being a robot fool you, she's incredibly powerful. Just as Wei Xiaoling finished speaking, Xiaoling No. 1, standing beside her, gracefully and swiftly bowed deeply to Chen Han. Immediately afterwards, a clear and melodious female voice, almost like that of an AI synthesizer, rang out. Greetings, Your Excellency! I am Xiaoling No. 1, and I bear the heavy responsibility of protecting your safety. Upon seeing this, Chen Han nodded slightly in response. No wonder I couldn't see the relevant information interface before, it really is a future warrior. Then Chen Han looked at Wei Xiaoling and calmly instructed. Why don't you wander around and familiarize yourself with the environment of this territory? I'll assign you specific tasks after I finish what I'm doing. Yes, my lord! Wei Xiaoling responded and then turned to leave. Watching her figure gradually disappear into the distance, and seeing her chatting and laughing with Lu Ke, Chen Han's tense heartstrings finally relaxed a little. It has to be admitted that Yi Yi's talent is truly amazing. The summoned heroes and units are all stunningly beautiful women with top-tier looks, even the robots are beauties. Damn it, am I really going to keep messing with my kidneys forever? Chen Han couldn't help but complain. But he quickly shook his head vigorously, banishing these distracting thoughts from his mind, and then focused all his energy on the last unit typed the War God. The Martial God, judging from the name, must be a melee class. So, she can't possibly be a delicate and cute girl, right? For magic-based and firearms-based units, it would be understandable if the character was a slender, graceful, and delicate girl, since they wouldn't need to engage in close combat. But a martial goddess should be a fierce and powerful woman with bulging muscles and a height of 2 meters. Otherwise, how can you engage in close combat with the enemy? Thinking of this, Chen Han couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling somewhat uneasy. But in the end, he still shakily opened the interface for summoning the god of war and pressed the confirm button. With Lu Kur and Wei Shaoling protecting us, there shouldn't be any major problems. At least, it won't be forced. Do you wish to summon a high-tier war god unit? Summoning confirmed. The familiar light shone again, and the same scene unfolded before our eyes once more. However, it was completely different from what Chen Han had originally imagined. The figure that slowly emerged from that light was not the muscular, towering woman who stood over 8 feet tall. Instead, there was a petite white-haired girl who was less than 1.6 meters tall. She simply stood there quietly after stepping out of the portal, without making a sound. She was wearing the same martial arts uniform that Chen Han wore when he was a child practicing martial arts. She had a delicate red hair clip on her head, and a white headscarf was tied gently behind her head, fluttering slightly in the wind. Although she looked unusually thin, as if a gust of wind could blow her over, the unique aura she exuded from within was hard to ignore. Her bright, piercing eyes remained fixed on Chen Han, as if she wanted to see right through him. Her beautiful face was like a finely crafted work of art, yet at this moment it showed no emotion whatsoever. Name, Wu Yao. Race, Demon. Identity, Guard. Level, Tier 2 Stage 4 0 to 40,000. Talent, A level. Skills, Fighting Technique L7, Inch Punch L5, Shrinking the Earth to an Inch L1, Weakness Perception L1. Territory, Hongmeng Temple. Fighting Skill L7 Passive Skill, possesses superb close combat skills. Inch Strike Heaven Opening L5 Passive Skill, when fighting unarmed, attack power plus 25%, ignores all defenses below the same level. Shrinking the Earth to an Inch L1, Active Skill, allows you to instantly close the distance with enemies. Weakness Detection L1 Passive Skill, allows you to detect the opponent's weaknesses. Chapter 60A Small Shock. Chapter 60A Small Shock. The two of them stared at each other silently, as if time had frozen. After a long while, Wu Yao finally came to her senses as if waking from a dream. She slowly walked towards Chen Han. She tilted her head slightly and said in a clear, melodious voice that also carried a hint of coldness, "My lord, although I am grateful to you for summoning me to this world, don't you think your strength is somewhat weak?" Upon hearing these words, Chen Han, who was standing to the side, was so shocked that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He was actually looked down upon for being weak by a little girl who was a whole head shorter than him. Why does this scene feel so familiar? However, upon further reflection, considering that Wu Yao's clan was the demon race, all of this became quite reasonable. After all, this race has always adhered to the principle of prioritizing strength. Regardless of your age, gender, family background, wealth, or talent. All of these factors are irrelevant. The only thing that matters is the actual strength we possess at the moment. Because only strong capabilities can truly demonstrate a person's value, there is absolutely no room for luck or shortcuts. However, as a qualified lord, no matter what kind of hero or troop you encounter, you must always maintain a calm and composed mindset and never let others lead you by the nose. Chen Han took a deep breath, not at all intimidated by Wu Yao's imposing aura, and calmly replied, "I think that the strength of a lord cannot be simply described by his power." "Really? Then tell me, what makes you special?" "Then let me ask you first, why is it that someone as weak as me can summon someone as strong as you?" Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Wu Yao's eyes, and she immediately fell into deep thought. That's true. A lord with low strength shouldn't have the ability to summon her at all. Could it be that some extraordinary encounter occurred? At this moment, Chen Han smiled crookedly, without offering any further explanation. He grabbed Wu Yao's hand and strode towards the outside of the martial arts arena of the martial god hall. The next second, Wu Yao stood there, frozen in place, as if petrified. What appeared before her eyes were rows of incredibly magnificent buildings. The martial god hall, which summoned her, displayed an unimaginable grandeur, as if it were the most dazzling existence in this world. "Lord, you're only a second-tier lord now, right? Where did all these buildings come from?" Wu Yao's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but blurt out the question. At this moment, the shock she felt was indescribable. Seeing this, Chen Han pulled Wu Yao directly to a house at the first level of the 10th stage. Coincidentally, just 2 minutes ago, the building points reward from the Hongmeng Temple was successfully credited to my account, which is just the right time to upgrade the existing buildings. It's time to let this little girl broaden her horizons and experience what true cheat-like power is like. Upgrade residential buildings 10 times 200 building points. Wu Yao was completely bewildered as Chen Han performed the upgrade, unable to understand what he was trying to do. Isn't this just an ordinary house? What's the big deal? Should I spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade my house to Hongmeng Pavilion? Sure! Upgrade successful. Architecture, Hongmeng Pavilion. Level, Tier 2 Stage 10. Durability, 50,000 to 50,000. Upgrade cost, 200 building points. Function, it can provide housing. The higher the building level, the better the internal and external environment. Additional effect 1. No one except residents within the territory can see the original appearance of the building. Additional effect 2. When units other than lords reside in it, they can gain a certain amount of experience points, with a daily limit of 500 points, second tier effect. In an instant, dazzling golden light surged forth like a torrent. The old, rustic wooden cottage has undergone a dramatic transformation, now completely enveloped in a layer of dazzling, golden tiles, exuding an extremely magnificent aura. Just one glance is enough to make you want to move in. Wu Yao was completely stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the incredible scene before her, her mouth agape, yet she couldn't utter a sound. Instantly upgrading an ordinary building to a high-level building, isn't that a bit too incredible? I didn't see any action involving the use of any props at all. Could this be his lordly talent? However, Chen Han was oblivious to the turmoil raging within Wu Yao's heart at this moment. His expression was calm and composed as he said in a measured tone, Wu Yao, this room will be your residence from now on. Of course, I'll introduce you to your roommates later. Ding! Detected that the guard unit Wu Yao is devoted to you. Combat power plus 150%. No, my lord, how did you manage to do that? At this moment, Wu Yao had completely forgotten her initial arrogant attitude. She kept shaking Chen Han's body, her face full of uncontrollable excitement. The moment Chen Han heard the system notification sound, a slightly sly smile instantly appeared on his face. Sure enough, we still need to give these little brats a little scare. Otherwise, they might never figure out who's in charge here. So, Chen Han deliberately put on an unfathomable look and replied, How about it? Do you still think I'm weak? Wu Yao gently shook her head. I was too ignorant before. Chen Han gently patted Wu Yao's shoulder, then smiled reassuringly and said, From now on, we're on the same team. My ambitions go far beyond this. Don't worry, I'll definitely make you feel that being summoned here was worthwhile. After saying that, Wu Yao slowly closed her eyes, fully immersing herself in the powerful energy that had just been poured into her body, and nodded slightly. Yes, I understand. Seeing this, Chen Han said no more and turned back to the martial arts arena of the Martial God Hall. Do you want to summon the Hider Unit Ninja 30? Summoning confirmed. As the system finished speaking, 30 jet black beams of light descended from the sky onto the martial arts arena of the Martial God Hall. Soon, 30 hot-bodied, pretty, black-clad female ninjas with resolute eyes slowly emerged from the pillar of light. Ding! Detected that guard unit Gu Lingming has fallen for you. Combat power plus 150%. Ding! Guard unit detected. The moment these 30 female ninjas appeared, they instantly triggered the enhanced effect of the Lord's talent, almost driving Chen Han crazy. Chapter 61 Ninja. Chapter 61 Ninja. The next second, the 30 female ninjas moved like ghosts, their figures suddenly blurring as if they had merged into the darkness, and appeared in front of Chen Han in the blink of an eye. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. Without hesitation, they knelt on one knee, their expressions utterly respectful, and shouted in unison. Greetings, your lordship! Faced with the sudden scene before him, Chen Han was somewhat taken aback. Good heavens, is this the legendary ninjutsu? He's kind of handsome. Chen Han glanced briefly at the female ninjas present, his brows furrowing slightly. So, not all unit types have a fixed A-level talent? Previously, the 3 Pegasus Knight sisters that Chen Han summoned, as well as the 3 high-level units he has summoned now, all possessed A-level talents. I thought the units that were always summoned were all A-rank talents. However, these 30 ninjas were not as bad as one might imagine. Their overall level remains quite outstanding, with all talents at or above sea level, possessing all the required skills, and belonging to all strong races. They can definitely be considered among the best in their class. Chen Han glanced around and his gaze settled on a female ninja. Name, Gu Lingneng. Race, Shadow Clan. Identity, Guard. Level, Tier 2 Stage 4 0 to 40,000. Talent, A level. Skills, Assassination Technique L2, Ninjutsu L4, Insight L4, Shadow Escape L2, Presence Weakening L3. Territory, Hongmeng Temple. Assassination Technique L2, Passive Skill, grants proficiency in using various concealed weapons to attack enemies. Ninjutsu L4 Passive Skill, allows you to skillfully use various ninjutsu to attack enemies. See-Through L4, Active Skill, allows you to see through the information of guards, commoners, and slaves whose level is not higher than your own. Shadow Cloak L2, Active Skill, allows you to transform into a shadow and quickly approach the opponent. Weaken Presence L3, Passive Skill, slightly reduces the user's presence. Gu Lingneng, from now on you will be the captain of this ninja team. You will be directly in contact with me from now on. Yes, sir. I will certainly live up to your mission. Chen Han turned around and picked out a few more female ninjas with A-level talent and high skill levels. Mo11, Lin Xiaolu, Ai Ke, and Su Yu, from now on you four will be squad leaders and will be under Gu Lingneng's command. Others shouldn't be discouraged. This is just a work arrangement. I won't be biased against anyone. I will distribute resources equally. If someone performs well in the future, I will promote them. Yes. Chen Han efficiently and decisively assigned duties to the female ninjas. If he were to communicate with so many ninjas all by himself, it would undoubtedly cause a lot of inconvenience and trouble. Gu Lingneng, you will be in charge of the overall arrangements from now on. I have already detected the locations of about 13 territories in the surrounding area. You must do your best to investigate the details of these territories. If there is any energy left, go and survey the resource points marked on the map. Your subordinate obeys. Please rest assured, my lord, this matter will be handled properly. In less than a minute, they transformed into streaks of black shadows like ghosts, quickly leaving the barrier and rushing off in all directions. It was almost completely silent. Just then, Miao Kiki, Mia, and Emily, who had just finished bathing, slowly emerged from the Hongmeng Dragon Pool. The three beauties walked side by side, chatting and laughing, like a beautiful sight in Chen Han's territory. More notably, they exude a unique charm, and their overall demeanor is significantly enhanced compared to the past. There's no doubt that Hongmeng Longqi has a really good moisturizing effect. Master! I love this bathhouse! Miao Kiki hugged Chen Han's arm tightly with joy and called out in a sweet voice. Chen Han gently stroked Miao Kiki's hair with tenderness and replied with a smile. It would be even better if you could satisfy me more in that aspect as well. Hearing this, Miao Kiki immediately pouted and scolded. I did this to train your skills. After all, Master will have more and more women in the future, so you mustn't let me down. Upon hearing this, Mia and Emily, who were standing nearby, blushed instantly and turned their heads away shyly. Perhaps only a succubus would dare to talk about this in public. Chen Han vigorously rubbed Miao Kiki's freshly washed pink hair. What are you thinking about, you little pervert? By the way, I just summoned 3 high-level troops. You 3 should go to the houses over there and get to know each other. Good. Chen Han returned to the Hongmeng Temple and opened the lottery interface. After deducting the 27,000 Genesis crystals spent on recruiting 30 ninjas, there are still more than 55,000 Genesis crystals left. Having previously killed Prince Kafid of the Leopard clan, they also took over a large amount of food left behind by him, in addition to the ample supplies they had brought from the Dragon Kingdom. It can be said that these foods are sufficient to meet the daily consumption needs for at least the next 2 to 3 months. Moreover, Genesis crystals can be produced steadily every day through 4 crystal mines, and there are also 17 void crystals as a backup. Even if you fire a few hundred shots, there shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? With that in mind, Chen Han no longer hesitated and directly clicked the option button for a 10 pull. Congratulations on winning 20 roast ducks in the lucky draw. Congratulations on winning the prize, 1 bullwhip. Congratulations on winning the lottery, farmland basic building, X1. Congratulations on winning the prize, Mauser sniper rifle X1. Holy crap, it's 9 whites and 1 green again. Stop messing with me! Chen Han, refusing to believe it, continued to click the option for a 10 pull. Once, twice, 3 times, 24 times. Using Genesis crystals for gacha pulls only guarantees a green rarity item during a 10 pull. There is no guarantee for epic, legendary, or even supreme rarity items. In this way, Chen Han used up a total of 250 chances to win the lottery. I drew a total of 212 white common items, 36 green rare items, and 2 purple epic items. One of the epic items was a recipe that Emily had already learned, which was really a bit of a rip-off. This is probably the true picture of a lottery. Thinking back to the glorious moments when I drew 2 supreme tier heroes and a divine beast egg, it feels like my luck has been completely used up. Chen Han sighed helplessly. Fortunately, at least it wasn't a complete loss. Item, Equipment Upgrade Card Epic. Rarity Epic. Usage Requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1, Lord Status. Effect 1. When used on rare or common equipment, it can upgrade the rarity to that of epic equipment of the same type. Effect 2. When used on an epic level equipment, it can be randomly converted into another type of epic level equipment. Chapter 62 Operation begins. Chapter 62 Operation begins. The Barret is a truly outstanding weapon with extremely powerful attack capabilities. However, the only drawback is, when placed in a situation requiring close-quarters combat, it is difficult to demonstrate its proper function, and its heavy weight even greatly reduces its flexibility. As the saying goes, 7 paces away, the gun is fast. Within 7 paces, the gun is both fast and accurate. Men really do need to know how to use a gun. Should I use an equipment upgrade card epic on the Desert Eagle pistol? Confirmed for use. Successfully installed. Item, Photon Gun. Type Weapon. Rarity Epic. Equipment Requirements, Tier 2 Stage 1. Equipment Effect 1. Consumes 1 Genesis Crystal to reload 5 bullets. Equipment Effect 2. Accuracy plus 45%. Equipment Effect 3. Automatically learns the skill Gunnery L1. Equipment Effect 4. When bullets hit enemies, they deal an additional small amount of magic damage. It can actually be upgraded directly to a high-tech weapon? I'm really curious about its power. Chen Han stared at the pulse photon gun he was holding tightly in his hand, a barely perceptible smile quietly appearing on his lips. He used to think that fighting with the help of external objects was a bit low class. But at this moment, he couldn't help but think, it smells so good. In the early stages before leveling up, it's best to stick to American-style Aido. I wonder if there are any enemies I can test my marksmanship on. Before Chen Han finished speaking, the ninja legion that had been dispatched 2.5 hours earlier began to return to their territory one after another. Greetings, Lord! Your subordinate has fulfilled your mission and successfully gathered information on the surrounding 13 territories. As a dark shadow flashed by like a ghost, Gu Lingming appeared in front of Chen Han in an instant, then knelt on one knee and respectfully reported on the mission. So fast? By the way, why are there only a few of you? Where are the others? A look of surprise appeared on Chen Han's face as he asked. Reporting to the Lord, I have dispatched 20 men to explore more distant areas. They should be able to explore all the territory within a radius of 100 kilometers within about 3 days. Upon hearing Gu Lingming's words, Chen Han was slightly taken aback. Good heavens, that's really good heavens. Is this detection efficiency really that high? This isn't just about checking the number of territories. Not bad. Tell me what the current situation is. Yes, sir. The first thing to mention are the 7 territories located in the northwest, built around the mountains. According to my observations, none of the lords in these territories have broken through to the 2nd tier, and their military strength is also very small. Furthermore, no trace of any human compatriots was found, nor was there any particularly powerful racial force. Only in a territory called Black Bracada do the heroes under its command possess considerable strength, but they are still far inferior to the Lord. As for the other 6 territories, they are all just a rabble. The overall strength of the 5 western territories is much stronger than that of the northwest, with the weakest being around the 1st tier, 10th stage. Especially that territory called the Land of Prayer for the Moon. If it hadn't merged with other territories, it would probably be at least at the 2nd tier, 5th stage. Its army numbers a whopping 1,500, and many of them are high-tier units. Upon hearing this, Chen Han's eyes narrowed slightly, a thoughtful glint in them. It's this place again, the Land of Moon Prayer? This territory is indeed extraordinary. Just as he was deep in thought, squad leader Mo Woman had returned to the territory and reported the latest situation to him. Mo Woman knelt on one knee and respectfully said, Greetings, Lord. I have made a significant discovery in the eastern region of subordinate territory number 1. A wild troop resource point has appeared there. After preliminary investigation, the resource point is roughly at the second tier, first stage, and contains approximately 200 troops. Upon hearing this, Chen Han perked up and quickly asked, "What type is it?" "My lord, what has been discovered this time is a lizard-man tribe." "Lizard-men, huh?" Chen Han murmured softly, a fleeting, almost imperceptible look of disappointment flashing in his eyes. However, this emotion was fleeting, and he quickly regained his usual composure. The units inside the unit resource points are actually void creatures from the endless void, and are in a neutral state. Its internal environment is not much different from that of ordinary human lords, but they will not easily attack other lords. You can also get a reward after killing them. If the void creature leader located inside the resource point can be killed, then the resource point can be captured or destroyed, and the surviving units will be incorporated into your own camp. Wild unit resource points also have rarity levels. Units like the lizardman belong to the lowest level, the white common unit category. Despite being weak in strength, it possesses a slight edge in defensive capabilities. Fortunately, the lizardmen possess excellent water endurance, are hardworking, and can explore swampy areas. They are perfect farmers who can serve as resource collection points. After getting a general idea of the current situation, Chen Han Xian convened a small meeting with the girls. The Archmage Luker, the gunner Wei Xiaoling, and their robot guards shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the territory of the Hongmeng Temple. The god of war, Wu Yao, was extremely confident in herself and claimed that she was fully capable of conquering the territory of a first-tier lord on her own. Even so, Chen Han was still not entirely at ease. She sent Mia, who possessed healing magic, with her to the northwestern mountains to begin an attack on the surrounding lords. Chen Han himself took Miao Kiki and Emily to subordinate territory number 1, inspected it briefly, and then took over the Lizardman tribe. 40 minutes later, Chen Han arrived at the territory that once belonged to Prince Kafit of the Leopard clan. It has to be said that I've become accustomed to seeing all those magnificent buildings in my own territory. Seeing this cluster of dilapidated wooden huts now, I suddenly had a strange feeling. Is this what the saying means? It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality? "My lord, you've arrived!" Shauna knelt on one knee and bowed to Chen Han with utmost respect. Chen Han nodded slightly, his gaze quickly sweeping over the surroundings, and asked, "What's the situation here? Aren't Xia Ti and Xia Yan here?" Shauna quickly replied, "Reporting to the Lord, I have dispatched all the slaves to the nearby orchards and farms to collect crops, while my second and third sisters are responsible for supervising the slaves' work progress." "I see then." Before Chen Han could finish speaking, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. "Congratulations on defeating the Lord of the Territory Go-san, who called me a dog's offspring. Overall rating, SSS. Start calculating the rewards for the Lord battle. Reward 1, 800 Lord Experience Points, 20,000 Hero Experience Points. Reward 2, 120 Genesis Crystals. As the victor of this Lord battle, you have the right to make the following choices regarding attacking my I'm a dog's territory. Chapter 63 Lizardman Tribe. Chapter 63 The Lizardman Tribe. So fast? Chen Han was completely shocked this time. The settlement reward was only 800 Lord Experience Points, indicating that Wu Yao and Mia defeated a first-tier, 8th-level Lord. But even so, is it really necessary to be this fast? It would probably take at least half an hour to get from the territory of the Hongmeng Temple to the destination. Just as Chen Han was deep in thought, Miao Kiki tilted her head in confusion, blinked her big, bright eyes, and asked curiously, "Master brother, what happened?" Chen Han snapped out of his daze and gently stroked Miao Kiki's soft hair. "It's nothing serious. Let's go, baby, let's keep going. We absolutely can't let Mia outdo us." Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki was shocked. Could it be that Sister Mia has already successfully conquered a territory? Chen Han silently clicked on the occupation option, then took a deep breath and said firmly, "Yes. Let's go. It's getting late. It would be terrible if something unexpected happened." "Good." On the other side, Mia stared at the Lord whose neck had been mercilessly severed by a swift hand chop, a hint of helplessness creeping into her eyes. She slowly raised a hand to gently touch her forehead, shook her head, and sighed. "Alas! Wu Yao, didn't our master already instruct us to first see if they were willing to surrender? It wouldn't be too late to kill them if they refused." In Lord Wars, when a lord is at a disadvantage, he has the option to surrender. Once a lord decides to surrender, he and his heroes will be enslaved and placed under the command of the victor, and from then on, the power of life and death will be entirely in the hands of the victorious lord. Furthermore, the victorious lord can also reap the corresponding settlement rewards and take action against the losing side's territory. Of course, they differ from ordinary slaves. Even if a lord is reduced to a slave, some of his talents that only affect himself will still remain effective. For example, one's own combat power increases by 20%, one's own presence becomes extremely weak, or one has 9 lives, etc. However, talents that directly strengthen subordinates, like Chen Han's, will completely lose their effect. As mentioned in a previous meeting, the focus in the early stages of development should be on occupying territory. However, with so many territories, it was clearly difficult for Chen Han to manage them properly on his own. In comparison, it would be better to let those lords with management experience continue to govern their respective territories, thereby relieving some of the pressure on Chen Han. Wu Yao lightly flicked the bloodstains off her hands and replied expressionlessly, "Of course I know that." Mia, standing to the side, looked utterly helpless. "If you knew all along, why did you just kill him?" Wu Yao sighed and explained, "This person is too mediocre. If such a person is allowed to assist the lord in governing the territory, it would be better to discard him. Haven't you heard the idiom better to have nothing than something bad?" "Sigh, never mind." Mia shook her head slightly. "Let's go, let's continue to the next territory." About 40 minutes later, on the other side of the mountain, a dazzling comet plummeted from the sky. A first-tier, 8th stage territory barrier was shattered into pieces in an instant. The terrifying shockwave, like a ferocious beast, surged hundreds of meters away in an instant, even shaking the solid mountain and causing dense cracks to appear like a spider web. Before the soldiers in the territory could even react, Wu Yao's figure flickered like a ghost as she continuously used the shrinking earth to an inch technique. The speed was so fast that even the defensive towers didn't have time to react. In the blink of an eye, she had successfully slipped into the Lord's mansion. Who are you?" Pigman Hero Pig Onion stared wide-eyed, his face filled with astonishment, and stood in front of the Lord, his voice trembling as he demanded an explanation. However, when faced with his questioning, Wu Yao merely glanced at him and a disdainful sneer appeared on her lips. "A hero of the pigmen? A lord of the snake men? Nothing but second-rate trash," Wu Yao said in a slightly disdainful tone. After only a brief examination, she didn't hesitate to label the two as deadly. Before she finished speaking, she took a step and once again used the shrinking earth technique, her figure disappearing instantly. The next moment, when she reappeared, she held 2 heads in her hands, the heads of the Pigman Hero and the Snakeman Lord. His snow-white cultivation robe was completely unstained by blood. At the same time, Chen Han led Miao Kiki and Emily to the vicinity of the troop resource point mentioned in the report. Miao Kiki spread her black wings and gracefully flew into the sky. Looking down from above, you can see about 50 or 60 grotesque-looking lizard men in the field of vision. These lizard men, armed with long wooden spears, patrolled incessantly around the resource point. The rest of the lizard men hid in the shade of the trees, looking rather uninterested. Type: Lizard Man. Level: Tier 1, Stage 10. Description: a low-level void creature, highly aquatic, and accustomed to living in swamps. Among this group of lizard men, there was one particularly eye-catching figure. Covered in a layer of armor that shimmered with golden light, it lay leisurely in a muddy swamp, thoroughly enjoying this unique swamp bath. He looked quite content and relaxed. Type: Lizardman Warrior. Level: Tier 2, Stage 1. Description: a high-level form of the lizardman, with thick skin, immense strength, and powerful swordsmanship. Without a doubt, this lizardman in golden armor is definitely the leader of the resource point. More than 200 first-tier, 10th-stage void creatures, plus a second-tier, first-stage boss. For ordinary lords, such a lineup is simply a nightmare, with a difficulty level several times higher than the 7th day's trial. For this reason, despite being very close to the place, Kafit did not rashly launch an attack. After all, if he really dared to attempt an attack, he would likely end up with his entire army wiped out. Perhaps to others, this is an insurmountable barrier. But in Chen Han's view, it was at most equivalent to the level he faced in the 3rd day of the trial. It's not worth mentioning at all. Chen Han gently patted Emily's shoulder beside him. "How are you feeling? I think this should be your first time facing these void creatures head-on. Are you alright?" In response to Chen Han's question, Emily replied decisively. "Don't worry, Lord. 200 lizard men are no problem at all. Meow Kiki chimed in. Emily, all you need to do is defeat the most crucial leader, and you'll be all set. As for eliminating those ordinary lizard men, wouldn't that be a waste of our future manpower? Emily smiled slightly. I know. Miss Coco, leave the decapitation operation to me. Chen Han nodded, satisfied. If there are no problems, let's get started. Let's finish this quickly. Chapter 64 Free Labor. Chapter 64 Free Labor. Yes, Master Brother. My lord, leave it to me. Meow Kiki's black wings suddenly unfurled, and she took to the air once more. She slightly raised her index finger, which was as white as mutton-fat jade, and gently pointed it towards the void. In an instant, a dazzling light suddenly gathered and transformed into a brilliant ball of light the size of a basketball in the blink of an eye. Arcane missiles. The ball of light streaked across the night sky like a meteor, hurtling down towards the ground with unparalleled force. Boom! With a deafening roar, the ball of light slammed into the lizardman tribe. The powerful shockwave swept out with overwhelming force, and more than a dozen lizardmen who were nearby had no time to react before being violently thrown away by the terrifying shockwave. However, this is just the beginning. Boom, boom, boom! Several equally powerful arcane missiles were fired one after another from Meow Kiki's hands, falling like a meteor shower. The once peaceful and harmonious lizardman tribe is now completely plunged into chaos and panic. Everywhere there were cries of pain and screams of terror. The entire tribe was shrouded in this tragic scene. The only saving grace was that not many lizardmen died from these arcane missiles. At the same time, Emily keenly seized this excellent opportunity. She swiftly cast a spell, tightly binding dazzling bolts of lightning to the dragon's spring sword in her hand, and charged towards the lizardman tribe. Roar dash! The lizardman warrior roared in fury upon seeing his kingdom so ruthlessly ravaged. He immediately picked up the large sword beside him and charged towards Emily. However, it was only a fleeting encounter. Chen Han received a system notification in his mind. Battle over. Congratulations, Lord, on defeating the lizardman warrior. Start calculating completion rewards. Reward 1, 200 Genesis crystals. Reward 2, 20,000 Lord experience points, 40,000 Hero experience points. Reward 3, 1 epic item city relocation order. Congratulations, Lord. Your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 5, and your territory has expanded. As the victor of this campaign, you have the right to make the following choices regarding this unit resource point. Option 1 Capture. Capture the current resource point. All surviving units will unconditionally submit to your command. Option 2 Destroy. Destroy the current resource point and gain a certain amount of Lord experience. All surviving units will unconditionally obey you. The place was filled with the smell of mud and decay. It was remote and had no resources to gather. Occupying the territory offered little benefit other than providing shelter for these lizardmen. If these two lizards are to be driven to work, they would spend up to half an hour each day just on the road, and no one can guarantee that the stronghold will not be suddenly attacked by other lords one day. Rather than struggling to maintain such an unstable existence, it would be better to simply destroy it completely. After all, wouldn't it be far better for the lizardmen to live in orchards or farmlands than to be confined here? With this thought in mind, Chen Han chose the option of destruction. In that instant, an extremely dazzling golden light, as thick as a giant python, descended from the sky like lightning, hurtling straight towards the lizardman tribe below at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the entire world seemed to be swallowed up by this light, and everything became blurred. Just a few seconds later, as the dazzling light gradually faded, the lizardman tribe had vanished without a trace. The original swamp area, along with the craters created by Meow Kiki, has now been covered by an endless expanse of green grass. If it weren't for the corpse of that lizardman warrior on the ground, no one would imagine that this place was once a lizardman tribe inhabited by hundreds of lizardmen. Successfully destroyed the lizardman unit resource point, gaining 1,200 Lord experience points. Watching helplessly as their habitat was destroyed and their leader was murdered, the remaining lizardmen rushed to Chen Han one after another, and knelt down in unison. Although Chen Han couldn't understand what they were saying at all. But under the rules of the Endless Void, even though they couldn't understand each other's languages, they could still carry out Chen Han's commands without fail. Come with me! I won't treat you badly! Upon hearing this, the many lizardmen repeatedly kowtowed in gratitude, their expressions resembling those of devout worship. Master, was my control of my strength precise enough? Miao Kik's face was beaming with pride as she boasted. Chen Han smiled and gently picked up Miao Kiki, praising. Wow, that's impressive! You'll get 2 hours as a reward tonight. 13 arcane missiles struck the lizardman's concentration point with pinpoint accuracy. Surprisingly, not a single lizardman died as a result. At most, they only suffered minor injuries. It should be understood that the difference in strength between the two sides is like an insurmountable chasm. If they are not careful, these lizardmen will be reduced to ashes in an instant by the overwhelming power. This is indeed a remarkable control of force. Hearing Chen Han's praise, Miao Kiki pouted unsatisfiedly. No way! Master, I'm so amazing, it should take at least 3 hours. Chen Han sighed and tapped Miao Kik's head, then said with a smile. Alright, let's compromise then, 2.5 hours. At this moment, Emily also slowly walked to Chen Han's side. My lord, Her cheeks flushed, and her hands unconsciously fluttered in front of her chest, clearly trying to hide her shyness. As for what she wanted to express, there's no need to say more. Chen Han looked at Emily, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes, and smiled. Don't worry, you killed the lizard man leader, so of course you're part of it. Upon hearing this, Emily's blush instantly spread to her ears, and she whispered, Thank you for your kindness, Lord. Chen Han deployed 207 lizardmen to orchards and farmlands near subordinate territory number 1 for collection operations, under the command of the 3 Tianma sisters. The orchard was roughly the same size as Chen Han's own territory, and it grew 3 kinds of crops: apples, peaches, and pears. Wild resource sites have extremely unique advantages. One of the most notable aspects is that all crops ripen precisely at 6 a.m. every day, providing a massive supply of food and Lord experience points in a very short time. However, it has a significant limitation: the resource refresh cycle is fixed and finite. Once harvested, it will never grow again, turning into a wasteland. Unlike farmland within a territory, where you can expect a harvest after planting seeds, there's no guarantee of a harvest in time. However, with the help of the lizardmen, the entire harvesting process has become exceptionally efficient and fast. The orchard harvesting task, which was originally expected to take 3 full days to complete, can now be finished in just 1 day. In this way, the crops will be refreshed just in time for 6 a.m. Chapter 65: The Situation on the Northwest Battlefield. Chapter 65: The Situation on the Northwest Battlefield. After Chen Han and his group returned to the territory of the Hongmeng Divine Temple, night had already quietly fallen. Mia and Wu Yao successfully conquered 3 territories, and their actions alerted the other 4 lords who lived in the mountains to the danger. These lords, fully aware of the dire situation, made a decision without hesitation to abandon their original territories and instead submit to the most powerful Black Barcada. In fact, this was already true when they were teleported to the Yinza continent. Because their territories were too close to each other, these 7 lords sent out scouts to secretly investigate each other's every move in order to grasp the opponent's movements as soon as possible. However, since everyone's strength is roughly the same, even if one can defeat one of the lords, one will inevitably suffer a great loss of strength, and may even give the other 5 lords an opportunity to take advantage. The strongest Black Barcada, needing to consolidate resources in the surrounding areas, has already dispatched a large number of troops and civilians to gather resources and has no intention of attacking others. Once one's own level breaks through to the 2nd tier and possesses absolute strength sufficient to crush other 1st-tier lords, then one can plan the next move. Therefore, this situation of mutual checks and balances was temporarily maintained. However, news that Wu Yao and Mia could easily break through other people's territory defenses and ruthlessly kill the lord with just the 2 of them quickly spread to the ears of the other lords. The saying goes, "You can run away from the monk but not the temple." Without a relocation order, there's no way to escape this place of trouble. After being teleported to the Yunza continent, the trading posts will reopen, but only for transactions within this continent. Even if you are very rich, you still have to wait at least 3 days for the announcement period before you can buy the items that other lords have listed on the auction house. Rather than waiting to die, it would be better to lead all of your troops to surrender to other lords, where there might still be a sliver of hope for survival. As for Fie, the lord of the territory of Black Barcada, who was born into the Eagle People tribe, she was naturally well aware of the enormous threat posed by Mia and Wu Yao. When 3 other relatively weak lords came to join her, Fie naturally did not refuse them. She gladly accepted them and brought them all into her camp, thus building a powerful alliance. Even if this rabble were to gather together, it would make virtually no difference to Mia and Wu Yao. After all, the durability of a level 10 protective barrier is quite limited, and it still cannot withstand Mia's comet technique. As a martial goddess, if Wu Yao wanted to take someone's life, those low-level soldiers would have no chance to stop her. However, trouble arises precisely here. The territory called Black Bracada seems rather strange. The amount of magic power consumed by the comet spell is truly astonishing. After each use, Mia needs about half an hour to rest and recover before she can use it again. But something unexpected happened just as the two of them were about to attack Black Bracada. Mia had rested for almost an hour, but after casting a comet spell, she immediately fell into a coma due to severe magic exhaustion. Seeing this, Wu Yao had no intention of continuing the attack and directly led Mia back the way they came, returning to the Hongmeng Temple. That concludes our report on the battle between Mia and me this afternoon. Inside the Hongmeng Temple's conference room, Wu Yao respectfully reported the situation to Chen Han. I see. Chen Han nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and guessed. I guess it should be the Lord's talent effect of Black Bracada. Wu Yao sighed. I don't really understand either. Anyway, I didn't have any special feeling. When I saw Mia was unconscious, I carried her back. Indeed, it was just as Chen Han had guessed. The Lord of Black Bracada, possesses a Lord talent that causes any entity that attacks her territory, whether it be a void creature or a hero's guard, to have its stamina and mana consumed at an alarming rate, doubling in speed. It can be said to be a Lord talent that is very suitable for defense. At the same time, Mia, who was lying on the bed, finally slowly opened her eyes. She gradually regained consciousness. But when her gaze fell upon Chen Han, who was waiting by her bedside, a strong sense of shame instantly welled up in her heart. I'm sorry, master. I failed to complete the task you assigned me. Mia's voice was weak and trembling, filled with self-blame and regret. Chen Han waved his hand dismissively and said, It's good that you're alright. It's already quite remarkable that the two of you were able to successfully conquer 3 territories. Mia slightly raised her hand, pulling the blanket up to cover half of her face. I'm sorry. Upon hearing the Imperial Censor's words, Chen Han smiled faintly and gently stroked Mia's silvery white hair. Silly girl, this is probably still my fault. I didn't train you properly. You should rest well tonight. Once you've recovered a bit, I'll take good care of you. As soon as she finished speaking, Mia's cheeks flushed a beautiful blush, as vibrant as the sunset. Just like a ripe red apple, tender and juicy, it is irresistible. Her beautiful, captivating eyes blinked, as if filled with endless longing and anticipation for the care Chen Han was about to give her. Thank you, master. Alright, you should rest now. Overdrawing your magic power is very harmful to your body. The next day, at 10 a.m. The weather today seems much warmer than yesterday. Chen Han slowly opened his eyes, feeling a bit heavy in his arms. Turning his head, he saw Miao Kiki fast asleep with her head on his arm, a trace of drool still hanging from the corner of her mouth. Chen Han smiled helplessly, gently moved her head away, and stretched out a big yawn. Emily seemed to have gotten up long ago and gone to the spirit kitchen to prepare breakfast. Recalling the scene from last night, Chen Han couldn't help but shake his head. When Miao Kiki slept next to him, he not only had no manners whatsoever, drooling all the while, but also contributed absolutely nothing to the number of times the building could be upgraded. In comparison, Emily is simply a pervert. You can contribute 3 building upgrade opportunities in one night. It's worth mentioning that Emily's work as a chef has now been largely taken over by ordinary people. She herself successfully became Chen Han's personal maid, taking care of Chen Han's daily life, including 3 meals a day and various other needs. Chapter 66 Gong Shui dominates the Northwest. Chapter 66 Gong Shui dominates the Northwest. Just as Chen Han stepped out of the bedroom door, he immediately saw Emily walking towards him. She carefully held a delicate casserole in both hands, a slight smile on her lips. Good morning, my lord! You must be exhausted after taking care of both me and Miss Coco last night. This is ginseng and purple rice porridge that I specially made. Please enjoy. Before the words were even finished, a rich and enticing aroma wafted over. Just a tiny whiff of it is enough to make your mouth water and instantly whet your appetite. It smells so good. Chen Han was about to open the casserole when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Ginseng? Emily, where did we get ginseng? Emily explained. When Luca went out for a stroll this morning, she accidentally discovered a ginseng resource point, so she rallied all the civilians in the territory to collect it together. Upon hearing this, Chen Han was stunned for 2.5 seconds. It should be understood that the ginseng in this endless void is far superior to the artificial ginseng in human society that can be harvested after only a few years of cultivation and is only used as a health supplement. It is a genuine 1,000-year-old ginseng. Once ingested, it provides tremendous benefits to all aspects of the body. Moreover, these extremely precious ginseng resources are not marked on maps and have no fixed growing locations. They appear completely randomly, and there is also a time limit for their existence. Its coverage area is extremely narrow, and once it is completely harvested, it will disappear without a trace in an instant. If someone were to unexpectedly discover such a unique resource point near their territory, it would be almost like winning a top-tier item in a lottery. So it was Lucia who found it. That's amazing! Chen Han couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That's right! We've collected about 300 kilograms of ginseng this time, enough for you, Lord, to eat for a long time. I heard Miss Mia say before that if you stew ginseng from the endless void with purple rice, the effect of enhancing physical strength will be greatly improved. As Emily spoke, she blinked occasionally, revealing a shy and elegant smile. I see. You should make one for Mia too and take it with you later. Yes. I know. Chen Han opened the chat room interface. While eating, he enjoyed Emily's shoulder massage and browsed the chat room like he was watching short videos. It has to be said that the competition in the Lord Wars is truly fierce. Just yesterday, a full 10,000 lords descended upon the Yunza continent. But after just one day, only 9,226 lords have survived. In just one day, nearly 800 lords perished, and the remaining number continues to dwindle. If this trend continues, this Lord War will probably be over in less than a week. However, Chen Han appeared quite calm and composed, showing no signs of excessive worry. Once the number of lords gradually decreases to nearly 5,000, many powerful warlords will inevitably resort to various means to coerce and entice the relatively weaker lords. Although they do not directly conquer each other's territory. But in reality, this deterrent force has forced these weak lords to give up all resistance, and willingly hand over their labor and resources. This way, a large amount of resources can be acquired without reducing the number of lords, thus slowing down the end of the Lord War. In every Lord War, many lords make this kind of arrangement, and teachers in high school have also emphasized this method. Speaking of which, have you heard? Gong Xiaohui of the White Wolf clan has unified the northwest corner of the Yunza continent. She has occupied as many as 15 territories, and that doesn't even include the territories she has destroyed. Brother, your information is outdated. As of now, Gong Xiaohui has conquered 21 territories and broken through to the second tier, 9th stage. There are at least 100 lords and heroes who have become her slaves. Thank goodness I wasn't in the northwest corner, that was terrifying. So fast? How did she do that? I'm still fighting a protracted war with the neighboring territory. Of course, this is not her power alone. As far as I know, at least 10 members of the White Wolf clan were teleported to the Cloud Marsh continent. They divided the work and attacked different territories from different directions. Then they captured the lords and brought them to Gong Xiaohui, where she would either kill them or recruit them. In this way, it is not a problem to conquer more than a dozen territories in a day. Holy crap! Is this some kind of rip-off? Isn't this cheating? This is a perfectly normal method. If you had the power and connections, you could do the same. Gong Xiaohui is the strongest prodigy of the White Wolf clan in tens of thousands of years, so the White Wolf clan is naturally willing to give everything for her. Gong Xiaohui will undoubtedly be the first place winner of this Yunza continent lord battle. Luckily, I'm in the southwest, so it shouldn't fall to the enemy, right? Looking at the content in the chat room, Chen Han frowned slightly. He opened his information interface and realized he was still 3,000 experience points away from upgrading to Tier 2, Stage 5. Second Tier 9th Dan? This Gong Xiaohui's leveling speed is incredibly fast. Looks like I'll have to step up my game. After quickly finishing the ginseng and purple rice porridge, Chen Han stepped out of the Hongmeng Temple and began today's territory transformation. Upgrade the Dawn Altar 10 times 3,000 building points. Architecture Dawn Altar Special Unique. Level Tier 2 Stage 10. Durability 100,000 to 100,000. Upgrade cost 800 building points. Effect: the Lord can pray once a day, with a chance to obtain items and apply different buffs to all units within the territory. Upgrading the building level increases the probability of obtaining rare items and powerful buffs. Obtain an epic item, a city relocation order. Item, city relocation order. Rarity, epic. Usage requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1, Lord status. Effect 1. Allows you to relocate your territory to any location, up to 300 kilometers from your original location. Can be used once every 24 hours. The relocation order isn't particularly expensive. It can be bought for a few thousand creation crystals. Chen Han also had the idea of buying a few spare tickets after the 3-day public notice period ended. Above these are the Legendary City Relocation Order and the Supreme City Relocation Order. Among them, the Legendary City Relocation Order can achieve city relocations as far as 1,500 kilometers. The Supreme City Relocation Order, on the other hand, has no distance or time restrictions, making this item truly valuable. However, given that it currently possesses a territory of only 100,000 square meters, the most basic relocation order is sufficient to meet its needs. Unfortunately, as a special building, the Dawn Altar cannot be upgraded using Lord Talents. Otherwise, who knows, they might release an extra effect that guarantees an epic level item. Chapter 67 Hero Power Ranking. After obtaining the relocation order from the Hero Power Ranking in Chapter 67, Chen Han continued to renovate his territory. Upgrade farmland 10 times 200 building points. Are you sure you want to spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade your farmland into a primordial spirit field? Sure! Upgrade successful. Architecture, primordial spiritual field. Level, Tier 2 Stage 10. Durability, 100,000 to 100,000. Upgrade cost, 200 building points. Maturity time, 10%. Production bonus, 500%. Function, allows you to spend Genesis crystals to plant crops. The yield will vary depending on the weather. Upgrading the level will accelerate crop maturity and increase the size of the farmland. Additional Effect 1. No one except residents within the territory can see the original appearance of the building. Additional Effect 2. Can plant all crops. Upon seeing the additional effects of the primordial spirit field, Chen Han frowned slightly. That astonishing 10-fold growth acceleration and a whopping 5-fold production boost makes it feel like I wasted a fortune by not upgrading before. But on second thought, this way we won't have to worry about food in the future. Chen Han then opened the planting interface. As expected, rare crops like ginseng and lingji still cannot be grown, but even if they could, they probably wouldn't be of the same quality as those collected from special resource points. As Chen Han muttered to himself, he casually upgraded the remaining 10 farmlands into primordial spirit fields and planted various crops that he had never grown before. As for the subsequent farming work, it was entirely entrusted to the common people. Build an alchemy room 100 building points. Upgrade the alchemy room 20 times 1300 building points. Are you sure you want to spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade the alchemy room to the primordial elixir sound pavilion? Sure! Upgrade successful. Architecture, Hongmeng Danin Pavilion. Level, Tier 2 Stage 10. Durability, 100,000 to 100,000. Upgrade cost, 800 building points. Function, it can consume various materials to refine pills. The higher the level, the higher the quality of the pills refined. Additional Effect 1. No one except residents within the territory can see the original appearance of the building. Additional Effect 2. Enables the purchase of elixirs. The types and quantities of elixirs refresh daily. You can actually buy pills? That's a bit outrageous. With a "let's give it a try" attitude, Chen Han opened the shop page of Hongmeng Danin Pavilion for purchasing pills. Surprisingly, there was only one type of pill available for purchase, which was quite different from the scene he had originally imagined, where a wide variety of pills were available for selection. Hongmeng Chi Pill, 10,000 creation crystals. Rarity, Legendary. Effect, Lords or heroes below rank 3 will level up by 1. Lords or heroes below rank 5 will gain half the experience required to level up. Lords or heroes of rank 6 and above will gain 10,000 experience points. Quantity, 3 to 3. Holy crap! Upon seeing the effects of the elixir, Chen Han immediately uttered a beautiful line from a traditional Chinese poem. One pill and you instantly level up? The methods for gaining Lord experience points are extremely limited to begin with. Now things are much better. You can level up instantly by taking just one pill. This is a bit too incredible. Just as Chen Han was about to buy all 3 pills, a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations to all the surviving lords. The number of lords in the Yunza continent has now fallen below 9,000. The random event, Hero's Elegy, is now available. Important notes: the event will last for 3 days. During this period, the hero power calculation function will be enabled. The power of each hero unit will be calculated based on various factors such as the hero's level, talent, skills, and combat ability. The power ranking will be refreshed every day at noon. On the third day at noon, the ranking will be calculated based on the power of all surviving hero units of all lords. The top-ranked player on the hero power ranking will be rewarded with a supreme grade item or weapon. The 2nd to 10th ranked heroes on the power ranking will be rewarded with a legendary item or weapon. The heroes ranked 11th to 100th on the power ranking will be rewarded with an epic item or weapon. The top 101st to 1000th ranked heroes will be rewarded with a rare item or weapon. This is to inform you that all lords are urged to diligently train their heroes and claim the great rewards. The chat room erupted in chaos the moment the system notification was received. Holy crap! It's here! The random event is finally here! I initially thought it would be an upgrade ranking, but I didn't expect it to be a hero power ranking. My only hero has a combat power of 605 points. Does anyone know what level that is? Is the person upstairs an idiot? Revealing their hand? Are they courting death? By the way, does anyone know about the hero power rankings? If 2 of my heroes are on the leaderboard, do I get rewards for both of them, or can I only get 1 reward? They were calculated separately. My older brother participated in a Lord War where there was a random event with a hero power ranking. 2 of his 8 heroes made it onto the list, earning him 2 ranking rewards. 8 heroes? Your older brother is an 8th tier lord? Holy crap, boss, please carry me. Isn't your focus a little off? Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. This list is definitely dominated by 2nd tier powerhouses. I'll be grateful if I can just survive. Let's see how much hero power the top players have at midnight today. In the chat room, the lords were discussing the matter animatedly. Chen Han was also quite surprised, never expecting that a random event would be launched on the 2nd day of the Lord's War. Random events, as the name suggests, are limited time events that start randomly. They can be triggered for a variety of reasons. Perhaps it's when the number of lords on the continent drops to a certain integer, or perhaps a lord successfully clears a high difficulty secret realm, or perhaps a lord obtains a special supreme level treasure. In short, any possibility has a certain probability of triggering random events within the mainland. The types of random events are diverse, such as various leaderboards, natural disasters, invasions of void creature armies, and the appearance of continental bosses, from which lords can obtain very generous rewards. However, not all lords benefited greatly from it. Those lords with deep foundations naturally thrived and could reap all sorts of rewards. For relatively weak lords, they could only watch others feast while they themselves couldn't even get a scrap. Worse still, they could become stepping stones on the path to the rise of other lords, becoming victims. As a result, opinions among the lords regarding random events are mixed. Chapter 68 Attack on Black Berkata. Chapter 68 Attack on Black Berkata. Chen Han glanced sideways. Their gaze fell upon Mia, who was sitting demurely beside the Hongming dragon pool, meticulously tending to her wings and silver hair. He noticed that a new combat strength section had been added below Mia's name. Name: Mia. Combat power: 10099. Level: Tier 2 Stage 5, 0 to 50,000. 10,099 combat power points. We didn't even learn about combat power in high school classes. What level does this number represent? After a moment's thought, Chen Han bought all 3 Hongmengqi pills and turned back to his bedroom. The reason I didn't eat it immediately is mainly because I'm about to break through to the 5th stage of the 2nd tier. Moreover, the primordial Qi pill only increases 1 level for those below the 3rd rank, and does not grant a fixed amount of experience points. If possible, it's more worthwhile to wait until you reach Tier 2, Stage 8, when the experience required for upgrading is higher before consuming it. At this moment, Miao Kiki was still immersed in a sweet dream, muttering to herself from time to time some ramblings that would make her die on the spot if they were played out in public. Name: Miao Kiki. Combat Strength: 9521. Level: Tier 2, Rank 6, 0 to 60,000. 9,521 combat power points. I remember Coco and Mia sparred once before, and Mia only managed to defeat Coco by a narrow margin because she had healing magic. Is that all there is to the 500 combat power difference? Thinking of this, Chen Han couldn't help but sigh helplessly. It seems that we still need to obtain more samples to know the true strength represented by these combat power values. Just then, a pitch-black shadow appeared silently beside him like a ghost. Gu Lingning, with a solemn expression, knelt on one knee and respectfully reported, "Your subordinate greets your majesty. Regarding this situation in Black Bracada, after repeated testing, we have successfully calculated the effects of this lord's talent." Chen Han's expression remained calm as he slowly asked, "What is it?" Gu Lingning took a deep breath and continued, "According to our repeated experiments, whenever someone launches an attack on the territory of Black Bracada, their physical strength and magic power consumption rate will double." Upon hearing this, Chen Han nodded thoughtfully, some ideas already forming in his mind. The stamina and mana consumption rate of all enemies is doubled. This talent effect cannot be compared with talents that can directly enhance the abilities of your own heroes or troops. However, if a lord with such talent is defending a city, he can almost certainly gain an absolute advantage. Unfortunately, this only works if both sides are evenly matched. Chen Han's strength is far inferior to that of the Eagleman lord named Fia. "Ling Ming, go to house number 2 immediately and inform Wu Yao and Wei Shaoling that we will be launching an attack on Black Bracada shortly." Chen Han gave the order decisively. "Yes." Gu Lingming accepted the order and left, her figure quickly disappearing from Chen Han's sight. Looking at Miao Kiki on the bed, still murmuring, "The review won't pass," Chen Han sighed helplessly. What kind of dream is this little pervert having? Could it be that I appeared in her dream in that kind of way? Half an hour later, Chen Han led Mia, Wu Yao, Wei Shaoling, and her robot bodyguard Shaoling No. 1 across the grasslands to the mountainous territory where Black Bracada was located. The barrier around this place was almost broken before Mia fell into a coma yesterday, but it has been completely restored today. It looks like they spent real money to use Genesis crystals to speed up the barrier's durability recovery. However, none of this matters. Shaoling, just do as we said before. I'm entrusting the barrier to you. Chen Han gave the order. Yes, my lord. Leave it to me. Wei Shaoling gave a proper military salute, then turned to look at Shaoling No. 1 behind her. It's up to you. Yes. Shaoling No. 1 nodded and skillfully placed the miniature electromagnetic cannon she had been holding on the ground. Her right hand rested steadily on the energy input interface, adjusting the angle, aiming at the barrier in front of her, and began to gather power. As energy continued to accumulate, the muzzle gradually emitted a dazzling light. Your talent is to accelerate the consumption of magic power and stamina. What does that have to do with my electromagnetic cannon? Emission! Boom dash! With a deafening roar, a beam of brilliant golden light ripped through the void like lightning, shooting toward the spatial barrier of Black Bracada at an astonishing speed. The barrier rippled like water being gently touched by a dragonfly. However, this is just the beginning. In just a few breaths, the electromagnetic cannon fired the second, third, and fourth shots. Each beam of light carried boundless power, crashing against the barrier like a raging torrent. After being bombarded by 4 consecutive shots, the once incredibly sturdy azure protective barrier shattered like fragile glass in an instant, disappearing without a trace. It's a success! Wei Shaoling jumped up excitedly, her face beaming with the joy of victory. Chen Han acted decisively, issuing the order. Go! Defeat them quickly and decisively, don't give them a chance to breathe. The women nodded in unison and, like arrows released from a bow, swiftly launched their attack on Black Bracada. Within the territory, swords flashed and magic intertwined. Everyone, switch formation! The primordial temple has only sent 5 people, and the Lord himself is going into battle. We can win as long as we kill him. Yes. Fia watched as her barrier was easily broken. Although she was shocked, she was not surprised. She reacted quickly, moving all the defensive towers in her territory in the direction Chen Han and his group were charging. He also arranged for a large number of soldiers to form a defensive line to prevent Wu Yao from using the shrinking earth technique to instantly arrive at his side and carry out a decapitation strike. Because she knew that once she died, all her plans would be in vain. Shrinking the earth to an inch is not a true spatial displacement skill. If it encounters an obstacle, it still cannot pass through it. Therefore, Fia's tactic did indeed have some effect. Just as Wu Yao was about to use her shrinking earth technique, a team of 7 elites blocked her path. 6 of the men in this group were lords and heroes who surrendered to Black Bracada yesterday, while the remaining man was a hero of Black Bracada. Don't even think about harming my lord! A burly man wielding a giant sword and bearing hideous scars roared. This aura, is it actually a fellow member of the demon race? No wonder the Lord specifically instructed me to keep you here. Wu Yao stopped and murmured softly. Chapter 69 Defeating Fia. Chapter 69 Defeating Fia. Chen Han had mentioned this on the way here. The heroes of Black Bracada are formidable and certainly not ordinary. However, since the demon race and some other races are not significantly different from humans in appearance, unlike the orcs who have unique physical characteristics, it is normal that it is difficult to distinguish their identities. However, for people of the same demon race, it is not difficult for them to sense each other's kinship. The burly man had sharp eyes, showing no sign of disdain. He brandished his great sword, aiming straight for Wu Yao's neck. However, Wu Yao only extended a palm, and instantly shattered the giant sword. Before he could react, a heavy punch struck him squarely in the chest, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Lord Mox was defeated in an instant like that? Damn it! I knew they were guards below the second-tier lord level. How are we supposed to fight them? No, I don't want to die. The remaining 6 rookies watched all this in terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Once they realized what was happening, they scattered and fled. However, for Wu Yao, there was absolutely no need to spare the lives of mediocre people. The outer area. There are a relatively large number of defensive towers, about 20 or more. However, the vast majority of them are Tier 1, Level 5 arrow towers. Although the arrow tower has a fast attack speed, its output is unfortunately too low. Mia swiftly deployed a triple light shield, each layer capable of withstanding attacks from hundreds of arrows, making her move almost as if she were in an empty field. In contrast, Chen Han and his group were able to destroy a defensive tower with almost a single move. The attacks of ordinary soldiers were utterly insignificant in their presence, and they didn't even have a chance to get close. Even though Fia possesses the Lord's talent, which can double the rate at which the opponent's stamina and mana are consumed. But this advantage was of no use in the face of such a near one-sided massacre. So, it was less than 2.5 minutes. Chen Han then led Mia into the Lord's mansion and arrived in front of Fia. Wei Shaoling and Shaoling No. 1 stood guard at the entrance to prevent soldiers from rushing in. After all, once the territory is occupied, these soldiers will become a source of labor, so it's best not to kill them if possible. But for some hotheads, we still need to make an example of them. You must be the lord of this place? I didn't expect you to be such a beauty. Chen Han looked at the woman in front of him, who resembled a harpy, and a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. Then, a slight smile appeared on his lips as he casually teased her. Fia's eyes turned cold as she questioned. You are the lord of the Hongmeng Temple? We have never interfered with each other, so why are you attacking me? Chen Han nodded slightly. This is a lord war, isn't it normal for them to attack each other? Upon hearing this, Fia's face darkened. She gritted her teeth, her heart filled with anger and helplessness. Lord wars are designed to encourage wars between lords, otherwise there wouldn't be such high settlement rewards. Wars between lords were commonplace. Everyone yearned to expand their territory, pursue higher status and power, and even dreamed of becoming gods and gaining eternal life. All of this comes at the cost of others. Fia originally thought that since she had just finished the 7-day trial and already possessed the level of Tier 1, Stage 10, she would definitely be able to do well in this Lord War. I never expected to be so unlucky, with such a terrifying lord around me. Despite the dire situation, Fia did not intend to sit idly by and wait for her fate. I surrender. I'll do anything as long as you don't kill me, Fia said softly, quickly pulling out a talisman from her hand and letting it float between her fingers. Props, Accelerator. Rarity, Rare. Usage requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1, Character status, Lord or Hero. Effect 1, greatly increases own speed for 3 seconds. To capture the enemy, first capture their leader. This is especially true in Lord Wars, where the death of the Lord means victory. A decapitation strike is the optimal solution. The Lord of the Hongmeng Temple is right in front of him now. The only way to win is to eliminate him. Fia comes from the Eagle people, a race belonging to a branch of the Orcs. Although Orcs are not good at magical talent, even those who break through to the 10th rank or above are rarely able to cast spells. However, they possess extremely strong physical abilities and keen perception. At this point, the distance between the two was less than 5 meters. Faya also activated the acceleration spell, which made her very confident that she could easily kill Chen Han in just 0.1 seconds. As she predicted, the raid was a great success, something neither Mia nor Chen Han had anticipated. However, just as Fia rushed towards Chen Han, the 7-layered light shield that Mia had placed on Chen Han instantly appeared, blocking this fatal blow. Not even a single layer of light shield was shattered. Varied. Fia stared wide-eyed at what was happening before her eyes in disbelief. Did you really think I came to see you without any precautions? Taking advantage of Fia's shock, Chen Han quickly pulled out a photon gun from his waist and fired it at her knee. Bang! A dazzling white beam of light pierced through Fia's knee in an instant. Despite their strong physiques, the orcs lost their balance immediately after suffering a severe knee injury. Chen Han didn't let this opportunity pass. He pinned Fia down and pressed the photon gun against her head. So surrender or die? Chen Han asked coldly. Don't kill me! I surrender! Fia cried out in terror, her voice trembling. She could clearly feel the cold touch of the photon gun pressed against her head, as if it could take her life at any moment. She was pinned down by Chen Han, and dared not resist at all, her body trembling slightly. His former arrogance had vanished, replaced by a fawning and pleading expression. All she wants now is to save her life, even at the cost of it. Fia comes from an ordinary family of eagle people. She is the second of 3 children. She has a special fondness for online games invented by humankind, especially strategy games. She doesn't have any grand ambitions, she just wants to live a leisurely life and enjoy the fun that games bring. After she awakened her talent, she was lucky enough to get a demon hero with a B-rank talent in her first lottery draw. This allowed her to easily win the 7-day trial, which sparked an urge to try a real-life strategy game. Upon arriving in Yunza continent, she immediately analyzed the current situation and decided on a development strategy focused on stability, planning to begin annexing other surrounding territories after breaking through to the 2nd tier. But to my surprise, on the very 2nd day, I encountered a big shot and was suppressed without any power to resist. Chapter 70 Recruiting the Lord. Chapter 70 Recruiting the Lord. Fia felt as if she were experiencing a revolving lantern of illusions. Now, whatever happens, whether it's sacrificing my body or being sent to do hard labor, as long as I can survive, that's enough. Just as Fia finished speaking, a system interface suddenly popped up in front of Chen Han. The Lord of the territory of Black Barkada, Fia, has chosen to surrender. Do you accept her surrender? Note, if you accept the opponent's surrender, the opponent and their heroes will become your slaves. This will not affect the normal settlement of the territory war. Fia could naturally see the system interface as well. Tears streamed down her face like a burst dam, and she cried sobbing uncontrollably, pleading, Please don't kill me! I'll do anything, just don't kill me! Chen Han had actually been considering keeping her around for a long time. After all, of the 7 lords who lived around the mountain, 6 had already been killed by Wu Yao. Although these territories still exist, the surrounding resources remain abundant, and they inevitably need to be managed. How can I be sure you're serious? The fact that this interface has appeared means I'm serious, doesn't it? Lord, no, Master, I'm willing to give anything, as long as you spare my life. Chen Han sighed. Alright, since you're willing to surrender, I'll accept you. As soon as he finished speaking, several system notification sounds rang out again. Congratulations on recruiting Fia, the Lord of Black Barkada. Overall rating, SSS. Start calculating the rewards for the Lord battle. Reward 1. 5,000 Lord Experience Points, 46,000 Hero Experience Points from the Hero Pool. Reward 2, 1960 Genesis Crystals. Congratulations, Lord. Your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 5, and your territory has expanded. As the victor of this Lord battle, you have the right to make the following choices regarding the Black Barkada territory. Without a second thought, Chen Han immediately chose the occupation option. Successfully occupied territory Black Barkada. A total of 602 slaves were acquired, including 465 commoners, 25 light knights, 17 mages, 11 spies, 30 archers, and 20 great axemen. Chen Han walked to the bedside and slowly sat down, beginning to examine the resources he had just acquired. Soon, he let out a long sigh. As expected, these lords are all penniless. This represents the combined resources of 4 territories, but it pales in comparison to the resources of Prince Kafit of the Leopard clan. Apart from a slightly larger number of slaves, everything else was simply appalling. In particular, their food resources are less than 1/10 of those in the Catholic territory, not to mention luxury items like meat. Perhaps this is a true reflection of the life of an ordinary lord. Chen Han couldn't help but glance at Faya beside him, and all her information was instantly displayed clearly before his eyes. Name Faya. Race, Eagleman. Status, slave, formerly a lord, can be upgraded to a commoner. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10, 4500 to 5000. Talent, C level. Skills, Combat L1, Cooking L1, Flight L3. Territory, Hongmeng Temple. Lord Talent, Waiting for the enemy to tire. Talent Effect 1. All enemy units attacking your territory have their mana, stamina, and speed consumption increased by 100%, now disabled. Talent Effect 2. When resting, the recovery speed of stamina and mana increases by 100%. If only I could have that second talent effect. What a pity! Chen Han shook his head helplessly and waved to Faya. Faya, you're injured, come and rest for a bit. Upon hearing Chen Han's words, Faya was slightly taken aback, a look of surprise and shyness appearing on her face. Yes. I understand. She limped to the bedside and slowly sat down. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks, and her heart raced. Just 5 minutes ago, she was a majestic lord, but now, she is about to become someone else's mount. This change happened way too fast. However, she was now a slave, so how could she dare to disobey Chen Han's orders? However, to her surprise, the erotic scene she had imagined did not unfold. Chen Han slowly extended his right hand and placed it on her knee. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed, and the knee that had just been pierced by the photon gun was instantly restored. Compared to the surrounding skin, it appears even whiter, smoother, and more delicate, like a newborn. This is... Fia was completely astonished. This scene didn't look like ordinary healing magic at all. It was more like receiving divine grace at the altar of a goddess. But how could she be receiving healing from the goddess altar when she is clearly in the Lord's mansion? The miracle altar can provide remote healing. However, if the distance is too far, the Lord himself must come to the patient for treatment. Building levels need to be upgraded to expand the range of remote healing. It wasn't that Chen Han wanted to take advantage of Fia, although she essentially already belonged to Chen Han. Chen Han had no intention of explaining, and said casually, Fia, I have changed your status to commoner. From now on, you are still the lord of this territory, and you will be in charge of the 7 territories nearby. Is that all right? Fia looked bewildered. Huh? Can I still continue to manage this place? Chen Han joked. Yeah, what's wrong? Do you want to warm my bed? No. No. That. Fia quickly shook her head. I will definitely not let Master down. Chen Han shrugged helplessly. That's good. Gather resources in the surrounding area as soon as possible. If other lords attack, abandon the territory, make sure you are safe, and return to the Hongmeng Temple. Upon hearing this, a shy blush immediately spread across Fia's cheeks. Just yesterday, when she heard that the Hongmeng Temple had sent people to kill 3 lords, she mistakenly thought that one of them was a fierce and tyrannical lord. I never imagined they would care so much about her life and safety. There must be some hidden reason why those 3 lords were killed. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Master. All right, it's settled then. After speaking, Chen Han walked outside. He muttered to himself. It seems that Fia, this eagle woman, hasn't triggered the enhanced effect of the Lord's talent. Is it because her favorability isn't high enough? Or is it that commoner units simply can't trigger it? Soon, Chen Han shook his head, clearing his mind. He stared at the information about the demon race hero who had just been suppressed by Wu Yao, his eyes narrowing slightly. Name Mox. Combat Strength, 1220. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10, 5000 to 5000. Only 1220 combat power? That's so weak? Chen Han was stunned, somewhat incredulous. Gu Lingming had previously mentioned that in the Black Bracada territory, which is now the 5th subordinate territory of the Hongmeng Temple, the heroes under Fia's command were quite powerful. Chen Han also specifically instructed Wu Yao to keep him around to see how strong he was. The result is only 1220 combat power? It's almost 8 times worse than Miao Kiki and Mia. Chapter 71 Goblin Catastrophe. Chapter 71 Goblin Catastrophe. Chen Han pondered to himself. Even if we deduct the 150% combat power enhancement from his talent, Meow Kiki and Feiya would still have 4,000 combat power points. The difference in combat power between a 1st or 10th stage and a 2nd or 5th stage shouldn't be 3.5 times, right? Could it be that my second child gave them the boost in combat power? That's truly a bit heaven-defying. Chen Han fell into deep thought and murmured. Previously, due to a lack of information about combat power, he was unaware of the extent to which his talent's enhancement effect would be. However, using the combat power of a Tier 1, Stage 10 hero as a reference standard is enough to prove that the two of them are exceptionally powerful. Perhaps this time, I can try to challenge for the number 1 spot on the hero power ranking. After half a day, Chen Han finally completed his inspection of the 7 territories built around the mountains. During this period, he also specially arranged for 2 female ninjas to be responsible for intelligence transmission here. With everything in place, Chen Han led the girls back to his territory and began planning an attack on the western territories. According to the report provided by Gu Lingming, while Chen Han was attacking Black Rakata, the Land of Prayer for the Moon was also actively attacking surrounding territories. Surprisingly, they did not choose the side closest to the Hongmeng Temple, but instead concentrated their forces to launch attacks on the various territories to the west. More notably, they swiftly defeated their opponents with overwhelming superiority each time and decisively chose the destruction option, allowing their territory level to be successfully upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 7. Clearly, the Lord of the Land of Prayer for the Moon has realized Chen Han's formidable strength and has therefore decided to regard the 3 territories closest to Chen Han as a buffer zone in order to guard against a possible surprise attack by Chen Han. After all, the area surrounding the Land of Prayer for the Moon is rich in resources, which would tempt anyone. The fact that the Hongmeng Temple was able to kill the Leopard Clan Prince Kafit within the first hour of the game demonstrates a strength and ambition that is far beyond what ordinary people can match. When Chen Han entered the bedroom, he immediately saw Meow Kiki pouting and sitting on the bed with a haughty expression. Her tone carried a hint of complaint. "Master! Brother! You went out to war without taking me with you." Chen Han walked over with a smile, picked up Meow Kiki, and gently placed her on his lap. "I just didn't want to wake you up because you were sleeping so soundly." Meow Kiki pouted and said in a coquettish tone. "Humph! Does Master have another woman now? Has he forgotten about your first love? What a scumbag!" Chen Han gently stroked Meow Kiki's head and comforted her. All right, don't be angry. I'll take you with me when we go to attack that Prayer Moon village tomorrow." Hearing this, Meow Kiki looked puzzled. "Isn't it only 4 o'clock in the afternoon? Why don't we leave now? There should be enough time, right?" Chen Han did not answer immediately, but instead opened the system interface. A striking title appeared on his information interface. Natural Disaster Strikes Goblin Frenzy. Countdown 118:30. Actually, Chen Han had originally planned to take the women to visit the Western Territories in the afternoon. Unexpectedly, the moment he stepped into the bedroom, he received a system message. "Congratulations to all the surviving lords. Congratulations to Territory White Wolf Wee Wee for conquering 50 territories. This unlocks the random event Goblin Plague. Important note, after the countdown ends, goblins will randomly spawn in various corners of the Cloud Marsh continent and launch attacks on various lords. Lords can choose to strengthen their defenses and use their territories as a base to defend against the goblin army's attack, or they can choose to take the initiative and wipe out the goblins roaming all over the continent. Before midnight, a leaderboard will be calculated based on the number of goblins killed by each lord. The top kill leaderboard player will be rewarded with a special Building the Wishing Tree. The 2nd to 10th place finishers on the kill leaderboard will be rewarded with 1 advanced defensive Building the Flame Catapult. The player ranked 11 to 100th on the kill leaderboard will be rewarded with 2,000 Genesis crystals. This is to inform you that all lords are urged to make every effort to cope with the impending natural disaster and seize the great rewards. A maximum of 3 random events can occur within the same time period. However, who could have predicted that 2 random events would occur on the very second day of the Lord's War? This is simply unbelievable. Meow Kiki's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "Will a natural disaster strike in 2 hours?" Chen Han nodded slightly in affirmation. "Yes, I really didn't expect it to come so quickly." Meow Kiki licked her lips and revealed a faint smile. "Great! Yesterday, when we attacked the Lizard Man tribe, I couldn't unleash my full strength at all. I was so frustrated." Chen Han patted Meow Kiki on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Get ready! I'll go tell the others, and then it's up to you to perform." Meow Kiki wagged her tail excitedly and readily agreed. "Okay. I'll go put on some makeup first. Although the Pegasus Knight's combat power is far inferior to that of high-level professions such as mages, gunners, and martial gods. However, its advantage lies in its relatively low recruitment cost, while also possessing flight capabilities, high maneuverability, and the ability to provide a wider field of vision. Dealing with grunts like goblins is a piece of cake. Today's exchange rate between Void Crystals and Genesis Crystals is 1:12010. How many crystals do you need to exchange, Lord? Exchange for 5 Void Crystals. Exchange successful. 60,050 Genesis Crystals have been transferred to your inventory. Please check. Do you want to summon the High-Tier Pegasus Knight 60? Summoning confirmed. As the system's voice faded, 60 beams of pure white light descended from the sky. The scene was exactly the same as when the ninjas were summoned before. 60 beautiful women with graceful figures appeared in front of them in an instant. They were dressed in silver armor and held silver spears, looking very imposing. The vast majority of these Pegasus Knights had a talent level of C or higher, and surprisingly, they were all human. Perhaps, creatures like Pegasus only want to coexist with humans. The moment they appeared, 60 system notifications rang in my ears, all of which triggered the enhanced effects of the Lord's talent. Ding! Detected that the guard unit Lina has fallen for you. Combat power plus 150%. Ding! Detected that the guard unit Luo Meng is devoted to you. Combat power plus 150%. Ding! Detected that the guard unit Fu Yingying has fallen for you. Combat power plus 150%. Bite. Greetings, your lordship. All the Pegasus Knights knelt on one knee and shouted in unison. Chapter 72 The Twin Sisters of the Land of Prayer for the Moon. Chapter 72 The Twin Sisters of the Land of Prayer for the Moon. Get up, all of you! There's no need to be so reserved. Chen Han waved and called out. Yes. Chen Han remained the same as always, carefully scrutinizing the people in front of him. Ultimately, Lina, the girl with the highest talent and skill level, was chosen as the captain, and 4 other squad leaders were selected to manage the Pegasus Knights squad of 36 people. He then gave the order for them to lead the team to fly quickly to the area surrounding Territory Number 5 of the Honmeng Territory. Join forces with FIA to confront the impending natural disaster and wipe out the rampaging goblins in the vicinity. At the same time, Chen Han also made adjustments to the Ninja Legion. They temporarily suspended their reconnaissance mission and instead formed groups to kill goblins nearby. Just then, a clear voice rang out. Lord, it seems there are no experts stationed at Subland Number 1, right? Should I go over there? I've been guarding the city all day. It's so boring. It was Lucario who spoke, her eyes gleaming with excitement, clearly eager to participate in a more intense battle. After hearing this, Chen Han frowned slightly and began to think. Currently, only the Pegasus sisters are responsible for guarding the Number 1 subordinate territory. Most of the other members are lizardmen and ordinary slaves, and the level of the defense towers is only Tier 1, Stage 5, so the overall combat power is indeed slightly insufficient. Let's not even talk about how many goblins we can kill. It feels like the goblin army might have already taken over. Chen Han nodded slightly. Yes, I was just thinking of arranging things for the subordinate territory Number 1. Are you alright on your own? Lu Ke smiled playfully. No problem. Don't worry. Although I can't guarantee that I can beat Wu Yao in a one-on-one fight, I can guarantee that I'm better than everyone else at clearing out the mobs. Chen Han said with satisfaction. Since you say there's no problem, I'll trust you. Be careful, and if you can't hold the position, just abandon it. Luko nodded. I understand. Open the chat room. Sure enough, things had already erupted inside. This? 2 random events overlapped? How can this be so ridiculous? Isn't this great? Killing those void creatures can quickly level up your hero, and you might even be on the leaderboard in 3 days. Does anyone know what level this goblin is? I just broke through to the 2nd tier, and I feel like I'm going to be knocked down. The random activity of the void creature invasion is usually based on the average level of the surviving lords. Now that most of the low-level lords have been wiped out, I estimate it will be around level 2, Stage 1. Tier 2, Stage 1? No way. I've broken through to Tier 2, but I haven't drawn any heroes. I only have 1 hero and 200 low-tier troops. My territory is so big now, I feel like I'm going to fail. Goblins aren't very intelligent. Just build a few more defensive towers around your territory. That is, if you still have building points left. Actually, there's no need to worry so much. This kind of goblin calamity is basically a free bonus for those tier 2 powerhouses. They'll probably think there aren't enough goblins attacking their territories, so they'll choose to take the initiative and clear out the goblins in other areas of the continent. We only need to defend against the first wave of attacks. We don't need to worry about the rest. That seems to make sense. Seeing the many lords discussing amongst themselves, Chen Han couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The Land of Prayer for the Moon is a territory at level 2, stage 7. It should not face too much pressure in the face of the impending natural disaster. As one of the lords said, these high-level tier 2 lords are clearly not satisfied with merely defending against the attacking goblins, but rather prefer to take the initiative and climb the leaderboard. This will inevitably leave their territory's defenses weak, greatly reducing the difficulty of attacking the city. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to take advantage of a weakness and plunder a burning building? However, Chen Han also understood that the fact that the Prayer Moon village could advance to the second tier, 7th stage so quickly likely meant that this lord had completed the 7-day trial for more than 10 or even 20 days, and the difficulty of the 7-day trial should not be low. You just created your account today, while others have been playing for 10 or 20 days. Even if you use cheats, you might not be able to guarantee a 100% win rate. Chen Han had never engaged in a lord battle with a second-tier lord before. While the nightly revelry talent is indeed powerful, the opponent's lord talent might have unexpectedly disastrous effects. If possible, it's better to play it safe and win. There's no need to go head-to-head. With this in mind, Chen Han rearranged his plans for tonight. Once we take over the Land of Prayer for the Moon, there will be no more threats in this area. At the same time, on the other side, within the territory of the Land of Prayer for the Moon, a woman dressed in white stood barefoot on the ground, quietly gazing at the sky from the window. Her stunning beauty was like a blooming white lotus, her noble temperament was like that of a fairy from the heavens, and her perfect figure was captivating and unforgettable. Her silver hair, as white as the moon, swayed gently in the wind, and the moon mark between her brows radiated a mysterious light, all of which clearly indicated her identity as a member of the Moon Clan. Once night falls and the bright moon hangs high in the sky, that is when the Moon Clan is at its most powerful. And this natural disaster just so happens to have occurred tonight, when the bright moon hangs high in the sky. Judging from the sky, it should be a full moon tonight. The woman in white took a sip of red wine and murmured softly. Beside her stood a silver-haired woman whose clothes, figure, and appearance were almost identical to hers. She exclaimed excitedly, her eyes gleaming with joy. "Sister, we're so lucky! Tonight we can finally get rid of that scourge in the east." The woman in white nodded slightly. "Indeed! A full moon night is so rare, and it just so happens to coincide with a natural disaster. It's hard to believe that the Lord and hero of the Land of Prayer for the Moon are actually twin sisters. The reason they ended up like this was because the older sister obtained a legendary item, the hero summoning card, during the 7-day trial. With the other party's consent, using this card allows you to directly designate a tourist as a hero under your command and develop together. Just like a targeted summon in a game. The elder sister, Yu Yunshang, and the younger sister, Yu Yunling, are both renowned beauties of the Yu clan. Their beauty was breathtaking, and their talent was unparalleled among the younger generation of the Moon Clan. Before being teleported to the Yunza continent, they had been developing peacefully in the endless void for a full 20 days. During this period, they also received a lot of resources from the Moon Clan's higher-ups, which means they almost won at the starting line from the very beginning. Chapter 73, Natural Calamity, Descends. Chapter 73, Natural Disaster, Descends. Yu Yunshang gently swirled the red wine glass in her hand, the red liquid swaying gently in the glass, reflecting her exquisite face. A faint smile appeared on her lips. They seemed to be filled with anticipation for the approaching night. With the natural disaster striking tonight, she's definitely going to try and break into the Goblin Kill leaderboard at midnight. To get on the list, simply killing goblins that attack your territory is far from enough. We also need to take the initiative to kill the goblins that roam the continent. Only in this way can you accumulate enough kills to climb to the top of the leaderboard. However, she was also clearly aware of this. Once your main army leaves your territory, the territory's defenses will become very weak. If discovered by spies of other lords at this time, they might take the opportunity to launch an attack. This is a strategy that any lord with a sound mind could come up with. But for Yu Yunshang, this was an excellent opportunity. One of the effects of her lord talent is that when she leaves her main territory, all the defensive towers and spatial barriers inside it will automatically and temporarily increase by 1 level. Her current level is Tier 2, Stage 7, and her defensive towers have all been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 10. In other words, once she leaves the territory, those spatial barriers that were originally only at the 2nd tier level 7 and defensive towers at the 2nd tier level 10 will instantly upgrade to the 3rd tier level 7 and 3rd tier level 10, greatly increasing their attack and defense capabilities. Even if a 3rd tier early stage lord came to attack, it would be difficult to break through her defenses easily. This is why she is so keen on conquering other players' territories and then quickly destroying their buildings after conquering them in order to obtain more resources to accelerate her own upgrades. After all, her lord talent can only be applied to her own main territory, and as her level increases, the gap between each level will become larger and larger. Once she successfully breaks through to the 3rd tier, Stage 1, then with the blessing of the lord's talent, all her defensive structures will be directly upgraded to the 4th tier level. By then, probably no one in the entire Yunza continent will be able to shake her territory in the slightest. According to intelligence gathered by our spies, the Hongmeng Temple has been making waves these past 2 days. Not only did it successively occupy many surrounding territories, but even her hometown of Prayer for the Moon was included in its target list. But that's fine too. Since the other party has such ambitions, she'll just go with the flow. They deliberately sent troops out to hunt down goblins right under the nose of the Hongmeng Temple, thus revealing the fact that the territory of the Prayer Moon Land was poorly defended. Her Prayer Moon Land has a solid backing with a Tier 3, Level 7 defensive barrier and a Tier 3, Level 10 defensive tower. Even with the immense power of the Hongmeng Temple, breaching this defense line would be no easy feat. At the same time, the Hongmeng Temple is only a territory that has just broken through to the 5th stage of the 2nd tier, and its troops and defensive towers are very scarce. Once they send their main force to attack the Land of Prayer for the Moon, then she could personally lead an elite force, using the cover of the 3 neighboring territories, to launch a swift attack, strike at the heart of the enemy, and wage a blitzkrieg. A 2nd tier, 5th stage defensive barrier should be broken through very soon. Once the enemy's territory is occupied, the enemy can then form a 3-pronged attack with the army that went out to hunt goblins and the remaining troops in their own territory, crushing the main force of the Hongmeng Temple in one fell swoop and capturing the lord alive. Even if the Hongmeng Temple chooses to proceed cautiously and prioritize stability, and does not take the initiative during this special period, instead of retreating into her territory to strengthen her defenses, she can still reduce one competitor for goblin killing around her territory, thus quickly climbing the goblin kill leaderboard tonight. Regardless of the outcome, she will benefit from it. This plan is incredibly meticulous. Ling Yun, go and make preparations now. Later, you and I will launch a surprise attack on the Hongmeng Divine Palace. Yu Yunshang looked up at the gradually darkening sky and said in a relaxed tone, Yes, big sister. Will Little Li be the commander for the goblin hunt? Yu Yunling looked at her sister and asked. Xiao Li's full name is Ling Lily. She is also a beautiful woman and is a B-rank talent hero that Yu Yunshang obtained after upgrading to the 2nd tier. He single-handedly conquered a Tier 1, Stage 7 territory this morning, demonstrating considerable strength. Yu Yunshang smiled and said, Well, I'll go tell Xiaoli later. She seems to be taking a shower right now. Okay, sister. I'll arrange it right away. Yu Yunling nodded obediently, then turned and left the room. After Yu Yunling left, Yu Yunshang swirled her wine glass again and drank it all in one gulp. She gazed intently out the window, a gentle smile playing on her lips. After enduring so much, it's finally time to finally hold my head high. Tonight, we must take down the Hongmeng Temple. Time slipped by unnoticed, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Just as the countdown on the system interface reached 0, countless spatial gates suddenly burst open across the Yunza continent. One after another, grotesque and twisted void creatures surged out from it, their sheer number astonishing. Thousands poured out from just one spatial portal. The next second, the system notifications sounded simultaneously in the minds of all the lords. The goblin scourge has descended. Lords, please prepare your defenses. Every hour thereafter, goblin strongholds will randomly spawn on the Cloud Marsh continent. We urge all lords to strive to survive to the end. These goblins, armed with all sorts of weapons such as stone hammers, stone spears, and wooden shields, rode on grey wolves, rushing across the grassland like a grey-green torrent. Their eyes were filled with a bloodshot killing intent, as if they harbored a deep hatred for this land. Despite having no map to guide them, They could precisely rush towards territories in all directions, as if they had an irreconcilable hatred for every lord. Type, Goblin Wolf Rider. Level, Tier 2 Stage 1. Introduction. Once upon a time, there was a goblin who, after riding a grey wolf, became a Goblin Wolf Rider, moving with incredible speed. Is that a Goblin Wolf Rider? Their charge speed is pretty fast. Chen Han stared at the more than 100 Goblin Wolf Riders rushing toward his territory, and muttered to himself. I initially thought it was just an ordinary goblin. But it doesn't matter, for Chen Han it's just experience points for walking. Master, watch me! I'll wipe them all out right now! Master, I'm going to defend the north flank. My lord, I'm going to defend the west flank. Okay, please try to conserve your energy. We still have to attack the land of prayer for the moon later. Good. Chapter 74 Deployment in the Land of Prayer for the Moon. Chapter 74 Deployment in the Land of Prayer for the Moon. Chen Han naturally had great confidence in the girl's abilities. Although the Goblin Wolf Rider's level unexpectedly reached Tier 2, Stage 1, he was not surprised. This level of attack was less than 1/10 the difficulty of the 6 days trial. It was a piece of cake for them. In less than 10 minutes, the more than 100 Goblin Wolf Riders that attacked the Hongmeng Temple were all killed. Not one of them escaped. Emily killed more than 40 Goblin Wolf Riders in this battle and successfully upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 1. Meanwhile, good news also came from the vassal territories. They also successfully repelled the enemy's attack, and now only the cleanup work remains. 15 minutes later, the Goblin Plague leaderboard was refreshed. First place, White Wolf Wee Wee, 697 kills. Second place, Sky Sanctuary, 422 kills. Third place, Dolua Continent Dolua City, 398 kills. 15th place, Hongmeng Temple, 299 kills. I can't believe I'm fighting on 4 fronts simultaneously and still can't make it into the top 10? This White Wolf Wee Wee is terrifying. I remember she's conquered more than 10 territories. Is this some kind of all-out warfare? Chen Han murmured in surprise as he continued scrolling down and saw the ranking of the Land of Prayer for the Moon. 39th place, Praying Moon Village, 202 kills. Looking at the kill count in the Land of Prayer for the Moon, Chen Han fell into deep thought. As Gu Lingming previously stated, the Land of Prayer for the Moon chooses to destroy all conquered territories directly, without having any subordinate territories. In other words, the number of kills in the first round by the Land of Prayer for the Moon was at most equivalent to the number of Goblin Wolf Riders who attacked his territory. This is where the problem arises. The first wave of the Goblin Scourge attack will summon a different number of Goblin Wolf Riders to attack the territory, depending on its size. The level of the Prayer Moon Village is Tier 2, Stage 7, which is 2 stages higher than Chen Han's. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a difference of nearly 100 Goblin Wolf Riders. So, the answer is obvious. The Land of Prayer for the Moon must have sent out a small team to hunt goblins, otherwise it would have been impossible to achieve a kill count of 202 without any affiliated territory. However, this is just speculation. We'll have to wait for Gu Lingming to provide more detailed information to find out the specifics. 15 minutes later, the leaderboard was refreshed again. First place, White Wolf Wee Wee, 1024 kills. Second place, Sky Sanctuary, 866 kills. Third place, Dolua Continent Dolua City, 788 kills. 13th place, Hongmeng Temple, 512 kills. With the first wave of attacks over, the main force of the goblins should have suffered heavy losses and been largely wiped out. Therefore, the rate of increase in the number of kills slowed down significantly. Next, they mainly relied on hunting roaming goblins scattered throughout the continent, and randomly appearing Goblin Wolf Rider strongholds to increase their kill count. 21st Prayer Moon Village, 406 kills. Has the kill count doubled? It seems they must have sent troops out to hunt. Chen Han was able to achieve such a high kill count because the Pegasus Knight Squad dispersed some of its forces to participate in the battles in the 7 territories in the northwest region, which resulted in the first wave of Goblin Wolf Riders not being completely wiped out. Most other lords who maintain their ranking in the top 100 do so for similar reasons. In contrast, the Land of Prayer for the Moon has no affiliated territories, so once the first wave of attacks ends, there will be no more Goblin Wolf Riders coming to attack. It's called a natural disaster, but it feels more like a goblin disaster. For a powerful lord, this is nothing short of a blessing. About half an hour later, Gu Lingming rushed back from outside the territory. Greetings, your lordship. Gu Lingning bowed to Chen Han and reported the latest situation. 20 minutes ago, we discovered their army about 500 people, led by a hero, about 20 kilometers away from the land of prayer for the moon. However, we did not see the Pegasus Knights mentioned in the previous report. Upon hearing this, Chen Han nodded, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. 500 soldiers, plus one hero, this land of prayer for the moon is truly confident in its own strength. It seems we need to get rid of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they wipe out all the goblin wolf riders around them, what's the point of fighting? Thinking of this, Chen Han ordered. The time has come. This time, let's all attack together, and after we take over the land of prayer for the moon, let's wipe out the goblin wolf riders. Good. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, like a silver plate. At this moment, in the land of prayer for the moon. While absorbing the power of the moon, Yu Yunling and Yu Yunxiang finally received an urgent message from the secret agents. Report! My lord! My hero! There's movement from the primordial temple. The lord himself, along with 5 others, has left the territory and is speeding towards us. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunxiang and Yu Yunling exchanged a glance, a hint of solemnity flashing in their eyes, and nodded in unison. They had secretly investigated the troop configuration of the Hongming Temple late last night, but found nothing. Apart from ordinary civilians, there were no soldiers in sight. However, how could so much territory be occupied in just 2 days without soldiers? One of them was even Prince Kafit of the Leopard clan. Therefore, they concluded that the Hongmeng Temple must have used the legendary item the Fog of Deception. This item can completely conceal all your soldiers for 48 hours, only revealing them when they participate in battle. Their father, by using the Fog of Deception, successfully deceived many lords who attacked him in the first 2 days after the start of the Lord War, thus achieving a great victory. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't be easily fooled. If the Hongmeng Temple were attacking a first-tier lord, it might be somewhat understandable. However, the level of the Prayer Moon Village is clearly higher than that of the Primordial Temple. No matter how much it looks down on other lords, it is impossible for it to send only 6 people to attack other territories, and even the lord himself has to take action. There must be a large army hidden around these 6 people, perhaps 100, or even 1,000. Did they still want to deceive them? That's utterly delusional. Yunling, let's go! Tonight we must completely eliminate this threat. Yes, dear sister. The twin sisters exchanged a glance and smiled slightly, as if they could already see the scene of future victory. Chapter 75 Stealing Each Other's Homes. Chapter 75 Mutual Attacks. Chen Han and his group stormed in. Their figures blended almost seamlessly into their surroundings under the cover of night. At this moment Suyu, the ninja squad leader, transformed into a black shadow and quietly appeared in front of Chen Han, kneeling on one knee to report the latest intelligence. Greetings, Lord! We have discovered that the Land of Prayer for the Moon has secretly dispatched a small team of 300 men, which is advancing towards our territory along the mountain road through the fog of war in the south. Upon hearing this, Chen Han frowned slightly. Travel along the southern valley? Doesn't that road have no resource points at all? What are they trying to do? Are they trying to run away? Or perhaps, they're planning to raid my base? There is a setting in Lord's War. Once the Lord's mansion in the main territory is captured by the enemy, all heroes, guards, commoners and slaves under the jurisdiction of that territory will receive a weakening buff, reducing their combat power by 50%. This status will not be lifted until the Lord's manor is rebuilt. This is why all the lords who participate in the Lord Wars, even if they occupy other territories with better development potential and geographical locations, still do not develop them. Because only one's own territory truly matters. But the question is, are you sure you can actually steal their house? The Primordial Guardian Array can guarantee that even a powerful figure of level 30 or above cannot break through it for at least 5 hours. These 5 hours were more than enough to completely annihilate the Prayer Moon Village, which had virtually no means of defense. When you have a weakening buff, taking you down will be a piece of cake, won't it? Mia, standing to the side, seemed somewhat worried. She asked softly, Master, should we go back to defend? Or should we go directly to intercept them? Now, the enemy has sent out 300 soldiers and a hero to hunt goblins as bait, while the Lord and another hero are also leading 300 soldiers to attempt to raid their homeland. This means that there may not be many troops left in the enemy's territory. Furthermore, once they successfully defeat or recruit the Lord of the Land of Prayer for the Moon, they can bring all of his troops and civilians under their command into their own hands. After all, the area surrounding the Land of Prayer for the Moon has numerous resource points. It would be a waste to eliminate all of this free labor. Thinking of this, a resolute glint flashed in Chen Han's eyes. He shook his head and chuckled. No need, we can just attack the main territory of the Prayer Moon village directly. Mia nodded. Yes, master. There are two sides to the story. The team led by Yu Yunxiang and Yu Yunling had been traveling non-stop and had finally arrived near the Hongming Temple. This was the first time the two of them had witnessed the interior of the Hongming Temple, and they couldn't help but frown slightly. The sight before them was astonishing. 10 farmlands are neatly arranged, 3 bathrooms are scattered in a staggered manner, and more than a dozen houses are scattered in a staggered manner, all of which have been upgraded to the second level, or above. Yu Yunxiang couldn't help but mutter. Building points are so scarce in the early stages, and crops take a long time to mature. Why not use them to build defensive towers instead of these things? Is this person joking? Sister! Look over there! What's that building? Yu Yunling's exclamation caught Yu Yunxiang's attention. Following her sister's gaze through the azure semi-transparent barrier, 4 buildings standing side by side could be vaguely seen, resembling mining resource points, firmly standing behind the Lord's mansion. Unlike typical iron ore mines, these buildings are iridescent and colorful, clearly visible even under the cover of night. Could this be a special building that produces creation crystals? Yu Yunxiang was filled with astonishment as childhood memories flooded her mind. They had seen in the notes of some senior lords that certain special buildings could indeed produce creation crystals. And the buildings before us are exactly as described in the notes. It seems, it really is. I remember it was called something like a crystal vein. Yu Yunling's eyes widened, as if she had suddenly remembered something. The extreme shock left the twin sisters frozen in place. Those extraordinary lords would be considered incredibly powerful if they possessed a single building that produced creation crystals, but this primordial temple actually has 4. This is simply defying the heavens. Although buildings that have already been constructed cannot be moved to one's own territory, this Lord War is expected to last for a long time. If we can successfully occupy this territory and protect it well, who knows how much wealth it will bring after the Lord War ends. That's absolutely outrageous. Just then, a system notification interrupted the sisters' thoughts. The barrier has been attacked by other lords. Please deal with it as soon as possible. Yunling, we can talk about these things later. It seems our territory has been attacked. We need to finish this quickly. Yu Yunxiang lightly raised her jade hand, and the amplification halo was instantly released. In an instant, everyone present was enveloped in a faint glow, and their power surged. Okay. Leave it to me. Yu Yunling raised her staff and shook it gently. Instantly, several massive crescent-shaped ice spikes shot outwards from the barrier. The remaining soldiers also drew their weapons and began to attack the protective barrier of the Hongming Temple. However, to the surprise of all of them, even with all the means of attack, not a single ripple could be left on this azure barrier. What's going on? Why are my attacks completely ineffective? Yu Yunling was a little confused, blinking as she looked at the weapon in her hand. She had tried her best, but she couldn't break through that seemingly fragile barrier. The other soldiers also showed astonished expressions. They tried to break through the barrier in various ways, but the result was the same. All their power disappeared as if it had sunk into the sea, as if they had hit a soft cotton ball. What exactly is this? Yu Yunxiang frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. In the 20 days leading up to the Lord War, she and her sister Yu Yunling practiced the damage output of various skills, aiming at the protective barrier of their own territory. The ice spike technique that Yu Yunling just used should have reduced the barrier's durability by at least 10,000. Moreover, tonight is a full moon, and with the amplification aura and the combined attack of 300 soldiers, why couldn't they leave a trace on this barrier? Could it be that my thoughts have already been seen through by the other party? Is his Lord talent an enhanced version of mine? Will the barrier become invincible when he leaves it? In an instant, a terrifying guess surfaced in Yu Yunxiang's mind. Immediately afterwards, a system notification confirmed her guess. Your Lord's manor has been destroyed by another party. All units under your command will be weakened, with their combat power reduced by 50%. This status will be lifted once you rebuild your Lord's manor in your own territory. Chapter 76 Capturing the Moon Clan Sisters. Chapter 76 Capturing the Moon Clan Sisters Alive. How is this possible? Yu Yunxiang's face was filled with astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide open, revealing a shock she had never experienced before. Breaking through to the third tier, 7th stage of the protective barrier not only grants a durability of up to 1 million points, but also adds an additional effect of reducing damage taken by 20%, while granting immunity to all damage from 200 meters away. In addition, the 50 Tier 3, Stage 10 defensive towers within the barrier possess powerful attack capabilities that are sufficient to easily annihilate Tier 2, Stage 5 soldiers, and their attack range is exactly 200 meters. In other words, if the Hongmeng Temple wants to damage the protective barrier of the Prayer Moon Village, they must step into the attack range of the defensive tower. How could they have broken through the barrier so easily? They even destroyed the Lord's Manor? How exactly did they manage to do that? Sister, what do we do now? Yu Yunling, standing to the side, looked worried and asked softly. She could clearly feel the changes in her own power, and even without system notifications, she knew exactly what had happened. At this moment, she was in a weakened state, her combat power reduced to half, which clearly indicated that the Lord's mansion had been destroyed. Now, let alone the army of the Hongmeng Temple. Even those first-tier, 10th-level lords next door, as well as those second-tier, first-level goblin wolf riders roaming the continent, could probably pose a huge threat to them. We lost. Yu Yunshang sighed heavily, her face full of helplessness and frustration. She never expected that the other party's lordly talent would be so domineering. The opponent could easily break through his barrier's defenses, while he couldn't even budge his barrier in the slightest, even under the favorable conditions of a full moon. This disparity in strength felt like an insurmountable chasm, filling her with deep despair. Sister, are we just going to give up like this? The elders have high hopes for us. Yu Yunling's eyes were filled with resentment as she relentlessly unleashed magic, frantically bombarding the protective barrier of the Hongmeng Temple. However, no matter how hard she tried, the barrier did not show the slightest ripple. Yu Yunshang shook her head helplessly, her heart filled with self-reproach. I'm sorry, Yunling, it's my fault. I didn't investigate his talent properly. Just then, dozens of pure white figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Under the bright moonlight, these figures appeared exceptionally dazzling. There were a full 60 Pegasus Knights. They moved with lightning speed, exuding an aura of power and heroism. With lightning speed, they quickly surrounded Yu Yunshang and her group of over 300 people. We have come to protect the territory on the orders of our lord. Why don't you surrender immediately? With a furious shout from Lina, the captain of the Pegasus Knights, an extremely powerful wind pressure swept in like a gale, instantly suppressing everyone on the spot. The 307 soldiers present, all of whom were at least Tier 2, and the 5 Pegasus Knights hovering high in the sky, were instantly knocked to the ground by the wind pressure, their bodies completely unable to move. Even Yu Yunshang and Yu Yunling were so overwhelmed that they could barely breathe, and their faces turned as pale as paper. Shock. Utterly shocking. This time, the twin sisters were completely dumbfounded. They never expected that their opponent would possess such immense power. Although their fighting strength has been reduced by half because their lord's manor was destroyed, they were absolutely certain that even at their peak, they would find it difficult to withstand this powerful wind pressure. Keep in mind, there are a full 60 Pegasus Knights. Not just 6 people. If they were to engage in a fierce battle at their peak, they might not be a match for these 60 Pegasus Knights. You must be the Lord of the Land of Prayer for the Moon? Now you have 2 choices, surrender or die. Lin Na walked up to Yu Yunshang and said with a serious expression. The silver-white spear in her hand was already firmly placed against Yu Yunshang's neck. Yu Yunshang swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. We've lost this time. I'm willing to surrender. Please don't hurt us, sisters. Yu Yunling also gave up struggling, slowly lowered her weapon, and said softly. We surrender, but your lord isn't here, so telling you to surrender won't help, will it? Lina nodded slightly upon hearing this. Without saying much, she reached out and grabbed Yu Yunshang and Yu Yunling, throwing them mercilessly onto the backs of the 2 squad leaders' horses. He ordered, Take both of them to the lord. Yes. The 2 squad leaders responded in unison, and then rode their celestial horses away at breakneck speed. 40 minutes later. Inside a private house in the village of Chiyue, the 2 Pegasus Knight squad leaders threw Yu Yunshang and Yu Yunling directly in front of Chen Han. They both fell heavily to the ground, letting out a painful cry. My lord, these 2 are the lord and hero of the Land of Prayer for the Moon. I understand, you can go now. Chen Han nodded, his gaze sweeping over the twin sisters from head to toe. It must be said that these 2 women are indeed stunningly beautiful, They were tall and slender, graceful and elegant, exuding a unique aura of icy beauty. Their feather-trimmed dresses added to their poetic and elegant charm, making them seem like talented women who had stepped out of a painting or poem from Jiangnan. At this moment, the two of them knelt on the ground, their long, silvery white hair cascading down their shoulders like a waterfall, contrasting with the large expanse of snow-white skin beneath their skirts. Coupled with their stunningly beautiful faces, they would probably make most ordinary men's blood boil. This scene looks just like a battle damage chart in a game, even though they were indeed defeated. Chen Han lifted the two sisters' chins and asked in a flippant tone, "Are you really planning to surrender?" As if giving up resistance, Yunshang closed her eyes tightly, then slowly opened them after a while, her eyes filled with determination. "That's right, we are willing to surrender, but if you dare to have any ill intentions towards us, we would rather die than submit." Yu Yunling immediately echoed, her tone icy. "A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. If you want us to do those despicable things, we'd rather kill ourselves." Clearly, they are both very confident in their figures and looks. Losing to another female lord might be more acceptable. At least in terms of chastity, it should still be guaranteed. However, when facing a male lord, they could not guarantee that he would not do anything improper. Upon hearing this, Chen Han couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Why do I always feel like these women have a bit of paranoia?" He withdrew his hand from the two sisters' chins and chuckled. "My women are much prettier than you two. Stop thinking about those ridiculous scenarios all day." Chapter 77 Occupying the Land of Prayer for the Moon. Chapter 77 Occupying the Land of Prayer for the Moon. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunshang and Yu Yunling immediately frowned. "Are you sure?" A look of doubt flashed in Yu Yunshang's beautiful eyes as she pressed for an answer. The women of the Moon Clan are renowned for their beauty among all races, and these two sisters are among the most beautiful of all Moon Clan women. However, the man in front of them remained so calm and composed, seemingly unconcerned about their beauty. Is he faking it, or is he genuinely indifferent to beautiful women? With his hands behind his back and an air of composure, Chen Han replied, "So, are you going to surrender? You'll still be in charge of this territory from now on. If necessary, just come to my main territory for a small meeting." Upon hearing this, the two sisters exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with doubt. After a long while, they finally nodded to each other. "We are willing to surrender." As Yu Yunshang finished speaking, a system notification sounded in Chen Han's mind. "Congratulations on recruiting Yu Yunshang, the Lord of the Territory of Prayer Moon Village. Overall rating, SS. Start calculating the rewards for the Lord battle. Reward 1, 70,000 Lord Experience Points, 350,000 Hero Experience Points. Reward 2, 5,988 Genesis Crystals. Congratulations, Lord. Your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 7, and your territory has expanded. As the victor of this Lord War, you have the right to make the following choices regarding the Prayer Moon Land territory." Before the system's notification tone could finish, Chen Han directly selected the occupation option. With so many resources surrounding this area, it would be foolish not to occupy it. Successfully conquered the territory of Prayer Moon Village. A total of 1,419 slaves were acquired, including 688 commoners, 5 Pegasus Knights, 38 mages, 17 mounted archers, 39 spearmen, 12 shield guards, 27 archers, and 33 spies. The harvest included 998 tangerines, 684 yellow peaches, 752 watermelons, and 1997 sugarcane stalks. The harvest included 6,420 kilograms of rice, 12,905 kilograms of wheat, 197 scallions, and 2,222 heads of lettuce. The harvest included 8,800 kilograms of wild boar meat, 1,900 kilograms of chicken, 2,840 kilograms of duck, and 1,111 kilograms of beef. Obtained 1 Tier 2, Tier 1 Lord's Residence, 5 Tier 2, Tier 10 Flame Towers, 5 Tier 2, Tier 10 Ice Towers, 5 Tier 2, Tier 10 Lightning Towers. Awesome! A huge windfall! As Chen Han listened to the system continuously announcing the rewards, he was extremely excited and could hardly contain himself. As expected of a territory built on a resource point, this place is simply a treasure trove, overflowing with riches. However, Chen Han also noticed that his spatial baggage was about to be filled. It's time to build a warehouse to store these ingredients. Using a space bag specifically for storing food is really a waste of its potential. He couldn't help but wonder what additional effects the warehouse would bring after being upgraded with the help of the talent. At the same time, Yu Yunshang and Yu Yunling shook their heads helplessly as the weakening buff on their bodies was removed. All the food resources gifted by the Moon Clan's high-ranking members ended up benefiting someone else. The Minghui tribe itself is already severely lacking in food. But in this world where strength reigns supreme, their schemes were exposed, and they were even countered and captured alive. They could only blame themselves for being less skilled. Chen Han quickly checked the items, then looked up and his gaze fell on the twin sisters. A smile played on his lips. "My two beauties, now that you have submitted to me, I have an important task for you." Yu Yunshang nodded slightly and replied, "I know, it's about annihilating the Goblin Wolf Riders, right?" Chen Han shook his head and said, "No, you don't need to worry about that. Tonight I'll trouble you to go to those 3 territories next door. If you can take them down before midnight, I'll give you the reward you want." Upon hearing this, Yu Yunshang and Yu Yunling frowned, filled with doubt. Now that the Goblin Scourge campaign is more than halfway through, why not seize the time to wipe out the Goblin Wolf Riders instead of attacking those harmless Tier 1 lords? What is the purpose of this? Have you given up on climbing the charts? However, when they saw the leaderboard through Chen Han's system interface, he froze on the spot. Her stunningly beautiful face paired with her wide-open, O-shaped mouth, big enough to fit an egg, creates a rather comical appearance. First place, Hongmeng Temple, 3,066 kills. Second place, White Wolf Wee, 2,344 kills. Third place, Sky Sanctuary, 1888 kills. Fourth place, Doluo Continent, Doluo City, 1799 kills. Number 1. More than 3,000? What the heck? Yu Yunshang's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. She stared intently at the seemingly relaxed man before her, a powerful sense of shock washing over her. During this period, he has been attacking his own territory. But now it has suddenly jumped to first place. Where did it find the time and manpower to fight? Even if he is very strong, where would he get so many Goblin Wolf Riders to kill? It even surpassed the renowned White Wolf Wee of Yinza Continent by a full 700 kills. How outrageous is this? Could it be that Chen Han didn't take him seriously at all? They had already been strategizing and planning, winning battles from afar. How can you spare the time to kill Goblin Wolf Riders while attacking the land of prayer for the moon? True strength often reveals unparalleled charm unintentionally. At this moment, Chen Han seemed to be exuding an irresistible aura. Yu Yunshang subconsciously tried to open the system interface, only to find that she had lost that permission. Since surrendering, she has ceased to be a lord and is no longer recognized by the endless void. "My lord, how did you manage to do that?" Yes. Please tell us." The Moon Clan sisters seemed to have completely let go of their hostility towards Chen Han, and they approached him with curiosity, eagerly asking questions. Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. "For this, I really have to thank the two of you." "Thank us?" The twin sisters looked puzzled and asked in unison. "What did we do?" Chen Han slowly closed the system interface, then put his hands behind his back and stepped outside. The twin sisters looked at each other, then nodded to one another and followed. Chen Han, feigning profundity, looked up at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky and softly explained, "Sometimes luck just comes unexpectedly." Chapter 78 Third Order Barrier. Chapter 78 The time of the Third Order Barrier is moved forward slightly by 1 hour. After deciding to carry out a base raiding tactic with Yu Yunshang, Chen Han immediately issued orders to the Pegasus Knights Legion, requiring them to quickly return to the vicinity of the Hongmeng Temple and await further instructions. Once Chen Han successfully conquers the territory of the Prayer Moon Village and destroys the Lord's Mansion, they then seize the opportunity to encircle the army of the Prayer Moon Village and capture the Lord and Hero alive. After issuing the order, Chen Han and his group continued their relentless journey towards the land of prayer for the moon. However, just as they approached the land of the moon, several defensive towers reacted instantly, and launched an attack on Chen Han and his group without hesitation. Fortunately, due to the distance, everyone had enough reaction time to quickly withdraw from the attack range. "The attack range of this defensive tower is actually that far?" Chen Han muttered to himself, an expression of disbelief on his face. Mia's eyesight is extraordinary. Even under the heavy cover of night, she can clearly see the defensive tower within the defensive barrier from a distance of several hundred meters. Could this be a Tier 3 defensive tower? Mia murmured to herself, a deep surprise showing in her beautiful eyes. That can't be the case. A third-tier lord's territory couldn't possibly be that small. Chen Han analyzed calmly. Generally, to judge the strength of a lord, one can make a rough judgment by observing the extent of the territory covered by the spatial barrier. Because after defeating other lords, one can expand by merging territories. Therefore, a lord with a vast territory is not necessarily powerful, but a lord with a small territory is certainly not very strong. After all, the territory will continue to expand as the lord levels up, and there will never be a situation like in cultivation novels where a serious injury causes the level to drop. The area covered by the barrier of the Land of Prayer for the Moon is roughly equivalent to the area possessed by a second-tier, 7th-level lord. Its level can only be lower than the second-tier 7th stage, and it can never be higher than the second-tier 7th stage. Gu Lingming's female ninja legion also basically relies on estimating the area of the defensive barrier to roughly determine the level of a territory. What's there to be afraid of? With our master strengthening us, we can take down even a third-tier lord. Miao Kiki licked her lips, her eyes flashing with determination, and her whole body radiating a strong fighting spirit. She lightly raised her jade finger, and a dazzling arcane missile whistled out from between her fingers, striking the barrier straight like a meteor. However, this attack was like a stone sinking into the sea, without causing the slightest ripple. The barrier remained as solid as a rock, as if mocking Miao Kiki's overestimation of her abilities. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely awkward. Mia rested her hand on her forehead, her brows furrowed, and calmly analyzed. If the Land of Prayer for the Moon is not a Tier 3 territory, then it must have used some kind of item to temporarily upgrade the building's level, or it was upgraded to Tier 3 by relying on the power of the Lord's talent. Since the defensive towers have been upgraded to Tier 3, the barrier should probably be upgraded to Tier 3 as well. And a Tier 3 protective barrier will have an additional effect. It can only damage targets within 200 meters. Chen Han nodded, agreeing with Mia's point of view. That's really the only explanation. If the Land of Prayer for the Moon were a Tier 3 territory, it would probably be able to launch a massive invasion at any moment. There's no need for them to resort to petty tricks like stealing bases. Miao Kiki stretched lazily and said nonchalantly, So you can't do any damage beyond 200 meters? These defensive towers seem to have an attack range of 200 meters too. That's true, but... Mia took a few steps forward. Instantly, a dazzling chain of lightning shot straight toward her like a dragon. However, Mia remained calm and composed. With a gentle lift of her hand, 3 dazzling light shields instantly appeared in front of her. Boom dash! The lightning bolt struck the light shield with a deafening roar before vanishing into nothingness. It only left a wisp of black smoke on the light shield. Immediately afterwards, a second, a third, a fourth, a total of 7 chains of lightning rained down, continuing to bombard Mia's light shield. Finally, a crack appeared in one of the light shields. She then retreated out of the attack range, smiling broadly as she said, Master, a level 3 defensive tower doesn't seem too difficult. My light shield can withstand 7 hits. That's way too risky of you. Chen Han was speechless, but he had a general understanding of the attack power of the 3rd-tier defense tower. However, time was of the essence, and he knew he couldn't delay any longer, so he decisively said, Well then, it's getting late, so let's rely on your light shield to cover everyone's attack. Upon hearing this, Mia did not hesitate at all and quickly cast a spell to create a 5-layered light shield for everyone. Attack! The group exchanged glances and launched a fierce attack on the Land of Prayer for the Moon. Wu Yao moved with lightning speed, and she had mastered the art of shrinking distances to an inch. She moved freely across the grassland, and in just a few breaths she arrived at the barrier of the Land of Prayer for the Moon. The defensive towers of the Land of Prayer for the Moon are evenly distributed around the barrier. The closer you are to the barrier, the more intense the attacks you will receive. However, Wu Yao seemed to be able to see all the dangers. Her movements were agile, and she easily dodged attacks from all directions. Not a single blow could hit her. She even managed to attack the barrier in her spare time, each punch and kick as fast as lightning, carrying unparalleled power. The light shield seemed completely unnecessary to her. With her superb combat skills and sharp reflexes, she moved through the barrier as if it were empty. Barrier durability minus 2000. Barrier durability minus 1888. Barrier durability minus 2222. At the same time, Shaoling 1 found several perfect locations through precise distance measurement. These locations are not only immune to tower attacks, but can also inflict effective damage on the barrier. Wei Xiaoling and Xiaoling No. 1 set up the electromagnetic cannon again and began to attack the barrier. Boom dash. Barrier durability minus 15,000. Boom dash. Barrier durability minus 14,000. The electromagnetic cannon fires every 10 seconds, inflicting massive damage on the barrier and relentlessly destroying its defenses. Mia, Miao Kiki, and Emily protected Chen Han and rushed forward together. Arcane missiles, light bullets, flaming swords, all sorts of attacks bombarded the barrier. The defensive towers seemed to exist entirely in their eyes. Their attacks were like a whirlwind, giving the barrier no chance to breathe. Sizzle dash. Finally, a minute later, the barrier shattered with everyone's combined efforts. Everything about the land of prayer for the moon was thus exposed to everyone without reservation. Chapter 79 Stronghold Secret Realm. Chapter 79 Stronghold Secret Realm. The barrier is broken? Impossible! How is this possible? Who are those people? Damn it! Get together! The Lord's manor can't be destroyed! Some of the soldiers left behind in the territory were stunned, their eyes wide as if they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. The protective barrier was shattered so easily, which was completely beyond their expectations. However, these soldiers all appeared to have undergone extremely rigorous military training. Despite their unfavorable situation, they quickly coalesced into a resistance force and launched an attack on the girls without hesitation. Unfortunately, their efforts were ultimately in vain. With just a few spells, the girls easily destroyed the Lord's manor, like autumn leaves being swept away by the wind. Congratulations, Lord! You have successfully defeated the Lord's mansion in the opponent's main territory. All units under its command will be weakened, with their combat power reduced by 50%. Success! What should we do with these dozens of soldiers? They seem a bit resentful. Arrest them all first. If they resist strongly, just kill them. Chen Han decisively issued the order. In his eyes, these low-ranking soldiers were nothing more than laborers. The fight was meaningless to him. After all, they aren't girls, so even if they're strong, they can't enjoy the bonuses from the Lord's talent. Moreover, they are low-tier units with pitifully weak strength. Training them as soldiers would be a waste of experience points. Just then, Wei Xiaoling ran over excitedly to report the situation to Chen Han. My lord, a goblin wolf rider stronghold has spawned right where I was sniping. It's a dungeon-type stronghold. A secret realm-type stronghold? Chen Han's eyes lit up instantly, and he asked with a hint of eagerness. Are you sure? Wei Xiaoling nodded vigorously, her excitement evident. Yes. I've already stationed Xiaoling No. 1 at the entrance to the secret realm to prevent others from getting there first. The so-called secret realm is like a dungeon in an online game. It forms a unique space of its own, and what is exposed to the outside is merely a portal. Once a lord steps inside, the gates to the secret realm will be firmly closed. Unless the challenge fails, the portal to the secret realm will never reopen. Successfully challenging the secret realm will yield incredibly generous rewards. Normally, the types of void creatures inside a dungeon should be randomly generated. However, we are currently in the midst of the Goblin Scourge, and the void creatures within the secret realm will naturally become strongholds for the Goblin Wolf Riders under the rules of the Endless Void. Thankfully, we attacked the Land of Prayer for the Moon tonight, otherwise this unprecedented benefit would have been taken by the Land of Prayer for the Moon. Coco, Mia, you two come here for a second. What's wrong, Master? Master, did you look for me? Yes, Xiaoling has discovered a goblin stronghold dungeon. Let's go clear it out. Chen Han said calmly. The secret realm of the Endless Void is only open to lords and heroes. All other units are barred from entering. It is by no means that simply assembling a large army would be enough to easily wipe them out. A secret realm within a stronghold? My luck is incredible! Miao Kiki blinked her big, bright eyes, utterly amazed by Chen Han's luck. Although Mia didn't say anything, her astonished expression showed that she was equally shocked. Chen Han pulled Miao Kiki and Mia into a tight embrace, a smile playing on his lips. Perhaps the Void Sovereign saw how hard I work every night, and decided to bestow some small opportunities upon me. As soon as she finished speaking, Mia's cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple. Master, what you said last night, about taking care of me. Miao Kiki was stunned for a moment, then said coquettishly, Master brother, you've been cheating on me again. Chen Han gently patted Miao Kiki's head and explained, How can this be called stealing someone? This is doing things openly and honestly. Alright, stop arguing and let's go quickly. It would be troublesome if the other lords found out. Good. The two women responded excitedly. The Pegasus Knights Legion had already been lying in ambush near the primordial temple. Now that the Lord's mansion in the Land of Prayer for the Moon has been destroyed, even a second-tier, 7th level force would probably find it difficult to contend with them. Chen Han decisively instructed. Emily, you are in full charge of things here. If the Lord of the Prayer Moon village is captured, tell them to wait a while. The 300 soldiers outside should not be able to return in a short time. If they do return, their lives must be the priority. Emily nodded solemnly. Okay. I understand. Secret Realm Goblin Stronghold. Difficulty, Level B. Level Restriction, Tier 2. Hero Limit 3 players. Time Limit, 2 hours. Would you like to start the Secret Realm Challenge? Start. As a spatial ripple quietly appeared, a spatial portal suddenly opened. Chen Han, Miao Kiki, and Mia walked in hand. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed. The three of them hadn't had a chance to take a good look at their surroundings. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars erupted. Dozens of Goblin Wolf Riders surged towards the three of them like a raging tide. Type, Goblin Wolf Rider. Level, 2nd rank 8th Dan. Introduction. Once upon a time, there was a goblin who, after riding a grey wolf, became a wolf rider, moving swiftly. It's a Tier 2, Stage 8 Goblin Wolf Rider? Wasn't it supposed to be only B rank in difficulty? Well, that's fine, a higher level means more rewards. Chen Han pondered to himself, then pulled out his photon gun without hesitation. Bang 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 dash. Several crisp gunshots rang out, exploding in the air like thunder. The Goblin Wolf Riders closest to the three of them were instantly blown off their heads, their crimson blood splattering on the ground. Not to be outdone, Mia and Makoko quickly unleashed their magic. Light bolt and arcane missiles streaked across the sky like meteors, accurately striking the remaining dozen or so Goblin Wolf Riders. These originally ferocious monsters were powerless against their powerful attacks and fell to the ground dead one after another. Even if they improved by 7 ranks, to them, they were no different from the second-tier, first-level Goblin Wolf Riders outside. They actually resorted to sneak attacks in this secret realm. They have no sportsmanship whatsoever. Mia complained indignantly. Chen Han looked around, his brows furrowing slightly. The site resembled a giant underground air raid shelter, circular in shape, and filled with an eerie atmosphere. 10 spatial portals stand around the circular boundary. Goblin Wolf Riders kept emerging from various spatial portals, surging in like a never-ending tide. I don't know if it's good luck or bad luck, but this stronghold seems to be a stronghold in endless mode. Chen Han looked around and murmured. Chapter 80. Did you blow up the space portal? Chapter 80. Did you blow up the space portal? The secret realm of the Endless Void has 3 challenge modes: Endless Mode, Adventure Mode, and Boss Challenge Mode. Endless Mode, as the name suggests, means that void creatures will continuously emerge, and the lords who take on the challenge can choose to exit at any time and receive their rewards. However, the probability of this pattern occurring is extremely low. Its difficulty is so high that it leaves almost no time for rest or preparation. However, the rewards will increase as the number of void creatures killed increases. If you are strong enough, you can continuously kill monsters and even obtain richer rewards than your current level. The problem is that Endless Mode offers almost no respite. If the number of void creatures is not properly controlled, the fate of being mercilessly annihilated by the void creature tide may be faced. At that time, we may lose even the chance to escape the secret realm. As for the challenge mode, it is the most common dungeon clearing mode. Follow the path into the secret realm and defeat the monsters and the boss in turn to complete the level. However, the rewards in this model are usually fixed, and obtaining high-quality rewards is extremely difficult. The boss challenge mode is relatively easy to understand. There is only one powerful boss in the secret realm. Defeating it will complete the level. However, this boss is much stronger than the bosses encountered in the campaign mode. Endless Mode? Doesn't that mean you can accumulate a large number of kills at once? Miao Kiki's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had discovered a priceless treasure. Mia gently raised her hand, conjuring an extremely small beam of light that precisely pierced through one of the Goblin Wolf Riders. She earnestly advised, "The rewards of Endless Mode are certainly tempting, but remember to conserve your stamina and mana. Coco, you're wasting too much mana by using skills like that." "I understand," Miao Kiki obediently replied. At the same time, He imitated Mia's movements in a very similar way, shrinking the size of the arcane missile from the size of a basketball to the size of a ping-pong ball, and then launching it quickly. Boom dash. A loud bang followed. Even though the small arcane missile didn't hit a vital spot, the goblin was still blown to pieces, with blood splattering everywhere. I think you guys should take a break first? The difficulty of endless mode seems to be gradually increasing. We're only in the early stages now, and I feel like I can handle it on my own. Chen Han kept pulling the trigger, and every beam of the photon gun accurately hit the goblin wolf rider's head, blasting it apart. The photon gun only consumes Genesis crystals, which is indeed a very low cost compared to magic power. Miao Kiki and Mia readily accepted Chen Han's suggestion, sitting back to back on the ground, admiring Chen Han's heroic figure. Time passed by, second by second. 15 minutes later. Miao Kiki finally couldn't hold back any longer, and let out a cute little roar. So boring! The succubus seemed to be on the verge of going crazy. It's called an endless mode, but on average, a goblin wolf rider only appears every 5 seconds, and they are shot down the moment the portal opens. Even now, 15 minutes later, the frequency has only increased to 1 every 2.5 seconds, and they still cannot escape the fate of dying in the spatial portal. The enemy is right in front of you, but you can only watch helplessly and cannot take action. This is like placing a strong man with 8-pack abs and a V-line in front of a succubus, but being unable to do anything about it. How could the succubus possibly resist? Mia smiled and comforted her. Master is doing this for our own good. After all, when the frequency of enemy appearances increases later, we'll need to use our strength. However, Mia's explanation did not hold water. Instead, she turned her gaze to the spatial portal where goblin wolf riders were constantly emerging. Suddenly, a bold idea sprouted in her mind. Speaking of which, Mia, have you ever tried throwing a skill into that spatial portal? Upon hearing this, Mia was momentarily stunned. She never expected that Miao Kiki would ask such an absurd question. No. No, right? Give it a try? Try it, my foot. Nobody's ever done that before. Hee hee. I think this has potential. Miao Kiki licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and then flew like a light butterfly to the entrance of a spatial portal where a goblin wolf rider had just been killed. Chen Han was completely focused on killing the goblin wolf riders that kept pouring out from various spatial portals, and was unaware of Miao Kiki's actions. Immediately afterwards, Miao Kiki began to mobilize all the magic power in her body. Her body emitted a faint light, gradually condensing into an arcane missile twice the size of her entire body, almost larger than the spatial portal. Boom dash. With a deafening roar, a dazzling white light flashed suddenly from the portal. That spatial portal was instantly blasted away without a trace. That's right, the entire portal was wiped away as if by an invisible giant hand, disappearing directly into the void. A deathly silence fell over the scene, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Chen Han was drawn to the sudden loud noise, his face turned pale instantly, and he almost coughed up blood. Can a spatial portal that summons void creatures really be destroyed? There were only 10 space portals in total, constantly refreshing the goblin wolf riders. That's terrible, it's reduced by 1/10. Coco, I'm going to spank your little bottom tonight. Chen Han complained, looking speechless. It really wasn't a good thing after all. Mia put one hand to her forehead, shook her head helplessly, and sighed inwardly. On the other hand, Miao Kiki looked excited. He even made a mischievous, hee-hee, expression, as if he was quite proud of his masterpiece. Brother Master, may I ask, when you say fight, do you mean? Chen Han rolled his eyes. As expected of a succubus, almost everything she says gets rejected by censors. During a lull in the battle, Chen Han opened the Goblin Scourge kill leaderboard. He thought to himself, I've been fighting for a full quarter of an hour, I should be able to get into the top 10, right? However, when he saw the rankings on the list, they froze on the spot. First place, Hongmeng Temple, 2,222 kills. Second place, White Wolf Wee Wee, 2,214 kills. Third place, Sky Sanctuary 1802 kills. Fourth place, Dolua Continent, Dolua City, 1724 kills. Chapter 81 Endless Mode Bug. Chapter 81 Endless Mode Bug. First place. Did we kill that many goblin wolf riders? Mia looked astonished and said in disbelief. She carefully considered it in her mind. Based on an average of 1 goblin wolf rider spawning every 3 seconds, plus the initial 20, at most only about 300 goblins were killed in these 15 minutes. When I first entered the secret realm, the leaderboard only showed 1,200 kills. Even if other territories display great power, it's impossible for them to increase by 1,000 in a short period of time during a single refresh, right? What exactly happened? Chen Han was also full of doubts, completely baffled. It suddenly jumped to first place, which is really too strange. His gaze involuntarily fell on the remaining 9 spatial portals. A bold conjecture suddenly flashed into his mind like lightning. Could it be that this is fodder camping? Although endless mode is called endless, it is actually finite due to the time limit of the secret realm. As time goes on, each subsequent spatial portal will summon void creatures at an increasingly faster rate. If we calculate based on an average refresh rate of 1 void creature every 2 seconds, and the Rift Challenge has a 3-hour time limit, then a total of up to 5,400 void creatures will be summoned. If the number of void creatures summoned in each portal is constant, each of the 10 portals will summon approximately 540. While this number may not be perfectly accurate, it shouldn't be too far off. If we include these 540, plus the nearly 300 killed previously, as well as the kills by the Ninja Legion and other affiliated territories, it feels like the kill count will match up. Could it be that the spatial portal was blown apart, causing all the void creatures inside to be instantly killed? Upon realizing this, Chen Han was stunned on the spot, his mouth agape for a long time. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, and at the same time, his gaze toward Miao Kiki became exceptionally intense. This is truly a lucky charm. Feeling Chen Han's gaze, Miao Kiki asked, "What's wrong? Could it be that Master Brother wants to play around here?" "Well, anyway, the respawn rate of void creatures is a bit slow right now. Sister Mia should be able to handle it by herself, so we'll..." Before she could finish speaking, Chen Han interrupted her directly. "Coco, do you still have any energy left?" Miao Kiki nodded. "Yes? I have plenty of magic. What's wrong?" Chen Han shouted excitedly. "Coco, try throwing a large arcane missile into the next door." "Ah?" Miao Kiki was even more confused. "Master, are you sure?" "Absolutely, definitely, and without a doubt." "Alright then. I'll go try throwing it again." Although I don't understand what Chen Han wants to do. But as Chen Han's hero, she absolutely obeys his orders. Boom dash. Another flash of white light appeared. A spatial portal shattered with a deafening roar, vanishing into nothingness. "Master, is this alright?" Miao Kiki asked. "Okay, you should rest for a bit. I'll call you later," Chen Han said. 15 minutes passed quickly. The Goblin Kill leaderboard has been refreshed again. First place, Hongmeng Temple, 3,066 kills. Second place, White Wolf Wee, 2,344 kills. Third place, Sky Sanctuary, 1888 kills. Fourth place, Doluo Continent, Doluo City, 1799 kills. Shock. Utterly shocking. At this moment, Chen Han felt as if he had found the door to a new world. He immediately picked up Miao Kiki and gave her a small drink. "What's wrong, master? Why are you suddenly doing this?" Miao Kiki showed no intention of resisting and even fought back several times. Chen Han smiled and said, "It's alright. Coco, you're such a lucky star." Miao Kiki still looked puzzled. "Really? I don't know what happened, but does master mean to reward me?" Chen Han nodded. "Yeah. I'll keep you company tonight, and tomorrow night." Miao Kiki licked her lips and smiled gently. "Really? Thank you, master. Kiki is so cute." Chen Han pulled out his photon gun and killed 2 more goblin wolf riders. "Coco, if you still have the strength, could you please bombard those space portals?" Miao Kiki exclaimed excitedly. "Yeah. 5 more wouldn't be a problem." Mia's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the brand new list. She finally understood Chen Han's incomprehensible thoughts. Destroying a spatial portal is tantamount to annihilating all the void creatures within it. Such an astonishing event has never been heard of in hundreds of millions of years. After all, no one would ever think of attacking a spatial portal, let alone attacking it with all their might. However, wait a minute. Mia thought for a moment. There must have been someone who tried to do this before, but they probably all failed. At this moment, Miao Kiki's arcane missiles had reached level 7, her succubus wings, level 6, provided a 30% damage bonus while in flight, and her weapon, Star Chaser Moon Cutter, directly increased her magic attack power by 50%. Adding to this the 150% combat power bonus from Chen Han's Lord Talent, and the damage bonus from the Blessing buff. Based on this calculation, the power of the arcane missile that Miao Kiki just unleashed with all her might is probably close to the power of magic cast by heroes of the 4th rank or above. Each secret realm has strict level restrictions. Only second-tier lords are qualified to enter the second-tier secret realm, so the power that the Endless Void can withstand for the spatial portals should be set within the range of power that can be released at the second-tier limit. Over these hundreds of millions of years, many lords must have launched attacks on the spatial portal when they were bored. However, due to insufficient power, they were unable to shatter the spatial portal. Heroes and lords capable of unleashing power of the 4th tier or higher at the 2nd tier level may exist, but they are extremely rare, perhaps not even one in tens of thousands of years, and they must be extremely rational beings. They could never be like Miao Kiki, who would casually use all her power to bombard the space portal when she had nothing better to do. Does magic cost nothing? This is endless mode. The remaining amount of magic and stamina is equivalent to the final reward and one's own life. A lord capable of nurturing such a powerful hero would never issue such an irrational order. Surprisingly, this almost bug-like gameplay was discovered by Miao Kiki by accident. Master, I'll help too. With this thought in mind, Mia shook her head to clear her mind. With hands forming hand seals, holy light gathered in the palms. Boom dash. Sizzle dash. Whoosh 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 dash. In less than a minute, the remaining 8 spatial portals were also blasted to smithereens by Makoko and Mia. Chapter 82 Totem Architecture. Chapter 82, the Totem Architecture Secret Realm Challenge, is over. Congratulations, Lord, on your victory. Overall rating, SSS level. Start calculating completion rewards. Reward 1, 12,780 Genesis Crystals. Reward 2, 80,000 Lord Experience Points, 300,000 Hero Experience Points. Reward 3, 1 Supreme Level Item Talent Enhancement Card. Reward 4, 3 Legendary Items Hero Experience Cards. Reward 5, 1 Special Defensive Building Qiankun Tower. Reward 6, Special Facility 1 Starflower Sea. Reward 7, 2 Epic Items Double Reward Cards at Settlement. Congratulations, Lord. Your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 6, and your territory has expanded. Looking at the dazzling array of rewards, Chen Han's lips almost curled into a wide smile. This is outrageous. In just half an hour, I perfectly cleared the Endless Mode challenge of the Secret Realm challenge. So, who else is there? Moreover, this is barely a B-level difficulty dungeon. If you clear the Endless Mode dungeon on SSS difficulty, the rewards, I can't even imagine. And the most crucial thing is these 2 special buildings. Architecture, Qiankun Tower. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10. Durability, 20,000 to 20,000. Upgrade cost, 500 building points. Function, can suppress all surrounding enemy units. The suppression range and effect increase with the building level. Current effective range, 1,000 meters. Architecture, Starry Flower Sea Unique. Level, Tier 1, Stage 10. Durability, 200,000 to 200,000. Upgrade cost, 5,000 building points. Effect, Totem Building. Increases the experience gain, stamina recovery, mana recovery, and injury healing speed of all female units within the territory by 10%, Tier 1, Stage 10 effect. Additional effect 1, the Lord automatically receives 1 Starflower daily, Tier 1 effect. Props, Starflower. Rarity, Legendary. Usage requirements, Tier 1, Level 1, and status other than Slave. Effect 1. After consumption, it will increase one's talent level, up to a maximum of A level. Totem Architecture possesses incredible power. Once built in any territory and not destroyed by the enemy, it will provide a huge buff to all eligible units. This effect can be enjoyed no matter where you are. In addition, you can receive a Star Flower every day to enhance your talents, which can max out all troop types. This is only the effect of Level 1, Stage 10. Upgrading a Tier 1 building requires 5,000 building points. You can only imagine how absolutely amazing this building is. Let's go, it should be about time. The Pegasus Knights should have successfully captured the Lord and Hero of the Land of Prayer for the Moon. We should head back. Chen Han suppressed his excitement and smiled. Half an hour ago. The chat room had completely exploded. Holy crap! Holy crap! What the hell is this primordial temple? How did it suddenly become number 1? I remember it was only in the teens before, right? Something's not right. Something's extremely wrong. How could the kill count increase by more than 1,000 in just 15 minutes? Even if the goblin wolf riders stood still and let him kill them, they might not be able to do that, right? Could this be cheating? Does anyone know who the Lord of the Hongmeng Temple is? What race does he come from? The Lord of White Wolf Wei is Gong Xiaowei, the number 1 genius of the White Wolf clan throughout the ages. The Lord of the Sky Sacred Domain is Jin Yao, a member of the royal family of the Golden Eagle clan. The Lord of the Doloa continent is even higher than Gong Xiaowei, reaching the level of the 2nd tier, 10th stage. Why can these 3 be surpassed? Are you guys trying to be this overpowered? I've only killed a little over 100 goblin wolf riders. I remember this primordial temple. Wasn't it the 10th territory that was conquered by other lords yesterday? I'm sure it was a territory that had been developing for 10 or 20 days before being teleported to the Cloud Marsh continent. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, all utterly astonished. Even Gong Xiaowei managed to kill less than 700 goblin wolf riders in the first round when they took the initiative to attack her territory. Damn, every 15 minutes, there were over 1,000 more kills. Even if you're going against the heavens, don't go this far. However, that's not all. 15 minutes later, the leaderboard was refreshed again. When they saw that the number of kills in the Hongmeng Temple had increased by nearly 800, all the lords of the entire Yunza continent were completely shocked. I'm petrified. He's suffocating. 800? The primordial Caith's temple actually killed another 800? Where exactly did this happen? Even Gong Xiaowei wouldn't have done something this outrageous. Could it be that they've discovered a goblin wolf rider stronghold? Otherwise, how do you explain so many kills? I'm afraid that after today, the name of the Hongmeng Divine Temple will resound throughout the entire Yunza continent. I wonder which direction it is in. At this moment, even Gong Xiaowei couldn't sit still. She gathered the strength of 10 compatriots and countless rare resources to lay a trap in the northwest corner of Yunza continent, which is how she achieved her current kill count. You should know that for a peerless prodigy like her, the clan would usually arrange dozens or even hundreds of peers to act as her personal treasury, concentrating resources to nurture her. They gave all the rare rewards and resources they received to Gong Xiaowei to help her develop rapidly. Even if some resources are not needed, they will be directly put on the trading house in exchange for Genesis crystals for development within the territory. This practice is common among all races, and can be considered a true example of the privileged 2nd generation. After all, if a top lord could be cultivated within, it would be the hope for the revival of a race. Even so, she was still pushed out of the Hongmeng Temple. This is absolutely outrageous. Could it be that this primordial temple is backed by some powerful force? Your Highness, should I investigate the origins of this primordial temple? Beside Gong Xiaowei, a female hero from the White Wolf clan asked a question. Gong Xiaowei nodded. Yes, go investigate. This Lord War on Yunza continent is crucial to whether our White Wolf clan can return to White Wolf Star. We absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. The White Wolf clan hero nodded slightly. I understand. She flashed and transformed into a black shadow, quickly disappearing into the Lord's mansion. Gong Xiaowei gently put down her teacup, stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the territory. The primordial temple. Very well, I'll remember your name. Gong Xiaowei murmured softly, her eyes revealing an unprecedented depth. Chapter 83 The Moon Clan Sisters Surrender. Chapter 83 The Moon Clan Sisters Surrender. That's roughly the situation. You could say it's all thanks to the two of you. Chen Han smiled and explained to Yu Yunxiang and Yu Yunling. Of course, he didn't mention a word about the bugs in the Endless Realm mode. They cleverly used the excuse that there were a large number of goblin wolf riders inside the secret realm to cover up the secret. Whether to believe or not is entirely up to the other party's judgment, and Chen Han didn't want to explain too much. After hearing Chen Han's explanation, Yu Yunxiang and Yu Yunling exchanged a glance, their faces showing disbelief, and they couldn't help but gasp. With a wave of his hand, he could kill thousands of goblin wolf riders, easily break through third-tier defense towers and barriers, and even the recently famous Gong Xiaowei was firmly suppressed by Chen Han. As the pride of the Moon Clan, they received considerable support from the clan's resources, making their strength formidable. Their individual combat strength is almost enough to single-handedly conquer a territory of a Tier 1, Stage 10. However, they knew very well that with their current strength, if the Hongmeng Temple didn't interfere, entering the top 10 of the kill list shouldn't be too much of a problem. However, compared to those prodigies who have numerous followers as their financial backers, they still have a considerable gap to close in terms of entering the top 3 or even the top 5, let alone competing for the number 1 spot. What shocked them even more was that Chen Han had actually only brought 6 people, to be precise, 5 people plus a robot, and they had successfully breached what they considered to be an indestructible territory barrier. The army's whereabouts were not concealed by the so-called deceptive fog. Furthermore, it possesses 4 crystal mines that would drive even extraordinary lords mad. What kind of background does Chen Han have? Why are the heroes and troops he recruits so powerful? This is absolutely terrifying. That's outrageous. Given their experience and knowledge, they could only think of 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that Chen Han, like Gong Xiaowei, is a second-generation leader, and most likely comes from a family of extraordinary leaders at the 20th, or even 25th rank or higher. Their family's wealth is so great that they can casually gift 4 crystal mines, special buildings that even extraordinary lords would be crazy about. The second possibility is that Chen Han may be the reincarnation of a transcendent lord. Having undergone cultivation in his previous life, he established a contractual relationship with the troops under his command. When the 7-day trial begins, he can summon the heroes or troops with whom he made a contract in his previous life. As for those 4 crystal veins, he must have brought them with him during his reincarnation using some mysterious tool or secret technique. Of course, some people may wonder why a transcendent lord would choose to reincarnate and start anew, giving up everything he has. To the lower-ranking beings of various races, becoming a transcendent lord, that is, breaking through to the 25th rank or above, means being able to shine as brightly as the sun and moon, live as long as heaven and earth, and be immortal. However, this is not the case. It could even be said that it is completely wrong. Even if you become a transcendent lord, there will still be a day when your lifespan ends. However, this period of time may be extremely long, so long that it will be almost forgotten, leading people to mistakenly believe that it is an immortal and indestructible existence. The reason why the extraordinary lord chose to reincarnate and start over was simply because his lifespan was about to run out, and he could not break through to the next stage in a short period of time. He had no choice but to make this decision. As a reincarnated being, although the memories of the previous life may only gradually recover after the level breaks through to the 10th rank or above, the lord's talent is eternal. Imagine how extraordinary a lord's talent must be if he has the ability to break through to the 25th rank. As long as he doesn't perish halfway through, he will surely become an extraordinary lord once again in the future. Regardless of which possibility is mentioned above, it represents an unprecedented and tremendous opportunity for both of them. That's enough to shatter all their pride and arrogance. It was precisely because of their increased knowledge and experience that they came to a clearer understanding of Chen Han's extraordinary abilities. Previously, the 2 sisters had been feeling uneasy, constantly on guard against the possibility that Chen Han might do something inappropriate to them. However, if Chen Han's identity is indeed one of the 2 possibilities mentioned above, being able to win his favor and become Chen Han's woman would probably make them happy for decades to come. Perhaps, by following Chen Han, the achievements I will attain in the future will be even more glorious than if I were to become a lord on my own. Just as the Moon Clan sisters had figured it out, 2 crisp system notification sounds exploded in Chen Han's mind like thunderclaps. Ding! Detected that the civilian unit Yu Yunshang has fallen for you. Combat power plus 150%. Ding! Detected that the civilian unit Yu Yunling has fallen for you. Combat power plus 150%. As soon as the system finished speaking, a mysterious aura immediately filled the area around the 2 women. Like a fairy descending to earth, ethereal and otherworldly. In the instant that power surged into their bodies like a tidal wave. Yu Yunshang and Yu Yunling were initially shocked, but they quickly became even more convinced of their previous idea, and their gazes toward Chen Han became even more respectful. Just as I expected. With this talent that can more than double the combat power of his generals, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to become an extraordinary lord again in the future? I, Yu Yunshang, am willing to go through fire and water for you, my lord, from this day forward. Your Highness, I, Yu Yunling, am now your woman. Whatever your orders, we will carry them out. Even that kind of thing. The 2 Moon Clan sisters knelt on one knee with deep respect, their eyes seemingly revealing a hint of shyness. It was a stark contrast to his previous unyielding demeanor. This sudden change left Chen Han somewhat stunned. He not only destroyed the territory they had painstakingly built, but also treated them like dirt. How could they possibly have feelings for me? Is this really that outrageous? However, upon closer reflection, the fact that surrendered lords and heroes can trigger the enhanced effects of lord talents means that these people could become a formidable fighting force in the future. Then we'll have to recruit more female lords in the future. They can help with government affairs and manage affiliated territories, provide strong combat power, and are also pleasing to the eye. That's the best of both worlds. Recalling the eagle woman named Fia from last time, it seems she didn't trigger the enhancement effect. It seems it's time to find the right opportunity to bring her back to the primordial temple and give her a little shock. Chapter 84, Number 1 on the kill list. In Chapter 84, Chen Han, who was ranked first on the kill list, glanced at the information of the twin sisters. Name Yu Yinshang. Race Moon Clan. Identity Commoner. Level Tier 2, Rank 7, 20,000 to 70,000. Talent A level. Skills Moonlight Spell L3, Moonlight/L2, Swordsmanship L3, Amplification Aura L2, Healing Spell L1. Territory Hongmeng Temple. Lower Talent Moonlight Guardian. Talent Effect 1. When the user leaves the main territory, the protective barrier is temporarily upgraded by 10 levels, now invalid. Talent Effect 2. When the user leaves the main territory, all defensive towers within the barrier are temporarily upgraded by 10 levels, now invalid. Moonlight Spell L3. Active skill, deals mixed light and dark magic damage to enemies. Moonlight/L2. Active skill, deals mixed physical damage of light and dark attributes to enemies. Swordsmanship L3. Passive skill, grants proficiency in using a long sword to attack enemies. Amplifying Aura L2. Active skill. After activation, friendly units within a 100-meter radius gain plus 10% combat power. Healing Spell L1. Active skill that can heal the user or other units from injuries. Name Yu Yinling. Combat power 7488. Race Moon Clan. Identity Commoner. Level Tier 2, Stage 10, 100,000 to 100,000. Talent A level. Skills Moonlight Spell L3, Moonlight/L3, Ice Cone L4, Wisdom Root L2, Meditation L3, Silence Immunity L1. Territory Hongmeng Temple. Ice Cone L4. Active skill, deals ice magic damage to enemies. Wisdom Root L2. Passive skill, slightly reduces the mana cost when using magic. Meditation L3. Passive skill, increases mana regeneration speed by 15%. After carefully reviewing the sister's system information, Chen Han nodded slightly in approval. Even a hero unit at Tier 2, Stage 10, with an A-level talent, has a combat power of only around 3,000 points after deducting talent bonuses. Based on this, the rewards for the top 2 on the hero power ranking are basically guaranteed. However, the only drawback is, after surrendering, Yu Yinling has become a commoner. Although her combat power panel is still retained, she will probably not be able to enjoy the ranking rewards of the Hero's Elegy event. Like I said before, as long as you do your best, you'll naturally reap the rewards. Chen Han said something mysterious. Yes. Yu Yinling responded respectfully. By the way, my lord, what should we do with those 3 lords of the first-tier territories next door? Should we execute them outright, or try to recruit them? Yu Yinshang asked cautiously. Upon hearing this, Chen Han fell into deep thought. Having too many surrendered lords is actually not a good thing. An oversized management team could easily lead to chaos in the future. Moreover, these original lords were all ambitious people and would never be content to do menial work such as farming. They might even harbor resentment because their territory was destroyed, which could lead to unforeseen events such as betrayal. After all, one person may be easy to control, but 10,000 people are hard to fathom. The system interface does not display the loyalty of each unit, making it impossible to determine who is genuinely loyal and who is feigning loyalty. But for Chen Han, the situation was different. The recent experience has proven that as long as the lord who is recruited is female, and the enhanced effect of the lord's talent is triggered, it means that she must have a certain degree of affection for Chen Han. No matter how much goodwill she has, as long as it exists, it can basically ensure that she will not betray the territory or Chen Han. She will even dedicate herself to the development of the territory. But we can't just tell them directly. Kill all the men, but leave the women alive. Can we? Thinking of this, Chen Han calmly said, "After we destroy their territory, we will capture their lord and hero, and I will personally judge them. By the way, you seem to have another army and hero outside, right? Bring her to see me later." "Yes, my lord," Yu Yunling responded with the same respectful expression. "We sisters promised to take those 3 territories tonight." Yu Yunshang patted the peach on her chest, looking confident. After Yu Yunshang and Yu Yunling left, Chen Han guessed that the kill leaderboard should have been updated, and then opened it. First place, Hongmeng Temple, 7,465 kills. Second place, White Wolf Huihui, 2,898 kills. Third place, Sky Sanctuary, 2,127 kills. Fourth place, Doluo Continent, Doluo City, 2,099 kills. Looking at the ranking list, Chen Han's eyes flashed with excitement. It looks like there are 6,000 Goblin Wolf Riders in those 10 space portals. This should secure our first place. He pondered this to himself, and then decisively issued the order. All everyone needs to do now is kill the Goblin Wolf Riders who are attacking their own territory. There's no need to pay attention to the Goblin Wolf Riders wandering in the wild. Killing 7,465 Goblin Wolf Riders in one night, and you still managed to surpass that? You guys are awesome. Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, and then he turned and left with the girls, returning to his territory. Wei Shaoling and Shaoling No. 1 remained in this land, formerly known as the Land of Prayer for the Moon, to continue their duties. At the same time, unbeknownst to Chen Han, the chat room on Yunza continent had already descended into chaos. The entire chat room was filled with various discussions. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Did the big shots from the Hongmeng Temple disturb a goblin's lair? Where are they going to find so many Goblin Wolf Riders to kill? 7,465 of them. I'm going to defy the heavens. Before the last kill leaderboard refresh, he had around 3,000 kills, right? He killed over 4,400 Goblin Wolf Riders in just 15 minutes? Are you kidding me? Big boss of the Primordial Temple. If you see this, please take me with you. I'm a girl from the Cat Spirit clan, cute, and perfect for warming your bed. Plus, I'm still a virgin. We're all lords, so why is there such a big difference between us? More than 7,000 Goblin Wolf Riders, even if they just stand there. If I send all the soldiers and defensive towers in my territory to attack, it would probably take several days to kill them. My mom asked me why I was kneeling. I freaking didn't want to kneel before the big boss either. All the lords on the Yunza continent. At this moment, I was completely stunned. If the previous increase of 1,000 kills per refresh could be explained by the discovery of goblin strongholds. After all, destroying a Tier 2 Goblin Wolf Rider stronghold within 15 minutes is something a top-ranked lord can do. But this sudden surge of 4,400 kills is simply inexplicable. From this moment on, the name Hongmeng Temple has become thoroughly known to all the lords on the Yunza continent. Become the number 1 lord of Yunza continent, even more powerful than Gong Xiaowei. Chapter 85 Wishing Tree. Chapter 85 The Wishing Tree is located in the northwest corner of Yunza continent, within the territory of White Wolf Huihui. When Gong Xiaowei saw the rankings, she rubbed her eyes in disbelief, even wondering if she was still half asleep. However, she soon shook her head with a wry smile, forced to accept this cruel reality. No matter what methods the other party uses, how can they possibly deceive the rules of the Endless Void? She said to her henchmen. There's no need to continue exterminating those roaming goblins. We've already lost. A follower of the White Wolf clan asked anxiously. But what if we are surpassed by others? Gong Xiaowei sighed helplessly. The rewards for 2nd and 10th place are the same, and by now most of the Goblin Wolf Riders should have been wiped out, so we probably won't drop too much in the rankings. We might as well shift our focus to conquering other territories. It seems that the 4th-ranked player from Doluo continent has already broken through to the 2nd tier, 10th stage. Now that the top spot on the kill leaderboard has been taken, we absolutely cannot give up on the hero power leaderboard so easily. Yes, Your Highness. We understand. The 10 White Wolf clan followers responded in unison. There are still 2 days until the hero power ranking is finalized. If you can break through to tier 3 during this period, you will likely receive a significant boost to your combat power. Time flies like an arrow. 2 hours later. The twin sisters of the Moon clan also successfully conquered the 3 neighboring territories of Tier 1, Stage 10. These 3 lords all seem to have stubborn tempers. They would rather draw their swords and commit suicide than surrender. Chen Han did not hesitate to destroy these 3 territories, just so he could advance to the 2nd tier, 8th stage as soon as possible. After all, having the Land of Prayer for the Moon as a vassal state in the western region is enough to manage all the surrounding resource points. There is more than enough food left over, so there is absolutely no need to leave any. Chen Han opened his attribute interface. Name, Chen Han. Race, human. Territory, Primordial Temple. Level, Tier 2, Rank 7, 64,300 to 70,000. Popularity, 2,697. Heroes 2 to 2. Construction points, 3,600. Genesis crystals, 10090. Territory area, 150,000 SQM plus 240,000 SQM, occupied. Lord talent, Nightly Revelry. Territory rating, Warlord. Items in hand, Pineapple Phone 1, Divine Beast Egg 1, Guard Upgrade Card 1, Hero Summoning Card 2, Barret Healer 1, Photon Gun 1, Xianyuan Sword 1, Void Crystal 12. Current time, June 28th, 200-114514, Void Calendar, 2334. Are we still short 5,700 experience points? After gathering resources around the various territories tomorrow, that should be enough. Chen Han carefully analyzed the current situation. He has successfully raised Miao Kiki and Mia to the 2nd tier, 10th stage, with full experience, and there are still 140,000 experience points remaining in the hero experience pool. However, as the level increases to the 3rd tier, the experience points required for each tier increase by 100,000. At the 2nd tier, the Lord and hero experience gained from defeating a 2nd tier Lord is sufficient to meet the leveling requirements of a 2nd tier Lord. However, for a 3rd tier Lord, this experience seems far from sufficient. Now, Chen Han has cleared out all the lords within a 20-kilometer radius and occupied all the resource points. Perhaps it's time to explore the depths of the Cloud Marsh continent more thoroughly. Time flies, and it was already midnight. The random event Goblin Scourge has officially come to an end. The top 10 list remained unchanged, with everything as before. Chen Han stared intently at the newly arrived reward, the Wishing Tree, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. I have a feeling it will be a special building like the Dawn Altar, where you can draw prizes for free every day. Architecture, Wishing Tree unique. Level, Tier 2, Rank 7. Durability, 40,000 to 40,000. Upgrade cost, increases with lowered level. Effect, increases the probability of obtaining high-quality items when using void crystals in the lottery. The higher the building level, the greater the increase in probability. Additional effect 1. You can spend 500 Genesis crystals to draw a medium-level lottery ticket, which guarantees a rare or higher-level item. Additional effect 2. You can spend 5,000 Genesis crystals to perform a high-level lottery draw, which guarantees an item of epic quality or higher. Additional effect 3. You can spend 50,000 Genesis crystals to perform a god-level lottery, which guarantees a legendary or higher-level item. Bonus effect 4. It may bring some unexpected good luck. This legendary guaranteed lottery is way too shady. 50,000 Genesis crystals. I could have done 500 draws with that amount. Chen Han complained with a helpless expression. But then I thought about it again, and last time I drew 250 times and didn't get any legendary items, only 2 epic items. Perhaps, this guaranteed lottery isn't so bad after all. Forget it, let's wait until we reach level 4 or higher. We have enough equipment now. There's no need to keep doing gotcha pulls. As for why you need to upgrade to Tier 4 or higher, it's because once you upgrade to Tier 3, there will be a spare hero slot, and you can start hatching mythical beast eggs. It's somewhat unreasonable for a mythical beast to occupy a hero slot. But when I think of the awe-inspiring power of the mythical beast, I feel that even taking up 3 hero slots is worth it. Speaking of which, do divine beasts have male and female distinctions? If a female divine beast can enjoy my talent bonus, will my talent that guarantees the summoning of females work on divine beasts? Chen Han muttered to himself, glancing at the talent enhancement card in his spatial bag. Let's try enhancing it again. Please confirm whether you want to use a talent enhancement card. Yes. Talent enhancement card successfully used. Talent effect 4. If someone is satisfied with your heroic demeanor, you will receive an opportunity to upgrade a building or item. Upgrade items? What? Can items be upgraded? The image of upgrading the photon gun involuntarily flashed through Chen Han's mind. Does this mean all items can be upgraded for free? Epic level upgrades to legendary level upgrades to supreme level? This is absolutely insane. I should have known better than to use my upgrade attempts on the farmland. Chen Han sighed and said with a helpless expression. Thump thump dash. At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. Speak of the devil and he appears. Chen Han quickly closed the system interface and opened the door. Soon, a huge storm arose in the room, as if it would devour everything. Chapter 86 Breakthrough to the Third Tier. Chapter 86 Breakthrough to the Third Tier. The next day, at 10 a.m. The sun was high in the sky, and sunlight streamed through the window onto the bed. Chen Han opened his eyes with difficulty, rubbed his temples, and felt exhausted all over. 3 chances? Mia is so kind. After getting dressed, Chen Han sat down at the dining table. While munching on his bread, he pondered the upgraded 4th talent. He sighed helplessly, inwardly complaining. Still the same old story. There's no way to preview the item's upgraded attributes. You just have to guess and try. It's utterly ridiculous. He shook his head vigorously, casting all his worries aside, and focused on the problem at hand. He took out his old, beloved weapon, the barret, and carefully stroked the gun, savoring its familiar feel. Next, I clicked the upgrade button. However, the system notification greatly disappointed him. Barrets, saving lives, skill does not meet the upgrade requirements. Chen Han frowned and muttered to himself. Can't we upgrade the weapon? Then, the primordial chi pill does not meet the upgrade requirements. Is this not acceptable either? Chen Han's gaze swept across his spatial bag and finally landed on the 2 hero summoning cards in his hand. Item, Hero Summoning Card. Rarity, Legendary. Usage requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1, Lord status. Effect 1, can convert other tourists into hero units under your command. His eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself. This thing should be able to be upgraded, right? With a hint of anticipation, I clicked the upgrade button again. This item was a reward Chen Han received after successfully defeating the demon dragon hero on the 7th day of the trial, but he couldn't find a way to use it. The main reason is that a suitable object cannot be found to use. This item is not used to randomly capture a lord in a lord battle. Using it on the lord will turn him into your hero unit. Instead, it is necessary to ensure that the other party is within one's own territory and is willing to accept the dispatch, and voluntarily change their identity to that of a tourist before it can be used. However, once these conditions are met, they could serve as civilians without needing to be transformed into heroes, completely bound to the territory, or occupy a valuable hero unit slot. In essence, these are 2 contradictory choices. Just like Yu Yinshang and Yu Yinling, they recruited each other as heroes in the real world. If it weren't for their deep friendship, it would be a complete waste of a spot. The 2 of them could form a federation after the Lord War begins, develop together, and move forward hand in hand. Wouldn't that be more beneficial than the 2 sisters being confined to developing within a single territory? Therefore, Chen Han really couldn't understand the purpose of this prop. Perhaps the only advantage is that after transforming into a hero, one can level up using the hero experience pool, while ordinary units need to accumulate experience through battles and work overtime to increase their level. In this way, one's friend, the Lord, can have a peaceful and leisurely time. Chen Han initially thought this was an item that would definitely summon a hero unit, although to some extent, it was indeed guaranteed to summon a hero. I wonder if I'll get any special effects after upgrading. Do I need to use one upgrade opportunity to upgrade the hero summoning card? Sure! Upgrade successful. Item, Heart of a Hero. Rarity, Supreme. Usage requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1, Lord status. Effect 1, can convert any unit into a hero unit under your command. This seems even less effective. Chen Han let out a long sigh. If I had known earlier that it would be upgraded to this thing, I wouldn't have messed around with it. Last night, he spent a lot of effort and 5 hours to earn 3 upgrade opportunities. Now, this opportunity has been wasted, which is truly heartbreaking. However, when he saw that this item had a supreme rarity, a glimmer of hope welled up in his heart. Items of supreme rarity seem like they could be listed on the auction house to fool those clueless newbies. However, upon closer examination, most of the lords on the Yunzi continent are at the 1st or 2nd tier level, and it seems difficult to extract much benefit from them. After careful consideration, Chen Han finally decided to price it at 20,000 Genesis crystals and open the negotiation channel, hoping to sell it for whatever price he could get. It's a supreme level rare item, so it shouldn't be too bad. Then, Chen Han took out a guard upgrade card. Do I need to use one upgrade opportunity to upgrade the Guardian promotion card? Sure! Upgrade successful. Item, Heart of a Guard. Rarity, Supreme. Usage requirements, Tier 1, Stage 1, Guardian. Effect 1, grants guards the abilities of designated high-level troop types. The selectable high-level troop types increase with the Lord's level. Seeing this, Chen Han's lips curled up slightly. He thought to himself, at least I've gained something this time. It's a bit annoying not being able to preview the upgraded effects, but at least I've figured out something pretty good. All that remained in my inventory was a relocation order, which looked like it could be upgraded. Chen Han decided to save his last chance, since the city relocation order, once upgraded, should become the advanced city relocation order and the supreme city relocation order, and it wasn't time to use it yet. At this point, it was already 11:50 a.m. The orchards surrounding the number 1 territory of the Hongmeng Temple have been completely looted by the lizardmen. Just then, a crisp system notification sounded in Chen Han's mind. This gathering yielded 300 Lord experience points. Hero experience pool, 1,000 points. Congratulations, Lord. Your level has been upgraded to Tier 2, Stage 8, and your territory has expanded. Finally leveled up. I thought we'd have to wait until the hero power rankings were released. Chen Han was in an exceptionally good mood. He quickly took out 3 primordial chi pills and swallowed them without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, 3 system notification sounds rang out in succession. Congratulations, Lord. Your level has been raised to Tier 2, Rank 9, and your territory has expanded. Congratulations, Lord. Your level has been raised to Tier 2, Stage 10, and your territory has expanded. Congratulations, Lord. You have reached Tier 3, Stage 1. Your lordship talent has unlocked a new effect, Territory Expansion. Chen Han immediately felt a warm force sweep over his body like a tide, making him feel incredibly comfortable. At the same time, as Chen Han's level increased, Miao Kiki and Mia also successfully broke through to the 3rd stage, 1st level. Sensing a significant change in their own power, the 2 women instantly awoke. She rushed to Chen Han without even having time to put on makeup. He looked completely incredulous. Chapter 87 Dominating the Top 2 Rankings. Chapter 87 Dominating the Top 2 Spots. Master, brother! A clear shout rang out, followed by a sweet voice. Master, you've broken through to the 3rd rank? Mia shouted excitedly. Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile, and he said softly, Yes. His gaze swept over the 2 women, noticing their clothes were somewhat disheveled. He shook his head and said helplessly, Speaking of which, you 2 should at least put your clothes on properly. Upon hearing this, Miao Kiki pouted and said coquettishly, It's nothing. We're all in the room anyway. Mia, standing nearby, quickly nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, there are no outsiders here. Seeing how adorable the 2 girls were, Chen Han's face showed a hint of doting affection. He reached out and put his arm around their slender waists, and they sat down on the sofa together. Suddenly, a captivating fragrance wafted over. The aroma is fresh and pleasant, and intoxicating. Although Chen Han had grown accustomed to being around them, the fragrance still made him tremble with excitement, and he even began to doubt whether the ancient saying, One who lives in a room full of orchids will not smell their fragrance, was true. After taking a deep breath, Chen Han calmed himself down, and then opened the system interface for Miao Kiki and Mia. Name, Miao Kiki. Combat Strength, 18605. Race, Succubus. Identity, Hero. Level, Tier 3, Stage 1, 0 to 100,000. Talent, S rank. Skills, Bewitching Charm L6, Succubus Wings L6, Arcane Missiles L7, Shadow of the Night L3, Comet Spell L1, Mana Drain L3, Tornado L1. Territory, Hongmeng Temple. Tornado L1, active skill, deals wind attribute magic damage to enemies within range. Name, Mia. Combat Strength, 19111. Race, Angel. Identity, Hero. Level, Tier 3, Stage 1, 0 to 100,000. Talent, S rank. Skills, Sky Wings L6, Light Bullet L6, Healing L6, Light Shield L6, Blessing L5, Gravity L4, Comet L1, Holy Light L2, Thunderstrike L1. Territory, Hongmeng Temple. Thunderclap spell L1. Active skill, deals lightning magic damage to enemies within range. No wonder people say there is an extremely powerful power gap between the two classes. Without a specific benchmark, we really didn't know how big the gap was. Now, during the event, there is a combat power value as a standard for measurement. In addition, the Starry Flower C provides an extra boost to combat power, which has almost doubled. That's really awesome. Soon, amidst the three of them joking around, the time came to 11:59. Although there was still 1 minute before the first day's hero power rankings were announced, the chat room was already in an uproar. Many lords had already begun discussing and speculating about the rankings. I'm so excited! I wonder how big the gap is between me and the experts. The first day's hero power rankings won't reveal combat power, only the names of the heroes who made the rankings and their territories. What can you possibly glean from that? I estimate that the hero power rankings will also be dominated by the top 10 goblin kills from last night. After all, how could a hero kill so many goblin wolf riders if they weren't strong? I agree, I'm so envious. The big shots from the Hongmeng Temple should have 2 heroes in the top 10. 10 seconds left. I wonder if my hero can make it into the top 1000. I don't need rare items, I just want to see how strong my hero is. Soon, the hero power rankings were released. All the lords immediately opened the ranking list on the system interface. First place, Mia, Territory Hongmeng Temple. Second place, Miao Kiki, Territory Hongmeng Temple. Third place, Bai Menru, Territory White Wolf Wiwi. Fourth place, Nagong Wudi, Territory Doloa City, Doloa Continent. Fifth place, Jiu Luoyan, Territory Bailang Huiwi. Sixth place, Aoki, Territory Sky Sanctuary. Seventh place, Li Kailong, Territory Sky Sanctuary. Eighth place, Emperor Shang, Territory Doloa City of Doloa Continent. Ninth place, Asana, Territory Immortal Fox Realm. 10th place, Kelvin, Territory Doloa City, Doloa Continent. The moment the rankings were announced, the entire Yunza continent seemed to be paused, and all the lords stared wide-eyed at the interface in disbelief. Shock. Utterly shocking. All the lords gasped in shock, their hearts filled with endless astonishment and bewilderment. Prior to this, the top spots on the Goblin Kill leaderboard were occupied by the lords who were among the top kills, which was not surprising to everyone. After all, how could a hero kill so many Goblin Wolf riders if he didn't have enough strength? However, that's precisely where the problem lies. 3 heroes from Doloa City and Doloa Continent have simultaneously made it into the top 10. Does this mean he has already broken through to the 3rd rank? Is this some kind of outrageous thing? I'm seriously speechless. I haven't even broken through to the 2nd tier yet, and there are already people at the 3rd tier? How the hell did this happen? How can the leveling up be so fast? And why do I already have 3 heroes? What happened to the less than 1% chance of drawing a hero? How come 3 heroes are already on the list? This is truly heaven-defying. Is this the difference between me and a peerless genius? If you don't understand, just ask, why is it that a tier 3 hero's combat power is not as good as that of White Wolf Huihui and the heroes of the Primordial Temple? It's probably because I don't have enough experience to reach tier 3. The experience required to train 3 heroes is just too much. I was lucky enough to draw 2 heroes, but their levels haven't even surpassed mine yet. How come I, a mere tier 1, Dan 10, am matched with them? Compared to 3rd tier lords, I'm more curious about how the Primordial Temple cultivates its heroes. 2 heroes occupy the top 2 spots on the leaderboard, have some decency. Upstairs +1. This is outrageous. Yesterday we killed so many Goblin Wolf riders, and today, damn it, 2 heroes are directly occupying the top 2 spots on the leaderboard. Chen Han's gaze slowly swept across the ranking list in front of him, finally landing on the very top. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he affectionately patted Miao Kiki and Mia's little heads. As expected, there was indeed no need to worry too much. Both of them were heroes with S-class talents, so their strength was naturally extremely formidable. With the added enhancement of the Lord's talent, it would be truly strange if we couldn't get into the top 2. Just as Chen Han was secretly sighing to himself, his system interface suddenly trembled slightly, and then a window suddenly popped up. The Lord of the Territory Immortal Fox Realm has requested to add you as a friend. Chapter 88 The Celestial Fox Princess. Chapter 88 Heavenly Fox Princess Chen Han and the 2 girls looked at each other, their brows furrowed slightly, their faces full of doubt and confusion. Master, is the lord of this territory someone you know? I remember. Asana, one of the lord's subordinates, is ranked 8th on the hero ranking. This is how you use a friend request? Is this person a newbie lord or just plain stupid? Meow Kiki and Mia murmured in disbelief, as if they had witnessed something utterly absurd. In this endless void, if you want to request to add other lords as friends, you need a legendary item called a friend token. Moreover, once the other party rejects or deletes you as a friend, the friend token will not be returned, and it will be wasted. Therefore, unless they are close friends in the real world or allies, people generally won't use friend tokens to add friends. Not to mention using a friend request on a complete stranger. However, such stringent conditions naturally come with many benefits after becoming friends. First, the geographical locations of both sides, the known positions of lords, and the movements of their armies will all be clearly marked on the map, allowing each side to keep track of the other's movements at any time, which is crucial for strategic planning and decision-making. Secondly, both parties will have a private chat room, allowing them to discuss strategies without needing to communicate in public chat rooms or be physically together. This ensures a high level of confidentiality, preventing anyone from knowing what's going on. Third, if Lord Wars resume in the future, the probability of two friends being teleported to the same continent will be greatly increased, and the distance between them will likely not be too far. Fourth, and most importantly, both parties can send resources to each other through the friend channel without having to personally deliver them to the other's territory. There are no handling fees, even if they are thousands of miles apart. Of course, these benefits are only part of the picture, not all of them. But for most lords, the benefits of establishing friendships are mainly these 4 points. With so many benefits, if we could add friends indefinitely, then there would probably be no need to fight lord battles. Acceptance and rejection. Chen Han stared intently at the two options before him, a sense of doubt welling up in his heart. He knew very well that he had no friends in the Blue Star world, let alone a powerful backer. Therefore, this sudden friend request obviously could not have come from anyone in the real world. Chen Han seemed to have some recollection of this celestial fox realm. Yesterday, this territory ranked 10th on the kill leaderboard, and today at noon, a hero from this territory also entered the top 10 on the combat power leaderboard, making him a truly outstanding lord. Logically speaking, it's unlikely that such a person would be completely unaware of the effects of the friend's token. If you choose to accept, the exact location of your territory and the direction of your army's movements will be immediately revealed to the other side. Do you think we should accept this? Chen Han turned to Meow Kiki and Mia, seeking their opinions. After thinking for a moment, Meow Kiki said softly, "I'll accept it. I feel like it must be something urgent. If it's just a small matter, I would have tagged you directly in the chat room." Mia analyzed. "I also think it's acceptable to give it a try. Anyway, the movements of our territory should have already been discovered by the lords further away, so there's nothing to hide. We can just delete it later." Chen Han pondered to himself, and felt that this was indeed not without reason. After all, he wasn't the only one capable of sending ninjas to other territories to gather intelligence. Among the lower tier units, the spy unit, apart from being slightly inferior to the ninja in combat ability, should not be too bad in terms of reconnaissance ability. In any case, he did not intend to hide anything when attacking various territories. Any fancy methods are meaningless in the face of absolute strength. Instead, let's see what this celestial fox realm is really up to. Yes, as you say. Without much hesitation, Chen Han decisively clicked the Accept option. In an instant, 3 small blue dots suddenly appeared in the northeast area of the system interface map. Presumably, this is the distribution of power in the Immortal Fox Divine Realm, and the number is less than Chen Han originally imagined. Based on the map scale, the Immortal Fox Realm is approximately 3,300 kilometers away from the Primordial Temple. For second or third tier lords, this is already a considerable distance. Even if the Pegasus Knights didn't eat or drink, weren't hindered by anyone, and maintained their maximum flight speed the entire time, it would still take them several days to arrive. But obviously, that's impossible. Without this friend request, we probably wouldn't have met until the end of this Lord War. Thank you for accepting my presumptuous friend request. I am Tu Shangxue, the Lord of the Immortal Fox Realm, from Qingqiu. Less than 10 seconds after we added each other as friends, a message from the Immortal Fox Realm appeared in our private chat. Chen Han and the two girls were slightly taken aback. Qingqiu? Isn't this the habitat of the Sky Fox, one of the rarer subraces of the orcs? And her surname is Tishan, could it be? Are you a 9-tailed celestial fox? Chen Han asked directly. Yes. I am the third princess of the Celestial Fox clan. I have taken the liberty of adding you as a friend because I have a favor to ask. If you can grant my request, I will surely repay you handsomely in the future. Tu Shanxue didn't hesitate and stated her request directly after revealing her identity. Go ahead and say it. I happen to have a Supreme City relocation order on hand. May I move to the vicinity of your territory? Of course, I will never compete with you for any natural resources. Upon seeing this news, Chen Han and the two girls were filled with question marks again. What was the Fox clan princess planning to do that day? Others complain that having too much surrounding territory will hinder development. You, on the other hand, actually came here to squeeze in and cause trouble. What do you want to do? Could it be that he's after my handsome looks again? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Han replied succinctly. Give me a reason. Seeing that Chen Han did not refuse outright, Tu Shanxue breathed a sigh of relief. She took a deep breath and replied truthfully. To be honest, my lord talent is to associate with powerful lords. As long as I can form an alliance with a lord stronger than me, the leveling speed of myself and all my units will increase significantly, and it will also bring you a lot of benefits. Boss, as you know, under the rules of territory wars, only adjacent territories can form an alliance. For the past 2 days, I've been considering whose territory to align myself with, until I saw you, the top player, reach the top of both the hero leaderboard and the kill leaderboard, and that's when I made up my mind. So, please help me out, boss. After the Lord War ends, as the third princess of the Heavenly Fox clan, I definitely won't treat you unfairly. At the same time, Tu Shanxue also sent over screenshots of her various system interface information. Chapter 89 Climbing the Social Ladder. Chapter 89 Climbing the Dragon and Embracing the Phoenix. Name, Tu Shanxue. Race, Celestial Fox. Territory, Celestial Fox Realm. Level, Tier 2, Stage 5, 27,400 to 50,000. Popularity, 708. Heroes, 1 to 2. Construction points, 1,000. Genesis crystals, 3580. Territory area, 120,000 SQM plus 26,000 SQM, occupied. Lord's talent, Climbing the Dragon and Embracing the Phoenix. Talent Effect 1. When allied with a lord whose level is equal to or higher than your own, if the opposing lord's level is no higher than yours by 10 ranks, you will receive an additional 80% of the lord's experience gained from their lord or hero experience. Talent Effect 2. All units of a lord allied with you gain experience at a rate increased by 20%. Talent Effect 3. Lords allied with you grant a 20% increase to the production of all items within their territories. Talent Effect 4. Personal Charisma plus 20%. Loyalty of civilian units under command plus 20%. Territory Assessment, Self-Sufficient. Items in hand, Pear Phone 1, Celestial Fox Crown 1, Celestial Fox Skirt 1, Foxtail Grass 22, Starry Sky Staff 1, Lightning Arrow 106, Lamb Jerky 1999, Beef Jerky 2024. Current time, June 29th, 200-114514, Void Calendar, 12:28 p.m. This screenshot was taken using the system's built-in function and cannot be modified or edited. A lord's talent is a lord's trump card. Tu Shanxue actually showed it to Chen Han without any reservation. Clearly, her current situation is not good, and she may even be in dire straits with nowhere to turn. These 4 talent effects are practically perfect support talents. I see. Chen Han instantly understood everything. The dependent lord talent of Climbing the Dragon and Attaching to the Phoenix is specifically explained in the Lord's Code of Conduct. Regardless of how the triggering conditions change, its essence remains the same. Lords with this talent find it difficult to develop independently. They are more suited to supporting roles. The stronger and faster the people who ally with her are, the faster she will level up. However, at the same time, possessing this talent also means that she is bound to be disliked. After all, once she becomes powerful enough, she is very likely to abandon her original host and choose to attach herself to another, more powerful lord. She will never remain your follower forever. In lord battles, a lord who is two-faced and opportunistic will inevitably become the target of everyone's attacks once his talent is exposed. That's why she didn't dare to seek someone to rely on in public chat rooms, but instead used the legendary item, Friend Token, to make private contacts. So, boss, would you be willing to mentor me? Seeing that Chen Han had not responded for a long time, Tu Shanxue asked anxiously. Seeing this, Chen Han continued to press. I remember that the Doloa city of the Doloa continent has already broken through to the 3rd rank, right? Why don't you go and attach yourself to it? Tu Shanxue quickly explained. To be honest, boss, I actually have 2 friend tokens. Before adding you as a friend, I sent a request to him, but it was rejected, so I turned to you instead. Chen Han nodded slightly, then asked, Aren't you afraid I'll turn around and wipe you out? Tu Shanxue replied, I'm afraid, but I have no other choice. The Sky Sacred Domain's power has grown increasingly stronger recently, and its lord comes from the Golden Eagle clan, who is our Heavenly Fox clan's sworn enemy. If he discovers my race, he will definitely hunt me down to the ends of the earth. So I can only gamble on you. After saying that, Tu Shanxue has sent 2 more photos taken with her mobile phone. The first image shows information about the Lord of the Sky Sanctuary and his physical characteristics. With golden wings hanging from his back and golden feathers drooping to the ground, and a robust physique, he undoubtedly proved his identity as a member of the Golden Eagle clan. The second photo is a selfie of Tu Shanxue herself. The woman in the photo has bright eyes and white teeth, skin as smooth as jade, and is so beautiful that fish would sink and geese would fall from the sky, and the moon would hide its face in shame, standing tall and graceful. The images are almost identical to, or even surpass, those of human women taking selfies. Her long, snow-white hair cascaded over her fragrant shoulders, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. Her beautiful and charming appearance was in no way inferior to that of Miao Kiki and Mia, making people unable to help but be captivated by her. Paired with that pure white dress, and the heart-shaped petals that seemed deliberately attached to her chest, it almost perfectly embodies the word beautiful. Clearly, Tu Shanxue has decided to go all in and place all her hopes on the Hongmeng Temple. At the same time, she was also betting that the other party was a man. She hoped to use her beauty as a bargaining chip to gain his protection. Upon hearing this, Chen Han nodded in understanding. He had learned a great deal about the grudges and feuds between the various branches of the orc race in his high school classes. The hatred between the Sky Fox clan and the Golden Eagle clan, in particular, can only be described as irreconcilable. From this perspective, what Tu Shanxue said does seem to be true. After all, in the Lord's War, cleverly exploiting the conflicts between different races might increase one's chances of survival. At least that's what the higher-ups in the Education Bureau think, which is why they specifically included this content in high school textbooks. After careful consideration, Chen Han replied, Okay, come over. No problem. Immediately afterwards, a message popped up on the screen. Okay. Thanks, boss. I'll go prepare right away. I'll teleport over in a bit. The message was accompanied by 3 tearful emojis and a heart emoji, showing Tu Shanxue's excitement and gratitude at that moment. It's clear she's been struggling with this for a long time. Chen Han closed the chat interface, looked up, and found himself facing the 2 women's resentful gazes. Master, look at this fox spirit girl, she's so beautiful. And has such a great figure. Miao Kiki pouted slightly and complained with some dissatisfaction. Master, should I go and tell Emily to make you a few more bowls of ginseng porridge? Mia sighed softly and said gently. Chen Han looked at the 2 of them and quickly explained. Don't look at me like that. Anyway, she doesn't want anything, and she can bring us a lot of buffs. She also promised to give us a lot of benefits after the Lord War. Such a good support, why not take it? It must be said that, judging from her selfies, Tu Shanxue is indeed a stunning beauty. But Chen Han had lived through 2 lifetimes, so how could he easily agree just because the other party was pretty? Regardless of how much truth or falsehood Tu Shanxue's previous explanations were, the effects of her lord talent were undeniable. It can increase the experience and production of allied lords by 20%, which is estimated to include the production of Genesis crystals. With such a great support player, it would be a shame not to use him. You may have used me as a tool, but haven't I used you as a tool too? You might make a fortune, but I'll never lose. Hee, master, I was just teasing you. I'm not that petty. Miao Kiki blinked her big eyes and a playful smile appeared on her face. I'm hungry, Sister Mia, let's go have lunch. Okay. Mia smiled and replied. Hey, you 2 could at least put on some outerwear. Chen Han shook his head helplessly, and then followed. Chapter 90 The Trading Post Frenzy. Chapter 90 The Other Side of the Trading House Frenzy. Tu Shanxue closed the private chat interface. The fox seemed to have a heavy burden lifted from its shoulders, letting out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness he agreed, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. It worked. I told you to just send a selfie, It's much easier than rambling on and on. Upon witnessing this scene, Tu Shanshua's only human hero, Chao Nai, revealed a faint smile and quipped. Originally, Tu Shanshua had no intention of sending her selfie. The reason for doing this was entirely Asana's suggestion. Even the angles, smiles, lighting, clothing, etc. were all done according to Asana's wishes. However, to her surprise, this simple action brought about such a remarkable effect. Tu Shanshua shook her head with a wry smile and sighed helplessly. Sigh, if the Lord of the Hongming Temple asks me to do that kind of thing, you'll have to come with me. Asana rolled her eyes playfully and retorted. Anyway, you'll meet him sooner or later after you move the city, so what difference does it make if he knows what you look like beforehand? Besides, he might not even be interested in me. Tu Shanshua waved her hand, seemingly unwilling to continue the discussion, and said, all right, let's stop talking about it. We need to hurry up and prepare so that all the civilians and soldiers in the vassal territories can return to the main territory as soon as possible to prepare for the relocation of the city. Asana stretched and muttered. Okay. You really know how to order people around. What Tu Shanshua told Chen Han was entirely true. She sought Chen Han as her protector, her true purpose being to escape the pursuit of the Sky Holy Domain's lord. However, she also held back and did not fully reveal the truth. The Lord of the Sky Sanctuary, Jin Yao, a member of the Golden Eagle clan's noble family, had actually long ago discovered her identity as a member of the Heavenly Fox clan. However, after witnessing Tu Shanshua's stunning beauty, Jin Yao immediately put aside the hatred between their races and longed to possess her and marry her as his concubine. As the princess of the Heavenly Fox clan, Tu Shanshua could never let go of her hatred for the Golden Eagle clan, let alone become a concubine for her enemy. However, due to the limitations of her own lordly talent, she must rely on other powerful lords to survive. With her strength as a second-tier, fifth-level lord, she can only bully first-tier lords at most. Against a second-tier lord, especially a lord like Jin Yao who has one foot in the third tier, there's no way you can win. Therefore, she began to look for various proud lords and choose to become their vassals. First, find a powerful patron to take shelter under, and then use your lordly talents to grow rapidly. Secondly, they should wait for the right opportunity to establish good relations with other powerful lords and unite to attack Jin Yao's territory. Initially, Tu Shanshua planned to seek help from the renowned Gong Xiaowei. However, considering that she were both women, she worried that her figure and beauty would not be of any use, and that the relationship between the Sky Fox clan and the White Wolf clan was not very friendly, so she gave up the idea. Later, she found the Doluo city in the Doluo continent. But just as she had told Chen Han before, she was rejected before she even had a chance to add him as a friend. In the end, we chose the Primordial Temple, and it can be said that hard work pays off. In any case, as long as we can survive, it's all worth it. I wonder what kind of person the Lord of the Hongmeng Temple is. Tu Shanshua's cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured. Upgrading the Hongmeng Temple once grants 500 building points. Upgrade the Spirit Food Pavilion once 500 building points. Upgrading the Hall of Martial Gods once grants 300 building points. Upgrade Hongmeng Dragon Pool once 200 building points. Upgrade Hongmeng Danin Pavilion once 200 building points. Upgrade Starry Flower Sea once 5,000 building points. Upgrading 4 Crystal Veins once grants 2,000 building points. With nothing else to do, Chen Han's first thought was to upgrade all the main buildings to Tier 3, Stage 1. Of course, the Starry Flower Sea is only enough to upgrade to the second stage, Level 1. He had to admit that since advancing to Tier 3, he had been completely caught in a shortage of building points. Although the buildings upgraded with talent points are incredibly powerful, the number of building points required for each upgrade also increases significantly. Even after the Hongmeng Temple is upgraded to Tier 3 Stage 1, it can provide 300 building points per hour, which is still far from enough. Especially for totem buildings like the Starry Flower Sea, each upgrade from Tier 2 onwards requires 20,000 building points, and who knows how long it will take to reach Tier 3. The development speed is just too slow. I wonder if the Hongmeng Ichi pill is still available for sale today. Thinking of this, Chen Han casually picked up today's Star Flower from the Star Flower Sea. He then slowly walked towards the Hongmeng Danin Pavilion and opened the system sales interface. Primordial Chaos Pill, 50,000 Creation Crystals. Rarity, Legendary. Effect, can slightly increase combat power after consumption. Quantity, 1:1. Lesser Elixir, 1 Creation Crystal. Rarity, Common. Effect: it can be used to treat injuries after consumption. Quantity: 1000 to 1000. Rejuvenation pill: 8000 creation crystals. Rarity: epic. Effect: slightly increases magical aptitude after consumption. Quantity: 3 to 3. The Hongmeng Danian Pavilion shop has refreshed its selection of 3 types of pills today, each of which looks very useful. Especially the Primordial Chaos pill and the Rejuvenation pill, their effects are truly heaven-defying. It's important to know that in any single-player game, items that can permanently boost attributes are extremely rare treasures. If you accidentally lose or sell your save file, you'll probably wish you could reload it from scratch. Moreover, we are now facing reality. Looking at the remaining 12 void crystals and more than 13,000 creation crystals in his backpack, Chen Han sighed helplessly. We absolutely have to find a way to earn some creation crystals. Damn it, 41 void crystals are simply not enough. If I had known, I would have placed a few hundred void crystals on that dawn altar back then, and maybe I would have sold it by now. Today's exchange rate between void crystals and Genesis crystals is 1:12555. How many crystals do you need to exchange, Lord? Exchange for 5 void crystals. Exchange successful. 62,775 Genesis crystals have been transferred to your inventory. Please check. Should I spend 74,000 Genesis crystals to purchase 1 Primordial Divine pill and 3 Rejuvenation pills? Yes. Purchase successful. The system's voice had barely finished speaking when another system notification sound rang in the minds of all the lords on the Yunza continent. Congratulations to all the surviving lords. Congratulations on the successful crafting of an epic-level elixir in the territory's Hongmeng Temple. This event, Trading House Carnival, will now be available. Important notes: this event will last for 1 week. During this period, all items listed on the auction house will only have a 1-hour public listing period, and all transaction fees will be waived. We urge all lords to take advantage of this event to expand their territories and develop their economies. Chapter 91 Methods of Making Money. Chapter 91 Methods to Make Money. Holy crap! Void Overlord, you wouldn't actually be after my handsome looks, would you? You've got exactly what I need. Chen Han was overjoyed and could hardly contain his emotions. The trading house's carnival event was a godsend for Chen Han at this moment. It can be said to be the random activity he urgently needs right now. The previous 3-day public notice period and the high handling fee of up to 20% were really daunting for many people. The transaction fees are manageable. We can simply raise the selling price to make up for it. However, the 3-day public notice period was originally a rule established to ensure that lords who did not keep a close eye on the trading post would not miss out on some rare treasures. But for Chen Han, who desperately needed money, these 3 days of waiting felt like an eternity. He was afraid that by the time he got there, it would be too late. However, when Chen Han came to his senses, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. When did I refine an epic-level elixir? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a young woman dressed as a Taoist boy with a layer of black ash covering her face excitedly running up to Chen Han inside the Hongmeng Danian Pavilion. She was one of the people Li Erge had mentioned who most wanted to practice alchemy, and she had mastered the art of alchemy to level L5, making her a true master alchemist. Clutching a wooden box tightly in her hand, she exclaimed excitedly, "My lord! We've forged something amazing!" After saying that, she eagerly opened the wooden box. A pill with a bluish-green surface and a faint floral fragrance was presented to Chen Han. Item: Vanilla Pill. Rarity: Epic. Usage requirements: First Order Segment. Effect 1. Restores all magic power. The effect will decrease significantly with continuous use, and the effect will decrease further above level 5. Refiner: Hongmeng Divine Palace. Vanilla pills? How are they made? Chen Han asked, puzzled. My lord! Didn't I tell you before? The bodies of those undead can be used as materials for alchemy. After repeated trials and explorations, using the flowers and herbs of the Cloud Marsh continent as a medium, we have finally refined this pill. The young woman explained excitedly. Upon hearing this, Chen Han's hand, which was about to reach out and pick up the pill, froze in place. Hearing the name of this pill, I originally thought it was made from various herbs, but it turns out it actually used the corpses of those undead. Ahem, I see. I didn't expect you guys could actually refine pills. Impressive. Chen Han concealed his surprise and praised. Your Highness is too kind. This is what we should do, the young woman responded modestly. Chen Han carefully caught the wooden box and asked with great interest, "Can this kind of pill be refined further?" The young woman nodded slightly and replied softly, "It's possible. Although we used up a lot of the undead's physical body during the previous attempts to refine them, the remaining materials are still enough to refine more than 100. Chen Han nodded in satisfaction. "Then you can continue refining these herbal pills. If you need anything, just let me know." The young woman's face lit up with joy, and she bowed excitedly. "Lord, you have upgraded the alchemy pavilion to the primordial elixir sound pavilion. The pavilion is fully equipped with all kinds of alchemy tools, making it perfect. We no longer need any other help. Since Lord is quite satisfied with these pills, we will continue our alchemy practice." "Okay, go ahead." Looking at the herb pill in the wooden box that exuded a strong floral fragrance, Chen Han couldn't help but feel a strange sensation, even a slight nausea. It would be hard for anyone to imagine that this seemingly tempting elixir was actually made from the rotting flesh of the undead. As for whether or not to give it to the girls, the answer is undoubtedly yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Han immediately put the pill on the trading house, priced at 5,000 creation crystals. He didn't want to suddenly remember that they had once devoured the rotten flesh of the undead while he was putting on the stickers. Just imagining that scene makes you want to throw up your dinner from the night before. "Look! The bigwigs of the Hongmeng Divine Palace have put out the pills they just refined. 5,000 Genesis crystals? That's outrageous. I don't even have that much in my entire fortune. Damn capitalists, they're real dogs. Anyway, the random event launched by the Hongmeng Temple this time is really awesome. I immediately took down all the items I listed 2 days ago. Yeah. I really have to thank the big boss from Hongmeng Temple this time. The 3-day public notice period and the 20% handling fee were just too good to pass up. I discovered a secret realm with an endless mode this morning, but unfortunately I only lasted half an hour. If I had this elixir, I feel I could have lasted another hour. What a pity." Chen Han's gaze swept across the chat room. Sure enough, everyone was discussing the vanilla pill enthusiastically. However, judging from the current situation, this elixir is clearly a luxury item. It will likely be quite difficult to sell them successfully. Chen Han pondered to himself that he still needed to find a more accessible item that could be widely used by all lords. For example, the weapons needed by lower-tier units. Yu Yunshang's territory seems to have abundant mineral resources. I wonder what new functions the forge will have after being upgraded with her talent. Build a forge 100 building points. Upgrade the forging workshop 21 times 1500 building points. Architecture, forging room. Level, Tier 3 Stage 1. Durability, 40,000 to 40,000. Upgrade cost, 300 building points. Function, it can be used to craft weapons and armor using ores, and provides a blacksmith team. Upgrading the building level will unlock better blacksmithing equipment, allowing for the creation of more types of weapons. Because he directly upgraded the forging workshop to the 3rd tier, level 1. The forge, which was originally only supposed to give away 1 blacksmith, was instead given away as a forging team of 6 dwarfs. These 6 dwarf women all had mature appearances, were slightly short in stature, and had healthy wheat-colored skin. They are all dwarves, and their talents are the same as the recruited troops, all at level C or above. It is especially worth mentioning that their forging skills have reached an advanced level of L7 or above, making them a professional elite forging team. At this moment, they were standing respectfully at the entrance of the forge. The moment they saw Chen Han, they knelt down on one knee without hesitation and shouted in unison. "Greetings, Lord!" Chen Han nodded slightly and cut straight to the point, asking, "What kinds of equipment can you forge?" One of the dwarf women raised her head slightly and replied firmly, "My lord! As long as we have enough materials and good equipment, we can make any equipment below the 5th tier." Chen Han nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. After all, there's not much point in making high-level weapons. On the continent of Yunze, I doubt there's a single lord or hero who would need it. Chapter 92 The Primordial Artifact Pavilion. Chapter 92 The Primordial Artifact Pavilion will spend 1 upgrade opportunity to upgrade the forging room into the Primordial Artifact Pavilion. Just as Chen Han was about to click, confirm. Suddenly, several familiar figures appeared outside the barrier. Upon closer inspection, they recognized Yu Yunling, Yu Yunshang, and Faya as the 3 lords who had surrendered in the previous battle. They had naturally received Chen Han's orders to attend a small meeting held inside the Hongmeng Temple. However, when they saw the magnificent golden scene inside the protective barrier, almost all of them were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. Especially the Moon Clan sisters, their astonished expressions could almost be turned into memes. They unconsciously rubbed their eyes, then looked down at the simplified map they had drawn, and a sense of doubt arose in their hearts. Last night, when we attacked the Hongmeng Temple, although it was dark and our vision was greatly limited, we were still able to see clearly. But surely it's possible that we can't see all these glittering, golden buildings? Where am I? It should be the Primordial Chaos Temple, right? Strange, we shouldn't have gone the wrong way, right? The three girls looked at each other, completely bewildered. You've arrived! Come in! Hearing Chen Han's voice, he saw him slowly walk out of the barrier. Upon hearing this, the three beauties seemed to turn into emotionless machines, nodding stiffly and following Chen Han into the barrier with tense bodies. My mind went completely blank. Halfway there, Yu Yunling finally couldn't hold back any longer and voiced her question. Lord, what exactly are these? The Primordial Guardian Array? The Hall of Martial Gods? The Spiritual Cuisine Pavilion? Where did all these buildings come from? Faya and Yu Yunshang were the same, waiting for Chen Han to give them an answer with faces full of doubt and anticipation. Even lords of the 10th rank or higher might not be able to own such a building. Chen Han's lips curled into a smug smile. This was exactly the effect he wanted. They're just some low-end buildings, no need to make such a fuss. Low-end. Is this considered low-end? Before I reached the Awakening territory, I visited our Elder's 16th tier territory, and I had never seen a building of this scale. The three girls were completely dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Especially now that they belong to the Hongmeng Temple, they can see detailed information about various buildings. This extra effect is probably more terrifying than even a level 20 building. That's absolutely outrageous. That's fucking insane. Chen Han smiled slightly and led the girls on a detour to the forge. He carried it on his back with one hand and waved it with a flourish. Should I spend one upgrade opportunity to upgrade the forge into the Primordial Artifact Pavilion? Sure! Upgrade successful. Architecture, Primordial Artifact Pavilion. Level, Tier 3 Stage 1. Upgrade cost, 800 building points. Function, it can be used to craft weapons and armor by consuming ores. Upgrading the building level will grant access to better forging equipment, allowing the production of more types of weapons. Additional Effect 1. No one except residents within the territory can see the original appearance of the building. Additional Effect 2. Enables ore exchange, allowing you to exchange lower tier ores for higher tier ores. Additional Effect 3. The rarity of forged equipment is greatly increased. In an instant. The forging workshop, which originally looked like a shady operation, was now completely enveloped in golden light. The light grew brighter and brighter, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Within the light, the forge began to change, slowly growing larger and larger. Finally, the light disappeared, and what appeared before everyone was a magnificent 7-story pagoda. The pagoda was magnificent and imposing, with all sorts of peerless divine weapons surrounding each level. These weapons gleamed with a cold light and exuded a chilling aura. They float silently in the air, like works of art, breathtakingly beautiful. Although it's just decoration, one glance at it gives you a feeling that makes you want to practice martial arts. Shock. Petrification. I'm totally confused. The girls were so shocked that they were completely speechless. On her beautiful face, her mouth was so wide open that an egg could fit inside. With a wave of his sleeve, he leaves without a trace. But you, with a wave of your sleeve, suddenly conjure up a magical tower? At that moment, the system notification finally rang in Chen Han's mind. Ding! Detected that the civilian unit FIA has fallen for you. Combat power plus 150%. This is a forge. Are you sure we're using the same building system? After a long while, Yu Yunshang finally came to her senses and asked in a stammering voice. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Everything before her was completely beyond her comprehension. Chen Han smiled slightly. As you can see, this is the 3rd tier, 1st stage building the Primordial Artifact Pavilion. This is amazing! My lord! Is this the legendary cheat code? Faya blushed with excitement, gripping Chen Han's hands tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. No wonder we lost so badly. Players who use cheat codes are really something else. Yu Yunling couldn't help but sigh, her tone revealing a hint of admiration and helplessness. Chen Han clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. All right. Your territories are still empty. Wait until we get back to be shocked. Come over here for a meeting first, and also get to know your fellow territories. Okay. The three women responded in unison. The content of the meeting was very simple. After all, the purpose of bringing them here was to give them a little shock and to let them have a girls' gathering with the girls in the territory. Now that FIA has triggered the power boost effect, that's enough. Chen Han instructed. By the way, Yunshang and Yunling, you two should arrange more manpower at the mine recently. It would be best to ensure that all the resources produced by the mine are collected every day and then transported over the next day. Yu Yunshang and Yu Yunling exchanged a glance and nodded to each other, clearly understanding Chen Han's intentions. With such a forge coupled with the recent trading post extravaganza, this is undoubtedly an excellent business opportunity. If you can use or to forge a large number of rare-grade weapons and sell them at low prices, you can definitely make a fortune in this time when everyone is struggling financially. The primordial temple may truly be about to take off. Chen Han turned to look at Faya and asked, Faya, I remember there seems to be a mine to the west of your territory, right? Faya replied, Yes. But someone has already started mining on the other side of that mine. It's a Tier 2, Stage 5 lord. Chen Han paused for a moment to think, then decisively issued the order. Is someone mining? I will order the Pegasus Knights Legion to follow your command. You lead them around the mine, wipe out that territory in one fell swoop, and capture the lord alive and bring him to me. Yes, sir. After the meeting, the three girls left quickly, in less than 10 minutes. Sizzle dash. A brilliant white light suddenly appeared in the northern part of the territory of the Hongmeng Temple, followed by a violent tremor, like an earthquake, but it quickly returned to calm. You know it without even looking. Tu Shanxue has successfully relocated the immortal Fox Divine Realm to this location. Chapter 93 Tu Shanxue and Chao Nai. Chapter 93 Tu Shanxue and Chao Nai. Miao Kiki looked out the window and muttered, Master, it seems that Fox Spirit has arrived. Chen Han gently tapped Miao Kiki's head and advised, Don't say that in front of her. She's our ally after all. Judging from its appearance, the development of the immortal Fox realm does not seem to be particularly good. Although the level has reached Tier 2, Stage 5, the overall building level seems somewhat low. The defensive towers are all basic level 1, and there are only 3 of them. There are no other defensive structures. This shows that the heroes under Tu Shanxue's command must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, with his lordly talent of currying favor with the powerful and his weak defensive setup, he probably wouldn't even be able to pass the 7-day trial. About 10 minutes later, 2 graceful figures slowly emerged from the celestial fox realm, their elegant figures moving gracefully as they approached, eventually stopping at the outer edge of the Hongmeng Divine Palace's barrier. One of the beautiful figures is Tu Shanxue, who previously posted a selfie. In this era filled with beauty filters, many people can say they don't believe a single punctuation mark in a photo. But when Chen Han actually met Tu Shanxue in person, he found that her real appearance was even more beautiful and charming than in her selfies. Her face had a hazy, ethereal quality, like a fox spirit descended to earth, which made people fall in love with her. This beauty is not only reflected in her appearance, but also in the unique temperament she exudes. It was an ethereal quality that couldn't be described in a selfie, making you want to get closer to her and explore the secrets deep within her heart. Even someone like Chen Han, surrounded by beautiful women, felt he would never forget Tu Shanxue after seeing her for the first time. The feeling was like encountering a goddess of unparalleled beauty when you were just beginning to experience love, and an indescribable excitement welled up in your heart. Decades have passed, but the image of the goddess still occasionally appears in his memory, leaving him with endless aftertaste. Miao Kiki and Mio were equally stunned when they saw Tu Shanxue's stunning beauty. Is this the charm boost from currying favor with powerful figures? That's amazing! It feels like a succubus bewitching a man. Chen Han was deeply moved. He finally understood why lords with this kind of talent were so popular. The charisma boost from this lord talent was simply too powerful. If she were to show herself and ask other lords for an alliance, coupled with the lord talents that accelerate the development of allied lords, it would take an incredible amount of willpower to refuse her request for an alliance. Indeed, the saying, "Even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman," is truly authentic. Chen Han shook his head and began to carefully examine the other woman beside Tu Shanxue. Her sky-blue hair was tied into 2 braids, fluttering freely in the wind. She wore a blue and white feather dress, paired with white fishnet stockings, making her look exceptionally beautiful and charming. She is 1.7 meters tall with a curvaceous figure, but has an adorable baby face. She had no features of any other race, and her slight smile and pure, innocent eyes exuded a vibrant beauty. "Greetings, sir! I am Tu Shanxue, and she is my hero, Chao Nai. Thank you so much for agreeing to my request for an alliance." Tu Shanxue respectfully curtsied and said softly. Her gentle smile, coupled with the enhanced charm from her connections with powerful figures, made her absolutely stunning. "Hello? I'm Chao Nai, the Lord of the Homeng Temple. Hello there." Asana also greeted everyone in a very lively manner. "I am Chen Han, the Lord of the Homeng Temple. These 2 are my heroes, Mia and Miao Kiki. It's not convenient to talk here, let's go inside." With a wave of his hand, Chen Han caused the Homeng Guardian Array to automatically open a large gate. Then, he led Tu Shanxue and Chao Nai to the makeshift open-air stone pavilion. To prevent the place from appearing too shabby, he specifically instructed the common people to pick some flowers and plant them around it, making it look like an ancient flower-viewing pavilion. The reason why the 2 of them were not taken into the conference room on the first floor of the Homeng Temple was mainly because these buildings have special additional effects. Apart from the residents within its territory, no one else can clearly see the original appearance of the building. The primordial temple and the Lord's residence are completely different in both appearance and internal spatial structure. No one knows what girls from other territories will see or what will happen when they enter. Therefore, it would be safer to have the conversation outdoors. However, Tu Shanxue did not think so after seeing this scene. As a member of the Sky Fox clan, a branch of the Beastman race, she has a special affection for and dependence on nature. For Tu Shanxue, the freedom and vastness of the outdoors are more likely to stimulate her inner vitality and make her feel physically and mentally happy, unlike humans who prefer indoor decorations. Especially the Cecilia flowers that bloom all over the outside of this stone pavilion, which are among her favorite flowers. Even the tea served was one of her favorite teas. This thoughtful arrangement made her feel Chen Han's care and consideration, further deepening her impression of him. It could be said that the negotiation scene that Chen Han specially arranged for her was exactly the environment she had always dreamed of. "Just who is this Lord of the Primordial Temple? We've only just met, yet he knows my preferences so accurately. Does he possess some kind of prophetic or divination ability? Otherwise, how could he conduct such a precise investigation?" While Tu Shanxue was shocked, a touch of warmth also welled up in her heart. Although the fact that the other party was investigating her behind her back made her feel like she was being spied on, and made her a little uncomfortable. But she and he had never met before, so it's only natural that others would investigate her background after she suddenly issued an alliance request. And while the investigation was underway, at least others treated her in her favorite way. It's obvious that this lord named Chen Han values her very much. Otherwise, how could he have both investigated her background and meticulously arranged such a scene in just 2 hours? Thinking of this, a blush crept onto Tu Shanxue's cheeks. Chen Han spoke first, saying, "As expected of the princess of the Heavenly Fox clan, her appearance and temperament are indeed extraordinary." Tu Shanxue gracefully picked up her teacup, took a small sip, and replied, "Lord Chen Han is indeed handsome and magnanimous. We've never met before, yet you're willing to trust a complete stranger like me. I'm truly flattered." Chen Han waved his hand and took out a contract from his spatial bag, placing it on the table. "Since that's the case, then I won't waste any more time. This contract contains all my requirements for you. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, you can bring it up directly, and we can discuss it further." Chapter 94 Human Race. Chapter 94 In the endless void of the human race, the alliance between lords is not a simple verbal promise. Instead, both parties need to sign a contract as a binding agreement. This contract was not drafted manually, but was automatically generated by the system interface. It details the terms that both parties must abide by and the liability for compensation in case of breach of contract. Since this alliance is based on the rules of the endless void, there is no possibility of falsehood or fraud. After Tu Shanxue received the contract, she and Chao Nai carefully studied every word and sentence. After 2.5 minutes of careful reading, only 2 words remained in their minds. Is that all? In addition to the previously agreed upon conditions, such as Tu Shanxue not being allowed to collect resources in the surrounding area without permission, and needing to report any discovered resource points and secret realms to Chen Han in a timely manner, etc. The rest are the most basic alliance agreement terms, without too many harsh requirements. Moreover, these terms are even more lenient than those of typical alliances, imposing almost no restrictions on them. Tu Shanxue, in particular, had a face full of confusion. When she first met Chen Han, she had already keenly noticed his fiery gaze. Originally, she thought she was destined to be deflowered tonight, and wouldn't be able to return to her own territory for a while. However, the reality was beyond her expectations. Chen Han had no such requirements whatsoever. Could my intuition be wrong? Or am I just imagining things? Tu Shanxue murmured softly. What's wrong? Are you unhappy with the contract? Chen Han smiled slightly and asked. No. It's nothing. Tu Shanxue's voice was slightly flustered. My only request is that if anyone attacks my territory, Lord Chen Han, you can lend a helping hand. Chen Han nodded slightly. I know that without you telling me. However, this whole area is actually my territories. Under normal circumstances, no one should be able to invade this place. You don't need to worry about security. Just focus on developing your territory. Tu Shanxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she said softly. I see. Thank you, Lord Chen Han. After exchanging words, Tu Shanxue and Chao Nai returned to their territory together. Swear, that lord named Chen Han is a human. And a purebred human at that. On the way, Asana casually said something. Huh? A purebred human? Are you sure? Tu Shanxue was shocked. She asked incredulously. If it's a human, how could it not have any feelings for me? Tu Shanxue is not just a common believer. She truly has the qualifications to do so. Her beauty was among the most outstanding in the Celestial Fox clan, captivating all who beheld her. More importantly, her clan, the Celestial Fox, is similar to Succubi, possessing an innate ability to charm the opposite sex. Even though the Celestial Fox has a fat head and big ears, it can still attract the attention of countless members of the opposite sex with its unique charm. Moreover, Tu Shanxue's appearance is absolutely stunning, and she also possesses a high charm bonus from her lord talent. Humans rank almost at the bottom among all the races in the heavens. Whether in terms of magical aptitude, physical fitness, lifespan, or resistance to various spells, they are at the lowest level. Only when they grow to the 10th rank or above can they barely catch up with the development pace of other races. If Chen Han were truly a pure human being, how could he not fall head over heels for her? Although Asana's information interface displays her as a human. But in reality, she is a hybrid of dragon and human. However, because the human parent was of a higher rank, she was judged to be of the human race by the rules of the Endless Void. After all, mixed race identity won't be displayed on the information interface. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to climb the hero power rankings at the second stage based solely on human bloodline. Asana's expression was incredibly firm. She solemnly said, Yes. As you know, I am extremely sensitive to the aura of other races, but I can't sense any other race aura in this human at all. In fact, I would say that his aura is much purer than any human I have ever seen before. Tu Shanxue was utterly astonished and incredulous. How could this be? Chao Nai interrupted Tu Shanxue and continued. Swear, when you meet him recently, you must hide your alluring aura and not be too proactive. Chen Han's identity is probably far more complex than it appears. Tu Shanxue pondered for a moment, then nodded and replied. I understand what you mean. Suddenly, Chao Nai changed the subject and said jokingly. Swear you're lucky. You don't even have to be deflowered. Upon hearing this, Tu Shanxue's cheeks flushed red, and she immediately retorted angrily. If I lose my virginity, you won't be able to escape either. On the other side. After watching Tu Shanxue and Chao Nai leave, Chen Han turned around and stepped into the Hongmeng Divine Weapon Pavilion without hesitation. The leading dwarf woman said respectfully, My lord, you have arrived! Chen Han cut to the chase and asked, How are you getting used to the equipment? Can we start forging weapons now? The dwarf woman nodded confidently and replied, My lord, no problem. Based on the materials you provided, we are confident we can forge several pieces of equipment of epic quality or higher. An epic-level piece of equipment? Chen Han opened the trading platform thoughtfully. The shop, which was originally full of items for the public announcement period, is now filled with a dazzling array of all kinds of items. Each page displays 50 props, totaling over 15,000 pages, and the number of pages continues to increase. Damn it, these lords must have put all their trash on the table, right? Chen Han muttered to himself. He carefully selected the options for epic rarity and equipment. Disappointingly, however, no lord has ever listed such equipment, not even one that is currently in the public listing period. After all, for a new lord, epic items are undoubtedly extremely powerful and can be regarded as a treasure to protect the lord in the early stages. To expect them to reluctantly part with their shares and sell them is simply wishful thinking. Chen Han shook his head helplessly and continued to select equipment of rare rarity, or higher. This time, the number of pages was drastically reduced, to a mere 3 pages. Moreover, each piece of equipment has been collected by more than 100 people, and the price is basically above 1,000 Genesis crystals. They'll probably only make up their minds to buy when they've saved enough money or successfully negotiated a reasonable price. It seems that crafting equipment is indeed worthwhile. I wonder what level of the primordial divine weapon pavilion is needed to guarantee the creation of epic or even legendary equipment. Chen Han muttered to himself, having a clearer plan for his future development. Chapter 95 Forging Weapons. Chapter 95 Forging Weapons. Today's exchange ratio for void crystals and creation crystals is 1 to 12555. How many crystals does the lord need to exchange? Exchange for 4 void crystals. Exchange successful. 50,220 Genesis crystals have been transferred to your inventory. Please check. Purchase of 66 black iron ore was successful, totaling 330 Genesis crystals. Purchase of 102 chalcopyrites successful, total consumption of 612 Genesis crystals. Purchase of silver ore 20 successful, total consumption 200 Genesis crystals. Purchase of crimson gold ore 5 successful, total consumption 500 Genesis crystals. Chen Han began frantically purchasing all kinds of ores from the trading house. His goal is clear. As long as the price isn't too outrageous, he will not hesitate to buy it at a fixed price, skipping even the bargaining step. After all, the Hongmeng Divine Weapon Pavilion has the capability to manufacture equipment of rare grade or higher. Even in the worst-case scenario, a single piece of equipment can sell for several hundred Genesis crystals. Moreover, if you're lucky enough to craft some equipment with powerful additional effects, it might even sell for thousands of Genesis crystals. Based on a rough estimate and the price of ore in the trading house, the average cost of each piece of equipment is only about 50 Genesis crystals. Of course, epic-level equipment requires a large amount of high-grade ore, and the cost may be between 500 and 1,000, but such a cost is still relatively low. If it were priced at 10,000 Genesis crystals, that would be nearly 10 times the profit. Only a fool wouldn't do it. Over time, the massive sweep of ore on the trading post caused a huge uproar in the chat room. Holy crap! My newly listed gold mine was snapped up in seconds after the public listing period ended? Who's got that much money? Isn't red gold or a rare mineral? Using such a luxury item to forge equipment, does that mean you're confident you can create equipment of rare grade or higher? The 1,000 black iron ore I put up for sale have also been sold. It feels like the same group of people bought them all up. I just did a rough calculation, and the ore reserves on the trading post are worth at least 50,000 creation crystals. Where the hell did all these creation crystals come from? Did several lords buy them together? I have a feeling it's the same person. He seems to only buy the cheapest ores. Could it be that some random event is about to start? Is that why they're hoarding ore like crazy? Aren't we supposed to be able to mine dozens or even hundreds of these junk ores every day? All the lords on the Yunzi continent were completely dumbfounded. They simply couldn't understand why such a mineral that could be mined every day would be completely wiped out. Many lords originally harbored the noble aspiration of crafting rare equipment in exchange for creation crystals. However, things didn't go as planned. Almost all the equipment that was crafted was only of ordinary grade. The pile of blank junk obtained during the lottery was completely ignored, and the quality of these items forged by low-level forges was even worse than that junk. In comparison, selling the ore directly is more cost-effective. Seeing that some people were starting to buy up goods, many lords also began to have their own ideas. The price of the Xian iron ore, which was originally 5 Genesis crystals each, has been doubled to 20 Genesis crystals each. Faced with such an unreasonable price, Chen Han naturally had no intention of buying it. He's not the victim or the sucker, so how could he let these scoundrels get away with it? Time passed second by second. Finally, an hour later, the first weapon was successfully forged. My lord, this weapon cost a total of 10 black iron ores and 10 dark iron ores. Please take a look. The dwarf woman respectfully presented a long, silver-white spear. Under the firelight of the Hongmeng Divine Weapon Pavilion, the spear shone with a mesmerizing light. Its exquisite appearance and superior quality gave it a tough yet sharp feel. Weapon: Black Iron Spear. Rarity: Rare. Equipment requirements: Tier 1, Stage 5. Equipment Effect 1, automatically learns the skill Gunnery L1. Equipment Effect 2, increases attack by 15%. Creator: Hongmeng Temple. Not bad! To be able to create such excellent equipment with only 60 Genesis crystals as the cost. Chen Han's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile. He quickly hid the maker's information for the Black Iron Spear and then put it on the trading house without hesitation. This spear is priced at 600 creation crystals, which is fair and reasonable, and offers excellent value for money. You might make a killing, but I'll never lose. Sure enough, in less than a minute, I received more than 30 counteroffer messages and added more than 100 new favorites. Keep in mind that 600 Genesis crystals are equivalent to the cost of just 6 lottery draws. Even if you manage to draw a rare grade equipment, its stats might not be as good as this weapon. After all, this weapon is a rare grade piece of equipment with added gun skills, and it is extremely rare on the market. Of course, most importantly, this weapon is affordable. The rare equipment displayed by other lords, which they obtained through lotteries, were things they themselves were reluctant to use in the early stages of development. Naturally, they would sell them like treasures, with prices starting at 800 Genesis crystals. Now you can buy such a decent weapon for just 600 Genesis crystals. You can definitely make a profit even if you resell it. As expected, the 1-hour public notice period had just ended. This weapon was instantly snapped up by numerous lords who rushed to place orders and participate in a lottery for its purchase. Finally, a minute later, the weapon fell into the hands of a second-tier, second-stage lord. He was thrilled and immediately shared it in the chat room to show off. The Mystic Iron Spear! Ha! I got it! It's not mine! Brother, are you selling the Xiantai Spear? I'm willing to offer 800 creation crystals. Let's make a specific deal. I'm offering 1,000, nobody can take it from me. No way! I finally managed to get my hands on a weapon with a skill attached. I'm not selling it. I've never learned any gun skills before. I'm counting on this to make me a force to be reckoned with. Humph. Don't let me find out where your territory is. I'll wipe you out and take it anyway. Holy crap. Everyone, look at the auction house. Someone's listed 3 weapons again. They've even listed epic level equipment. This was accompanied by a reminder from one of the lords. All the lords in the chat room closed the chat room and opened the trading post interface. Chapter 96 The Heavy Sword Has No Edge. Chapter 96 Heavy Sword with No Edge, Xian Tai Long Sword. Rarity, Rare. Equipment requirements, Tier 1, Stage 5. Equipment Effect 1, automatically learns the skill Swordsmanship L1. Equipment Effect 2, increases attack speed by 15%. Price, 600 Genesis crystals. Equipment, Brass Round Shield. Rarity, Rare. Equipment requirements, Tier 1, Stage 8. Equipment Effect 1, 10% chance to block all damage received. Equipment Effect 2, damage taken minus 10%. Price, 600 Genesis crystals. Weapon Silver Spear. Rarity, Rare. Equipment requirements, Tier 1, Level 10. Equipment Effect 1, equipment weight minus 30%. Equipment Effect 2, automatically learns the skill Gunnery L1. Equipment Effect 3, damage against undead enemies plus 50%. Price, 800 Genesis crystals. Weapon, Crimson Gold Overlord Halberd. Rarity Epic. Equipment requirements, Tier 2 Stage 1. Equipment Effect 1, increases attack by 30%. Equipment Effect 2, automatically learns the skill Gunnery L2. Equipment Effect 3, automatically learns the skill Overlord L1. Equipment Effect 4, equipment weight plus 25%. Price, 12,000 Genesis crystals. Shock. Utterly shocking. At this moment, all the lords of Yunza continent were completely dumbfounded. Holy crap! An epic weapon! Could this be the same person who sold the Xiantai Spear before? The Crimson Gold Overlord Halberd. Holy crap, could it have been forged from my Crimson Gold ore? Holy crap! Don't scare me! Does this mean someone can forge epic level equipment now? I must have won it in a lottery, right? Damn it, a tier 3 lord can forge epic level equipment? I'm going to have diarrhea while doing a handstand. Speaking of which, have you guys noticed? The few pieces of equipment that were just put on the market all seem to be related to the ore that was immediately swept away. They might actually have been crafted right away. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've already upgraded my forge to tier 2, level 10, and I've been forging equipment non-stop for the past 2 weeks. I've only managed to forge one rare grade item, and it's the worst black iron sword ever. You're telling me that someone can casually forge 4 rare grade items? And 1 epic grade item? Are you kidding me? I agree with the comment above. Even a 10th tier forging workshop can't guarantee that it can forge epic level equipment. The highest lord in Yunza continent right now is only 3rd tier. How could they possibly forge epic level equipment? Who cares if it's forged or not? I'll take this crimson gold overlord halberd. Wow, you're so rich upstairs. I'm a fairy princess. How about you consider taking me in as your sugar daddy? The lords were all discussing it animatedly, and the chat room was unusually lively. Their conversation almost entirely revolved around whether the newly released equipment was truly forged by the lord. Although some people thought it was possible, the vast majority of lords still insisted that it was impossible. After all, how could someone with only 2nd or 3rd tier strength possibly forge epic level equipment? This is absolutely unbelievable. However, as time went by, these lords began to be mercilessly slapped in the face by reality. Weapon, Xian Tai Heavy Sword. Price, 600 Genesis Crystals. Weapon, Black Iron Cavalry Lance. Price, 600 Genesis Crystals. Weapon, Brass Longbow. Price, 600 Genesis Crystals. Weapon, Silver Axe. Price, 700 Genesis Crystals. Weapon, Crimson Blade. Price, 1000 Genesis Crystals. Weapon, Black Iron Shortbow. Price, 500 Genesis Crystals. In less than 3 hours, a dozen or so rare grade equipment items were put up for sale. Even more surprisingly, judging from the names of these items, they do seem to be products forged using various ores. While everyone was still reeling from the shock, another epic weapon quietly went on sale. Weapon, Heavy Sword with no edge. Rarity Epic. Equipment requirements, Tier 2 Stage 1. Equipment Effect 1, increases attack by 50%. Equipment Effect 2, deals additional blunt damage with each attack. Equipment Effect 3, equipment weight plus 250%. Equipment Effect 4, automatically learn swordsmanship L2. Equipment Effect 5, automatically learn staff technique L2. Price, 15,000 Genesis Crystals. At this moment, all the lords were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Those arrogant lords who had just been so confident that it was absolutely impossible for something to be forged now felt a burning pain on their faces, as if they had been slapped hard across the face. This isn't just a slap in the face, this is a brutal beating. The heavy sword has no edge. It is a peerless divine weapon that countless powerful races dream of. It represents unparalleled power and majesty, inspiring awe and fear. Especially in the lower tiers, the Great Sword Without Edge is definitely the ultimate epic weapon that all strength-based players dream of. However, what was unexpected was such an unparalleled divine weapon actually appeared on the Yunza continent, which only possessed 2nd or 3rd tier territories. That's outrageous. 15,000 creation crystals! I really want them. Holy crap! Who sold this weapon? Reply to this message and give me 16,000 Genesis crystals. Don't sell it to him. I'll take it for 17,000 Genesis crystals. I'm offering 17,500 Genesis crystals. Please, someone sell it to me. My hero is a demon, and this weapon is perfect for him. Sky Sanctuary. I am willing to offer 25,000 creation crystals to purchase. I urge the seller, Heavy Sword Without Edge, to show up after seeing this message. Designate me directly. As soon as this sentence appeared, the entire chat channel fell silent. After seeing the words of the Sky Sanctuary's leader, many lords shut their mouths. Who is the lord of the Sky Sanctuary? On his first day in Yunza continent, he defeated a tier 2 lord in just 40 minutes, becoming the 3rd-ranked Goblin Scourge on the kill list. 2 of his heroes even made it into the top 10 of the hero power rankings at noon today. Such strength is beyond the reach of other lords. To challenge such a powerful lord is like asking for an easy death. However, despite the rare occurrence of the Lord of the Sky Sanctuary speaking up, no one responded to him. This inevitably sparked much speculation, with people guessing who the seller of the heavy sword with no edge might be. Chapter 97. You want to buy it for free? Chapter 97. You want to buy it for free? Tell me, who forged this weapon? Could it have been forged by a powerful figure from the Hongmeng Temple or by Gong Shaohui? It's unlikely. Resources are limited in the early stages. Since they're so strong, they must be investing a lot of resources in training heroes and troops. Where would they find the time to forge weapons? That's absolutely right. We're in the early stages of territory development right now. Those focused on commerce should concentrate on commercial buildings, and those focused on military strength should concentrate on military strength. Trying to develop in all directions would definitely backfire. That's right. And since these two big shots have already demonstrated such strength, there's absolutely no way they would sell a weapon of this caliber as the heavy sword without edge. They'll wait until they have all the good equipment before they sell it. Who on earth could forge such a weapon? They must be from the Western Business Alliance, right? I heard that there are already more than 20 lords there who have formed a business alliance. Forging an epic weapon isn't something that can be accomplished simply by having more people. Chen Han glanced at the chat room and couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. He originally thought that the heavy sword without edge was just an ordinary epic-level equipment. But now it seems to be more valuable than I imagined. 25,000 Genesis crystals? Chen Han muttered to himself. This is almost the price of a trash legendary weapon, right? And the cost of making this equipment is less than 500 Genesis crystals, but it can now sell for 25,000 Genesis crystals. That's pretty amazing. Realizing the immense value of this equipment, Chen Han did not hesitate to remove the heavy sword without edge from the market, and sold it to Sky Sanctuary for a high price of 25,000 creation crystals. It is worth mentioning that if the two lords conduct a designated transaction through the trading post, the Endless Void Society specially opened a private chat room for the two lords. However, the buyer does not know the seller's specific information. Because once the seller's identity